Shepherding Humanity Chapter 309 to Chapter 370. This was Medusa's forbidden death spell, the rose equinox flower that summoned the souls of the dead. She had once summoned the remnant soul of Gilgamesh, and now Suji naturally mastered this witchcraft. Gilgamesh. Suji spoke. A terrifying scene appeared. A handsome figure condensed in the void, as if he had returned from the vast ancient river of time. His clothes were dyed red with blood, and his expression was firm. He held the holy sword in his hand and leaped up and slashed. He was roaring in a nameless voice, this ancient historical phantom. What was he saying? No one knew. The history of mankind's struggle against nature is a history of courage and praises. But this sentence appeared in the minds of countless people, and they firmly believed in it. It was too terrifying. That kind of indomitable spirit was deeply imprinted in everyone's heart. If humans were said to be weak, then Gilgamesh had written a song of praise for the history of the human race in the Origin era. He had carried out the courage of humans to fight against nature, and this had resonated with countless people. This sword was waved with the spirit of an ancient civilization. Rumble. It was as if the world was stunned. This aura? How is this possible? Yuk's face instantly turned pale, and his body bloomed with orange flames as he used all his strength to resist. But the rolling sword aura was like a surging river, as if it contained all the spirit of an era, the entire civilizations will of the Sumer people, and it swept out like an invisible sword beam. Boom! Many of the glasses and cups in the bar were shattered, as if a typhoon had swept through, and the entire bar became extremely messy. The majestic aura instantly caused the entire scene to explode. After the witchcraft, the figure of the most ancient hero king gradually disappeared, but it was forever imprinted in everyone's eyes. That is? The real ancient hero king? Known as the strongest man in ancient history? Since ancient times, the most stunning sovereign emperor, too domineering, too obsessed, and had a terrifying spirit that others could not compare to. It was even to the extent that in their days, they seemed to have seen the vast and primordial era of a lost and prosperous civilization. This is forbidden witchcraft, Gilgamesh, the realm of the dead of the origin demon god Medusa. Blood flowed from the corner of Yuk's mouth, and transparent wounds appeared all over his body. His mind was filled with disbelief. Who is he, and how does he know the witchcraft of the origin demon god Medusa? He's not telling a story, but history. This thought appeared in his mind, and his eyes were filled with awe as he looked at Suji, as if he was waiting for punishment. Over the years, many ancient sovereigns and emperors had awakened from history, and there were also many impostors. There was a lot of chaos in the world, and he had dealt with many of these impostors. Previously, he had dealt with the saintess who was preaching everywhere. She was full of golden words, and it was indeed very similar to the methods of the ancient Church of Light. In the end, it was indeed true. Could it be that this Messiah sovereign emperor was also? Suji did not pay attention to him, and continued to act as a minstrel in the bar, drinking a glass of strong liquor, and looking at the customers around him. He faintly told an ancient story. This was an ancient great emperor. He was the most outstanding one, shocking the ancients and dazzling the contemporaries. Even in the most primitive era where there was no cultivation system, he was still able to reach such a level. If he was placed in the present day, his accomplishments wouldn't be inferior to anyone. Even the position of the gods, above the world, must have a place for him. The surroundings were silent. The hymn of mankind was the hymn of history. He was not born in the era. Their minds had been completely shocked, like a small boat in a big wave. Suji continued to speak, his eyes deep, filled with nostalgia, recalling the past. Back then, when the wizard era was still around, Medusa, who was not the origin demon god, as the sovereign emperor of the Rose of Death dynasty, admired this strong man. She condensed the remnant soul of this hero king and branded it between heaven and earth. He gathered the essence of a civilization and turned it into the most powerful mental forbidden witchcraft, Gilgamesh. This was her strongest trump card at that time, and she used it to fight against the later wizard sovereign emperor, Alchemy Emperor Grantham. Alchemy Emperor, the surrounding people's faces were no longer calm. This minstrel, who claimed to be the Messiah, spoke of the terrible truth of history, which was unbelievable. This was the origin of the forbidden witchcraft, Rose Equinox, Gilgamesh. This was such a terrifying witchcraft. It was actually created by the origin demon god, Medusa. The history was long and unreachable. But they seemed to be connected to the ancient history, which made people feel the unique charm of time. Witnessing a legendary hero with their own eyes, a heavy sense of history rushed over them, which ordinary people could not imagine. But how could he lose? That's what history says. Back then, Death Monarch Emperor Medusa lost to Alchemy Emperor Grantham, which started the alchemy era. But now that I have seen such a powerful witchcraft with my own eyes, I don't think he lost. Yeah. I also don't think it's possible. This forbidden witchcraft, Gilgamesh couldn't have lost. It's impossible. Even if he lost his soul, this hero king still condensed the spirit of a Sumer civilization. The spirit of the people fighting against nature, the roars, and the songs. How could he lose? That alchemy emperor might be terrifying, but there are very few historical records of him. Just who was he? In the bar, the surrounding people did not know what to say. Wave after wave of historical truth shocked everyone. The magnificent history of the ancient times made people curious. It was the era of civilization. Everyone's eyes were burning, waiting for the story to continue. They pricked up their ears, afraid to miss a word. Even Yoke, who was at the side, was shocked. His eyes recalled the invincible heroic figure, and it left a deep shadow of defeat in his heart. That invincible aura might affect him for life, becoming a shadow that prevented him from breaking through. But it was precisely because of this that he had a strong desire to know. Suji spoke again. Forbidden witchcraft, Gilgamesh, alchemy emperor. That's a part of history that will be commented on in the future. Now, let's continue talking about the final glory of the Sumer civilization. Talk about it in the future. Countless people could only suppress the burning desire in their hearts and wait for the future. Suji continued. Back then, Gilgamesh was defeated and asked 3 questions about the god of creation. The first question he asked was, after the 3 questions were said, all the guests in the bar were stunned. One could hear a pin drop. Suji was calm. He sipped his glass of wine and waited for them to digest it. God only took 7 days to create our world. The others were silent. The shock in Yoke's heart was like waves, wave after wave. He didn't believe that Gilgamesh could be so heaven-defying before. He walked out to refute and swindle everyone. Who knew that the real ancient Gilgamesh's shadow would appear and reveal the shocking secret, the origin demon god Medusa's forbidden spell, and the secret of the alchemy emperor? It was a crazy blow to his heart. But now, the 3 questions, as well as the impending flood, had completely destroyed his understanding. Who was he? The Messiah monarch emperor was inevitable, but who was the most mysterious monarch emperor from 1,000 years ago? The Messiah, he wasn't someone who didn't know the big picture. He took a few steps back and bowed. Fidurk, Human Kingdom, Royal Academy tutor, Rockfire person Yoke, greets the last monarch emperor of the Babylonian mythological era, the first monarch emperor of the Potion era, Messiah. It's nothing. Suji's voice was calm as he continued to explain. Sovereign Messiah Emperor, I've offended you before. Yoke couldn't help but speak again. He had angered a sovereign emperor. In this era of magic potions, sovereigns were supreme. The lives of commoners were like ants to him. After all, everyone below the emperor was like an ant, including a sub-emperor. It doesn't matter. Suji spoke again and continued to talk about the history of the Sumer civilization. In the bar, he had the rare interest of a wandering poet. He calmly told everyone about the history of this world. He wasn't a tyrannical person. If someone offended him, he would step on them and slap them in the face. It was normal for a quasi-emperor expert, who had suddenly appeared, to be suspicious. Only an expert with an evil heart would want to get rid of the rumors. Only an expert with an evil heart would ignore this matter. He had offended him for the peace of the human kingdom. It wasn't intentional, so why would he take revenge? Regarding this, he was still very reasonable. Just like he said, a salted fish's heart was the most suitable state of mind. Thank you, Sovereign. Yuku took a deep breath, his face filled with guilt. He knew that he had offended a sovereign martial emperor. He was lucky to have survived. He took a step back and blended into the crowd of the bar. As an ordinary bar guest, he started to listen to the story of the traveling bard. The surrounding people were shocked and afraid. Such a sub-emperor, a legendary expert, could easily destroy the surrounding cities. They hurriedly wanted to give up a seat, but Yuk waved his hand. In front of an ancient sovereign emperor, he was no different from these ordinary people. If he put on airs, it would make him feel even more ashamed. It was said that back then, God saw that the people on the ground had committed heinous crimes and decided to destroy the Sumer civilization. He sent a great flood to destroy all living beings. But the Creator felt the kindness of the forest king Enkidu and ordered the Utnapishtim to build Noah's Ark to escape from the great flood. At this time, the black-haired, black-eyed youth's expression was calm and lazy, and his voice was still indifferent. If it was before, Yuk would have thought that this was a fake without the heart of an expert. After all, every historical great emperor had killed their way up, bathed in blood and experienced countless years. That kind of aura could not be concealed, and the fake could be seen with a single glance. But at this time, this faint temperament, this black-haired, black-eyed storyteller in the bar, instead gave Yuk a feeling that he had become unfathomable, vaguely sharp and fierce, a domineering aura that could subdue all living beings in a sea of blood and mountains of corpses. As expected of the first-generation monarch Poshan's great emperor, his aura was so reserved. As he thought of this, he shrank back even more from the crowd. At this moment, he felt that he, a quasi-emperor, was no different from those ordinary customers. He was weak, pitiful, and would die with the passage of time just like them, turning into an ordinary grave. But to be able to hear the most ancient sovereign of the great emperor narrate the legend of the Sumer from 2,000 years ago did not affect his pride at all. Instead, it was a supreme honor. His eyes were burning with admiration. Suji glanced at Yuk, who was curled up in the crowd. Was this person a masochist? Why did he have a look of admiration on his face, as if he wanted to kneel down and listen to my story? Sure enough, each place had its own type of people. Under the leadership of the masochist Medusa, there were many people like this. He smiled, looked around the bar, and said indifferently, "Today, we will stop here. Tomorrow, I will talk about the Babylonian tribal era, the decline and rise of the Great Flood." Chapter 1, The Three Witches. In a short 3 days, the ancient monarch Messiah Great Emperor had appeared and told the world about the ancient legend. This news was like a hurricane, quickly spreading throughout the entire Poshan's land. The Undead Kingdom, the Beastman Kingdom, the Human Empire, many people could not believe it. That was the first monarch Poshan's great emperor from 1,000 years ago. Know about the past and present? Could it be that he had a fortuitous encounter? Unbelievable. He has already talked about the era of the three witches, Medusa's teacher, Circe? Who is this person? He even dared to make fun of the origin demon god Medusa, the teacher of the demon god of all things, the ancestor of the witches. The entire world was in an uproar. They all sent people to verify, and even some experts directly withdrew from the front line of the tragic war between the two worlds to personally go in a bar in Will City. At this time, the entire Will City was already full of people. Many experts did not dare to squeeze into the bar, so they spontaneously used all kinds of methods to broadcast their voices, projecting images in the bar, and listening to people all over the city. And in the bar, not ordinary people dared to enter, but some of the top quasi-emperor experts of the three kingdoms, rough green-skinned beast men, human professionals, and skeleton necromancers in black cloaks. Inside the bar, a black-haired, black-eyed wandering poet was telling a story, and next to him, an ordinary-looking woman was serving wine and dishes. They are all experts. Shira held the plate, shivering from the cold. I heard that Demetrius of the era of the three witches used the blood of the evil eye, narrowly escaped death, and started the sorcerer era with the other two remaining witches. Suji stretched out his hand, and an ancient mural appeared in front of everyone. Could it be that this is the legendary ancient mural, the Three Witches? Everyone was shocked. That mural was of three women, stepping on a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, surrounding each other, holding a torch together. In the end, time flew, and the three witches fought for their entire lives, and in their lives. Suji said lightly. Shira became more and more excited. Oh my god, it has only been a few days, what happened? Carefully, she walked in front of a skeleton mage. She knew this person. It was necromancer Andre, a rumored thug who killed countless people, and turned an entire city of 30,000 people into an undead army. She had read about this person when she was reading. He had become a horror story that parents told to their children in many human countries, and it was a story that could stop children from crying. She did not expect to see him here. Why your dish? She could not speak when she was nervous, and she stammered. So cute, sweetheart. Are you my dish? Can I eat you? Andre's skull eye sockets flashed with a dim light as he told an awkward joke. She screamed crazily in her heart. Oh. Oh my God. This is not a joke. He might really eat me, Shira. You're a strong girl. You have to work harder. He doesn't dare to eat me. Please, please, please eat. You can't eat me, Shira said hurriedly, stammering. Thank you. The necromancer just smiled and turned to look at her. Black flames flashed in the skull's eye sockets. He was very curious why an ordinary girl was in a bar, and why she was stammering and tongue-tied. Although he had not entered a human kingdom for many years, wasn't this taboo for a bar waiter? This skeleton mage did not eat, but he still put the plate on the table politely. Mr. Orcsword Saint, why your meat? She was scared out of her wits. This was the commander of the Orc Imperial Army, Baika. He was so tall, and he actually sat on the table, using it as a small stool. It was said that he was a terrifying existence who had killed more than 1,000 human masters. She walked in front of a handsome man in golden armor, and her eyes sparkled. This is Yuka. The dream lover of countless girls. A righteous hero. Why your wine? She walked over with the plate. I can't be afraid, this is too shameful for my Uncle Messiah. She hurriedly recalled the bruised and swollen face and the frightened look on his face. Immediately, she calmed down a little. She finally understood the meaning of her previous words. There would be customers coming to their bar, and she would have the opportunity to cultivate and find a master. Whether she could ask these masters to help her take revenge, it would all depend on herself. You have to work hard, Shira, she waved her fists. This ordinary girl stumbled when she was nervous, and she tried hard to adapt. Sitting in the bar, Suji looked at Shira, who looked like she was going to work hard, and he smiled knowingly. He continued to narrate the long history. If Gilgamesh's era was the origin of humanity, and the hero king's heaven-defying battle prowess made it easy for them to rise, then the Magus era was the era of ordinary people. This chapter, The Three Witches, was very tragic. Without the hero king's protection, ordinary people could only protect themselves. They had lost their heroes. To protect the tribe, there were almost no men. A group of women had already walked out and risked their lives. The painting The Three Witches carved history into the murals. The three witches held torches in their hands and handed over the torch of Gilgamesh's civilization. They became the heroes of the next generation of humanity. The murals recorded their great courage to fight against nature and beasts. That sentence, after countless days, we've had enough. Our husbands are dead, our fathers are dead, and our sons will die in the future. What do we have left? We only have ourselves left. No one can protect us anymore. The only thing that can protect us is ourselves. Sob, 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 these words contain too much bitterness. In the bar, many people even shed tears and felt a myriad of emotions. This is the meaning of the monarch Messiah's narration to us. He gave us time and civilization. Isn't it the same now? Our war on the front lines touches everyone's heart. It's also the hymn of history. Over the next few days, Suji kept narrating and advancing history. He had already reached the feud between the three witches. When they were old, the three gradually passed away. The god of wisdom, Hermes, sent 3 miracles from the heavens. Flower steel from the heavens? Blood rain from the heavens? God's elegy? All the experts in the bar were in an uproar. The entire Will City was now filled with foreign travelers. Many of the continent's experts gathered nearby. They were not in the bar. Instead, they used spells to project the storyteller inside. When they heard this, their faces were already filled with shock. The legendary god of wisdom, Mercury, the god of the Church of Light, has finally appeared in history for the first time. So terrifying. 3 miracles that changed the entire land and covered the world. Even the current emperor of the underworld, Ermin, would find it difficult to easily create such a terrifying miracle. So, the god of wisdom isn't a peerless woman with a perfect figure? Listening to the discussion, Suji's face darkened. He wanted to correct this kind of history and prove his innocence. Another person quickly asked, then, where did the god of wisdom and the land of the gods go? Yeah. They only appeared during the sorcerer era and disappeared during the era of potions. They have ancient gods in the ancient barren world, but the ancient gods of our world seem to have disappeared. The front line was in chaos, and the three kingdoms had buried the hatchet. Now, the powerhouses of the various potion kingdoms were getting along harmoniously. At this time, two skeleton sorcerers were playing Go. This was from the ancient barren world. After today's lecture, I have to think of a way. Shira had been managing a caravan for a long time, and she stuttered when she was nervous. It was a natural problem that couldn't be fixed, but it didn't mean that she was stupid. She quickly started to talk to these experts, telling them about Uncle Messiah. They listened attentively, wanting to know more about this mysterious great emperor. She inadvertently talked to them about her situation. I didn't expect a human city to be so despicable. An orc sneered. Those people ignored your father's years of nurturing. Like ingrates, they stole the entire caravan after they died and even wanted to kill you. They deserve to die. They're a disgrace to us humans. Yuk's expression was cold. The people around them kept talking. Usually, they would help depending on their mood, but now, they naturally went with the flow. Your body's talent for merging potions is too low, but there's a hidden profession that doesn't depend on talent. As long as you have enough money and hard work, it's possible, an old man muttered. She quickly became a disciple of a human empire's sub-emperor. Shira was so moved that tears streamed down her face. Looking at the experts around her, she finally had someone to help her after all the suffering she'd gone through. In my eyes, my enemies and the powers in the nearby cities are just small things to them. She turned and looked at the youth who was tidying up the wine rack. She was extremely grateful. She knew whose face she was doing this for. In less than half a month, the experts in the bar all exchanged their experiences with their disciples. They also gave Shira pointers and provided her with all kinds of resources. She quickly became a level 2 professional. Go. Go and take revenge. Come back, let's drink together. In the bar, the experts drank and laughed heartily. They watched the waitress who served tea and water as she walked out of the bar. They looked at each other. The world of mortals is very simple. Love and hate are very clear. It's not that complicated. If you want revenge, you have to work hard. Weren't we the same back then? Many of us here can reach where we are today because of hatred. That's how we rose from ordinary mortals, shook the entire kingdom, and gained great fame in the entire era. She doesn't know how great of a fortuitous encounter she has. In our era, there are only 20-odd sovereigns in the 3 great kingdoms. After the great monarchs, we are the strongest. However, in the past 1,000 years, too many have awakened. In this era, they are all fighting for godhood and igniting the divine fire. The Messiah sovereigns are too mysterious, but no matter what, listening to history is enough for us to understand many things. The experts talked indifferently. After watching the girl leave, someone turned his head to look behind the door of the bar. His body couldn't help but tremble slightly. Every time he glanced at the storyteller, there was fear and admiration in the depths of his eyes. The Messiah sovereigns. The more history was told, the more it exceeded everyone's imagination. I finally took revenge. On the other side, Shira looked at the bodies of her enemies and cried, feeling that this was a big dream. That night, Suji comforted Shira, who looked miserable. He quietly sorted out his mind and rested. The beating of society should be coming soon, right? Suji held his chin and said calmly, Ermin and Medusa both know about the existence of Xianxia. Since I talked about history so openly and knew about the past and present, they should have guessed that Xianxia is with me. Suji, on the other hand, lived a leisurely life, telling a piece of history every day. Of course, it was only for a short period of time. The rest of the experts didn't leave, drinking and chatting in the bar. He needed training, which was opponents. Ermin and the others couldn't leave, so they would probably send some sovereigns to capture him. He didn't fight with people of the same level, so his Dao heart hadn't been trained. He was waiting for the beating of society. Underworld. Ermin and Phoenix Dowlord were playing chess. Ermin suddenly raised his eyebrows. He heard a voice transmission and smiled. I have something to do, please excuse me. Phoenix Dowlord nodded with a smile and continued to look at the chessboard. Emperor Ermin walked out and came to Élysée Garden. He saw one of the emperors under him. It was Albert, the first professional who created the potion, the disciple of the Holy Book of Light and Saintess Linda. You mean, the Messiah sovereigns who enlightened you has reappeared? Ermin listened slowly and frowned. He knows about history, so maybe he has a big secret? Yes, Albert said. Wandering Scholar, that was Ermin's first thought. That Messiah sovereigns might have found Wandering Scholar and obtained a lot of information from him. Since he knew who had it, he must take Wandering Scholar back. But, is it really that simple? Ermin's heart sank. If it was someone else who displayed such a strange and knowledgeable ability, she would definitely think that he had obtained Wandering Scholar and immediately send people to capture him and take Wandering Scholar back. But Messiah, this sovereigns, is indeed mysterious. How can he live for 1,000 years? Why is he still so young? Ermin's expression turned serious. Why, of all people, did he find Wandering Scholar? And not someone else? Albert said. I've seen Messiah sovereigns before. We're old friends. According to the portrait, it is indeed him. Should we get the emperors to capture him? Things seem to be developing according to Suji's plan. But, absolutely not. Ermin suddenly showed an unprecedented look of shock. She seemed to have thought of something and suddenly said, Messiah is too mysterious. I've already guessed some of the truth. Don't act rashly, don't do anything to him. Suji? Why didn't he hit me? He was already lying down and in a good posture, waiting for society to beat him up and train him. At this time, Ermin sent Albert away and couldn't help but write a letter to Medusa. Medusa, I'm restrained by the Taoist, so I can only write this letter. Previously, you asked me in a letter, what is Wandering Scholar's identity? Now, I might have understood it. Do you still remember that 1,000 years ago, the two of us explored the sky, looking for the eye of the storm Decanthes that my master Grantham explored, hoping to enter the land of the gods Achilles? Unfortunately, we didn't find anything. It was as if the god of wisdom, Mercury, and the gods had disappeared with the land of the gods. That year, both of us were shocked and became a thorn in our hearts. Are they already dead? Met with an accident? Today, I connect the two together. The omniscient and omnipotent Wandering Scholar and the triple great god of wisdom, Mercury, may have guessed the answer. Messiah, this person is Hermes, Wandering Scholar. After writing the letter, Ermin sent it out. Then she returned to her chair and continued playing chess with the Tao Lord. The Blood Realm world. Dark aura surged. At the border of the two extraordinary worlds, two vast mountains stood. The ground between the mountains was bright red as if soaked in blood, dyeing the surrounding world a bright red. Whoosh, a light breeze blew past. Broken swords were stabbed into the ground, and the hilts of the swords were stained with blood. The swords fluttered in the wind, as if the wind was filled with endless sorrow. This piece of land was like a sword graveyard, and each sword was a grave, telling the story of the dead. Magic staffs, western greatswords, and armor were scattered all over the ground. They were almost everywhere. They had already been buried in history, becoming waves that no one knew about. This was the war between the two worlds. Cruel and merciless. The two huge mountains faced each other, separated by a world. They were the bridgeheads of the two sides. There was a sense of vicissitudes and sorrow. Who knew how many strong cultivators were buried here? The war had been going on for decades. For the barren ancient world, the demon world's foundation was too terrifying. They didn't have enough top celestial emperors. They also lacked strong cultivators at the bottom. However, the Great Zhou dynasty and Mount Shu, with their terrifying system characteristics and endurance, were able to resist the terrifying attacks and invasions of the other party, which were like tides, at the cost of countless sacrifices. The night air grew colder. Suddenly, a cold voice sounded. They're killing the goose that lays the golden eggs. They won't last long. In another 10 years, the barren ancient world will lose. Medusa's huge body stood behind the portal. Her long hair danced in the wind and she exuded a violent aura. She was a true living demon god. She looked at him from afar. The heavenly path of the barren ancient world. What about you? Right now, her god body was working with Ermin to restrain the Tao Lord. The true body of Cthulhu was here, restraining the heavenly path of this world. All these years, she'd fought with the heavenly path many times without a clear winner. This feeling of being bathed in blood and dancing on the edge of death was too blissful for her. Their top forces were restraining the heavenly path while the people below were fighting. We'll definitely win. Our battle power far surpasses theirs. I don't think they have any chance of turning the tables. We just need to do our best to reduce casualties and slowly grind them to death. Medusa's expression was calm as he led the battle. Previously, just as she had guessed, the Mother Ivy really couldn't hold back her curiosity and brought Bai Xiaoxing into her potion world. However, the Mother Ivy actually let Bai Xiaoxing go. This was beyond her expectations. Mother Earth Ivy, you're so calculative. You actually beat me at my own game and turned the tables on me. Medusa whispered. His eyes flickered as he continued to ponder. She clearly knew that if Bai Xiaoxing was still with her, we would definitely kill her at all costs and take back Bai Xiaoxing. But she directly let Bai Xiaoxing go. Although she is still free and unfettered in our world, we can't do anything to her. After all, this Mother Earthvine's combat ability is ridiculous. It's not much weaker than mine. It's the strongest and most ancient existence under the heavenly path of the ancient barren world. It's also the master of the heavenly path. I fought with the heavenly path and know how terrifying it is, let alone its master. Ermin and I are already restrained, but we don't know how many trump cards she has. We can only let a large number of sovereigns and emperors attack and suffer heavy losses in order to kill her. If 1 or 2 ordinary people go, they'll just be sending themselves to death. This was a terrifying plan that was interconnected. She had lived for 2,000 years and thought she was extremely intelligent. Yet, she was tricked. She didn't dare to announce Bai Xiaoxing's disappearance to the entire potion world to search. Because if the other sovereigns and emperors found him, it wasn't impossible for them to hide him. After all, Bai Xiaoxing was a heaven-defying treasure. No one wouldn't be tempted. Those ancient sovereigns and emperors were all ambitious and couldn't be trusted. They could only let some of their trusted subordinates search in secret. She and Ermin could only let some of their trusted subordinates search in secret. Mother Earthvine. She always looked stupid, but it was all a facade. She's an old monster that has lived for 1,000 years. Her intelligence is indeed shocking. She even fooled me. What did this mean? The other party had predicted that she would do this and beat her at her own game. In other words, she thought that she had seen through the other party's thoughts, but in reality, the other party had seen through her. Her actions were transparent in the other party's mind. In her mind, the cute girl that was eating candied fruits and jumping around with a salted fish face flashed. This is the game of Go. This green vine Earth Mother pretends to be stupid, but she's actually so terrifying. No wonder she's the master of the heavenly axiom. Now that I can't spare her, I definitely can't let her live in the future. Medusa suddenly made a sound of surprise. She stretched out her hand and grabbed in the air. She received a letter from Ermin. It was about Bai Xiaoxing. We've been searching and finally found where Bai Xiaoxing is? She showed a rare look of surprise. She looked like a reading girl. This was good news. She only paused for a few seconds when she saw the letter in the hands of the sovereign Messiah. Then why aren't you sending people to surround him? Use the forces that we prepared for Green Vine Earth Mother on Messiah. If he doesn't resist, then we'll just kill him. His combat power is definitely far from Green Vine Earth Mother's. The price we have to pay is definitely not high. She showed coldness and bloodlust. In order to get Bai Xiaoxing, to return to Messiah's side and talk to him through the night was already her goal at all costs. However, as she read on, her face gradually froze and showed a touch of horror. Ermin has already guessed Bai Xiaoxing's identity and background. That sovereign Messiah who appeared out of nowhere actually has a huge secret. His true identity might be Bai Xiaoxing, the god of wisdom Mercury, this series of information crazily rushed into her mind. Impossible. Ermin. Is she thinking too much? Has she fallen into some kind of misunderstanding? Suddenly, a thought popped up in her mind. She stood up and paced back and forth, struggling in her heart. No, it's me who underestimated the enemy. I've already lost to Green Vine Earth Mother. If I had thought more, I wouldn't have lost by Xiaoxing. Ermin's cautiousness and speculation is the best way. Let me see what Ermin has to say. It was no wonder that she was shocked by the content of the letter. After all, the identity of Mercury, the god of wisdom, was a shocking mystery. 1,000 years was a long time. She used to do a lot of research with Ermin in the Netherworld, exploring various geographical locations of the sorcerer world. Naturally, she had speculated the combat power of this god. The 3 great miracles, the flower steel, the sky blood rain, and the world lament, Ermin could also do it now, but it required a huge price. However, if it was Ermin, would she spend such a huge price to send off 3 mortals? Of course not, there was only one possibility. For the god of wisdom, this was easy to do. It was as easy as putting on shoes or putting on a coat. In other words, the god of wisdom Hermes' combat power was far above that of the medium god Ermin. What level was that? That might be the level above the legendary level 8 god, level 9, it involved the domain of rules. After that, the god of wisdom just opened his mouth. There was no fluctuation of magic power, but the terrifying Cthulhu evil god instantly collapsed and disintegrated. At that time, their realm was low and they couldn't understand it. However, now that Ermin was a medium god, she still couldn't understand it. She couldn't feel any fluctuation of magic power. What did this mean? Back then, the god of wisdom Hermes was definitely not a simple level 8 god, it was very likely that he was the legendary and mysterious level 9, when she wasn't a god, she didn't know the power of the gods. Now, Ermin knew that a level 8 god could cross the world and wander the heavens. The higher one went, the difference between each realm was like heaven and earth. What kind of concept was a level 9 existence, the leader of the gods? It just matched the god of wisdom's identity as the leader of a group of level 8 gods in the land of the gods, and what exactly was level 9, there was no way for them to figure it out. They were like frogs in a well. If they didn't walk out of the well, they couldn't imagine what kind of existence it was. Back then, Ermin's voice was very bitter, and it still lingered in Medusa's ears. When I thought that I had become a god, that I could stand shoulder to shoulder with the other gods in the land of the gods, and when I walked out of that ancient well, I realized that I was already in another, even bigger well. As a lowly frog, I continued to gaze at the night sky. The stronger I became, the more I understood the greatness of Hermes, the god of wisdom. That once glorious history, all traces of the ancient god of wisdom's existence had disappeared. The 2 of them could only reminisce and look up to him in the netherworld. Back then, they had guessed to this point, and they were already clear about it. The god of wisdom, Hermes, might not be a native god of the sorcerer world, but of all the worlds. The land of the gods was an organization where countless rank 8 gods from various worlds gathered. The Magus world was merely a small world under them, however, such an organization had disappeared and died. What exactly was their opponent? A great calamity that would destroy an era? Or was it another god's organization? The truth behind it was too terrifying. Horror, fear, and astonishment were no longer sufficient to describe their feelings after defeating the evil god Cthulhu. And now, Ermin told me that the 2 of us have a guess about the doubts we had back then, the truth about the god of wisdom, Mercury? Her expression gradually turned cold. It was somewhat difficult to imagine the mysterious mystery of 1,000 years ago placed before her eyes. She continued reading. Frowny face Medusa, why did I make such a guess? First of all, when did the god of wisdom, Hermes, disappear? It was the end of the sorcerer era. The last time we met was when the evil god Cthulhu led us to declare war. At that time, he said, the land of the gods has always been resisting the invasion of other worlds. The gods of war, Ares and Enio, have already died in battle. The evil god Cthulhu has descended into this world, and he no longer has the time to deal with it. He can only smash his body and hand it over to us. That kind of faint tone was mixed with sorrow, as if a hero would never return. Then, he disappeared. At that time, after we dealt with the evil god Cthulhu, the sorcerer era was destroyed. We built the netherworld, and as a rank 8 god, I began to explore the land of the gods. I hoped to meet the gods of Achilles, but in the end, there was nothing. At that time, we guessed that we might have met with misfortune. We are fighting with the evil god Cthulhu, but they might also be fighting with the world or forces behind the evil god. The land of the gods has already been destroyed, and the god of wisdom, Hermes, is very likely dead. And when did the monarch Messiah appear? It was also at the end of the sorcerer era, which is also the time of Hermes' death. Both disappeared and appeared at the same time. Is it a coincidence? Medusa's expression gradually changed. It was indeed so. One died, and the other appeared. The time was completely tied up. This is the first. Second, the god of wisdom, Hermes, known by the world as the triple great Mercury, was omniscient. He once bestowed 3 witches with alchemy, witchcraft, and meditation. The 3 knowledge of alchemy, witchcraft, and meditation started the civilization of the sorcerer era. Then, the Messiah mysteriously appeared, and once he appeared, he also brought knowledge and wisdom, starting the civilization of the potion era. Is this another coincidence? Seeing this, Medusa frowned slightly, and a ripple appeared in his heart. It was indeed a bit of a coincidence. The former god of wisdom, Hermes, guided the mortals on earth and started the sorcerer era. And after the death of the god of wisdom, the monarch Messiah coincidentally appeared out of thin air, and also led the start of a new potion era. Then, after guiding the mortals to civilization, he disappeared again. It was very much like the god of wisdom, Hermes' style. We are getting closer to the truth. 2 people, or maybe 1 person. Medusa's expression completely froze, and he kept thinking, gradually revealing a thoughtful expression. What Ermin means is that the god of wisdom, Hermes, encountered a drastic change, and his realm fell greatly. He has long descended to the mortal world, and in fact, he is the most mysterious monarch Messiah in history. She thought about it and felt that it was impossible. For example, after all, he was the body of a god. How could he easily descend to the mortal world? As an ancient level 9 existence, no matter how weak he was, how could he be so weak? But she more or less believed it, and continued to read. Ermin was exceptionally intelligent, and her vision was higher. Perhaps she could see through many things. Ermin continued to write. The god of wisdom, naturally, would not be so weak. He should have really died. My personal guess is that the Messiah is an intelligent being born on the corpse of a god. What kind of existence is a level 9? No one knows. Perhaps after death, there will still be all kinds of abnormalities, and all kinds of divine beings will be born. Therefore, the Messiah at that time was born on the corpse of the god of wisdom, possessing the knowledge of the god of wisdom, Mercury. He knew everything, and instinctively began to fulfill his duty according to the remnant thoughts left by the god of wisdom, Hermes, and opened the next potion era. This was his last wish. In other words, the scene that we saw, then, after the Messiah fulfilled his duty, he disappeared, Medusa murmured. Perhaps, they were rapidly approaching the truth of history. Ermin continued to write. In this way, one more mystery can be explained. Why is he still immortal after 1,000 years of sleep? Because his body is likely to be a very small part of a level 9 existence. It is not surprising that he has all kinds of strange abilities. Then, what is the matter with Bai Shaoxing? Bai Shaoxing is not a living being, but a mirror image of some kind of living being. I now think that he is a comet left behind by the god of wisdom. This corresponds to my speculation in the letter. Bai Shaoxing may be the remnant thoughts left behind by a powerful dead being, some kind of natural imagination, omniscient and omnipotent, similar to our world's god of wisdom. And now, this dead being is our already dead god of wisdom. Hiss. This. How is this possible? Medusa's heart shook violently, and he took a deep breath. His expression began to become a little unnatural. He saw that it continued to write. The Messiah was born. At that time, his body had Bai Shaoxing, but later, when the Messiah was asleep, Bai Shaoxing left for some reason and wandered around the world. Only we met him. At this time, Bai Shaoxing returned to the body of the Messiah, and he is omniscient again. Regarding this point, I also have evidence. Bai Shaoxing needs equivalent exchange of knowledge. But in the hands of the Messiah, Bai Shaoxing does not need this, does not need any conditions? What is the reason? Why is the Messiah special? Perhaps it is because they were originally one. He is an ancient level 9 existence, and the corpse gave birth to one as reason, and the other as knowledge? This is simply. She was completely lost, and could no longer suppress the shock on her face. She was dumbfounded, and the shock in her heart was like a tidal wave, beating layer by layer, surging violently, but it was indeed a perfect fit. It seemed unbelievable, but it truly perfectly explained the beginning of the ancient era of the sorcerers, the incident with the evil god Cthulhu, and even the whereabouts of the land of the gods, the appearance and disappearance of the god of wisdom, Mercury. So, this is the entire historical truth of our sorcerer's world, the main text of history. Holding the letter in his hand, Medusa's heart was beating fast. His deep gaze seemed to pierce through the endless land, and he saw the black-haired, black-eyed young man who was talking about history in a bar in Will City. No wonder it is so clear, he himself is the real history. When the truth of the history of the sorcerer world was laid out in front of him, Medusa's mind went blank. This was unbelievable, but Ermin's description was intertwined with each other. The scattered clues perfectly pointed to the same unbelievable and terrible truth. In this series of thick and dense fog, the mystery of the Cthulhu's descent, the mystery of the land of the gods' disappearance, the mystery of the god of wisdom Hermes' disappearance, everything was completely explained. Medusa's heart was shaken. He carefully sorted out his thoughts according to Ermin's words. That is to say, after the death of the god of wisdom, Messiah and Bai Shaoxing were born from his corpse. One had 7 emotions and 6 desires, and the other had memory and wisdom. Before they separated, Bai Shaoxing traveled around the world, and in the end, we met Bai Shaoxing. Now, they fused again? And became a complete living being? Bai Shaoxing's existence was previously speculated to be an afterimage left behind by an existence that surpassed the gods. It symbolized wisdom, omniscience, and omnipotence. Saying that it was left behind after the death of the god of wisdom Mercury was a perfect explanation. And the god of wisdom Hermes was a level 9 existence, the leader of the gods. He wandered around the world and was related to the law of wisdom. It was not surprising that Bai Shaoxing knew so much. Yes, we have to think about it. Medusa already understood what Ermin meant. The god of wisdom Hermes was an ancient existence that saved the sorcerer world, the leader of the gods, and even a legendary level 9 existence. The sorcerer world was just a small world under the land of the gods that he ruled. What about the ancient desolate world? Bai Shaoxing walked there. Could it be that the ancient desolate world was also under his rule, above the gods? Were these level 9 existences that formed an organization and ruled over a world? She could not help but think about it, feeling that the unknown was very scary. But no matter what, now that the two worlds were fighting, this ancient existence had once ruled countless worlds and was above their worlds. The fight for him was too important. Bai Shaoxing, then what should I do in the future? Medusa's face froze. The figure of the black-haired, black-eyed Messiah sovereign appeared in front of his eyes. His face became solemn, not knowing what he was thinking. At the edge of the black and red bar sat a black clock tower. The cold night wind blew past. It's getting colder. Suji sat on the top of the tower, wearing a black cloak. He looked down at the ancient Western European architecture of the city from afar. Many people were wearing thick scarves and gloves as they walked on the streets in the cold night of 50 years. Shira, why don't you take over the caravan? Suji asked. Your revenge has been avenged. The merchants and power in the nearby cities have lost their masters. As long as you wish for it, it will return to your hands. Uncle Messiah, you want to kick me out? I don't want to go back to managing the caravan. I want to stay by Uncle's side. Shira poured some wine on the side. After stepping onto the cultivation potion system, her skin began to turn white, and the freckles on her face disappeared. She turned into a slender and beautiful girl. The improvement of one's realm was essentially an evolution of one's level of life. No expert was ugly. Even a pig would become extremely beautiful if it was cultivated to a high level. Of course, Lu Wenjian was an exception. Although his body had been tempered and cleansed by the sword, his face was still relatively ordinary. Due to the special nature of the power system, he was still an ordinary person. I'm not kicking you out. You can stay as long as you want. However, everyone has their own life and their own goals. Suji smiled. He took good care of this girl who stammered when she was nervous. After all, he had watched her grow up, and her personality was similar to Suji's. She was stubborn but brave and responsible. However, it was difficult for her to walk the path of a strong expert. Her cultivation talent was very ordinary, and it was even difficult for her to cultivate before. She might as well enjoy her life now. After all, most people in this world were ordinary people. My life and goal is to stay by Uncle's side, and witness all your glory. Shira chuckled and replied seriously, after all, inheriting Mohank's father's caravan is very boring. The two worlds are at war, and if we lose this war, there might not be a tomorrow. I feel like the power struggles are so boring. Suji was speechless. Uncle Messiah, can I ask you a question? She poured herself a glass of wine. After a moment of hesitation, she couldn't help but ask. Go ahead. Suji sipped the wine. Everyone in the bar is shocked and confused. They want to ask but don't dare to. Have you really lived for 1,000 years? Shira's voice was soft and gave people a sense of pity. She couldn't help but say, you are not a god, right? Suji could not help but laugh. He took a bite of the fruit and said, yes, I'm not a god. I'll die of old age too. I'm just using some special method to hibernate. For the entire world, nothing is truly eternal. Not even gods are truly immortal. There's an end to a god's life as well. It's just that it's very long and they haven't reached the end of their lifespan. Shira thought about it seriously. Just like the history you talked about? The great hero king, the 3 witches, and the alchemy emperor? Yes, they all disappeared in history. Then, what about the origin demon god who obtained the blood of immortality? That's another form. He doesn't have an end to his life, but he can still be killed. Suji's gaze softened as he stroked Shira's soft hair. Don't think too much. You're different from your lecherous father. You're too young and have your own path. There's no need to follow me. After you get your revenge, you can do whatever you want. Don't listen to those quasi-emperors in the bar. They talk nonsense all day. Shira leaned closer and blushed even more. When her hair was stroked, she secretly glanced at this mysterious black-haired, black-eyed ancient sovereign. He was handsome and his eyes were like the brightest stars in the night sky. They shone with silver light as he looked down at the entire Will city with a hint of indifference. Uncle Messiah's appearance had never changed since she was a child. Shira had seen many powerful experts in the bar, but only Uncle Messiah was different. He was very different. He didn't have the overwhelming pressure of a powerful expert or the decisiveness of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Even the righteous hero Yuka had a bloodthirsty and fierce look in his eyes in order to protect his people. Only this sovereign didn't have that. He was as friendly as nature and made people want to get close to him. There was a warm and relaxing feeling. You're talking about history to attract many powerful experts. There are already many quasi-emperors in the bar. Soon, there will be sovereigns. She licked her lips. You said before that you might lose your life. Are you waiting for them to find you? Shira wasn't stupid. As the oldest first-generation Messiah sovereign, he definitely had a shocking secret. Otherwise, he wouldn't know so many terrifying truths about history. And he had deliberately spread his secret and told it in front of everyone. He was waiting for the other sovereigns to find him. From the beginning to the end, he had been deliberately creating everything. Yes, I'm waiting for a... Suji paused. He did not say the part about being beaten up by society. I'm waiting for a trial, a chance encounter with fate. I'm looking forward to it. A person needs to experience something before they can understand their true nature. Uncle, do you want to understand your true nature? Shira stroked her hair in shock. As an ordinary person, she didn't understand why. To understand one's true nature, one would take the initiative to die. Was this what it meant to be a powerful expert? To become stronger and understand one's true nature, one could give up one's life. She didn't understand, but that didn't stop her from admiring him. Amazing. Suji was calm. He had waited for so many days. Why hadn't anyone come yet? The sexy god of creation was getting beaten up online. But what about the beating of society? Suji waited for a long time. Finally, he couldn't help but ask the subbrain what they were doing. Only then did he get the secret communication between the two of them about the letter. He was dumbfounded. Suji? Are you too crazy? I've already laid down to get beaten up. I made a big fuss about the history just to expose by Xianxia as a hostage in my hands and get ready to get beaten up. But you two are so cautious and crazy? It's really hard for me. Suji took a sip of wine and sat on the chair, grabbing a fruit and taking a bite. I know why you two like to make up the settings in your heads, and to such a complete extent. This setting seems quite interesting, but now, as compensation for not beating me up, this setting is now mine. He didn't think so much before. There were hundreds of mistakes, and he was still secretly thinking about how to fix the loophole in the land of the gods. The god of wisdom, Mercury, had disappeared for a long time. Most importantly, he didn't dare to appear in front of Ermin. After all, if he appeared, he would give himself away. Who knew that the last loophole in the sorcerer world would be fixed? It's perfect. Suji's expression was strange. This way, I can save on the construction of the land of the gods. Finally, I don't need the subbrain anymore. Anyway, your imagination is more complete. Yes. You're right. The secret that I, the great Emperor Messiah, hid so deeply was actually discovered by you too. You're really too smart. From today onwards, I am the will born from the corpse of the god of wisdom, Hermes, the great Emperor Messiah who is in charge of pleasure gardens and fine wine. I've successfully impersonated myself. Suji suddenly felt that this kind of life was very easy. There was no need to pretend anymore. In the past, he sat on the chair in front of the courtyard all day, munching on an apple, thinking about how to cover up the lie about the god of wisdom Mercury, and how to build the extremely difficult map of the land of the gods. As if a huge rock that had been pressing on his heart for a long time had been lifted, his whole body relaxed a lot. It was very easy to play himself. However, was it so difficult to get beaten up? Since they didn't beat me. Maybe I have to find a way to find a more tragic beating. Forget it, since I didn't succeed, I'll just follow my heart and let nature take its course. Suji's gaze became somewhat serious. It was still somewhat difficult to break through to the 7th level of the Great Path Emperor. This depended too much on fate. Some people broke through after a difficult battle, such as Medusa, who was beaten up by the great alchemist emperor, broke through to the 7th level before he died. Perhaps it was because of this that she became infatuated with being beaten up and became a battle maniac. More powerhouses, like when Lu Jian and Hu Renong, rolled around in the mortal world, experienced pain and despair, and climbed back up. Of course, there was also a lucky girl like Meng Mei, who gritted her teeth and worked hard for half her life, but there was no hope. Before she died, she began to give up and descended to the mortal world, but because she met an old friend by chance and felt emotional in the heavy rain, she quietly broke through to the next level. If you longed for it, it would not come. If you gave up, it would quietly come. The heart and the truth were really mysterious, and they were loyal supporters of Murphy's Law. But what could Suji do? To be honest, he was also very desperate. He did not know what he needed to experience now, but he would not break through if he waited obediently. He also understood his own weakness. He had only cultivated for a little more than a month, and he had reached the 6th level. Compared to the powerhouses of the sandbox transcendent world, he lacked the experience of fighting with the same level. But now that he was stopped, he could only give up. He thought for a while and calmed down. Since this method is not right and won't attract any waves, I'll quickly finish the last part and leave. Suji spent the rest of the time very leisurely. He continued to talk about history in the bar, correcting the truth of the Magus world in the era of magic potions. He made some contributions while he was idling around, making their civilization more complete. After all, he was happy to see the world pushing him forward. In a bar in Will City, a bard continued to tell his story. Speaking of which, Grantham, the great alchemy emperor, opened the door to the truth of alchemy. He studied airships in the sky, defeated Medusa, and imprisoned him on the other side of Oceanus, the land of darkness, Gorgon Alchemy Island. What? Everyone was startled. The surrounding quasi-emperors were all silent. They were shocked once again, and each time was more impactful than the last. Moreover, the faster Suji's narration was, the more concise it was, and the more shocking it was. I see. So the origin demon god, Medusa, was also imprisoned for hundreds of years. This. They had been waiting for this moment in history for a long time. Why did Gilgamesh's forbidden technique fail? It was buried deep in their hearts. This moment of deciphering was like a wine that had been brewing for a long time, slowly brewing in the ever-increasing anticipation. At this moment, when the wine bottle was opened and the wine was drunk, it was refreshing, and in front of them, this terrifying piece of history was indeed shocking, far exceeding everyone's expectations. The great alchemy emperor's alchemy could fight someone of a higher realm. As a 6th-grade legendary warrior, he had the epic combat power of a 7th-grade legendary warrior. This was absolutely shocking. No wonder he was known as the wisest and most powerful great alchemy emperor in history. Grant them, however, another question popped up in the crowd. Was it really okay to say that Medusa was the great alchemy emperor in a bar? Although it was true history, it was already talking about the current ruler, revealing the history of Medusa's defeat and gossiping. This was the origin demon god, the supreme ancestor of all beings, Medusa. They suddenly began to become nervous. With Medusa's cold and stern personality, the way this Messiah sovereign emperor would die, they could already predict it. He would definitely die a tragic death. He would even beg for death. As a great alchemy emperor, there were too many ways to torture people's souls. They were still quasi-emperors, so there was nothing they could do. What a pity. The great alchemy emperor is going to. It's good to tell the truth of the past, but, perhaps, we should wait for another 1,000 years. After the supreme existence of the present generation passes away, it would be better to announce this piece of history. How long do we have to wait? But by then, we will all be gone. And as an immortal demon god, will Medusa really die? In fact, no matter when it is explained, it will be the same. Let's go, or else we will be implicated. I want to leave too. That ancient existence's terrifying personality. Just thinking about it sends chills down my spine. That's right. It's said that the origin demonic god, Medusa, once invited Peter Han's sovereign emperor to admire the flowers together. She smiled and said that the purplish-blue flower was red, as beautiful as the rose. In the end, Peter Han's sovereign emperor insisted that this flower was purple with a hint of green. Could the origin demon god have made a mistake? In the next second, she fell out with him, and he was killed on the spot. Someone's voice was filled with horror. Just thinking about it made their bodies tremble in fear. I have also heard of this matter. It is even more terrifying. It is said that it was just an excuse. It is said that the supreme demon god had long set her eyes on Peter Han's unparalleled battle power and wanted to challenge him to a duel. In the end, Peter Han's battle power was very weak, and he was killed. She was very disappointed. This is too terrifying. Many quasi-emperors were shocked. No wonder in the past 1,000 years, many sovereigns and emperors have hidden their strength and fallen into a deep sleep. There is only one reason. It is because they are afraid that this supreme existence will come to them. This is the fear that has dominated the entire era of magic potions. The origin demon god, Medusa, has been suppressing countless experts. Just thinking about it makes my scalp tingle. If the Messiah Emperor is exposed like this, his fate will be much more terrifying than before. I won't go. I don't think she will be so cruel. Anyway, this is definitely the most important thing in my life. I am witnessing the past. Ridiculous. Just wait for your deaths. If the Messiah Emperor doesn't die after such provocation, I will strip naked and run 10 laps around Will City. A half-beast quasi-emperor laughed and walked out of the bar. There were many rumors in Will City, all of which were regretful. This was a historical truth-seeker, a sovereign emperor who sacrificed his life to restore history. The mysterious origin of the Messiah was gradually spread. Perhaps in the distant future, it would become a new historical epic. On this day in the bar, he became a god, he became a legend, but everyone knew that the fate that awaited him was that the ancient sovereigns and emperors would personally take action and surround him. Let's see how long he could last. In fact, it might even be the monarch Medusa who would personally take action and beat him into a bloody mist. Some of the quasi-emperors began to leave because of fear. The entire bar began to become sparse, but there were still people who insisted on listening. Uncle Messiah, that night, the bar was closed. Xianxia tidied up the table, her expression gentle and bitter. Why don't we not talk about it? Is this the reason why you came into being? To bring the truth to this world. No wonder you said that sooner or later someone would come looking for you. But even if you sacrifice your life, is it really that important to correct the poneglyph of history? It's okay, I'm waiting for him to come, Suji replied calmly. It's better to talk about this 1,000-year history to the end. Xianxia smiled bitterly. Was this a martyr, a wizard who pursued the truth, disregarding death? She suddenly stopped talking, but silently guarded the bar, waiting for the unknown danger to come. As an ordinary person, being able to witness the truth of history was already the happiest thing in life. Another day passed. In the city of Will, there was a hubbub of voices, and it had become the liveliest city in the vicinity. Suji continued to speak in the bar, telling the rest of the history. He had already reached the twilight years of the Alchemy Emperor, his legendary escape, and finally living a second life and making a comeback. He returned as a teenager. In the bar, many people had already seen the realistic scene in their minds, and their hearts were shaken. The Alchemy Emperor's true body was actually a slime? Yes, with the body of the weakest level 1 demon, he became the strongest in the world. That was his promise to the 7 little witches, a promise of a man. He fought hard and finally realized his unattainable dream. It is difficult to trace back the difficulties and setbacks he had experienced in his long history. The Alchemy Emperor was the most sentimental. He did not want to become a god, but to wait for them to return in the mortal world. Then, another day passed, and the story reached the death of the Alchemy Emperor. The year 804 of the Babylonian kingdom was the fall of an era, and it was the most tragic year. All the experts of the sorcerer sects, whether friend or foe, silently toasted, and even monarch Medusa was filled with emotion. At that time, there were countless conspirators in the kingdom, but no one disturbed or made a move during the 100-day ceremony. They quietly waited for the Alchemy Emperor to enter the tomb, and even Medusa did not choose to make a move. They respected this great emperor, and did not want to disturb him entering the tomb. The heavy feeling of history overwhelmed them. Someone choked. The year 804 of the Babylonian kingdom was the year of legend. They respected this unprecedented great Magus emperor. His greatness, virtuousness, and ability had thoroughly established the glory of the entire world. What left the deepest impression on me was this sentence: sorcerers represent the search for truth and knowledge. Give me endless knowledge, and I can move the entire world. They had been waiting for this piece of history for a very long time, even risking their lives. These quasi-emperors were looking forward to the truth of history, looking back to the distant ancient times, eager to know about this land, and the empire that once stood tall for thousands of years. They were like hard-working readers, and their endless expectations turned into sweet wine at this moment, dripping to their heart's content. They wished they could drink it all in one gulp. Awesome, it was simply too awesome, knowing the truth of history. So what if he was killed? For a moment, an irrational thought popped up in their minds. The poneglyph of history was a fatal temptation for many people. But then, they frowned slightly. Someone couldn't help but say, when the alchemist emperor died, the god of wisdom reappeared in history, to send the alchemist emperor off. Yeah, it runs through history. It's amazing and mysterious. Just how ancient was the god of wisdom, Hermes? He traveled through time, interspersed with the footprints of history, and witnessed the great era of heroes. However, after the era of magic potions, he completely disappeared. Our magic potion era has already lasted for 1,000 years. The Church of Light that serves this being has flourished, but there are no traces of him appearing. Will the great emperor, the monarch Messiah, tell us about the most mysterious god of wisdom in history, Mercury, and the real mystery of history? The surroundings discussed with each other, their eyes burning with anticipation. They had already fallen in love with drinking leisurely in the bar and listening to the stories of ancient times. It was very relaxing, there was no war, and they lived in harmony. It was as if they had become the ancient wizards who pursued the truth, constantly searching for the truth. At the end of the story, can you talk about this person? Someone asked. The highest mysterious truth of the sorcerer world, the god of wisdom, Mercury, and the true secret of the land of the gods. Suji only smiled. What do you want me to say? According to the crazy imagination of Ermin and Medusa, Suji shook his head. What he wanted to talk about was not nonsense, and what he wanted to talk about was the real history, not those made-up stories. Therefore, he naturally skipped this part. However, in the eyes of the crowd, Suji's smile turned into a kind of unfathomable foreshadowing of some kind. As soon as Suji finished speaking, the crowd looked at each other in confusion. Tomorrow, the 17th chapter of the Babylonian mythology, Age of the Evil Gods. In the next few days, Suji calmly talked about the age of the evil god Cthulhu. This was an era where gods became gods, but it was also the era where the wizards fell. It was nearing the end of Suji's history. He spoke in great detail and was very, very serious. He was a wandering poet who had a sudden impulse to talk about history in the bar, but he also spoke very happily. The audience listened very happily. These quasi-emperors had lived for hundreds of years, and at this time, they had completely let go of their anxiety and desire to become stronger. They relaxed and were incomparably relaxed and joyful. This kind of life was very good. Suji felt that this was a very interesting part of the journey. The story continued. Gradually, the audience felt the sorrow of that era, the fall of the people, and even the willingness to sacrifice their lives. Finally, when it came to Ermin, that heroic-like courageous person walked forward with great difficulty, bringing the emotions of the people to the peak. Countless people shed tears. Dead. Sob sob sob. They all died. The king of the beastmen, Emery. The ancestor of the three witches, Circe. Charlotte, who pursued friendship all her life. History will remember that era. The ancient sorcerers who pursued the truth opened up the underworld for us, the descendants. The sorcerer civilization gathered the dead that had accumulated for thousands of years. Countless lost lives were added to one body, just to make one person a god. Some people cried bitterly, as if they had seen the history of humanity 1,000 years ago. Suji spoke softly, as if he was reminiscing the past. He spoke the final words of this era, bringing it to a close. In the end, Ermin became a god and defeated the evil god Cthulhu. Medusa obtained the blood of eternal life and took over the body of the evil god Cthulhu, transforming into the origin demon god, Medusa. Everyone was shocked. This was the true truth of history. And in the entire city, the experts in the inns, bars, and houses were completely shocked when they heard this. Their expressions changed greatly, and there was an extremely complicated and panicked expression on their faces. This is the true origin of the origin demon god. Unbelievable. The origin demon god Medusa was originally a human? Countless people and experts in the entire city of Will were shocked. However, if he continued to talk about the history of those in power, with Medusa's personality, this monarch messiah emperor might, Suji spoke calmly. He intended to finish this part of his journey, to finish what he had started. Tomorrow, I will talk about the last part of history, which also symbolizes the end of this period of time for me. The first chapter of the era of potions, Messiah. That is my era. Everyone looked at this monarch messiah emperor, and their faces instantly trembled. After endless preparation, an uncontrollable thought completely exploded. Monarch messiah emperor, who is he? A piece of news quickly spread throughout many cities in the era of potions. The monarch messiah was telling the history of the past 1,000 years. It was coming to an end, and he was about to talk about his own era. Talk about his own era? Using his own era of the monarch messiah 1,000 years ago as the final end of history? Many people's expressions changed slightly. They felt a sense of heaviness from it, as well as the mysteriousness and power of the monarch messiah who had awakened from ancient times. He was actually talking about his ancient era 1,000 years ago as the end. So, he was already talking about the era of the monarch messiah. Would he talk about his life, about the secret of living for 1,000 years, tell me who my real identity is, about how he knew the past and the present? If I don't go and listen to this ancient history, I'll regret it for the rest of my life, some experts said calmly. I'll go. Even if I might die and encounter the monarch messiah sent by the demon god to capture and kill the monarch messiah, I'll still go. This risk is worth it. Countless people were in an uproar, and they all followed suit. Some people had already made up their minds to escape and not get involved in this mess, but they couldn't suppress their curiosity and quickly returned to Will City. Curiosity killed the cat, and it could also kill people. The name of the monarch Messiah had already resounded throughout the continent of the era of potions. The history of the past became a vast picture in the eyes of the people of the present. That night, Suji was very calm. The Messiah was the beginning of the era of potions, and it could be considered the end of his history. The era of potions was not too far away, and the people naturally recorded it very clearly. There was no need for him to talk about the era of potions that had not lost its own civilization. The Messiah's era is very short. After tomorrow, I'll leave the bar, Suji said at the dinner table. If you're done, where are you going? At the dinner table, Shira was extremely nervous. She even started to stutter and speak incoherently. Aren't we waiting for the ancient monarch Messiah to come and attack Uncle? Suji said calmly, they probably won't come, no matter how many secrets I reveal and how jealous they are. Shira's mind went blank. Won't come, what did that mean? It was the sovereign emperors. They were afraid, disbelief flashed through her eyes. She looked at the back of the black-haired, black-eyed young man as she tried to sort out her thoughts. Did this mean that all the other sovereigns and emperors from the ancient era of potions were afraid of him, the sovereign Messiah? What about the origin demon god? You don't have to be afraid, right? Shira kept trying to figure out the meaning behind this. Like the other quasi-emperors, she also burst out with intense anticipation. Looking forward to it, looking forward to the truth tomorrow, her eyes were burning, and her delicate body, which was tidying up the wine rack at the front desk, began to tremble. She was looking forward to the last day's narration of the historical era that belonged to Uncle Messiah, the era of the great emperor who suppressed the entire world. The next day, it was still a dark night. The night in this land lasted for a full 50 years, forever shrouded in darkness. The whole of Will City was densely packed with people. There were more people than ever before, and they had even reached some kind of peak. A small half of the experts of the potion continent had gathered here. It was simply unimaginable. This kind of prosperity had not been seen in 100 years. Only when the previous sovereigns and emperors had ascended the throne did the imperial capital experience such prosperity. At this time, Suji had already been narrating for a while. At that time, the king of the half-beastmen, Brahm, entered deep into human territory and used gene potions to continuously convert humans into half-beastmen. Gradually, he gathered tens of thousands of half-beastmen army and infected and assimilated them along the way. The imperial capital was quickly conquered, and Sovereign Wesley fled. At this time, Albert rushed over from the border. His impulsive decision destroyed the last hope of the entire human race. The human kingdom was about to be destroyed. The surrounding people listened quietly and were incomparably serious. But at this time, in the mountains that they surrounded, a living being suddenly descended from the sky. He called himself the Messiah. No one knew where he came from or where he was going. He was the most mysterious great emperor in the entire history of potions. At that time, he was not trying to save the humans, but to unify the entire world. Suji's voice was calm, as if he was narrating someone else's story. My God, was he going to continue like this? After listening for a while, some people felt that something was wrong. This was only narrating from the perspective of a bystander. He did not intend to reveal his own identity. They had been very expectant, but in the end, some key secrets were not revealed. Many people were not satisfied. This was too tantalizing. Damn it. So that's how it is. Previously, I guessed that it would be the same style as the previous ones. I would talk about it, but not in detail. From the perspective of a wandering bard, I wouldn't talk about the true identity of the alchemist emperor, where he came from, nor would I talk about how Ermin became a god. Then, why not? Is there something else? Maybe it's the most terrifying secret in the history of the world. It's not something we can listen to. Although they had long guessed this, they still felt very pained. They had risked their lives to come here to listen to the ending, to reveal the truth of the history of the entire world and the secret of the sovereign Messiah. In the end, he did not say anything. Shira, on the other hand, listened very seriously. She pricked up her ears, afraid that she would miss a single word. For her, the true identity of her uncle was not important. As an ordinary person, she did not care about the shocking secret of the entire world. Instead, she wanted to hear about the glorious era when her uncle Messiah suppressed the world. The black-haired and black-eyed young man continued in the bar. He calmed the entire era, but he did not rule the world. He had no ambition for power. Instead, he wandered the entire world and liked to drink and visit gardens. As the bard spoke, he suddenly saw something interesting, and a smile appeared in his eyes. A translucent ghost flashed, and a translucent ghost appeared in the bar. It was a white-haired old man. His face was withered, but his eyes were not as cloudy as an old man's. Instead, they were like the brightest stars. Xianxia had never seen anyone with such bright eyes. "Albert, I haven't seen you for 1,000 years. You've become very old," Suji said. The people around them were shocked. This was the legendary, the strongest human knight of that era that was mentioned in the historical story? Albert and Messiah. In the most ancient era of myths and legends, these two figures from 1,000 years ago had appeared. The people around them were stunned. They all felt that it was not real. Not good. As expected, someone came. Someone finally reacted. Looking at Albert, their expressions gradually froze. This was Albert, the second Potion Emperor in history after the Messiah era. At this time, he had already served the gods of the underworld. He must have come to punish them. With Medusa's personality, the sovereign Messiah would not be able to escape death. If I knew this, I wouldn't have come to listen. We're dead. We're really dead. The bar started to become chaotic. Many people were shocked and began to tremble in fear, frightened by the deterrence of the demon god. They had been hoping to get lucky, but they still ran into him. Uncle Messiah, Xianxia's face turned ashen when she saw who it was. In the end, he still came. The origin demon god was indeed ruthless. Albert patrolled the bar for a week. These experts from the 3 great kingdoms were all in the bar with their heads lowered, pretending to drink and eat. There was even a skeleton necromancer who was gulping down wine, looking terrified and quiet. The entire bar was silent, as if it was just an ordinary restaurant. Albert just smiled. He was not here to fight, but to convey a message from the demon god Medusa. Moreover, the meaning of the request made him feel extremely strange. "I didn't think it would really be you." Albert smiled bitterly and looked at the young man in front of him. "You say I'm old, that's natural. I gave up my body, turned into a soul, and slept in the depths of the underworld to live to this day, unlike you who still remain young." Suji looked at this old man, as if not much time had passed, and only 10 days had passed. Albert hesitated for a moment, but still said, "The demon god Medusa asked me to ask you if you still remember those nights when you were together and the sky was filled with stars? The surrounding quasi-emperors who were eating with their heads down? Their minds went blank, and some of them crashed. It was not the horrifying scene they had imagined, where the entire city of Will was destroyed, and then the shockwaves would kill them. Instead, it was a relatively calm tone, as if he was asking an old friend, and not questioning them. Didn't he say he would definitely die? Didn't he just come up and kill? So the monarch Messiah and the demon god knew each other? Their expressions became complicated, and they felt that it was very strange. Furthermore, this sentence. "I still remember the few nights we spent together." Why does it sound like the rebuke of a girl who was betrayed by a heartless man? But in the next second, they hurriedly shook off this thought, and instantly denied it. That bloody and murderous demon god, what kind of girl was that? Even a man was not as fierce as she was. Perhaps this was just a coincidence, and nothing could have happened. Perhaps it was to ask about something. As quasi-emperors, their hearts were still relatively calm. Suji was also silent for a moment. He knew that this was indeed to ask about something. The others did not understand the meaning, but he did. Medusa was asking himself if he had shared memories with Bai Shaoxing and saw the scenes of her and Bai Shaoxing studying together at night. She was incomparably fierce on the outside, exposing the softness in her heart to Bai Shaoxing, learning together. If he saw it, then she would kill him to silence him and take back Bai Shaoxing. Suji answered, "What night? We don't know each other." The surrounding quasi-emperors continued to sit in the bar and drink as if they did not hear anything. However, they were starting to lose their composure. He felt like he was going crazy. How could you not know each other? Otherwise, with the Fian Celestial's personality, he would have beaten you up. Long ago, the great Messiah monarch remembered thousands of years of history, but could not remember his night with Medusa. Why was his memory so weird? They were all trying to figure it out. They felt that something was wrong. Although they felt that it was impossible, it was indeed strange now. Could there really be some kind of vague relationship? He really wanted to run. We don't want to hear it. The more he knew, the faster he would die. Their hearts were on the verge of collapse. The undead skeleton mage, the green-skinned tall half-beast man, the giant sword human swordsman, none of them dared to take the lead. They stood up and continued to pretend to lower their heads to drink and eat. The bar was very quiet. Who knew that Albert would say again, "You don't remember those nights, it's good like this." Lord Demonic God said, "Only your heart belongs to her, Medusa." Everyone? They roared in their hearts and went completely crazy. Even if he did not remember the night with her, but his heart belonged to her, this was clearly the words of a crazy woman, but before they could react for a few seconds, Albert said the second half of the sentence, "And the great Messiah monarch, you yourself belong to Ermin." Hiss. Everyone's face was completely blank, lifeless, and they sucked in a breath of cold air. It turned out that not only Medusa, but also the great emperor of the underworld had been let down. Their chopsticks fell to the ground, and their legs were trembling in fear. This was too terrifying. Were they two different boats? Suji was speechless, but he instantly understood the hidden meaning of Medusa's words. They had already discussed to divide the loot, to divide the treasures of this ancient level 9 existence. He, the great emperor of the Messiah, belonged to Ermin, and his heart, which was the Bai Shaoxing in his body, belonged to Medusa. "I understand, but I won't agree with their way of doing things," Suji replied. The surrounding people pricked up their ears to eavesdrop, and they instantly collapsed even more. They couldn't believe their ears. Bastard. They were heartbroken. "You don't even want this." Those were two supreme beings. Beside them, Shira was also quietly cleaning up the chopsticks and pretending to carry the bowl, but she was so scared that she stuttered again. "Wow. Oh my god. What did I see?" That was Medusa. Origin demon god Medusa. The ancestor demon god who gave us all the source of power. Previously, Emperor Peterham was beaten to death just because he said that the purple-blue flower was not red. Uncle Messiah. So powerful, Shira covered her mouth with her small hand, her eyes filled with surprise and disbelief. Uncle Messiah was this powerful? Not only was there a demon god, but there was also the underworld emperor. Albert asked the next question, "Monarch Messiah, Lord Demon God, let me ask you one last question. Do you think we can win this battle?" The surroundings became deathly silent. There was no more sound. The mystery of Messiah rose to a new height. The two supreme ancient existences were actually asking for his opinion on this war. Everyone's eyes burned as they waited for the Monarch Messiah's answer. Based on the current situation, the gods on both sides were restraining each other and killing each other. The land of potions had far more powerful cultivators than the other side. Victory was inevitable. However, Monarch Messiah said, "Victory or defeat depends on the outcome of the battle." This instantly struck everyone's mind again. Did this mean that the ancient barren world still had a trump card? Then wouldn't the front line be attacked at any time? Many emperor candidates' expressions changed. "We must report this to the two supreme beings immediately." Albert also moved immediately, his expression extremely serious. He knew that since the two demon gods asked him to ask, it meant that their words were trustworthy. After all, this was a battle that involved the entire world. "I'll take my leave first." Albert disappeared into the bar. The surrounding emperor candidates were relieved. Their bodies felt weak. It was too scary to walk on the edge of life and death. At this time, the entire long history had been told and the truth had been revealed. However, the true identity of the Monarch Messiah hadn't been revealed yet. He himself was a huge new mystery in the long history. In everyone's minds, he brought an even bigger and more mysterious fog. Just who was the Monarch Messiah? They were two supreme beings, their hearts were in a frenzy. It was as if a pit had not been filled, and new pits had been dug. Even the Lord Devil God seemed to have some unclear relationship with him. "Monarch Messiah, farewell. I'll take my leave too." The front line might be in trouble. I'll go take a look. In the end, they left because their little hearts couldn't take it anymore. Moreover, the history had ended here and the bar was about to close. There was no need for them to stay. All the people in the bar disappeared without a trace. It's over. Suji stood up indifferently. Looking at the empty bar, he slowly walked out. I finished the story of the Monarch Messiah. It's a perfect ending. I should get up and go somewhere else. Since I can't understand my heart, I'll stop for a while. It's time to do business. Uncle, where are we going? Shira's voice trembled. She hurriedly rolled up her bag and wanted to follow. To the front line, the Blood Realm Grand Realm. I want to see a piece of history, Suji said. You can come with me if you want. What history? Shira didn't understand. Suji smiled. To witness the current history. This is the end and a new beginning. The war between the two worlds is about to erupt. I'm afraid the winner will be decided soon. Will it be a new life? Or destruction? Who will win and who will lose? Victory? How can it be so fast? They've been fighting for more than 10 years? Shira trembled. She remembered Uncle Messiah's words. Was there really a problem at the front line? After all, the other side was far weaker than us. In fact, Suji was right. The primordial world was at a great disadvantage, but they had a group of players and a forum outside. They had been secretly planning for a long time. Since the history was over, it was time to go and take a look. The war between the two worlds was the real business. A cold wind blew in the pitch-black night. A black carriage with patterns on it sped forward. The interior of the carriage was paved with luxurious animal hides, and there was exquisite furniture on both sides. It was like a small room. Suji was leisurely eating in the carriage. Next to him, Shira sat quietly and helped him peel fruits. She kept taking out wine and cups from her spatial ring and arranging them carefully. Uncle Messiah really knew how to enjoy himself. Shira kept arranging things carefully, thinking that as expected of the sovereign emperor who was in charge of the garden and wine. While preparing, Shira couldn't help but ask, what exactly happened? Suji took a bite of fruit and said leisurely, in another world, the primordial world. Earth-shattering changes are happening there. They're planning something big and earth-shattering. Our history has been told in the bar. We can go to the Blood Realm and witness the current history. After telling the past history, witness the current history, Shira's eyes widened and she shouted, we're going to the battlefield? Witness the current history? Ah. You mean they can threaten us? Isn't that world very weak right now, and they have very few epic emperors? Suji said, even the most difficult and desperate situation can create incredible miracles. There have always been many miracles and reversals in history. Wasn't the history of the alchemy emperor in his later years the same? Shira didn't understand. However, the mysterious and heaven-defying rise of the alchemy emperor in his later years was indeed admirable. As Suji ate the fruit, the sweet juice overflowed from his taste buds. He continued, it's hard to say. You'll know when you go there. Their world seems weak, but it's not to be underestimated. They're still in their heyday and advancing triumphantly, unlike the era of potions. Although they've developed for 1,000 years, they've also reached a bottleneck. This is also one of the reasons why the demon god Medusa started the war. She wanted to break through a pool of stagnant water. Shira was stunned. She really couldn't understand the world of the big shots. Did they have to kill people? Wouldn't it be better for both sides to live in peace? Suji glanced at her. Killing, war, blood, death. These aren't just the will of the demon god. They're the will of all the strong. The monarch of potions, the great emperor, and even the celestial emperor of the ancient barren world. They're all condoning all of this. They're longing for death. They understand the meaning of their lives. Why? Why is it like this? Shira trembled in disbelief. Did they allow this disaster to happen? Suji gazed at the sky outside the carriage, at the pitch-black sky. It is very cruel, but this is the reality. In the transcendent world, only the people of the lower and middle levels experience hardship. The people in power in the upper levels, the sovereigns, the great emperors, and the gods naturally benefit to varying degrees. No matter which expert it is, they all long for a hearty battle. They all have the heart of invincibility and believe that they are invincible. They've already reached the peak of their realm. What awaits them is only old age, drowning in the long river of history, becoming a snow-white wave that rises and melts into the river. They've been sleeping until now for this period. They're waiting for the day when they rise with the wind and soar 90,000 miles into the sky. They want to jump out of the rolling waves of history, become birds, and imprint themselves in the sky for eternity. They want to become gods who look down on the river of history and see the rise and fall of the dynasties. They want to be supreme, have limitless power, and have a long and boundless life. That's what they want. Suji said calmly. This is the truth of the world. Boom, Shira's mind seemed to explode, shaking her heart. She might not have understood it before, but now that she heard the long history, she seemed to understand this kind of pursuit. Don't think too highly of the strong. They're also mortals. For example, your father, Mohank, pursued a powerful caravan, ruled a few nearby cities, and had many beauties. Their pursuit is just better. Suji's voice was extremely calm and had a certain charm. Longevity, power, eternity, level 8 mythical life, Shira seemed to understand and hurriedly said, this is an opportunity. They're all sovereigns in history. They've been invincible for an era, and they have countless trump cards. They don't believe that they'll die, but that they'll transcend. But, Shira suddenly fell silent. She wailed, and her body trembled uncontrollably. They don't believe that they'll die? No matter how powerful they are, someone has to die. They're unique in a certain period of history, but in the current history, they won't be the only ones. You've seen through a lot. Suji explained seriously, this battle will depend on who will be able to transcend and become one of their supreme existences. Suji looked out of the carriage window. Or maybe, this battle was too intense. In a war between the two worlds, there would not only be one god born. Suji shook his head. He wouldn't understand how many there were. However, this was definitely the greatest energy feedback in history. They wanted someone to transcend, and Suji would also receive the same feedback. In a sense, they were the same goal. All he had to do was ignore them and watch from the sidelines. As for Taoist heart, that was still a problem. It was what he wanted to think about and worry about. And on the side of the desolate world, there were a few red names and a bunch of netizens. How could they just wait for death? They were already stirring up trouble in secret. At this time, Shira couldn't help but ask, Uncle, what's the secret between you and Lord Devil? Who are you? Her heart was so eager, like tens of thousands of ants crawling on it, scratching her heart. Suji was helpless. This was a misunderstanding. But with Medusa's personality, he naturally didn't care about other people's misunderstandings and opinions. And who exactly was he, according to Medusa and Ermin's explanation? It was not good to explain. Suji replied, this is not something you should know now. Oh, I see. Shira nodded and didn't ask any more. She continued to be a servant and continued to serve tea and water. These guys are stirring up trouble again. Your ideas are very bold. After comforting Shira, he sat in the carriage and ate. In front of him, a translucent image was projected from the subbrain. It was the Spore Evolution Forum. Posts were being sent crazily. The world was turned upside down. With their personalities, how could they just sit and wait for death? At this time, a post had been pinned at the top. It was a declaration of war, epic war, brothers, beat the drums. Online crusade against my old enemy, Medusa. Reverse the desperate situation. Suji smiled. Sure enough, it had already begun. I'll take a look. Just as he was about to read the thread and silently observe the enemy camp to investigate the player's every move, an unimaginable message was sent by the AI subbrain. Someone is exploring the location of the Zerg Queen's orchard. Who's messing with me? Suji's expression gradually froze. He was momentarily stunned as he found this bizarre. The subbrain had blocked all the exploration methods that the players could think of, so there was no way to locate the orchard in real life. Do not underestimate the technology of the Zergs. But how could they locate the orchard? In fact, it was not like there were no loopholes. After all, the phoenix from before had created space travel in order to break through the barrier and travel to another world. This special method could bypass the barrier and locate the orchard. Could it be the law of causality? Capital City, in a luxurious room. The decor was elegant. There was a pink bed with a few dolls beside it. There was a small walk-in closet with branded bags, shoes, and all kinds of expensive luxury goods. Beside the walk-in closet was a wall of figurines. There were all kinds of exquisite figurines, which added up to millions, not to mention the luxury walk-in closet. The life of the rich is so peaceful and boring. Since I was young, everything I did was smooth sailing. This is so frustrating. Can't I just take a beating from society and torture myself? The cute girl murmured. I want to get beaten up. She suddenly shouted. She was wearing white pajamas with a cute little bear pattern on it. She stretched her back and sat in front of the computer, typing away on the keyboard. I didn't expect that my luck in real life would be brought into the game as well. I listened to the preaching of the Taoist who created the world, became the green vine earth mother, and then became the builder tree, blessed all living beings, and took Taoist Xianxia as his disciple. What an amazing journey. Only she herself knew how lucky she was. When she was born into an extremely wealthy family. She was tall and beautiful, and her physical condition was simply invincible. She was the peak that many people dreamed of in their lifetime. Moreover, when she was born, her father's business advanced by leaps and bounds. When she was 8, her father brought her to a fortune teller. The fortune teller said that she had the kind of fortune that defied the heavens. Her father instantly treasured her, and indeed, her father managed to overcome all kinds of dangers. Her father wanted to worship her like a god of wealth, offering her fruits and incense every day, and serving her well. I am God's favorite Zai Zai. The cute girl crossed her legs and looked very serious. I think I'm one of the luckiest people on earth. I don't have anything to pursue in reality. The only thing I'm interested in is this unknown game from another world. The Alchemy Emperor, Speed of Mount Akina, Xiao now scaring downhill, and the red-named players like Nameless Dragon, these famous players. They were indeed stronger than her, had entered earlier than her, and were smarter than her. But none of them could beat him. This was luck. Throughout history, there had been countless geniuses, but many of them had died. It was not enough to rely on one's own talent alone. There was also luck. Looking at the long history, which of the rulers who were able to rise did not have amazing luck? For example, Liu Bang was the son of the Crimson Emperor. Regardless of whether the legend was true or not, his luck must be heaven-defying. He did have talent and wisdom, but if he didn't have heaven-defying luck, how could he have all kinds of hidden geniuses, generals, and ministers to assist him? Even if he had been born in poverty, he would not have been able to reach that stage. A person's luck was very important, even more important than one's talent. She was the kind of lucky person who could pick up martial arts secret manuals after falling off a cliff. Those Africans, no matter how hard they work, they can only be used as a lightning hammer. With the existence of Slime's existence of 10 rose coins, a person's luck is too important. How can they compete with me? The cute girl muttered to herself. She suddenly walked over to the window with her hands behind her back. She had a domineering and arrogant attitude. Especially after I established the dragon vein and condensed the incense flames of a dynasty's karmic luck, the karmic luck seemed to have turned into a golden dragon, making my luck even stronger. If I said that I had small luck, now I have great luck. I'm the most beloved child of God. I'm the most beloved girl of the God of creation. That's why I want to pursue my God. The better her luck was, it was not only reflected in the game. In reality, it was also imperceptibly reflected. It was as if the dragon vein luck of the primordial world had blessed her in reality. It's as if our two worlds are in the same world. I can feel the blessing of the great Zhou dynasty on my luck. What a magical game. The cute girl looked at herself in the mirror. She was getting more and more beautiful, and her body was getting better. She turned around in front of the mirror and smiled. Moreover, it seems that the closer I get to the south, the more I can feel that kind of mysterious pull. Should I drive there and follow my feelings to find it? The cute girl rested her chin on her hand. Anyway, the local female Ivy often goes out to watch movies and travel everywhere. Suji? This person has a lot of inner drama. She's still doing crazy things. Could it be that she can really follow her feelings and find my orchard with her luck? Luck, then there are metaphysical things too? He took a deep breath. Speaking of which, he had worked so hard for so long, but he had not been able to understand the Tao heart. Yet, this guy just casually walked around and understood the Tao heart. Suji had noticed this guy's luck a long time ago. At that time, he only thought that it was a momentary stroke of luck. He did not expect that it would really be smooth sailing. Moreover, when Medusa had set up a trap for her to jump into, under various coincidences, she had also survived the danger. She was still living freely in the other party's world as a fake saintess. Is there really such a thing as destiny in this world? Can danger be turned into safety no matter where I go? Sitting in the carriage, Suji felt a headache coming on and asked the subbrain of wisdom. The subbrain of wisdom said in a mechanical voice, on a planet of life, the thoughts and incense of countless living beings will gather and form the consciousness of all living beings, which is what you often call Earth's consciousness, Gaia. It will unintentionally favor some living beings and become the child of providence, which is what you call the chosen ones. There really is Earth's consciousness? Suji was stunned for a few seconds. He did not think of this. Of course, there is. The subbrain of wisdom replied, this is just like the incense system of the desolate world, which gathers to form the heavenly Tao. If it can be realized in the sand table world, it can naturally be realized on this planet. However, on an ordinary planet without extraordinary life forms, the consciousness of all living beings is very ordinary, hazy, and the lowest existence, without self-consciousness. Suji naturally understood this. He went to the cinema to attract incense, but in the end, he absorbed too little. The subbrain of wisdom continued to explain, some extraordinary planets have many powerful beings, and the consciousness of the planet will also be stronger, or even stronger, will form a consciousness of life, and through some kind of opportunity, become a demon. That is also a kind of life form, called an ionic life form, which is also a planet's heavenly Tao. Is the consciousness of a planet very powerful? Suji asked. Earth is not a consciousness, and a group of mortals cannot produce a heavenly Tao. The true heavenly Tao is very rare and very powerful. In the entire universe, there are many forms of life. 99% of them are carbon-based and silicon-based, and many are rare unique life forms such as ionic life forms, causality life forms, and even some unknown forbidden life forms in the universe. They are so terrifying that they can instantly destroy any top level 9 or level 10 civilizations. They are in the category that cannot be provoked, the subbrain said. Our Zerg race is only the pinnacle of carbon-based life forms. We can evolve into flesh and blood life forms of any structure, but we also have limitations. Suji nodded. He had long known that the talent of the Zerg race was very heaven-defying, and they had unlimited potential for development. However, they were not invincible. The previous Zerg race Queen Zerg had flown into a certain high-dimensional world and been beaten to death. A wretched farming style was the way to go. According to the classification, level 1 to level 7 civilizations were low-level civilizations. Those with level 8 existences were middle-level civilizations, and level 8 civilizations were those that could begin to cross planets. The extent of the leap was a qualitative change. Those with level 9 existences were level 9 civilizations, and they were already rare high-level civilizations in the universe. He did not dare to try to figure out what would happen after that. Suji did not mind. After all, he was squatting at home and growing his own crops. Back to the matter at hand. In other words, this is similar to the heavenly Tao of the primordial world. However, the heavenly Tao formed by the consciousness of countless life forms is too weak after hundreds of millions of years on Earth. It is simply dispensable. The truly powerful one is the indigenous heavenly Tao of an extraordinary planet, which is a certain form of life form. Suji felt that perhaps those extraordinary planets in the universe were really heaven-defying. It turns out that Meng Mei indeed has some great luck. She was able to go smoothly in the sand table world because this sand table is also on Earth. It is a part of Earth. Originally, on this ordinary Earth, her luck was not very good. At most, she would be rich and reach the peak of her life. She would not become a child of destiny or become a god or immortal. However, he had built an extraordinary sand table world, and she entered it and instantly showed off her power. After thinking through all this, Suji did not know whether to laugh or cry. He also completely understood many rules. She really did have Earth's consciousness. She is not the only one. There are dozens of people on the entire planet who are favored. The amount of luck shrouded her is only average, the subbrain replied. However, she has the incense of the primordial world, and the power of a nation, of her luck has naturally increased. This person is getting more and more lucky. But I don't need to care. Suji thought for a moment. A person's luck is also a kind of talent. It's the same as talent. Even if Sister Meng becomes a saint, so what? It's equivalent to becoming my person, indirectly using and controlling Earth's consciousness. The stronger she is, I'm afraid she'll be able to absorb more providence. Although it is weak, it of life, Ji is still a planet. Tao of life. Meng Yang Meng might be of. He. Perhaps I will. Of this of Tao of, percent Ji might could help. Of. Maybe I should pay attention to Meng might help me. Earth's heavenly Tao? Suji thought for a while. He had built a small sand table. Maybe knowing this would be helpful to him. In the room, Meng Mei did not know that she was being targeted by the game's operator. She thought that her real identity was very secretive. She crossed her legs and happily posted in front of the computer. Epic war. Brothers, let the war drums beat. Online crusade against my old enemy, Medusa. Turn the situation around. At this moment, the whole forum was very lively. Our reporter, Meng Mei, evolved into Qinglong, reporting, recently, the neighboring sorcerer world, due to the bad environment, the discharge of all kinds of dirty water and garbage, which caused the atmosphere to be weak and the whole world to be cold, invaded our world. I, the Green Vine Mother, declare once again that the territory of the primordial world is sacred and inviolable. To be honest, there is a huge difference in the combat power of both sides. But the few red-named players and me are not to be trifled with. Gritting teeth, red-named players, when you were the Cthulhu evil god, you set a trap and killed Medusa, bringing her back from the dead. Of course, you can beat her up again. Meng Mei's words were very arrogant. No matter what, morale could not be lost. She had to brag. But the people around her were still discussing. How? The difference in military power is too big. Confused, yeah, the other side has too many sovereigns and emperors, and we have too few celestial emperors. Although each of them is very powerful, they can't fight against a bunch of gays. Laughing face, also, the potion professions that were left behind back then, the back door, are already useless, right? After 1,000 years of development, the potion system has been completely perfected. Even the current Cthulhu evil god is a little incomprehensible to them. Medusa is not stupid. After occupying the body of the Cthulhu evil god, she will definitely take it for herself. She will not leave any loopholes for others to take away. Omega, there was a lot of discussion. They were familiar with the system of the potion era, and it was even developed by the players. But now, after 1,000 years, it had transformed into something that they could not recognize. There were hundreds of professions, and it was an extremely mature system. It's okay, we already have a plan, learn to save the world. Meng Mei said. Learn to save the world? Everyone was shocked and did not understand what she meant. This again? There was nothing that could not be solved by learning? If there was, then it was to double the learning, but they had already come knocking on their door. What did she mean by learning now? Relying on excellent knowledge, pioneering peerless skills, like the 9 revolutions mysterious art, to turn the tables? You are too young. You will never think of what we are going to do. If you can think of it, then wouldn't Medusa also think of it? In order to stop the enemy, even if we have to pay with our lives, we will not hesitate. After all, we are too old. We have lived for more than 900 years, and we are almost at the end of our lives. We do not have many years left to live. Since we are going to die of old age, we will make a final contribution to the land we once lived in. We will not hesitate to protect this pure land with our lives. Meng Mei said affectionately, we are players. We are not afraid of death. We also love this land deeply. We once laughed for it and cried for it. The scenes of the Western era made people sigh with emotion. Everyone, please bear witness to our deaths. There was a moment of silence. Looking at the time, Meng Mei and the others had already been in for 9 days. Don't worry, you will soon see the screenshot. I plan to start a live broadcast now. Screenshot. A picture was quickly sent out. The war has begun. Come, bear witness to our deaths. World of blood. The ground was soaked in blood. Celestial Emperor Battler stood quietly on the ground. His overwhelming energy was enough to shatter the sky and crack the earth. He was a celestial emperor, an extremely powerful celestial emperor. He was in charge of the blue cloud's heaven. The Battle Emperor was very old, he could be traced back to the time when the world was created. He was the first ancestor of the witches, the teacher of the 12 witches. He used to be called the Battle God, he was invincible, but now he was protecting the celestial world and the mortals. As long as I'm here, I won't let you take even half a step inside. Tian Tu was covered in blood. He shouted in anger. His voice spread across the sky, shaking the earth. Hee, Battle Emperor Tian Tu, you're very strong. I have to admit that. But so what? You've already been ambushed by us. How many of us can you stop? You're too old. You've lived since the beginning of your world. You're already on the verge of death. What can you do? Said an ancient sovereign emperor. Apart from the heavenly path, you're the only one who has successfully cultivated the 9 revolution mysterious art. So what? We're prepared. We can't find your acupoints, but we can test them one by one, said another sovereign emperor. Even if I die of old age, I'll drag you down with me. Grand Emperor Tian Tu attacked. Die. This was Tian Tu's last battle. He fought against 13 demon emperors alone. His 8-armed true form attacked crazily. The sky was falling, the earth was cracking, and the world was shaking. The war emperor's battle techniques were unparalleled. His 8 arms attacked endlessly, and his leg techniques were astonishing. He opened up 9 great battle characters, using all of his power to fight against 13 ancient devil medicine celestial emperors alone. Eh? You're exhausted. You don't have the lives in your inner world? Are you afraid that you'll be crushed and the lives you're carrying will die? Sneered someone. Ridiculous. You're still worried about those mortals before you die? They're just ants. It doesn't matter how many of them there are. It'll be even easier for you to kill them without any energy. The sovereigns and great emperors spoke coldly. Naturally, they were still vigilant and silent. The other party's combat strength system was difficult to cultivate, but the upper limit was very high. His combat strength was 3 to 4 times that of their own at the same cultivation level. Their own combat strength at the same cultivation level was already very terrifying, but the other party could actually fight against all 13 of them at the same time. This was simply infuriating. They had also heard of the man's history. Tian Tu and Di Tian fought for the title of god. Di Tian beheaded him and buried him under the Changyang mountain. He was one of the oldest celestial emperors. Boom, suddenly, the heavenly battled arch punched down. Primal chaos light revolved around his palm. A sovereign martial emperor screamed and exploded into a mist of blood. However, the heavenly battled arch was also severely injured. He only killed one of us. Continue to kill him. He won't be able to hold on for long. The demonic herb monarch martial emperors surrounding Xiaochen did not seem to be afraid. They did not grieve for him as they continued to speak calmly. On the battlefield, when the other heaven emperors saw this, they were enraged and wanted to help. They roared in anger and wanted to rush over, but they were stopped by the potion emperors. Don't worry, it will be your turn soon. One of the strongest celestial emperors is dead. You won't have much time left. This was an ambush. They had paid a great price to stop the other heaven emperors. There were many casualties, but the price was worth it. They wanted to kill Tian Tu battle god on the spot. Boom, a violent collision. Terrifying light spread out. Tian Tu battle god's ancestral sorcerer true form kept on shattering. Death and rebirth alternated. No matter how strong his recovery ability was, it was destroyed in the repeated battles. Another two potion monarch martial emperors died. Tian II battle god was on the verge of death. He was not immortal after all, and he did not have many living beings in his inner world. I can't accept this. Tian II great monarch roared. His hair was disheveled. There was a kind of resolute clarity and hot blood in his eyes. This expression made countless people sad and moved. I've lived for almost 1,000 years. Am I going to die today? His body was already on the verge of death. In the end, he released a furious roar. Blood scattered across the ground. He killed another potion great emperor before his death. He was filled with intense unwillingness. If it wasn't for me being too old and full of stamina, I might not be your match. Whoosh, his blood dripped down. His body was broken and he lost all signs of life. Battle god, countless people groaned and crawled on the ground. Their cries shook the world. This ancestral witch ancestor had died. He was a peerless hero of the ancient times, but unfortunately, time had taken away his youth today. This ancient celestial emperor who guarded the heavenly court had secluded himself from the world for hundreds of years, but at this time, he still chose to take action. He dragged his aged body, and at the moment when everyone was at their most desperate, he stood in front of the entire world and fought for all living beings. He could have escaped, but someone choked with tears. Tian II great monarch was one of the oldest existences since the world was created. He was known as the ancestral sorcerer. His achievements were shocking. He created the ancestral sorcerer race, overthrew the era of the Khanate ancient gods, and established the ancestral sorcerer celestial court. But his achievements were stolen. The Dantian cultivation method he created was body cultivation. It was another system apart from the ancestral sorcerer race. It was known as the Two Mother Scriptures. It laid the foundation for the later generations. Many celestial monarchs followed his path. It could be said that without him, there would be no body cultivation in the world. Devils, monsters, Buddhas, immortals, and gods, destroy the word sorcerer. Sorcerer, say the word rebel. At this moment, some of the elders of the shaman tribe were shouting, roaring, and crying bitterly. This was the fall and silence of an era. Many people cried bitterly. If Tian II and the Arch hadn't fought for supremacy and caused havoc in the heavenly court, he wouldn't have been suppressed under the Changyang mountain for 500 years. According to the ancient legend, Tian II great monarch was one of the ancient primordial treasures that created the world. He was a stone in the Dongxing divine continent that was sentient. Every time he was blessed by the heavens, the earth, the sun, and the moon, he felt it for a long time. He gave birth to an immortal embryo and turned into a stone man. If the war god hadn't lost his treasure, the golden cudgel, he wouldn't have fought so hard with the 9 transformation mystic arts indestructible golden body. An elder of the sorcerer tribe cried. That's right, this ancient being had to go through 81 tribulations in order to become a fighting god. As they mourned, the scene changed. Whoosh. On the bright red ground, Su Ji and Shira stopped the carriage and watched the scene from afar. Shira covered her mouth and exclaimed, that war god is a heroic selfless heaven emperor who protects all living beings on the earth. He isn't afraid of death, and he has to drag his old body to block the invaders. Shira became sad. Yes, he's barehanded. If he hadn't lost his weapon, the golden cudgel, Su Ji smiled and didn't deny it. He's selling his persona. What is persona? Shira was confused. Su Ji didn't answer. He knew very well what the red-named players were like. They were all cunning. Their current behavior was probably like those stars who sold their persona like crazy in order to increase their fan base. They had a studio behind them to attract the fans' worship. Su Ji immediately felt a headache coming on. He took out a book from the primordial world, a personal biography that was selling like hotcakes at the moment, Legend of the God of War. He flipped through it, reading 10 lines at a single glance. It was a tragic coming-of-age story. You're trying to create a heroic persona and background story for yourself. Woo. Woo. The Tiantu Great Emperor is dead. Throughout the desolate heaven and earth, in the mortal world, there were old people and children who walked out with the legend of the God of War in their hands, howling and crying hysterically. Their sorrowful cries and their faith gradually transformed into invisible threads that flew into the sky. In the heavenly realm, many ancient existences cried and their thoughts turned into clouds. Gradually, the dragon vein of the great Zhou dynasty gathered and shook. It turned into a golden dragon that flew into the sky. It shone brightly and lit up the entire dynasty. Boom, countless thoughts gathered and formed a figure of order. It gradually turned into a living being of flesh and blood. It was an unparalleled and majestic figure. His black hair danced wildly in the wind. He wore a golden war god armor and a purple gold crown on his head. He wore cloud-walking shoes and held a golden cudgel that contained endless light and fire. It was as if the entire world would be torn apart if he moved it slightly. It's the war god. He's back. Many people had tears in their eyes. The demonic herb monarch martial emperors at the side were shocked. Impossible. Only Hu Renong of the great Zhou dynasty can be reborn. His achievements will be imprinted in the hearts of all beings. That's impossible. That's impossible. A heavenly the arch needs too much energy. Countless officials, experts, scholars, and all beings in the great Zhou dynasty can only provide for one heavenly the arch, Hu Renong. It's impossible to provide for a second heavenly the arch. The Tiantu battle god smiled and caressed the peerless godly weapon. It's really possible to secretly add a persona. Is it? A godly weapon formed from the wishes of all beings? I'm alive again. He leaped into the air and swung the cudgel down. We were born free. Who dares to be high and mighty? Who dares to fight me? I think, therefore I am. The war god's eyes lit up the instant he flew into the sky. Boom, a bolt of lightning flashed and lit up his figure. The domineering aura of Tiantu and heavenly the arch battle god was imprinted in the eternal history of 1,000 years. I'm alive again, his heart was pounding. He could not help but screenshot. In the distance, the great emperors of the era of potions looked at this scene in astonishment. The god of war was the oldest celestial emperor. They didn't expect him to come back to life. This was almost impossible. Not to mention the fact that this battle god emperor did not cultivate the incense flame Dao, it would be very difficult for him to achieve a great achievement that would be forever engraved in the hearts of all living beings in a short period of time. That was a supreme glory that almost no one could achieve. This is impossible. Absolutely impossible. Even if he can be immortalized, the Zhou dynasty can only accommodate one celestial emperor. How can a second one be revived? An emperor had snuck into the Zhou dynasty and killed many worshippers. He knew how the Zhou dynasty worked, so he couldn't believe what he was seeing. No matter how he thought about it, it was impossible. But it was done. The ancient barren world has too many hidden cards. Maybe this is just the tip of the iceberg. The demonic herb sovereign emperors finally panicked. The resurrected battle god was clearly different from before. He looked much stronger than before. His aged body had been replenished by the wish energy of the masses, and he had returned to his prime. God of war, you've been revived from the dead. Is this a trap you've prepared? You want to go against the heavens? One of the skeletal undead emperors roared angrily. He seemed extremely furious. They were starting to fear. At this moment, Meng Mei was broadcasting in the forum. Screenshots were posted one after another. They even formed a slideshow, like a movie. This was a special feature added to the Spore Evolution forum recently. It provided continuous playback of screenshots. The continuous pictures made people feel like they were watching a Xianxia movie, a live broadcast of a war between two worlds. When the netizens saw Celestial Emperor Battler and Tiantu Emperor fall into a trap and get surrounded, they all tensed up. Tiantu Emperor's unyielding spirit touched every single one of their hearts. What? Are they really going to die? Confused, sigh. I feel a little emotional. Time flies, and it's been 900 years. Although it's only been a little more than a week, I can't believe that the once red-named Baal has achieved this. Although his life is about to end, he could have retreated. Instead, he stood up to protect the land. Emotional, even red names have a selfless side to them. They've changed. They turned over a new leaf. Tears, everyone in front of their computers saw the scene. A blood-soaked ancestral shaman heavenly emperor laughed loudly as he fought. His gaze was clear and filled with hot blood, moving one's countenance. They thought that look of saving all living beings couldn't be faked. The scene changed rapidly. Soon, the battle emperor was severely injured. Before he died, he killed a few demonic herb monarch martial emperors. His body fell to the ground, completely devoid of life. Woo woo woo, many emotional people burst into tears. In front of the computer, they took a white tissue and silently wiped their tears. He has changed. He's a good man. Sob sob sob, I've never given out a good guy card in my life. You're the first one. Crying, sigh. I always thought that the players were all idiots with their heads full of dirty thoughts. I never thought that there would be such a heroic scene. Sure enough, when we're at a critical juncture, we're still very brave. This is the hymn of humanity. Many people thought that the red-named players had been cleansed. Thinking about his achievements, his life had been full of ups and downs. He had always been beaten up, but he had indeed benefited the entire ancient barren world. He had established the ancestral shaman bloodline, overthrown the ancestral shaman heavenly court, and defeated Dickie. That was why the Eastern era was prosperous today. Some people even comforted him. Don't be sad, everyone. This is a very happy ending. Yes, yes, yes. This player's second life was very exciting. He died a magnificent death. However, just as everyone was reminiscing and feeling emotional, the scene changed in the next second. In the forum post, a screenshot was posted. A golden armored battle god came back to life. He held the Jingu Bang and laughed crazily. He even posted a screenshot of himself in the first person, along with a caption, "You can't imagine the joy of being reborn. I've lived a second life." The players? Pfft. They spat out a mouthful of blood. Their faces darkened, and there was a brief silence. This was a screenshot of his life? For us to reminisce, but this couldn't be a conspiracy, right? Why does it feel like there's something wrong with this scene? They looked at it subconsciously. As expected, the following screenshots were posted quickly. It was the battle god regaining his youth. He was shining brightly, bursting with a strong fighting spirit. He fought the celestial emperors of the era of magic potions. They finally realized what was going on. He's probably making it look so sad because he's trying to absorb incense. You're so evil. You're a beast. Scum. Your image is ruined. They were filled with grief and indignation. The evidence was irrefutable. Someone had tricked them out of their tears just because they didn't like it. This drama queen's acting was superb. She was definitely a super actor. Not only had she tricked the natives, she had tricked them as well. If they had incense in front of the computer, they would have given it to them. They wailed with extreme resentment. I'm so angry. My mom asked me why I flipped the table. I'm not going to believe you idiots ever again. Gritting teeth, I'm also stupid. I was too young. I suffered in the past, and now I'm being tricked again. Crying, the screen exploded with comments. It was crazy. Countless people sat in front of the computer, resentful. They were so angry, but, what was going on? How could he be revived? They were as incredulous as the sovereigns and emperors. They knew that it was impossible for a second celestial emperor to be reborn. Cute girl evolved into a dragon, ha 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 ha. Are you surprised? Are you surprised? Countless people felt their teeth aching. Cute girl typed, this is my learning to save another world. Next, our reporter Cute Girl will give a detailed explanation of the battle strategy for this world war. Oh right, I forgot to tell you. This plan was planned by me behind the scenes. If Medusa is the commander of the demon world, then I am the commander of the entire immortal world. We each rule a world, and we are on the same level, playing chess. What did this mean? Everyone was shocked. Wasn't Cute Girl a salted fish? How did he manage to reach such heights in secret? Cute Girl sat in front of the computer and smiled. She tapped on the keyboard in high spirits, its literal meaning. I'm in charge of issuing orders. The heavenly Tao, several red names, and the ancient celestial emperors will be my underlings. Accept the challenge. Everyone's mind went blank. The cute girl was the commander of the war this time. This was even more shocking than the resurrection of the red-named Baal. The cute girl was very lazy before. In the Immortality Dao plan, several red-named players were the main ones. She was the one who carried it out and personally taught her disciples. She had always been a bystander. But this plan, was she the one who planned it? How did she do it? Several red-named players would listen to her obediently. Did she have this ability? Maybe she did, and the resurrection plan of the Tiantu Great Emperor was led by her secretly. The cute girl crossed her legs and kept typing. I am the mother of the Earth Dragon Vein, the founder of the entire incense system. I enlightened my disciple, Hu Renong, and established the Great Zhou dynasty. I am the Earth Dragon Vein and have long understood the mystery of incense. Otherwise, how could Baal be resurrected? For hundreds of years, I have traveled the whole world, hee. Do you think I am really traveling? Everyone was shocked and an unbelievable thought appeared in their minds. This person was pretending to be lazy. Could it be that she was plotting against the red-named players again? Previously, she had tricked the red-named players and killed them together, turning them into various treasures and being imprisoned. No one had forgotten how wretched and sinister she was. She was the true disciple of the idiotic netizens. Things became complicated and confusing. The current red-named Baal was indeed plotted against, yes. Although Baal took the opportunity to be reborn and escape old age, as the god emperor of incense, he can only act according to others, or else the incense will be cut off. This is an overt plot. Baal doesn't want to die, so he can only do this. Countless people analyzed the scene they had just seen. They were not stupid. There were many smart people, but they were itching to reveal the truth to the cute girl. The cute girl said, "You guys are too conspiratorial. Why should I pretend? I am indeed a lazy person. As a farmer and leisure player, although my combat power is not as good as those red-named players, I have been a geologist. I have constantly modified and spent hundreds of years letting my disciple take me to the mountains and rivers to study the Earth Dragon Vein. I have pushed the Earth Dragon Vein to version 3.0, a screenshot. A screenshot was posted. The picture was filled with densely packed dragon veins, forming an exquisite picture that looked simple and ancient. The cute girl said, "You might not understand this thing, right? This is an underworld earth formation." Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Was this the spell that gathered the souls of the entire sorcerer land and made Ermin a god? The cute girl continued to explain, "This is the map of the dragon veins of Bayu. I won't be posting any maps of the other continents. It was too big, too big. As for conspiracy theories, get lost. I didn't want to use the netherworld to form a formation and sacrifice all the living beings in the land to become a god. Although I could do that at any time, I wouldn't do something like killing people to become a god. It was just a simple plan. Several hundred years ago, I secretly contacted Mount Akina's Che-Chi and asked him for the top-secret information at that time. The formation of the underworld was used as a reference for the establishment of the Dragon Vein. The mystery of the underworld formation was an alchemy secret that even the evil god Cthulhu didn't know. I also discussed it with the alchemy emperor and kept improving it, forming the current structure of the Dragon Vein. It doesn't absorb souls, but it can more efficiently absorb the incense of all living beings. The thoughts of the living beings on the surface will follow my roots and enter the ground, gathering in the Dragon Vein. This is the embryonic form of the Dragon Vein. The construction of the Dragon Vein isn't as simple as you think. Just burying my vines is enough. I can do this. My attainments in alchemy are definitely enough to beat everyone now. Including the old alchemy emperor, his level of knowledge has long been unable to keep up with this era. It's just that when I was touring and rebuilding the Dragon Vein, that B** starred by Xiaoxing took the opportunity to steal a lot of the alchemy research results in this area, angry. After all, after overthrowing Dicky, I was thinking of ambushing a wave of red-named players to prevent them from messing around. I have to have a way to restrain them, or even make them suffer. The two big shots outside also agreed to secretly help. This is the reason. Dragon Vein 3.0? Everyone was speechless. You are working on this in the dark, you don't care about anything, but you are very active in taking bribes. But then again, the speed of Mount Akina, the cute girl, these two people, now thinking about it, must have secretly contacted each other. Who knows how long they have been communicating. Mount Akina and the ancient Wood world were also researching alchemy lifeforms. They were very idle. As for Mengmei, she had been researching alchemy arrays in the desolate world for a long time. Everyone specialized in alchemy, damn. These big shots are secretly contacting each other, and we outsiders don't know. Damn, this is too wretched. Boo-hoo-hoo. When can I be as outstanding as them and stand at the same height as a group of big shots? Secretly making trouble? Thinking of defying the heavens all day? Overthrowing the creation god? Looking forward to it, many people were not stupid, and they had already thought of many things. Mengmei continued, the current system is based on the body of the desolate humans, which can open up inner worlds. There are two major systems. The inner world is opened up in the upper dantian and mind, and it is used for Tao cultivation to collect the incense of all living beings. The inner world is opened up in the lower dantian and abdomen, and it is used for body cultivation to temper the dantian furnace. If the body cultivation system, the dantian and meridian method in the lower abdomen was created by several red names, and then it was deduced to the peak by Dao Chongqing, the 9 revolutions mysterious art. Then the upper dantian and the sea of consciousness Dao cultivation system was created by me. Everyone, Mengmei spoke very seriously, the sea of consciousness system, I had this idea before. Later, I guided human ancestor Su Yonyan to open up the sea of consciousness, gather the Tao of incense, and establish the first incense era, using the gods as incense to cultivate. He also gave me a lot of inspiration, and I discussed a lot with him secretly. Later, the curtain fell on an ancient era, and as the mastermind behind the scenes, I guided Hu Renong to open up the second incense era, using all living beings as incense to cultivate. The great success of body cultivation is the 9 revolutions mysterious art, and the great success of Tao cultivation is the Dragon Meridian. I personally believe that although the combat power of individual soldiers is far inferior to the 9 revolutions mysterious art, the overall strength and potential will not be weaker than the 9 revolutions mysterious art. It is also another kind of immortality. Everyone was sweating. Schemer, Mengmei was the real mastermind behind the scenes. She had schemed for hundreds of years, wanting to deduce the path of Tao cultivation in the incense dragon meridian system to the peak, and produce a cultivation technique that was not weaker than the 9 revolutions mysterious art. She knew that none of these players were simple, countless people were heartbroken. Mengmei continued, don't think of me as a wretched person, I'm just a salted fish. As you can see, I have no combat power, but I am the foundation of the Dragon Meridian. As long as I, the Green Vine Earth Mother, die, the entire Incense Dragon Meridian system, the Great Zhou Dynasty, and even the current celestial world will no longer exist, because the celestial world has also established the Dragon Meridian to cultivate Tao. They are equivalent to living on the body of my world of creation. My world of creation has changed from the towering Western era to another form, hidden in the ground, becoming the real Green Vine Earth Mother. The red-named players have long been eliminated by the times, they can only follow behind me, and eat my fart. Stupid humans, science and technology are the #1 productive force. It is not enough to only know how to fight. I have the core technology, and the patent is with me. As long as you use my patent for the Dragon Meridian, you have to give me a commission. They really did not know what to say. Did Mengmei use her intelligence in the right place? Or in the wrong place? This salted fish was working hard just to become a salted fish lying down, but soon, another screenshot was posted. It was of a young girl in a long white dress, her arms open, her back bathed in countless rays of light, as if a god had come to the world, and there were a few words written on it, Lucky Queen, Mengmei, I am lucky. And I am smart. What right do they have to fight me? Countless people, ah. This person, she is so shameless. Previously, on MT Akina, she posted a screenshot of Sun Girl's Pay to Win goddess. Countless people worshipped her and worshipped her. Pay to win makes me stronger. Now, the cute girl followed suit and posted a screenshot of Lucky Girl's luck goddess. However, more people were lying down, typing crazily in front of their computers. Damn it. This kind of girl who is both brawling and talented is breaking the rules. Lick, I have decided, in the future in the dormitory, every time I take an exam, I will definitely not fail the ranking of worshipping Mengmei. Manual dog head, believe in Mengmei, gain eternal life. Believe in Mengmei. Revive on the spot. Eh? That seems to be the case. Look at Bale, he has already been revived, destiny in the unworld. JPG, in an instant, the scene became lively, and Meng Mei would probably become the hottest picture for a period of time. He who believes in me shall have eternal life. Those who believe in me will revive on the spot. Many people had already thought of the two identities of the goddess of luck, adorable sister, and Mother Earth. These two identities would probably be made into brands and posters in the future. Meng Mei sat in front of the computer, tapping on the keyboard calmly. It's just that I've also lost a lot after gaining this power. The world is fair, and it's an equivalent exchange. Only I know what kind of sacrifice I've made. She muttered to herself, I'm not pure anymore. There are so many people on my body. This time, I've really become a burly man. In the forum, countless people were still crazily praising their goddess. Meng Mei was relieved and continued, you guys are very sensible. The one who fawns the best, if he enters in the future, this empress will put him in an important position. Lady Luck will take care of him. Everyone? They were a little shocked on the spot. It would have been better if he hadn't said it before. Now that he had said it, they didn't dare to say anything. If they continued to brag, they would really become bootlickers. I've been hammered, okay. It was awkward. Just when they were hesitating, the cute girl continued, ahem, you guys can lick it later. Now, back to the main topic. As the war commander of the Desolate Era, I am naturally the one who understands the Joss Flame system the most. After all, I was the one who guided Hu Renong to establish it, and I have long since planned to use it as a dragon vein. That is what you are seeing right now. First, we fell into the wrong mindset. We thought that the ancient barren world couldn't compare to the era of potions. It was very difficult to become stronger in a short period of time. This was wrong. Have you forgotten the system of the Great Zhou dynasty? It was incense, Joss flames were the foundation. All experts stood on Joss flames, but where did Joss flames come from? Li Minxing, many people neglected the essence. The system of the Great Zhou dynasty was the system of all living beings. The more people there were, the stronger it was. In the past, the Great Zhou dynasty had a population of tens of millions. Because of the prevailing style of writing, as long as they came of age, more than half of the scholars would reach the level of a first-rank Confucian scholar and open their inner world. In this way, a population of tens of millions was a very large number to provide a celestial emperor's divine position. But what if the number was even larger? 100 million? 1 billion? 6 billion? Surpassing the population of Earth? Everyone's minds quivered. He actually had this trick up his sleeve. Yes, the essence was the incense system, and quantity could make up for quality. The other party has many sovereign emperors. It is impossible for us to make up for the number of experts we have. However, the number of ordinary people in our dynasty can make up for it. As long as we accumulate to a certain extent, with enough incense offerings, we will be able to make up for the difference. It formed a terrifying supply of incense. I, the commander of the heavenly courts, had secretly made my disciple, Hu Renong, the prime minister of the dynasty. He had long started the policy of the Great Zhou dynasty, the reincarnation plan. Our policy encourages people to have 2, 3, or even 4 children. They don't even need to do any work. They only need to be responsible for giving birth and they will receive subsidies. But once the population grew, many problems would arise. Famine, employment, education, money, but that's not a problem. If you give birth, the imperial court will be responsible for subsidizing it. As for the problem of famine, the imperial court was in charge of helping the farmers farm, the imperial astronomer was in charge of praying for rain, and the Ministry of Agriculture was in charge of farming, casting spells, and casting clouds and summoning rain. Moreover, the red-named player came from the sorcerer world. He used a microscope to study plants and imitated hybrid rice to create a high-yield rice crop. There are newborns being born every day in the entire dynasty, each day stronger than the one before. Everyone finished listening. This was a farming game. The Great Zhou dynasty was madly farmed by a weak, cute girl who couldn't fight and gave birth to children. It had been 50 to 60 years since the arrival of Medusa, the travel with Bai Shaoxing, and the outbreak of the war. The population had multiplied by 2 to 3 generations, and each generation was multiplying exponentially. Cute girl, cough, cough, Actually, this is a very simple plan. It is a national policy of reincarnation. Now, not only the mortal world but the immortal courts are also crowded with mortals. Everyone, take a look at the current population statistics. Screenshot, urban and rural population ratio statistics. Everyone took a closer look and was stunned. The current population of the primordial world was actually 300 million people. The 9 heavens realm, various grotto heavens, and various places in the mortal world were packed to the brim, achieving the most efficient environmental survival plan. Screenshot. 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 Screenshot after screenshot was quickly sent out. It was a village classroom. There were many 4 to 5-year-old children reading and learning. They spoke loudly, and there was a gray-robed scholar teaching. The screenshots were stacked on top of each other. From the movement of their mouths, they could understand what the children were saying. Strange changes, constant changes, symbols. Look at the quadrant. The sound of reading seemed to pass through the window of the classroom, drifting into the distance. Cute girl, do you understand? This is the learning to save the alternate world plan. It is not enough to just crazily reproduce. Only scholars, Confucians, can sense the heaven and earth, read books, and have a stronger incense. Therefore, in order to have more powerful mortals and the power of the masses, in our national policy, there is the theory of strong youth makes the country strong. Now, in the Great Zhou dynasty, children are taught to read at the age of 3, and at the age of 5 or 6, they are taught to memorize textbooks in primary school. Cute girl typed a row of words. The Great Zhou dynasty, the way of Confucianism, establish the heart for the heaven and earth. Establish the life for the people. Continue the supreme knowledge for the saints. Establish peace for all ages. May everyone in the world be like dragons. May everyone in the world be like the Tao. Everyone? One by one, they turned into heartless learning machines. These cute children were already bald at such a young age. Everyone held it in for a long time. What a sin. You are a demon. So, this is the true meaning of reading to save the alternate world. Shocked, this game is indeed worthy of being a cross-era game that constantly encourages us to love learning. Every time we solve a problem, it is because we love learning. From the rise of the alchemy emperor in his later years, to Ermin defeating the evil god Cthulhu, to Dao Chongqing beating up Dicky. Everything is a coincidence. I don't believe it. The evidence is conclusive. Game developers, come out and get beaten up. Cute girl, Medusa, I can't beat you in a fight, but I can farm you to death. Everyone reads. All of them are strong baldies. One Punch Superman. Medusa has been kicked out of the group chat by the administrator due to his aggressive language. Animals. Cute girl is really awesome. You brought the pain of studying, the enhanced version of 9 years of compulsory education, to the alternate world. Like. Broken voice, what if the naughty children kick the blanket when they are in puppy love? It must be because they have too little homework. Just open up a few more calculus, from beginner to grave courses. Everyone felt that it was very praiseworthy and instantly understood. In the current Great Zhou dynasty, the establishment of the dragon's vein and the formation of incense was a system of worshipping the deities. The powerful celestial emperor was worshipped and mourned by all living beings. He would be immortal and walk towards the end of this system, unthinking, therefore I exist. Of course, he was not immortal. His weakness was the Great Zhou dynasty behind him and the common people. All in all, as long as the dynasty and the people were not destroyed, he would not die. Someone quickly said, the Great Zhou dynasty is a perfect and prosperous world, a utopia. Cultivators roam the cities and towns for the daily use of the people. There is no tyranny, no corrupt officials, full of happiness, coexisting with each other, a perfect utopia. Yes. This imperial court's dragon vein system is very perfect. Because of this system, tyrants and treacherous officials will not be born. It is too terrifying. It is no weaker than the achievement of the 9 revolutions' mysterious art. Medusa, it is so hard for me. I did not expect that the salted fish who has been with me, who has been touring the world with me, is the commander of the immortal world. She has taught a bunch of children who love to learn. If I had killed her back then, everything would have been fine. Cute girl evolved into a dragon. Pfft. This cute girl is afraid of death. How could I not have a backup plan with a dangerous battle maniac next to me? I ensured my own safety at that time. Proud, everyone came back to their senses again. That's right, thinking about the situation at that time, how could such a timid cute girl not run away? This was a bizarre thing to begin with. It was not like she could not run away. Medusa was going to sleep, so she could take the opportunity to run away at any time. This was a mystery. Moreover, she was now alone in the demon world. With her timid personality, there was no way she would be so bold. Okay, was it some kind of plan? Xiao now went down the mountain. You are so bold to dare to roam around in front of Medusa. What is your secret? Cute girl, cough cough cough. It's very simple, because I can't kill you. Everyone was startled and instantly understood what she meant. Cute girl was the Earth Mother Ivy. The master of the heavenly path, the existence with the greatest merit in the entire ancient world, the creator of the Earth Dragon vein, the founder of the great Zhou dynasty, her prestige was no less than Hu Renong's. To be able to gather the wishes of all living beings, it was only natural for her to be resurrected. No wonder she was fearless. Someone could not help but ask, but, the wishes of all living beings, the resurrected self gathered by the thoughts of the people, is it really herself? Not another person with her own memories and wisdom? The cute girl replied with a smile. After several iterations, I've already reached Dragon Vein 3.0. It's been greatly improved, and I can now brand my divine soul deep within the main trunk of my dragon vein. With the prayers of the living beings, the one who revives is naturally me. Everyone was completely shocked. The cute girl was really crazily researching the dragon's vein. She was already prepared to reap the rewards and perfect the system. Was it really immortal? Wouldn't that be heaven-defying, like the phoenix, an existence that could rise from the ashes? However, Meng Mei explained, it's not that exaggerated. You will still die because the incense is poisonous. Poisonous incense? This is a difficult word to understand. The cute girl was helpless. She looked at the computer screen and typed on the keyboard. It's like this. After all, he's already a deity that is worshipped by all living beings. He's the god of incense. The wishes of all living beings and the gathered incense will gradually corrode one's consciousness, gradually leading one to the will of all living beings. He'll become the perfect existence that they imagine him to be, becoming the person that they remember and living on. The greater the difference between the impression of all living beings and their own image, the faster the process of being assimilated. For example, our heavenly map great emperor wrote his own biography, Legend of the War God, and added settings without permission. Sooner or later, he'll become the war god in the book and gradually lose himself. I estimate that he'll only be 200 years away from being completely assimilated. At that time, he'll be no different from a true death. In other words, Baal would soon become the image in the book and not himself. His lifespan would only be 200 years or so? That's no longer my true self. But the false self in the eyes of all living beings? Many netizens who were good at philosophy tried to figure it out. One day, I'll be smoothed out by the world and live on with the impression of others. That's already a true god of all living beings, a puppet that protects all living beings. The will and hope of the common people are entrusted to form a hero, similar to the heavenly Tao. After Meng Mei said this, everyone understood the drawbacks. That Baal, isn't he courting death? He even added so many settings without permission and is speeding up the process of becoming another person. No matter how selfish he is now, sooner or later, he'll become the selfless war god in the imagination of all living beings, the existence that jumped out of a rock with the golden cudgel in hand. Meng Mei continued, also, don't die easily. Incense is poisonous. Every time you die, the wishes of all living beings will gather and be reborn, and the speed at which you lose yourself will increase. To escape from this situation, according to my guess, there's only one way, to become a god. Once you break through to the 8th level of God, you'll transcend, leave the incense system worshipped by all living beings, and become an independent existence. Baal is so unrestrained because he wants to use these 200 years to give it his all and directly become a god. Everyone suddenly understood the current plan of the few of them. But Meng Mei is different. She occupies the dragon vein and has a high probability of becoming a god. In other words, she's not afraid of death, so she's very unrestrained now. Everyone's teeth ached. This commander is a salted fish. He's acting tough and fooling around with the netizens outside. He even goes to the other party's world to have fun, leaving only those red-named players who can fight and the various celestial emperors to fight on the spot. Meng Mei was speechless. You asked me why I want to go to the demon realm? It's because I want to establish the dragon vein. It's a vacation. I want to be Mother Earth there. I told you when I asked Xianxia for the Bible. I didn't lie to you. Everyone was sweating. It seemed that Meng Mei didn't lie to them from the beginning to the end. She's really a salted fish. What she's doing now is really just to establish the dragon vein and then go around freely. Someone asked, then you're not afraid of death, but what if you bring Bai Shaoxing and your disciple there and they're really caught? It's necessary to establish the dragon vein. I bet that Medusa will let me establish the dragon vein in the sorcerer's world. She's also very envious of the energy accumulated by incense. At most, she'll send a bunch of sovereigns to capture me and then threaten my life, forcing me to establish the dragon vein for her use. So she's walking right into the trap. Everyone understood something again. Meng Mei became a little confused. But, why didn't she come to capture me? I'm already prepared to be beaten. It's so hard for me. However, I'm still establishing the dragon vein and continuing to be a farmer. Suji? So we all want to be beaten by society? It's a bit strange that we didn't get beaten up under such a coincidence. Meng Mei continued to explain, my ultimate plan is to establish the dragon vein in the sorcerer's world and become the Mother Earth of both worlds. Only then can we stop the war, and achieve a win-win situation. After all, we also have a lot of feelings for the sorcerer's world. We've witnessed the growth with our own eyes. Both worlds are our homes. Why don't we coordinate together and invade other worlds? Isn't that great? Anyway, there are so many worlds in the universe, 129,600. Isn't it better to go to other worlds? Ultimate plan, to establish the dragon vein in the sorcerer's world. Everyone was puzzled, but Meng Mei didn't intend to continue. Instead, she asked everyone to watch quietly. Screenshots. 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 Our reporter, cute girl, has evolved into Qinglong, reporting for everyone. She continued to stream the battle for the forum. In a sense, this was a major battle for the players in the game. A new era had begun. Perhaps it could be called a new expansion pack for the game, Demon Realm Expedition. An epic battle had begun. What was the fate of Medusa, Ermin, Dao Chongqing, Hu Renong, Lu Wenjian, and the other players? The conflict between the two worlds, how would it end? Cute girl did not say anything else. She only said one last sentence, the world of incense is a world of keyboards, a world of words. As long as there is a keyboard, we can guide the public opinion and the will of the people. That is enough to gather endless power and possibilities. If the heavens did not give birth to a keyboard warrior, the path of keyboards would be like a long night. Year 404 of the Great Zhou Dynasty. The demon realm had completely invaded. The world was in chaos, and the people were in dire straits. When the heavenly realm opened, many immortals descended to the mortal world. The prefectural governors fought back. The sword immortals of Shu Mountain came out to quell the chaos. The martial arts sects and families worked together to fight. The witch tribe of Nanjiao Nation sent out countless magispriests and warriors wearing Miaojiang barbarian robes and golden rings to fight. In the Cloud Mountains and Great Lakes, many demons that once ate humans were born. These ancient clans left behind by the Khanate ancient gods were also bathed in blood. Outside the Great Zhou Dynasty's Pingyang city. The city was in complete chaos. Screams could be heard from inside the city. The elderly and children were in despair. Demons gradually surrounded the city. Some of them had black scales and were moving slowly around the city. PCHHT. Black blood splattered. In the sky, a sword immortal descended from the sky and cleaved a minotaur into two with a slash of his sword. Be careful. The eldest disciple of Shu Mountain looked up at the other sword immortal with a serious expression. Is Shangguan Jiuqing, the prefectural governor of Pingyang, still not awake? Difficult. A Shu Mountain disciple beside him had a bitter look on his face as he quickly descended. The local county governor has already been ambushed by the powerful demons during the fiend disaster. His body has been invaded by demonic aura. The demon's aura is violent and chaotic, and there's a suppressive might to it. They've inherited part of the characteristics of the original fiend celestial. Without County Governor Shangguan guiding the dragon vein, it'll be very difficult to activate Pingyang's Grand City Protecting Array formation. Only the local famous Confucian sects and the Confucian scholars of the Shangguan family can help. Pucci, as the two of them spoke, their swords glowed with a cold light, and they quickly killed one demon after another. On the front lines in the blood-filled Great World, the peak celestial emperors of both sides were fighting. Each side was defending their own world, preventing the other side from invading their own world. Otherwise, if a celestial emperor descended, it would be an inhumane massacre. However, although they were restraining each other's experts, they were unable to stop the invasion of the low-level and middle-level experts. Many sixth-order epic experts rushed over. Their goal was to invade and kill. The fiend world clearly understood that the weakness of the Great Zhou dynasty was the citizens at the back. As long as they destroyed the Great Zhou dynasty and severed the dragon vein, the resistance at the front lines would collapse on their own. I hope that Lord Sect Master can win. The eldest disciple of Shu Mountain stood on the city wall and looked at the black mass below. His expression could not help but sink. Pingyang City is the main node of the Great Zhou dynasty's North Continent dragon vein. It absolutely cannot be breached. Defend Pingyang to the death. Blood dyed the land outside the city black. Great Zhou dynasty, capital city. The East Continent is in danger? It is about to fall? In the imperial court, the atmosphere was gloomy. The current Great Zhou Emperor, Zhou Chang'an, wore a golden robe with dragon patterns and a dragon crown on his head. He sat on the dragon throne. My Great Zhou dynasty's destiny is constantly weakening. Zhou Chang'an closed his eyes. Our Great Zhou dynasty is worshipped by incense. Negative emotions are spreading, and cries of fear are everywhere. Naturally, the incense is greatly reduced. Zhou Chang'an hesitated for a moment and suddenly said calmly, I am absorbing the dragon vein to cultivate. Although I am only at the 6th Grotto Heaven realm, once I have the dragon's destiny, my combat strength is close to that of a celestial emperor. I want to personally lead the army. No. Your Majesty, you cannot do that. The surrounding officials hurriedly tried to dissuade him. That demon world is obviously waiting for your Majesty to take action personally. Then, they will take the opportunity to kill your Majesty. Indeed. This is a conspiracy. If your Majesty is assassinated and dies, the people of the entire dynasty will be even more desperate and emit negative emotions. Without incense, our Great Zhou dynasty will definitely perish. Could it be that even with my peerless martial strength, I really want to see the people and officials live in pain? Zhou Chang'an slowly leaned on the dragon throne, revealing a look of struggle. His gaze slowly passed through the anxious and worried officials below. It was as if he saw himself as the crown prince, as close friends with Hu Renong, discussing the future of the imperial court together. At that time, the two of them were still thinking about how to suppress the heroes of the pugilistic world. Unknowingly, they supported each other and had already reached this day. In the study, he asked, what is a king? In the study, Hu Renong read a book and thought for a moment. His calm voice sounded, the king is the leader of the people. Without the people, there is no king. He was slightly startled and then suddenly understood. Let's go. He looked at the great scholar who was trying to dissuade him. He suddenly stood up, revealing an astonishing determination. The emperor guarded the gate of the country, and the king died for the country, Nanzhao Kingdom. On the street, a couple walked hand in hand. The handsome face of the Shu Mountain disciple, Xiaoyao, flashed with gentleness. He looked at the girl in front of him, I worked hard to escort you back to Nanzhao Kingdom. Do I really have to do this? A trace of uneasiness echoed in his heart. My mother's path is also my path. Don't stop me. The girl gently held the young man's arm. The Shu Mountain disciple forced a smile. He couldn't stop the bitterness in his heart, the days with you are the best days of my life, our small country of the witch race can't resist like the Great Zhou dynasty. I can only fuse with the dragon vein. This is the only way to save the countless people of our Nanzhao Kingdom. Soon, the woman in white was deep underground. She looked at the earth dragon vein in front of her. Her leg slowly walked into it, and she was surrounded by green and black vines. Boom, a woman whose legs were wrapped in dragon vein vines and had the tail of a soaring dragon slowly walked out. She held an exquisite staff in her hand, and the roots of the vines quickly pulled her into the air. She looked at the man in the shadows in front of her. Expert from the demon world, tell me your name. This was a handsome man with red hair and black robes. His eyes were wine red, and his body was surrounded by a faint blue mist. Fideki Human Kingdom, Royal Academy Tutor. I am Rock Fireman, Yuka. Just as Suji sat in the carriage slowly and rushed to the Blood Realm Great Domain, the quasi-emperors in the bar had already set off. Yuka's expression was calm as he looked at the woman in front of him. You are all very powerful. I brought a group of elite disciples here, but in just a week, I am the only one left. I can see your determination. The hymn of humanity is the hymn of history, and it is also suitable for you. Why don't you attack the great Zhou dynasty? She asked. The great Zhou emperor, Zhou Chang'an, has already sent a group of death warriors. They are as powerful as I am. Yuka smiled and bowed slightly. Come, expert of the ancient barren world, I hope to fight with you. Boom, huge flames exploded, and he was enveloped in flames. The people of the entire Nanzhao kingdom fled as if a natural disaster had arrived. Heavens! That's a fire demonic beast. The entire barren land. The dark sky was filled with red clouds. A golden cudgel pointed at the sky as if it was going to tear the entire world apart. Kill! A battle god roared. His muscles bulged as he charged forward. The sky was stirred into a whirlpool. Countless electric nets intertwined and twisted as they surged toward the other sovereigns and emperors. He really came back to life. Countless people couldn't help but be pleasantly surprised when they saw the battle god coming back to life. Many people started crying. There were sounds of sorrow, cheering, crying, and happy roars. They knew what it meant. If the front line collapsed, it would quickly cause a chain reaction. The entire land that was resisting the demon disaster would be completely wiped out. The barren world would definitely be destroyed. They gripped the legend of the god of war tightly as if they wanted to hold all the tension in their hands. Battle god, they finally couldn't help but cry. They prostrated on the ground and cried loudly. They were moved by the life inside. There was a plot in the story. After he overthrew the Khanate ancient gods, the results of the ancestral sorcerer's celestial court were stolen. The description was the most touching. When 500 years was just a lie, and the fruits of victory were planted in someone else's garden. How will we people who carry difficulties face despair? He overthrew the Khanate ancient gods' imperial court, but he was still suppressed under the Changyang mountain. His 12 disciples still betrayed him. However, he still pulled himself together. The word shaman shattered the sky, crushed the earth, and destroyed the world tree. That was what it meant to be a human. We were born free. Who dares to be high and mighty? He was suppressed under the mountain, and he roared again. I want that sky to no longer be able to cover my eyes. I want that land to no longer be able to bury my heart. I want all living beings to understand the meaning of shaman. I want the world tree to vanish into thin air. This part of the legend of the god of war was concise and domineering. It was filled with an indomitable aura. He finally stood up. He united the ancient gods, taught Dao Changsheng, and attacked the heavenly palace again. From the moment the fighting god biography was serialized, countless people couldn't sleep at night. They chased after the updates every day. It was too good. There was a kind of resonance that came from the bones, mixed with too much sorrow, joy, and tears. Those classic sentences were hard to forget for a long time. They laughed and cried because of it, soaking in their emotions. What kind of hero was that? Only those who resisted and destroyed everything that imprisoned them were the true warriors. Countless people wailed in grief. When had they ever read a cool novel? The biography was a web novel with more than 10,000 chapters. It was about the rise of a wastrel, treasure hunting, face slapping, the suppression of the dark forbidden zone, the great calamity of heaven and earth. It was simply too much for them to stop, and they kept up with the latest chapter every day. This portrayal of the god of war's character and experiences was very rich. The more the power of will of the living beings gathered, the more frightening it was. It's so touching. Shira was also stunned. Holding the fighting god biography that Suji handed over, she was instantly addicted to the first chapter. Now that she was a grade 3 professional, she could read 10 lines at a glance. Modern web novels, through the channels of players, were crazily invading the world of native powerhouses. Even Su Wei, Heavenly Emperor Fenteng, and the others kept up with the latest chapter every day, unable to stop. What a sad life, the fighting god Sky Scroll, so this is the kind of person. Shira was moved and kept flipping through the book. It turns out that not only is our history interesting, but theirs is also very interesting. Su Ji held his breath and suddenly laughed. That's all artistic processing, beautifying, but it's indeed roughly the same, not much editing. These people were really poisonous. In order to achieve their goals, they kept coming up with all kinds of tricks. He had finally corrected the history of the sorcerer world and restored the poneglyph, but they were distorting the history of the primordial world on the other side? Do some artistic processing on myself, 666. Writing web novels can make you stronger. This is plagiarism. The netizens outside should be exploding now. They were so excited, however, Suji just stood there indifferently, watching this scene from afar. Is the situation going to be reversed? Shira suddenly asked. Suji shook his head. It's not that simple. The potion era has been 1,000 years, and although more than 200 monarchs have been born, there are also heaven-defying monsters who are not inferior to ancient heavenly emperors like the fighting god, Su Wei, and heavenly emperor Thunder. It's just that they haven't made a move yet because the advantage is too great, so they've been watching. But now, they probably can't sit still. Just as expected, in the next second. Fighting god, your life biography, I admire it very much. A gentle male voice suddenly echoed in the air. Sizzle. The air suddenly turned a faint bright red, and the figure of a man seemed to pass through some kind of space-time limit, step by step, and slowly approached. Who is it? Bale asked in surprise. A man covered in blood descended, and the monarchs of the entire potion era almost lost their voices in fear. It's the Blood Emperor. He's actually still alive. The Blood Emperor was a taboo existence in the entire land. He was the arrogant monarch who once dared to challenge the origin demon god Medusa. Everyone thought that he was already dead and blown up. They didn't expect that he had survived the demon god's attack, escaped with severe injuries, and hid until today. Finally, someone who can fight appeared. Bale's face was filled with fear, but he suddenly burst into laughter, extremely arrogant. He was very unhappy. We're all players, and we've been living in harmony for a long time. Only that cute girl always wants to play tricks on us and does nothing. She only wants to take our rewards so she can vent her anger. Let these be asterisk stards have a taste of my big stick. Since you like fighting, how about adding me? However, in the next second, the sky map war god's expression gradually froze because another horrifying ancient existence appeared. Add me, Brahm. This was a half-beast monarch emitting a monstrous murderous aura. He was 8 meters tall, and he stood there emitting an iron-blooded murderous intent. He was known as the most powerful man in the history of half-beastmen. Not only that, but there was also a third sovereign martial emperor. It was a vampire-like man with a green face and fangs. He was the only hidden profession, the ancestor of the vampires. He had once established a short-lived vampire dynasty. Even countless years had passed since then, his ancient myths and legends still remained. 3. Bale's expression gradually froze. He deeply understood how horrifying it was to have an existence who was on par with him in their potion system. He had cultivated the heaven-defying 9 revolutions mystic art. Now, their combat power was on par with his. If these 3 grew up in the barren world and cultivated their system, each of them would not be inferior to Dao Changxing. This was the limitation of the potion system. Although it was easy to break through and create many experts, the upper limit of combat power was too low. These 3 people had all broken through the potion limiter and broke the upper limit of combat power. He just realized that he had underestimated the experts of the potion era. They were very powerful. Fresh Blood Emperor, restrain this battle god. The half-beast man said coldly and moved quickly. He can revive, so don't kill him. Now that all the Sky Emperors are being restrained, go to the other side of the battlefield and kill the other Sky Emperors who are being restrained. Kill those who can't be revived. Yes, go kill some of the less famous ancient Sky Emperors. They should not be remembered by all. As long as we kill them, they will be completely dead. The ancestor of the vampire's eyes were cold as he joined the battlefield. Mortal Sky Emperors, who renown, these current Sky Emperors are not easy to kill. Go kill Su Wei, Fenteng, these ancient Sky Emperors. They are also very old and their blood is declining. Let them die in this era. The Blood Emperor's expression was calm. We have observed for a period of time. The incense of the common people is not unlimited. Resurrection requires too much of a price. Tens of millions of people can only be resurrected once. They can't resurrect continuously either. They need to accumulate the power. Now, 1 or 2 times is enough and can be squeezed, but gradually, the resurrection time will get longer and longer. 1 month, 1 year, 10 years, Bale's expression was solemn as if he was facing a great enemy. He looked at these 3 people who had the same combat power as him and observed in the dark. These people are going to be in trouble. In the distance, the other Sky Emperors who were fighting revealed shocked expressions. That's right, they had trump cards on their side. How could the other party be stupid enough to reveal them all? Many experts of the barren world and the old monsters of the Grotto Heaven realm were silent in the distant Xian Gate realm. They did not know what to say and their faces gradually turned pale. Every red name player was very good at fighting. His battle prowess was the same as Wooming Dragon's, one of the top 2 red names. But now, Wooming Dragon, One Sword, Turtle Breath, and the others were all pinned down. The demon world also has too many trump cards. After 1,000 years of accumulation, 3 terrifying monsters have appeared. They never made a move before. In the Blood Realm Great World, the situation was reversed. The other side also had many backup plans, and they almost instantly suppressed everyone. Ah! Many people wailed in despair. This was almost a dead end, even if they secretly prepared a few heavenly emperors that could be resurrected, so what? They only needed to hold you back and kill the other heavenly emperors that couldn't be resurrected. Then, the situation would be instantly reversed. As for who could be resurrected, naturally, they would find people with low reputations to kill. This was a terrifying and desperate situation. After all, time was too short, and they had very little resources. If they were given another 1 or 200 years, they might not lose to the other side. We can't ask the heavens for another 500 years. If it wasn't for the fact that our era hasn't recovered from the Western era. Back then, we also had 13 innate ancient gods and 12 witches. In the era of powerful heavenly emperors, there were many powerful heavenly emperors, but they declined. Time, if only we had a little more time. Countless people begged and wailed together, full of suffering and sorrow, moving one's countenance. Shira also felt miserable and lamented from afar, yes. They are too short of time. Their people are very sad, but they are united and have the will to die rather than surrender. Suji's expression turned strange. He said softly, that's because there's a group of paid posters in there. They're leading the rhythm in the dark. They're crying miserably and shouting with all their might. They've been specially trained. There are even Grotto Heaven realm old monsters among them. Internet Water Army? Shira was stunned, not understanding. She found that after coming to the Blood Realm Great World, she had heard many strange words. Selling a persona, hired Internet Water Army, leading the rhythm, it seemed to be some kind of professional and mature industry. What was this? Could it be some kind of special plot? At this moment, on the other side of the Blood Domain Great World, all living beings began to howl in grief, lamenting that there wasn't enough time. They wanted to borrow another 500 years from the heavens. Their thoughts gradually converged into a wave of grief that moved heaven and earth. It was as if it passed through time, producing a shocking might. The next second, the sky above the blood-filled great world trembled. A vast, snow-white river of time appeared in front of them. An ancient existence seemed to be walking from the past to the future. The body becomes a root, the heart becomes a flower, the sky is a lotus. Boom! A green-robed man appeared where he stood. He was tall and handsome, and his black hair draped over his shoulders. He was ethereal, and he had the peerless demeanor of the strongest great emperor of the demon race. He exuded an extremely terrifying aura. Who is this? Impossible, there have never been any rumors of this heavenly emperor. The Blood Emperor's expression changed. He had not expected such an unknown situation to occur. He looked at the man in front of him. He was a green lotus, and there was an indescribable sense of terror. He was extraordinary. It was as if he was not the heavenly emperor of this era, but had followed the end of the river of time and descended into this future era. In the next second, the river of time in the sky surged again. A strong obsessive voice resounded through the sky and turned into a spring. Rumble. I am the one who decides, and I shall decide for all eternity. Sever the past and the future. At this moment, an even more stunning person appeared. It was a scholarly heavenly emperor. His back was facing the people, and his body was covered with Tao patterns that shone with a dazzling golden light. The Blood Emperor and the others' expressions changed again. They fell silent and could not believe what they were seeing. These people's auras were extremely terrifying. They were the heroes of an era, the people chosen by the heavens. They were the main characters of their own era. How could they appear here? Each of them was more powerful than the last, and each of them was more extraordinary than the last. How did they come to this era? From the river of time to this era? Everyone's expressions turned ugly. They had no idea what kind of strange method the great Zhou dynasty had used to achieve such a feat. The body becomes the root, the heart becomes the flower, and the sky becomes the lotus. I am the one who decides, and I shall decide for all eternity. Sever the past and the future. The entire primordial world was in an uproar. The mountain peak in the distance was cheering. They were the Azure Monarch and the Heaven-Shattering Monarch. They were the two most powerful celestial emperors of the ancient Western era. In their era, they were overshadowed by Dao Chongqing, which was why they were not famous. In fact, they were already the most powerful heavenly emperors of their era, much stronger than the heavenly map battle god and the heavenly thunder monarch. Otherwise, they would not have chosen to merge with the Dao. Greetings, Azure Monarch. Greetings, Heaven-Shattering Monarch. Some old man in the Grotto Heaven realm burst into tears and knelt on the ground. The Blood Emperor and the others held their breaths and wore strange expressions. What had happened? Why did it feel like someone was plotting against them? The people in the Blood realm felt like a few of the experts in the crowd were faking their cries. Their faces were filled with astonishment. The two people in front of him were not any weaker than him. However, another ancient heavenly monarch showed up in the next second. It was a young man in a white robe. His body was emitting chaos chi. His eyes had a savage temperament, as if a pair of pitch-black eyes were slowly opening, peeking through the heavens and earth and peeking through the secrets of the world. He spoke slowly. The heroic heavenly monarchs will eventually fall to me. As soon as he finished speaking, the sky darkened, and the sun and moon dimmed. Just how powerful was this person? Just by appearing there, he emitted a terrifying aura that caused the three of them to tremble in fear. He's the mastermind behind the dark forbidden land of the ancient Western era, the most powerful heavenly monarch, Long Hong, Di Qi. Someone exclaimed in disbelief. He has monopolized many eras, and he's helping us today? Everyone stared at the scene in astonishment. They could not imagine what was going on. What is that river of time in the sky? Ancient celestial emperors descended from the past to the present, coming to this time and space to fight for our Eastern era? This was an unimaginable scene. It was as if the legends of the ancient era had reappeared in the world. The heaviness of that legendary era was unimaginable. It's a setup, a world-shaking setup. Ha 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 ha. Our primordial world is saved. It's about to return to its peak. The heavens are protecting our primordial world. Many people shed hot tears. They would never forget this scene for the rest of their lives. Kill. At this time, the three ancient heavenly monarchs descended from the river of time. Tao patterns bloomed on their bodies, and they instantly disappeared. Boom, a great battle erupted. Shira's face was full of shock, and her mind was blank. The primordial world had created a miracle just like that. What had happened? Selling their personas, hiring a water army, and setting the pace. Could it be that it was these three unimaginable ultimate techniques that created this miracle? Sheila was flabbergasted and found it unbelievable. That's the river of time, and also the heavenly river of the heavenly court. It has the power to trace back the past to the present. At this time, a luxurious carriage came to a stop. It belonged to the Church of Light. The Saintess of Light slowly parted the curtains and walked out. Messiah, who are you? I'm the GM of the game, the one silently observing the war between the two supernatural worlds. Could he say that? Of course not. Suji only looked at the cute girl in front of him. She was dressed in a gorgeous, white, luxurious, and exquisite robe, and held a staff of light in her hand. The staff was embedded with beautiful blue gems. It was obvious that she had taken control of the Church of Light. He'd never doubted her abilities. To her, she'd gotten the Book of Light as a keepsake. She also had the ability to talk and her terrifying 7th-level aura. She could suppress everyone. It was only natural that she'd come this far. The Church of Light would even be happy because all the ancient emperors had revived. The war was imminent and they had an ancient Saintess of Light coming back from history. That was a great blessing. Who are you really? The cute girl asked again. Her voice was very calm. She had the little fox dressed as the Saintess with her. Ah. You're the Saintess. Shira hid behind Suji and called out carefully. Suji smiled. He pointed at the battle in the Blood Realm and the 3 celestial emperors who'd come from the past to the future. He asked instead, the River of Time? Yes, the River of Time, the cute girl answered. That's the special rule of the ancient barren world's celestial court. They don't just have the heavenly Tao that's in charge of justice, they also have the river. That's the scenery of the fantasy world. It flows through the 9 heavens of the celestial world and surges down. It's a mottled white stream that flows through the past and the present. It's a terrifying phenomenon that involves the laws of time. It connects the past and the future. The Zhou dynasty and the celestial world are terrifying supernatural worlds with terrifying potential. In time, they'll surpass our potion world. We must eliminate them quickly. Shira looked at the Saintess with admiration. The Saintess was indeed the Saintess. She had foresight. No wonder she was one of the strongest forces in the potion world. The so-called river of the ancient barren world, isn't that you? Suji asked. You. The cute girl couldn't suppress the shock on her face. There were too many meanings in that one sentence. First, he already knew her identity. She was actually the Mother Earth Vine. Secondly, he knew the true secret of his river of time. The heavenly river was not the true river of time. It could not summon the great emperors of the ancient times to aid in the war. The celestial river was actually the main body of her dragon vein. It was also the main river where the wishes and incense flames of all living beings gathered, the incense flame river. It seemed to have come from the ancient times, but in reality, it was just like the war god, writing the personal biographies of the 3 ancient emperors. It was a fabricated being formed by the power of will. It wasn't him. It was just a battle spirit in a shell. After all, the battle prowess gathered from the power of will had nothing to do with one's identity. The stronger the battle prowess written in the books, the stronger the perception of his battle prowess would be, and the stronger the celestial emperor would be. Of course, it didn't mean that it was heaven-defying. This was related to the amount of faith and wish power gathered. The stronger the great emperor, the more faith power gathered. To form a true Diki, the amount of energy needed was immeasurable. It was even impossible. To this day, the primordial world had a population of more than 300 million, but only 6 god positions could be born. The faith of 50 million living beings condensed into one god position. Di Qi, Hu Renong, Tian Tu, Qing Di, Duan Tian Di, and the last spot was reserved for herself. This was the current strategy. Rather than resurrecting the other celestial emperors, the number of celestial emperors would not increase. It was better to use the god position to create 3 celestial emperors and use the illusion of the river of time to attack the enemy's morale. Even so, the others could die and be resurrected. Suji said, are they the real ancient emperors, or just battle spirits in a shell to protect the celestial world? The cute girl was shocked. She raised her head and saw the mysterious black-haired, black-eyed young man smiling at her. She was still as thick-skinned as ever, and she quickly smiled. I think, therefore I am. They are the existences that the living beings have placed their hopes on. If you think it's real, then it's real. If you think it's fake, then it's fake. The reason I built the River of Time is to build a historical tombstone, so that people can remember the ancient heroes. It is a historical tomb, a memorial for all the ancient heroes, so that people can remember and burn incense. It can receive incense again, and in times of danger, it can also summon the spirits of the ancient heroes to protect the living beings. That would be the ancient gods that filled the sky. They are selfless, brave, hot-blooded, and not real living beings. They will rot like the ancient witches. The Mother Earth Vine said lightly, even if the current Tiantu war god has selfish motives, so what? He will be assimilated sooner or later and become a guardian god in the future. People will only remember the glory of the war god. What do you think of this River of Time? The first monarch Potion Emperor of the ancient times, Messiah. The Mother Earth Vine glanced at Su Ji and said calmly. Or should I say, by Xiaoxing? Or should I call you the supreme god of the Church of Light, the ancient existence that countless believers of the Church of Light believe in, Hermes, the god of wisdom? By Xiaoxing, Mercury, Shira trembled violently, and her eyes widened. She turned to look at Uncle Messiah. Oh my god. Is Uncle Mercury, the god of wisdom? The supreme god worshipped by the Church of Light, Mercury? Now the Saintess of Light has recognized my identity as the supreme god. A god has descended to the mortal world, she was shocked. Her uncle had always been mysterious, but she didn't expect him to be so terrifying. Suji looked at the cute girl quietly, and he and Shira were confused. This person, is her brain poisoned? Gods don't descend to the mortal world. They only descend when they fall. The cute girl said lightly, she knows a lot of history, and Medusa didn't do anything to you and didn't steal by Xiaoxing. She's a battle maniac, possessive, and always talks about me. She must have changed. I've thought about it for a long time, and the only person she's afraid of is the god of wisdom. Moreover, Bai Xiaoxing and the god of wisdom have a lot in common. According to the ancient history of the Magus world, there was once a great disaster in the land of the gods, and the god of wisdom may have died. She kept analyzing and staring at the young man in front of her. Like Medusa, he analyzed that after the god of wisdom died, the remnant of his soul split, and Messiah was a new life. Suji, is this the legendary 3 people make a tiger? Thinking nothing, therefore I am? If more people believe in it, it will become true. The cute girl was even more certain. Can you tell me, what kind of terrifying enemy did the god of wisdom Mercury encounter? Suji was silent. The cute girl smiled and looked at Suji with burning eyes. So, are you really omniscient? Do you know who I am? The cute girl was very nervous. It can't be this exaggerated, right? Hermes, the god of wisdom, such a terrifying ancient existence. Can he understand the definition of player? Does he know where we come from? Suji answered, you are the Green Vine Mother. Green Vine Mother, Shira was completely excited. The Saintess of the Church of Light was the Green Vine Mother of the ancient barren world? Both of their identities were too terrifying. The cute girl, however, sighed in relief. He didn't know. These days, he gradually understood the horror of this game. It might be a real, great god of creation who created this game for Earth and opened a path for us. Even the powerful god of wisdom didn't know. It seemed like it was indeed a game created by the god of creation that could hide their identities. The Mother Greenvine's expression was very serious. I set up this stage. I wonder if the monarch Messiah is interested in participating? Suji was startled. How could he say he didn't know? Did he really think he was omniscient? But he was still very calm and his expression didn't change. The Mother Greenvine continued, I hope you can help me. God of wisdom, the mortals who once guided the earth, you don't want to see the suffering of the people of the 2 worlds, right? I want to stop this disaster. I hope you can promise me one thing. Give Bai Xiaoxing to me. I will let him become the real god of wisdom, Hermes. Suji smiled and looked at her. Sister Meng Meng had been sneaking around for so long. What was she planning in secret? Previously, she had been hiding it from many people, causing trouble behind their backs, making many, many small moves. You want Bai Xiaoxing to become the god of wisdom, Hermes? It seemed to be getting interesting. Suji even felt that he could listen to her plan. Previously, he wanted to be beaten up by society, but in the end, he did not get beaten up. Perhaps, the opportunity was with Meng Meng. She wanted to become Hermes. Was this an opportunity? He had a hunch. The cute girl pursed her lips and continued, "You are a brand new life. You are no longer the god of wisdom you once were. You should not reminisce about the past. Instead, you should become an independent individual. You can hand over the wisdom know-it-all who once belonged to the god of wisdom to me. He has the power to save the entire world. I can give it to you." Suji interrupted her. Then, Suji opened his sea of consciousness. A hazy figure appeared in front of him. It was Bai Shaoxing who had been reading. Sure enough, the scholar. The little fox, Hu Haihan, screamed. Her face was filled with joy. During this period of time, she had lost the scholar who was always studying, so she felt empty in her heart. It was as if something was missing. Meng Mei looked at him in shock. That was Bai Shaoxing. He had endless wisdom. Even Medusa wanted to get his hands on him. The war between the two worlds was because of him. He gave it to her so easily? Monarch Messiah, thank you. I thank you on behalf of all the living beings in the world. However, she quickly became steady. She immediately brought Bai Shaoxing and her disciple to the carriage and left immediately. Gulyalu, the carriage quickly left the Blood Realm Great World. The celestial emperors behind them were still fighting. As expected. I don't need to explain. He already knows my plan. The cute girl was shocked. She turned around and saw that the black-haired, black-eyed young man was still observing the battlefield with Shira. Suji watched her leave. In fact, Meng Mei thought too much. He didn't know her plan. The subbrain was not omnipotent. It couldn't spy on or read the thoughts of every living being, nor could it control their actions. It could only monitor selectively. For example, it usually monitored people like Ermin, Medusa, and Dicky. Now, he was also monitoring Meng Mei. However, the Meng Mei in the monitoring was very indifferent. She was just farming, developing the Church of Light, and spouting golden words. It was a very sloppy and normal action. It was hard to know what she was thinking. It seems that things have become interesting. She wants Bai Shaoxing, so I will give it to her. Anyway, Bai Shaoxing is in her hands. I can know what she wants to do immediately and can take it back at any time. Suji was very calm. The sky was covered in a faint red color. The Blood Realm Great Realm gradually moved further and further away. Lush forests and trees appeared. Master, are we not going to watch the battlefield? Hu Haihan was worried. There's no need to look. Their strength is equal, so they're definitely in a stalemate. After all, that's not the real Di Qi. The person condensed by the power of will of all living beings is very limited. He's not a real living being. Meng Mei closed her eyes. She looked at Bai Shaoxing who had returned to her side. Even she didn't think it would be so simple. I should be able to succeed. She continued to murmur to boost her confidence. I wandered the land and established the Dragon Vein incense system because I wanted to protect the people at the bottom. The experts at the top can kill each other, but they can't kill the innocent people of Daybreak. But the people are the targets of the experts. Hu Haihan couldn't help but say, in the era of everyone cultivating, even though most of them are only level 1, there are too many of them. If they accumulate, they can break through and become gods. Every time there was a great extinction, the mortals would die the most. 70 to 80% of them were wiped out. Because they were the weakest, they brought enough energy. The death of an entire world's mortals and the number of celestial emperors was enough to make someone a god. That's why I built the Joss Flame system to protect the mortals. Meng Mei smiled. Look at the primordial world now. The experts are doing their best to protect the mortals. If this is the Western epic, will the celestial emperors protect the mortals? Hu Haihan thought about it seriously. No. This was a very realistic answer. There were too many mortals. They were like weeds. Their fertility was too strong. After one crop was harvested, another crop would grow. This was Di Qi's idea. Many experts had the same idea. At their level, the mortal's life and death were nothing to them. Meng Mei said, back then, it was all because of my stupid disciple, Dao Chongsheng. Even the heaven-shattering monarch would not protect the people. The reason he stopped the ancient heavenly monarch was because he wanted to protect the future of the experts. The experts were willing to fight for their time, but he was not doing it for the mortals. Little Fox was silent. Meng Mei said, if I'm not wrong, the land of potions will also go through a great catastrophe. Those sovereigns and emperors will be obstructed by us. After a few obstructions, some sovereigns and emperors will kill the mortals in the land of potions to become gods. Little Fox's hair stood on end. She knew that her teacher's reasoning was inevitable. Just like the old 12 witches who left the Daluo heaven to slaughter the mortals. The old celestial emperors were afraid of death. They would do anything to protect the mortals' lives. Teacher had already thought of this level? So, teacher wants to create an era of mortals in the Eastern era? Hu Haihan said, a perfect transcendent world in front of us. In our world, no one will kill the mortals just to become gods. Hu Haihan continued, and in the potions era, they will kill the mortals. They will fall into internal turmoil. A great catastrophe will descend on their world, but we will have nothing. Hu Haihan was excited, teacher, you are like a hero. You want to cut off the past and future, just like Celestial Emperor Duan. Cut off the past great catastrophe so that the mortals will not be affected and die in the catastrophe. We will win. I'm not that great. I just want to do something. Meng Mei touched her disciple's hair. Also, do you know why I persuaded the Messiah Sovereign Emperor? Hu Haihan was confused. That's right. He would not be persuaded no matter what. He actually gave his most precious treasure, Bai Shaoxing, to the other side's commander. Because he is omniscient and knows my plan, so he gave it to me. Meng Mei said, my plan is to establish a dragon vein in the potions era, so that the experts here will not die. They can absorb incense and even fight for the undying god's position, fighting for believers and faith. Like this, the higher-ups will fight and kill each other, but the mortals at the bottom of the world will also be incense and will not suffer from the terrifying catastrophe. Protecting the innocent mortals at the bottom, making them fight among themselves again, the little fox's eyes sparkled. She really admired her teacher. Meng Mei smiled, as for those bastard experts? Let them fight. Killing each other, fighting for the god's position. As long as they do not implicate the mortals, and the few experts who obtain the god's position are all undying monsters, killing each other to obtain energy, sooner or later they will become gods. After all, in the great catastrophe of the world, killing the mortals is a one-time plunder, while incense is a continuous and endless supply. Like this, the mortals of both our worlds will not die. Although the war between the transcendental world and the celestial emperor is still fighting, they will die and the mortals of both sides will have nothing. Calamity will no longer belong to mortals. Meng Mei smiled. If they want to become gods, they have to pay a price. They may die, but death is theirs. That is what they should know. As for us mortals, we only need to watch the gods fight in the sky. Teacher, is this plan of yours that you put so much effort into because of Brother Dao Chongqing's death? Hu Haihan asked. Meng Mei was stunned and fell silent. Only she knew that Dao Chongqing was really dead. Dao Chongqing, who had the same memories and combat techniques and was formed by the wishes of the mortals, was just another similar flower, another war god like Bel. The condensation of the mortals was not his true self. That silly boy. If it were me, I would definitely not be so selfless. I'm just a salted fish. Just like that, Meng Mei reminisced, and her mood became exceptionally tranquil. If I could stop it, I would definitely give that disobedient child 2 tight slaps, and then lock him up in his room, not letting him go out. F***ck that guardian of all life. The little fox, Hu Haihan, was stunned. She did not expect her teacher to swear like that. Only Meng Mei knew that she was the one who lost the most back then. 3 celestial emperors had died. 2 of them were her loved ones, the children she had raised with her own hands. That scholarly young man with clear eyes, Dao Chongqing, and brother Qinglian, who had been gentle and kind to her, had died. She had lost 2 of her closest relatives for decades in an instant. That year, she felt like she had been stabbed in the heart. It was so painful that she could barely breathe. She had completely fallen into self-blame and grief. Back then, I felt the same as your father, Mu Yuanqing, she said softly. She said in a low voice. Now that she thought about it, she felt a little relieved. I really suddenly felt at a loss. I was the only one left in the world, walking in a foreign land, looking at the people of the new era. I ran with all my might, trying to find everything I was once familiar with. Everything I was familiar with was leaving me at a rapid speed. She looked at the lush, black, and emerald green trees that passed by. Back then, I was too old. I really felt like I was done for. That was until I met your father, Mu Yuanqing. At that time, I felt like I had met my soulmate. At the last moment, that stubborn man lost many of his wives and children, but he still had his obsession. He struggled to protect the two of you. I admired him and was encouraged. Then, I adopted the two of you. Only then did I gradually regain my vitality and become a living salted fish. After all, not everyone could be so heartless and calmly face the death of their loved ones. Speaking of which, I've always been very lucky since I was young. I never had to work hard to get what I wanted. But I gradually realized that it was a curse. Everyone around me would die, and I was the only one who lived the longest. She smiled. I'm really a 1,000-year tortoise. Teacher. The little fox pulled her master's hand. Don't worry. Your teacher, I, have always been very lucky. In the past, I didn't have to do anything and everything went smoothly. I lived until today and came to the supreme realm. Now, not only am I lucky, I'm also very hardworking. I will definitely succeed. Meng Mei was very serious as she patted her master's head. Her plan sounded extremely complicated, but it was actually quite simple. It was nothing more than building a dragon vein in both worlds to form incense to protect the people, so that the experts would not kill them and plunder their energy. Her goal in coming to the potion world was to bring Bai Shaoxing here to gather the Church of Light. Bai Shaoxing is very useful. I used him to gather incense and pretend to be the god of wisdom, Hermes. Hudy held her cheeks. At that time, I thought that Bai Shaoxing is an omniscient existence without emotions and self-awareness. He is like the god of wisdom and can be perfectly disguised. He has no soul and emotions, and can be used as a basic blank template to hold incense and wish power. Back then, she had come here to stir up trouble. She came to preach and pull up the first god position to let the other sovereigns and emperors see the benefits. And the first god position, who should she choose? This was a problem. But she quickly made up her mind. Of course it was the god of the Church of Light with the greatest reputation and the most believers, Hermes. Who knew that I would lose him for so long? What's more exaggerated is that Bai Shaoxing is actually a part of the god of wisdom, Mercury, the symbol of wisdom. I can't tell if it's real or fake anymore. While thinking, Cutie secretly brought Bai Shaoxing back to the headquarters of the Church of Light. Dandis. Saintesses in white robes walked in and out of the luxurious white palaces. Deep in the main hall, following the faint white magic street lights, they came to the depths of the underground hall, which was also the core of the dragon vein construction. Can we really summon the mortal body of the god of wisdom, Hermes? In the dense totem magic formation, the previous Saintess Alina could not help but ask. Of course. Cutie smiled confidently, showing an elegant and dignified posture. Naturally, she would not say that the god of wisdom might die and the Church of Light would collapse. She explained that the mortal body of the god of wisdom had descended and had the power of a level 7 legend emperor. In reality, the Church of Light was much more powerful than she had imagined. The quality of faith was very high. It was even an organization that was specially created for faith. Almost many towns had the habit of going to the church to pray every weekend. There were many fanatics and devout believers, and some were even willing to sacrifice their lives. In comparison, the quality of the same number of people was 3 times that of the desolate era. This god's seat should be the strongest so far. Meng Mei took a deep breath and let Bai Shaoxing stand in the center of the dragon vein, controlling the dragon veins to gather. Whoosh, a terrifying aura slowly gathered like a tide. Rumble, countless higher-ups of the church kneeled down and worshipped him. Wisdom, light and wisdom, O great and merciful Lord. Amidst the hymn, the dragon veins surged forward, and the totem carvings on the ground became darker and brighter. The image of the god of wisdom is already very complete in the church. There is no need to write books to strengthen it. Meng Mei couldn't help but take a deep breath. She looked at Bai Shaoxing and smiled. Moreover, he doesn't have his own emotions and formal logic. All living beings will give him emotions and wisdom. The gathered incense will give him a special change, turning him into a healthy creature. He isn't the true God of wisdom, but rather the God of wisdom in the minds of all living beings. At this time, Su Ji, the body of the monarch Messiah, and Shira had already left the front line and were traveling aimlessly. He had already told Shira that he was going to hibernate for a while. Su Ji was even planning to observe the situation for a while longer. If nothing unexpected happened, he would abandon that body and throw it back into hibernation. If something happened in the future, he would use it again. Messiah was a super spare tire. After all, he had already used Messiah's body to break through the bottleneck of level 7 physical cultivation. The bottleneck of level 7 Dao cultivation required one to understand the Dao heart. Most likely, Messiah wouldn't be able to understand the Dao heart. Since he didn't achieve his goal and could only complete half of it, he sneaked out and sat in front of the courtyard eating fruits. Become healthy? Su Ji threw Bai Shaoxing over, and sure enough, he got Meng Mei's plan. Maybe the gathering of the incense will let Bai Shaoxing experience the life of the God of wisdom, the God of the Church of Light. A complete life experience is indeed the best opportunity to understand the Dao heart. Moreover, I can take it back in the future. He quickly understood that this was his opportunity. This was equivalent to cultivating the Dao heart. It was much more perfect than what he wanted. Furthermore, there was no need to worry about hidden dangers. The living beings gathered from the Joss flames of all living beings did not have their own intelligence. In fact, they were not even living beings, but a mechanical program. They had their own memories and behavior templates. Just like the God of war, Baal could still make his own decisions now, but in the future, he would gradually be assimilated and completely lose himself. The incense is poisonous. Su Ji evaluated seriously. This is an unprecedented extraordinary potential system. Its growth is too terrifying. The power of faith and incense has unlimited possibilities, but it has not been fully developed. I don't know if there are more negative flaws. Based on the current situation, it could even be called a God-level civilization with the potential to grow into a creator. The faith of all living beings could already create things, people, and worlds out of nothing. However, it was more distorted. The gathering of the emotions of all living beings could not create a real living being. It was still an aggregation. If the evil god Cthulhu was an aggregation of bodies, then, the god of incense was an aggregation of the emotions of souls. Such an equation to become the God of wisdom. If I accept the worship of the Church of Light in the sorcerer world, it is very likely to be enlightened. Su Ji felt that it was very wonderful. Fully automatic cultivation, the avatar could help to learn knowledge, and the avatar could help to understand the Tao. At this moment, the cute girl was watching the birth of the God of wisdom. This was a historical moment. As a player witnessing all this, what was the most important thing to do? Take a screenshot. Post, she quickly posted outside. Once again, the Iron Straight Man by Shaoxing. I have been continuously broadcasting the progress with you. Bai Shaoxing might be the remnant of the God of Wisdom, Hermes, after his death. I want to use him to control the Church of Light. I want to use this power to protect the poor people of the world. I don't care about the big shots fighting among themselves. But you can't involve the innocent. The cute girl is awesome. Everyone gave a thumbs up, feeling that it was very good. The cute girl was a salted fish, but she had a balance in her heart. You can become a god, you can kill, and you can fight, but that is your business. Why do you have to kill the poor people? Because they are easy to bully? Did they eat your rice? The cute girl had inherited the will of Dao Chongqing and did not want the previous tragedy to happen again. In the future, the strong could fight freely, pursue the strongest, pursue glory, and have all kinds of dreams. It was a world of great competition. Everyone in the world was a dragon, but they could not kill the ordinary people. Every once in a while, they would be exterminated. That would be too abnormal. If the war between the two worlds did not involve the ordinary people at the bottom, then the storm would not be so big. You can fight however you want. Cute girl, you're bragging. Many netizens were bragging. The cute girl laughed. Cough, cough, cough. Let's get down to business. Previously, the big shots, Xianxia went down the mountain, Mount Akina, speed, and these people founded the Church of Light and feminized the God of Wisdom. According to the common people's impression of him, he must be cross-dressing. Screenshots. In the screen, there was the statue of the Goddess of Wisdom. Countless netizens? They cheered, thinking that the Iron Straight Man by Xiaoxing would have such a day. Become a great beauty? Also, the God of Wisdom, Mercury, had defeated their evil god Cthulhu. Now, he had gotten his revenge. Suji? He had a toothache on the spot. The beating of society might come late, but it would never be absent. After all, he had to pay some price and experience some setbacks to sharpen his Tao heart. Cross-dressing. Can this make me stronger? Can this make me understand my Tao heart? He fell into deep thought. Although Bai Xiaoxing was not under his control now and was acting on his own in the sand table, once he returned to his body, his memories, enlightenment, knowledge, and even his Tao heart would rush back to his mind, including the memories of the Goddess of Wisdom. The Goddess of Wisdom would change her clothes, eat, dress up, and even take a bath and rest when she was tired. All kinds of female life memories. He did not feel good. He quickly stared at Bai Xiaoxing in the Church of Light and entered his doppelganger's body. Kaboom! After a flash of light, Bai Xiaoxing was originally a mirror image. After absorbing the incense, his form gradually changed. After the hazy white light, a god of wisdom wearing a white robe descended, holding a white book in his hand. His eyes were filled with endless depth, giving people a sense of erudition and wisdom, extremely holy. Fortunately, when Suji saw this, he gradually retreated. At the crucial moment, he had changed his reconstructed appearance to become androgynous. After all, the God of Wisdom did not differentiate between men and women. Otherwise, such a voluptuous and sexy appearance would really cause him a toothache. Damn. Why is it different from the image in everyone's mind? This is at least D. Why is it flat? The cute girl opened her eyes wide and roared in her heart. She looked carefully and realized that it did not seem to be a woman. She became more and more desperate. She looked at the other priests and said solemnly, "Everyone, it seems that the situation has changed. We have made a mistake in descending. We have to dress the God of Wisdom in female clothes and stuff some material in front. This is his true appearance." The members of the Church of Light glared at her. They had been angered by the shamelessness of this ancient saintess of light many times. How could the descended God of Wisdom change his appearance? Everything was based on the appearance of the God of Wisdom. They even had plans to replace the statues of the Goddess of Wisdom. The cute girl could only show a resentful expression and give up on this idea. With the development of the era, some people gradually realized that whether it was the barren world or the potion world, there was an invincible emperor in every era. They were far more powerful than the other geniuses of the same era. They were invincible in the world. Other than body cultivators, the barren world emphasized the heart of Tao and the potion world emphasized the truth. They were all related to the state of mind. The geniuses of an era had to fight in the same plane. Even if they had the same talent, the gap would gradually widen due to the outcome. The winner could build confidence by defeating the enemy and advance bravely. The loser would be traumatized and widen the gap. The most typical example was Medusa and Lilith. They were old enemies, and their aptitudes were originally the same, but because of a single victory, Lilith completely fell into the demonic path. She was stuck in her realm and died of old age, disappearing from history. As for Medusa, he walked to this day. In every era, there was an emperor who dominated the world. This seemed to be a predestined fate. But what about the current era? The emperors of the ancient era were the symbols of invincibility in that era. Many of them were asleep at their peak. Now that they've awakened, they've gathered in this era with the hope of becoming gods. The plane above the emperors was the gods. In the words of the Eastern ancient barren world, they were the saints. Jumping out of their own era was the eternal goal of all great emperors. Even though these emperors didn't know that they were little people in a bottle in someone's orchard in the countryside. This is a dazzling era. Never seen before in the past. Thousands of years of history have gathered today. It's not just our land of potion. It's said that the ancient barren world has also summoned strong cultivators from the river of time. We've all entered the Golden Age. The emperor of their era is the mortal emperor, Lu Wenjian. Apparently, he's been cultivating. Right now, his combat ability is infinitely close to the heavenly path. He's already suppressed all existences. Many people knew that the one summoned by the River of Time wasn't his true body. His combat ability wasn't as exaggerated as imagined. If it really was the legendary Emperor Di Qi, the two ancient existences, Dao Chongqing and Medusa, wouldn't be his match in the same plane. As for Lu Wenjian in the barren ancient world, after practicing the 9 revolutions mysterious art and the long sword, her combat power was indeed exaggerated to the extreme, crushing the likes of the war god and becoming the invincible celestial sovereign of the present age. However, she was gradually entering old age, her combat power was exaggerated, but there were too many restrictions. The invincible emperor of the ancient barren world, the Shushan sect leader, has already appeared. What about our era of potions? With so many invincible great emperors gathering, who can truly suppress this era? It's the Beastman Brahm? The Fresh Blood Emperor? Or the ancestor of vampires? Who is the #1 in history? Several days passed, and news kept coming from the blood-filled great realm. Monarchs and monarchs fought against each other. Every few months, an ancient monarch would fall. That was an era of absolute suppression and invincibility. Those who had been invincible for their entire lives were now defeated. The news of their deaths gave people an indescribable sense of distortion. It was simply unimaginable. They had all grown up listening to their stories. People were debating, but they didn't know that danger had already arrived. This was an unprecedented golden age, but it would also be a terrible disaster that had never been seen since ancient times. In the blood-filled great world, there was a majestic blood-colored mountain. Many ancient existences were resting there. A terrifying aura surged out, terrifying people. However, there were already many grand historical great emperors talking in secret. We can't take them down after so long. We've suffered too many casualties. Although we killed some of their celestial sovereigns, we took the energy from their corpses. But it's less than expected. With this stalemate, why don't we? That's right. Mortals should pay for this era. After all, we're fighting on the front lines while they're enjoying life behind us. They're just like weeds. Once we harvest them, they'll grow back in less than 300 years. The monarchs and great emperors quietly went back and forth on the front lines. Boom, at the edge of the blood-filled great realm, there was a dark red mountain range. Under the pitch-black sky, a tower-shaped building stood tall. The top of the building shot out snow-white beams of light that pierced the clouds like a lighthouse. That was a watchtower. There would always be strong cultivators from the ancient barren world at the front lines. They wanted to sneak around the front lines and infiltrate the world behind. These days, they'd stopped many legendary realm cultivators. Whoosh, all of a sudden, strange birds with bright red veins on their foreheads flew across the land. It was an eerie sight. What's that? There were many houses of different heights around the pointy watchtower. Many legendary realm cultivators guarded the front lines. They looked up at the sky and quickly became alert. It's nothing. That's the familiar of the dark prison emperor Bo Chica from 400 years ago. He was an invincible monarch of an era. Someone recognized it and heaved a sigh of relief. They were the second line of defense at the front lines. Their job was dangerous. If an enemy monarch of the dark prison emperor secretly broke through, none of them would survive. Wait, it's one thing for the dark prison emperor to return, but why did he bring his own familiar? There's no enemy. Someone's expression changed. Something was wrong. Whoosh, the pitch-black birds with dark red foreheads were like the silent tide, slowly and steadily covering the sky. They slowly surged over, bringing with them endless death. Ah! Someone began to scream, his face full of disbelief. Emperor, why did you? The body of a sub-emperor collapsed. He lay on the ground, staring blankly at the sky. His eyes were full of disbelief. He'd long been prepared to die at the hands of the enemy. He'd made arrangements for his death, but he'd never thought he'd die at the hands of his own people. Because you're weak, you can't carry out your own ideals. A middle-aged, dignified man with a strange bird on his shoulder was surrounded by black paint. He walked forward step by step. Everywhere he went, blood flowed from the ground. Corpses piled up into rivers. Not far away, in the blood-filled great realm, the monarchs and emperors had already sensed something was wrong, but they ignored it and continued to prepare for the battle at the front lines. What did the people behind them have to do with them? The long passage of time had long since diluted their hearts. They might have been hot-blooded in their youth, but as time passed, the cries of that era gradually had nothing to do with them. They became indifferent. Just like the 12 shamans of the exalted heaven, they aged in their hot-bloodedness and then decayed. To them, the dark prison emperor had slaughtered a large number of people and obtained energy. At the very least, he would share it with them. They could even make the dark prison emperor bear the infamy of slaughtering people, then kill him and take the energy he had collected. Everyone lacked energy. To become a god, one needed to accumulate far too much energy. If they could bring back the energy of death and annihilation, then kill some celestial emperors, they would have a high chance of becoming a god. Once they became a god, they would be the victor of the war between two worlds. Ah! In the mountain range, a powerful sub-emperor with a spear in hand was fleeing. His body glowed with a faint blue light. His face was covered in blood and fear. Why is it like this? He screamed. In the war between two worlds, we should have worked together. We've been bathed in blood all this time. For our families, for the country behind us, we didn't care about our lives. Who would have thought that the ancient great emperor would? The other legend and sub-emperors at the front line were all dead. In order to cover his escape, he wanted to pass this news to the entire world. The sovereign great emperor who protected them and defended them against the other world had betrayed them. He was running with all his might. Escape, he had to escape, he had to let every expert and citizen of the country escape. A terrifying calamity had descended. All living beings would die. It was hard for him to imagine how many people would survive. It's useless. Boom, the sub-emperor's escaping body suddenly exploded, turning into a blood mist that turned into incomparably pure energy. These are the pitiful mortals. Even if you reach legend, you are just slightly stronger mortals in our eyes. Rather than letting you die of old age, you should marry and have children, work for the rest of your lives, and finally disappear into history. There is no meaning to your life, as mortals that can be seen everywhere. It's better to provide us, who were once the strongest, with some power so that we can pry open the door to the gods. The dark prison emperor's expression was calm as he calculated. The harvest from the beginning is good. The stronger the life, the greater the energy. These sub-emperors and legends guarding the borders are a good harvest. Our world is different from the desolate ancient world. Their cultivation system is powerful, but it is difficult to cultivate. On the other hand, we have more experts. Over the past few hundred years, we have produced far too many quasi-emperors and legends. With the same cultivation system, the benefits we reap are countless times greater than theirs. He strode forward. This era is too foreign to me. My former country has already perished. I have no family, no friends, no things that I want to protect. I don't feel any burden when I kill. Half a day later, Yuka returned from the ancient barren world, covered in blood. That was the result of both sides suffering. He had fought fiercely in the Nanjiao kingdom of the ancient barren world. For his world, his family, and his comrades in the bar, the sub-emperors and disciples, they had all died without hesitation. He had lost a lot, but he didn't regret it. In a war, people had to be sacrificed, right? But he had also made a breakthrough in the midst of death. He had successfully entered the legend realm from a sub-emperor. But in the end, he still let the couple go. He only heavily injured them, so they wouldn't be able to participate in the war for a short period of time. But he still risked being charged with treason. He let the couple go because he saw himself in them. Maybe I'll be heavily injured again after returning from a mission. Like before, I need to rest and recover for a while. Maybe I can go to the bar and listen to the history. But Messiah the Great's history is over. He kept thinking. The sub-emperors and legends in the bar were mostly people who had just returned from the front lines and were recovering from their injuries. When Yuku arrived at the sentry post, his expression froze. All he could see was the blood of the dead. It's the dark prison emperor Bochika's traces. He tightened his collar, feeling cold and sweaty. He walked quickly to the land in front of him. His mind was blank as he looked into the distance. That's the direction of the Fideki human kingdom. My school, Empress Fideki. That's just a small human kingdom. Fideki Kingdom's capital. The sky quickly turned pitch black. Countless shadows surged over like boiling water. Those shadows that fell from the sky were terrifying strange birds. Yuka finally arrived. He silently looked at the city in the distance. Disaster was wreaking havoc. His face had already become lifeless and numb. He raised his head to look at the pitch-black sky. This world is really pitch black. I've just returned from that world, and I actually missed that gorgeous sun. A trace of calmness appeared in his eyes. He suddenly thought, what was the goal of his cultivation back then? It was to see the sunlight. In the eyes of the mortals of that world, it was inconceivable. But for this land, it was extremely difficult. Many people lived for 50 years from birth to death. This was because most people only lived for 30 years. He was born in the darkness and had never seen the light. In order to see the scenery of the day, the legendary beautiful sun, the blue sky, the white clouds, and the warm sun, he stepped on the path of cultivation. But a woman's figure appeared in his mind. Was he doing it for the sunlight, or for a girl who was like the sunlight? So I chose fire. Firerock person Yuku. Unfortunately, I just broke through. Give me a little more time, rumble. The sky was quickly ignited and turned into layers of magnificent burning clouds. The pitch-black sky was quickly dyed golden red. Yuka grasped the air. The rocks on the ground quickly melted and turned into a huge lava giant. Rumble, the huge lava golem's body pierced through the clouds. Its 100-meter-tall body strode forward like a giant from ancient mythology. Dark Dungeon Emperor Bochika stood in front of the palace and smiled. Kneel down and I may spare your life. The calm and elegant Fideki queen didn't move at all. She was holding a golden scepter and wearing a golden crown inlaid with sapphires. She sat quietly on the throne and slightly closed her eyes. The Fideki human kingdom will never perish. Dark Dungeon Emperor sneered. He suddenly turned his head and looked at the distant pitch-black sky. This is, crack, a sky-high flame surged. Dark Dungeon Emperor Bochika, I want you dead. Yuka roared as if he wanted to vent all his anger in this way. Rumble, the sky-high flame lit up the magnificent palace in the dark. Fideki Queen held her scepter and looked at the night sky outside. She looked at the battle between the two sides and murmured. She was not afraid of death, nor did she want to criticize Yuku for returning without permission. Her hand suddenly trembled as she took out a yellowing diary. Potion calendar year 971, 3rd of July. I met Miss Millie of the Fideki royal family in the slums again. She was helping some poor children. Oh my God. She smiled. This is the first time I've been touched by a young girl's smile. She's so beautiful. Her smile is like the sunlight I've never seen before. It's like the incomparable sun. It's so warm and intoxicating. All like a bard singing a poem, the queen recited with a face full of emotion. She didn't notice that her face was gradually covered in tears. Miss Millie, who's as beautiful as the sun. I, Yuku, am the flame that protects the sun. I, Yuku, am the destined prince of your life. I, Yuku, will protect your ideal country. City of Holy Light, Dandis, at the edge of the Tower of Dawn. The Mother Ivy, who was examining Hermes, suddenly trembled. She looked up at the night sky, as if she could hear the faint cries of all living beings and the gathering of tragic resentment. The interweaving dragon veins on the ground allowed her to see the final tragic scene of the Fideki royal family. The entire royal family became a huge valley of black lava. Fideki Queen, who wore a golden crown on her head, hugged the corpse of the Royal Academy's hero, Yuku, and disappeared in the golden flames that filled the sky. They were like two beautiful butterflies that flew into the fire, flying towards the golden sun and into eternity. In the end, it still started. She was silent for a moment. Finally, she closed her eyes and stayed in the potion world. She grabbed Hermes's arm tightly. If I didn't change the primordial world and let the strong and mortals form an unbreakable bond, our world might have. The destructive power of a celestial emperor was too terrifying. If no one could stop them, they could easily destroy a country. This was also the reason why both sides were frantically trying to stop the other celestial emperor from descending into their own world. At this time, the countless quasi-emperors and legendary experts who were fighting for their homeland did not expect that these ancient legendary sovereigns would actually attack the mortals on their own land. This catastrophe had completely broken out. But it happened in an unimaginable manner. It was not an enemy from another world, but a local sovereign emperor who had initiated the descent of a great extinction. Cry, there is no right or wrong in this world, the only thing that is wrong is your weakness. He walked quietly on the ground. A human kingdom was quickly destroyed, with countless casualties. Even though it was a small country, it still caused a huge storm. It was said that the Black Prison Emperor had suffered some minor injuries and was rushing to the next country. Immediately, the entire land was filled with fear, and blood dyed the ground red. We are going to be destroyed, all the countries will be destroyed. Someone wailed. Not a single sovereign emperor has come out, they are all silent, we don't want to die. O great God of worship! At the same time, countless believers of the Church of Light were also asking for help, wailing and praying for the great God of wisdom, Hermes, to save them. City of Holy Light, Dandus. The circular fountain square was surrounded by pale white buildings. In the middle of the fountain was a statue of the God of Wisdom, which had been reconstructed. The God of Wisdom was holding a book in one hand, looking up at the sky in the fountain. The entire statue was emitting a faint yellow glow. A few children were playing around beside the fountain, holding short gray wooden swords, playing a game of king and hero. Around them were white-robed believers, walking to the side. Whoosh, the fountain surged. Birds that looked like white pigeons were pecking on the stone ground, tidying their white feathers. No one saw the one and only God they believed in, Hermes, sitting at the edge of the pool, quietly reading a book. He wore a snow-white, well-proportioned divine robe, and an exquisite white crystal necklace hung around his neck. The man was so handsome that he did not look like a mortal, but a god from heaven. He is exactly the same as a scholar, still likes to read, holding a book in one hand. Hu Haihan sat on a bench in the Fountain Square Park far away. Because he was originally the same person. Meng Mei was sitting at the side of the square, occasionally going out to look at the forum. She had already found the rhythm, typing and returning in an instant. She could communicate very quickly without missing too much time. He's different, but he has wisdom again. He's mysterious and great, making one unable to help but submit to him. When I communicated with him, I felt like I understood many things. The little fox, Hu Haihan, watched from the side with a longing look in her eyes. He's too scary, too scary. How could he have such astonishing intelligence? He is constantly deducing and fusing the knowledge in his mind. Because he is the God of wisdom. In the supreme doctrine of the Church of Light, ancient humans were the same as beasts. Humans did not possess the ability to think in the beginning. It was the God of wisdom, Hermes, who gave the humans the ability to think. Only by giving wisdom to humans could humans think, create civilization, and break away from beasts. The cute girl said softly. Right now, this strengthened version of Bai Shaoxing is the real complete form. The wisdom and thoughts of all living beings converged on him. Only she knew how terrifying this special life form was, overlaid with the all-knowing Bai Shaoxing's mirror image, coupled with the image of wisdom given to him by all living beings, coupled with a terrifying amount of incense. The combination of the three led to the birth of a special existence. The potion world, consisting of beast men, humans, and the kingdom of the undead, only had a population of 60 million. On average, 2 out of 3 people were followers of the Church of Light. Some even grew up in families that were followers of the Church of Light. Generation after generation, they went to the church to pray every weekend. He had a total of 40 million devout followers. The quality was 3 times that of the ancient barren world's people. In other words, the faith of 120 million living beings. Due to all these reasons, he became a special existence. He's madly deducing and fusing the knowledge in his mind. Can the ancient celestial emperor Diqi compare to him? Hu Haihan exclaimed. I heard that the ancient celestial emperor Diqi was also very good at deducing. He could learn other people's secret arts and even see through them with one glance. The cute girl thought about it seriously and hesitated for a long time. Can't be compared. He's not a living being after all. Although his deducing ability is very good, he lacks some intelligence. In other words, he's like a supercomputer formed from the thoughts of all living beings. He's more than enough to fuse, but he can't innovate. The scary thing about that monster Dichi wasn't that he could secretly learn. After all, even if he did, it would only be similar to the original version at most. The scary thing about him was that after he secretly learned something, he would innovate and then be even better than the original version. Then, he would beat you up. This was his heaven-defying ability. Dichi's Deluo Heaven Scripture, innovating and integrating, but he's also fusing knowledge. At most, it's a weakened version of Deluo Heaven Scripture. The cute girl thought about it. Sigh, in the end, he's a being without self-logic. Although he can speak and communicate, he's not a real person. If he had his own thoughts and creativity, this kind of deduction ability comparable to a supercomputer should be comparable to the real Dichi. The reason he wasn't as good as Dichi was only because he wasn't a real being. His deduction ability was completely on par. But even so, he was still very powerful. As expected, this is the real God of wisdom. But my dear disciple, don't be enchanted by him. The cute girl looked serious. He's a perfect being because he's the God of wisdom in the minds of all living beings. He's the convergence of their expectations, so naturally, he'll perfectly conform to the impression of all living beings. His actions, logic, wisdom, and language are all given to him by all living beings. But, I feel that he's a real person. Hu Haihan couldn't help but say. He's not a being. A real person will change their mentality according to the environment, time, and experience. They'll grow with setbacks. The human heart is hard to fathom, but he's different. The cute girl stared at Hermes carefully. He's the perfect existence in the minds of all living beings. He'll never let them down. However, I feel that this kind of living being is a true living being. Hu Haihan thought about it and couldn't help but refute. He doesn't have the despicable nature of human nature. He's a perfect existence that transcends humans. All living beings' beautiful ideals and fantasies are gathered on him. Who wouldn't like such a man? The cute girl was startled. She slapped her head and smiled. Don't be lustful. We're still the trio from back then. Bai Shaoxing is still the bookworm, just with a different identity. Suddenly, the cute girl sensed something and looked at Hermes. He's here. Hermes nodded and put down the book. He stood up and disappeared. He said calmly, my people, as long as you believe in me, you'll be spared from danger. Go and meet that dark dungeon emperor, Bo Chica. He was originally a being formed from incense, so he naturally followed the dragon vein and quickly rushed somewhere. Under the gloomy sky. The dark dungeon's emperor Bo Chica had arrived at a new country. This was a small beastman country. The strongest powerhouse suppressed here was only a legend. However, their powerhouse had gone to the front lines to participate in the war, and was even guarding the watchtower. He had just died in his hands. What pitiful creatures. He smiled. Whoosh, he waved his hand, and strange birds gathered in the sky above the town, forming a black wave. Kill. Leave no one alive. His grave and stern face carried calmness. The mortals of an era are nothing more than fleeting clouds. When they come to this world, they laugh and die of old age. They are like weeds overgrown with weeds. Their 30-odd years of life are meaningless. They can be slaughtered casually, but they will reproduce again. Whoosh, corpses piled up like a mountain on the broken ground. The dark dungeon's emperor Bo Chica strode forward, watching the mortals wailing. Many believers knelt on the streets with their families. The church was filled with people praying. They looked up at the statue of the God of Wisdom and closed their eyes. They cried in pain and prayed devoutly to the Book of Wisdom. Achilles, God of Wisdom in the heavens. We call thy name Father, said the Lord. Grant us wisdom that transcends beasts. Grant us the power to think. May your knowledge exist in the words of the book, as it exists in our hearts. May your wisdom be the authority of power, the symbol of supreme power. A faintly discernible hymn gradually resounded throughout the city. Countless creatures prayed in despair. The church's prayer hall could no longer hold them. The old, children, women, and men knelt on the ground devoutly at the fountain in the middle of the town. They shouted and closed their eyes while trembling. How pitiful. He descended in the air and suddenly spoke. Boom! Instantly, the people present trembled even more. As if they heard the voice of a devil, they closed their eyes and did not dare to look at what was happening outside. They knelt on the ground and prayed louder and louder, as if they wanted to end their lives by praying this way. He shook his head and raised his arm high, gathering endless black light. These are the lowly mortals. In times of danger, they only know how to pray, to seek spiritual sustenance, to hope for someone to save them. They also want to save themselves. No one wants to rely on others. In this world, most people are mortals who can't cultivate to become professionals. Many things are destined from birth. They want to choose, but they don't have a choice. This world doesn't have a system like Xianxia, so they can only pray to me to give their hearts something to rely on. Beg you. The dark dungeon's great emperor Bochica's face gradually turned sluggish as he abruptly turned his head. He saw a white-clothed god of light holding a book in his hand, a gentle smile on his face. He stood silently 3 meters away, without any signs of life. He couldn't even sense his presence. Like a soundless ghost. Dark prison great emperor Bochica's hair stood on end as he felt a lingering fear. If he had launched a sneak attack on him, he would have died in an instant. This scene reminded him of someone. Xianxia sect leader Lu Wenjian, a terrifying mortal celestial emperor. She also had no aura, and all her battle power was in her weapon. Like that assassin. His heart turned cold, and he couldn't help but look at the book in the man's hand. Is this book the same? You're the god of wisdom, Hermes? After a few seconds of silence, he said, No, you have the aura of a worshipper from the ancient barren world. You're not a living person. So that's how it is. Is this the Church of Light and this land's final resistance? Colluding with an ancient existence from the ancient barren world, you deserve to die. Though he said this and appeared fierce, he still wanted to retreat. He could feel the other's terrifying aura. He'd gathered too much Joss flames, causing his battle power to be incomparably terrifying. He knew very well that almost all the mortals in the land of potions worshipped him. The Joss flames of the ancient barren world were scattered, but the land of potions was gathered. He was much stronger than the Tiantu war god. He was definitely a monster on the same level as the Blood Emperor, the ancestor of the vampires. Ah! It's the god of wisdom. The great god has finally come to save us. The mortals on the ground opened their eyes and roared crazily. They worshipped and knelt. When the living ancient legend appeared before them, the god they believed in and were willing to sacrifice everything for had descended. What would they do? They were already talking incoherently. The hymns became even more intense. In the long history of the world, who had the most appeal? Who was most respected by the people? Without a doubt, it was the legendary god of wisdom, Hermes. He'd descended and given the mortals 3 great pieces of knowledge, giving them the courage to fight against nature. The entire Church of Light existed because they worshipped this god. The cute girl arrived quietly. Seeing this scene of fanaticism and unimaginable faith, she couldn't help but be dumbfounded. She immediately handed a short cane to the netizens outside and used it as a microphone to broadcast the scene live. Fellow netizens, this is the historical turning point of the era of potions. The tide of history is surging. Please remember the scene clearly and bear witness to the charm of history. History is with us. In the sky, the white-robed god looked at him quietly. All sinners, as long as you pray to me and submit to my country, I will forgive your sins. Pfft. Let's go. The emperor of the dark prison, Bochica, turned to leave. Behind him, Hermes, who didn't have a strong aura, didn't seem to have any intention of attacking. He slowly flipped open the first page of the Book of Light and spoke softly. Wisdom is the power of everything. In the next second, the aura finally bloomed. The entire world seemed to be squeezed. Hermes was like the assassin Lu Wenjian. Usually, the moment he attacked, the moment he pulled out his sword, a terrifying aura exploded. The moment anyone saw the sword, it was the moment the enemy died. He lowered his head in a daze. His consciousness gradually blurred. His entire body was being squeezed until he was twisted into a ball. He couldn't even make a sound. How can it be so strong? Bang, he was completely crushed into a bloody mist. Hermes's expression was calm. With a light shake of his body, he disappeared on the spot. Ah! The people in the nearby cities looked up and immediately cried tears of joy. The believers all knelt down and prayed. Damn! The cute girl was also stunned. After a long time, she slowly let out a turbid breath. Is it that exaggerated? The historical book of potions recorded, in the year 1103 of potions, during the war with the ancient barren world, the epic emperor slaughtered all living beings. The god of wisdom, Hermes, descended and saved the believers from danger. Blood Realm. Fresh Blood Emperor and Brahm were quietly playing chess. I seemed to hear the cries of mortals, helpless cries of pain, begging their king for help. Brahm smiled, just like how I used medicine to transform many humans into a half-beastman army that attacked the human kingdoms. Fresh Blood Emperor said indifferently, you underestimate me. I may be human, but I'm called Fresh Blood Emperor. In my era, my hands were covered in blood. I even dared to kill in the netherworld. He knew the other was provoking him. If the ordinary people tried to protect the land, they would become everyone's target. Then, the surrounding sovereigns and martial emperors would surround and kill them. Unfortunately, the other party had miscalculated. Over the long years, he had become indifferent to such things. A pitch-black wind surrounded the entire land. The sovereign emperors opened their eyes abruptly, and their pupils constricted. Dark Prison Emperor Bo Chi is dead? They felt the disappearance of his aura. According to what they knew, there were no sovereigns behind them. How could they stop him? Who killed him? An ancient sovereign martial emperor is hiding in the dark? Could it be the most mysterious monarch Messiah? Divine consciousnesses collided and conversed. They found it unbelievable. There shouldn't be any sovereign emperors who would risk being killed by them for the sake of the living beings of this era. They were all ancient sovereigns who had slept for hundreds of years. In this era, slaughter was slaughter. In less than 200 or 300 years, they would return to their peak. Although they struggled and hesitated, they hardened their hearts for the possibility of becoming gods. After all, they had seen through the lives and deaths of mortals. Everything has been decided, no one can reverse this era. They discussed among themselves and decided to send a few sovereign martial emperors to investigate the truth. I'll go and find out who attacked us, Pale King said. He was a skeleton king wearing battle armor. I'll go too. This era belongs to us. We're more familiar with it. Empress Huiyi also spoke. She was the current empress of a mortal kingdom. Her life could be written into a legend. I'll go too. The monarch of sludge darkness, Mokerwi, also came out. He was very calm, but his eyes were bloodshot. He was a terrifying mass of black sludge that didn't have a human shape. He had used magic potions to transform himself beyond recognition. I'll go too. A half-beastman great emperor, Peter, said. Bang soon, 4 sovereign martial emperors flew to the sentry post at the back. Under the dark and gloomy sky, in the dark red mountain range, they saw the bloody scenes of the massacre, the broken corpses on the watchtower, quasi-emperors, legendary experts. The earth was covered in blood and deathly silence. Let's split up and search. Keep in touch. They quickly separated. Empress Huiyi didn't go looking for them. Instead, she waited for everyone to leave before silently sitting down in front of the watchtower. This woman, who looked to be in her 30s, had a mature and beautiful charm. She quietly looked at the sky, took out a bottle of wine, and quietly drank. Are we really going to? Suddenly, the King of Paleness fell silent and walked out of the shadows. Empress Huiyi looked at him in surprise. She didn't expect him to not leave either. After a moment of silence, she also took a big gulp of wine and handed it to him. We have no choice. The monarch of sludge darkness also walked out of the shadows and looked at the two. They stared at each other and suddenly laughed helplessly. You can't do it either? They're all my people. No one expected the other to think the same. As the sovereign martial emperors of this era, they were clearly the most familiar with the terrain and connections of this era. Even though they had asked to help, they didn't choose to search and purposely let them go. No matter who the other was, going against the sovereign martial emperors of the entire Potion civilization was suicidal. They waited for a while longer. The last person, the half-beastman Great Emperor Peter, didn't return. Clearly, he really wanted to slaughter this era and stand with the ancient emperors. The king of sludge darkness walked over. This white sludge monster took the wine bottle and drank with the two. Say, if we sleep with them for a long time, will we be like them? Suddenly, the king of paleness said, we will also fall. Have you heard of the ancient barren world, that distant history? Dao Chongqing stopped the Daluo heaven alone. Huh? There's no right or wrong in this world. There's only the strong and the weak. The three chatted. They didn't stop or help. They just hid in the corner and waited weakly. This was the only thing they could do. Giving up their lives was like throwing an egg against a rock. They couldn't do it. They didn't want to be called heroes who gave up their lives and become martyrs. The higher they went, the stronger they were, and the more death they'd seen, the more afraid they were of death. As they drank, a large amount of grayish-white water suddenly flowed out of Mokerwe's eyes like strange melted candles. It's my fault. It's all my fault. Mokerwe raised his head and smiled bitterly as he drank. Emperor Mokerwe, calm down. Empress Huiyi saw that something was wrong. His belief in the truth seemed to have collapsed. He'd sunk into despair. This was terrifying. There were too many examples of people who couldn't recover after a setback. She tried to calm him down. It's my fault, it's all my fault. Tears flowed from the corners of Mokerwe's eyes. This great emperor cried miserably. I suppressed this era and you all. I'm invincible in the world. I said back then, submit to me. This era belongs to me, but I can't stop them, he choked with sobs and wailed loudly. It's me, it's me. I'm too weak. He cried bitterly. Suddenly, a hand gently stroked the forehead of the white sludge monster. A living being had silently approached the three sovereign martial emperors. They were great emperors. Stunned, he turned around slowly. A white-robed god held a Bible in his hand. He looked like an ordinary priest without any aura, but he looked like a benevolent father. Everyone is guilty. Pray to God. God will forgive you. God will carry out your wishes. God will save all living beings. This was the prayer in the Book of Wisdom. Mokerwe was like a broken child. After a few seconds of numbness, he knelt down with a thud. Like a believer in a church praying on Sunday, he chanted a hymn and prayer. Almighty God, I failed to live up to your grace. I've used the wisdom you've given me to commit the most evil sins in the world. Empress Huiyi and King of White, who were standing at the side, felt their blood run cold. They could vaguely feel that, the strongest emperor of this era, Mokerwe, the truth that caused him to collapse, it was faintly calming down. He bathed in the pure white light and comforted the weeping sludge monster. He was like a god in a sacred mural teaching the mortals of the earth. He had a sacred charm. A white-robed god with no aura. Goddess Huiyi looked up and murmured. Suddenly, Goddess Huiyi's eyes stared straight at the sleeve of the white-robed god. There seemed to be a gray crystal necklace hanging on it. It was the most powerful treasure of the half-orc emperor, Peter. She was trembling. Great God, Hermes, this mortal prays to you. I beg for your forgiveness. Thump, Empress Huiyi knelt down. The white-robed god lowered his head and gently stroked her hair, comforting her broken heart. He chanted the holy book in his hand like a benevolent father. Soon, the three sovereigns knelt on the ground like children in pain, listening to the will of the Lord. The blood realm whirled. There was no turbulence in the air. It was as if he had appeared out of thin air. It was a slender white-clothed figure that appeared out of thin air. In his hand was a pure white holy book, and his entire body was covered in pure white divine light. God of wisdom? Hermes? The Blood Emperor's body shook as he looked at the white-robed god. That was a legendary god. When the surrounding sovereign martial emperors saw this, they were startled. No, this is the aura of Joss Flames. So that's it, some of the sovereigns finally stopped sweating. This was a terrifying setup. All the wishes of the world had been gathered in Hermes to create this god. He would be more terrifying than any of the celestial emperors in the barren world. but so what? Their eyes gradually darkened. Killing Hermes, who is the embodiment of the hopes of all, will be a huge amount of energy. His aura is terrifying, comparable to 2 or 3 celestial emperors. Brahm chuckled. We had a lot of people, but the vampire ancestor took half of us to patrol. We can take this emperor for ourselves. The convergence of the wishes of all living beings, the last hope of the entire world. The taste of hope must be extremely delicious. The king of dark cloud's hideous black body revealed a sinister expression. He was like a terrifying demon king that could devour dreams. The surrounding sovereigns and emperors talked. Hermes felt a strong pressure from all directions. In the distance, Empress Huiyi, Mokerwi, and the King of White also rushed over. They had complicated expressions, even a bit of despair. They could clearly feel the aura of Joss flames. It wasn't the true god of wisdom, but a god formed by the wishes of all. Even though they were already subdued and intoxicated in the warm embrace of their father. But no matter how strong the Joss flames were, they weren't the true god of wisdom. They couldn't be invincible. Only the origin demon god and the ancient barren world's heavenly path could win. They didn't dare to be heroes and didn't want to die, but they didn't want to see others die either. Plus, kill. Every single pore on the blood. Emperor's body was soaked with blood. His entire body had turned into a blood man, and dense red lumps of bubbles were bulging out of his skin. It was a horrifying sight. Wisdom and civilization allow humans to break away from beasts. Hermes spoke slowly. Pure white divine light surrounded his body, illuminating the entire land and dyeing it pure white. The distortion of the world, the distortion of humanity, the distortion of misfortune, the distortion of an immortal existence, all of them need redemption. Hermes's voice was pure and holy, soothing and tranquil. He flipped open the holy book and advised the people present to abandon the sins in their hearts. Kill him. It's just a living being formed by the willpower of all living beings. There's no need to talk anymore. A horrifying aura spread out as the sovereign martial emperors present quickly made their moves. A horrifying pressure spread out, and their auras were majestic and imposing. In the distance, the cute girl's expression changed, and she rushed over. I've already asked the celestial emperor over there to come over. Don't blame me for stopping the war with a fight. A pincer attack on these sovereign martial emperors. Once Hermes dies, I don't know how long it will take for the power of wishes to accumulate again. We won't be able to stop them from using this period of time to kill everyone. Once all living beings died, there was no way for Hermes to revive. Moreover, once Bai Shaoxing died in his body, even if he could revive Hermes, he would only be a simple Joss flame god. He wouldn't be as strong as before. She became nervous. It's all because the foolish scholar moved too quickly. We can't control him. The other side might not be able to come quickly. Although it only takes 30 to 40 seconds to break through the patrol line, for an expert of this level, especially when he's surrounded, the greatest possibility was that he would be killed instantly. 30 to 40 seconds was enough to do a lot of things. The Hermes in front of him was facing the sovereign martial emperors from ancient times to the present. Each of them had suppressed the previous era, and they were invincible existences. Although only half of the sovereign martial emperors were present, and the rest were patrolling and guarding the front line, no celestial emperor could resist them. Rumble, however, in the next second, Hermes made his move. Wisdom is the power of everything. Rumble, the entire heaven and earth were compressed rapidly, and the surrounding sovereign martial emperors were sent flying while vomiting blood. Wisdom is the authority of thinking, and thinking is the basis of sensing time. In an instant, time seemed to slow down, and the surrounding sovereign martial emperors slowed down. However, only they knew that their thoughts had been invaded by some kind of mental witchcraft, and it was wildly interfering with their actions. He's definitely not just a Joss flame god. He's even mixed with some terrifying things. I feel like I'm facing the god of wisdom, and he's omniscient. The Blood Emperor's expression changed. Wisdom is the observation of the truth of all beings. Hermes flipped to the next page, and one witchcraft after another bloomed, bombarding the surrounding sovereign martial emperors from a terrifying angle. Meng Mei was completely stunned. Was this an old father beating his son? It was as if he was beating his own disciple. No. All the sovereign martial emperors are transparent in front of him. He knows their cultivation techniques, details, and flaws, and he can defeat them in an instant. She thought of Dicky. Back then, Dicky also knew all the details of the 12 shamans, which was why he could kill them in a few moves. Because their movements, techniques, and weaknesses were all exposed to him. The God of Wisdom. Meng Mei was silent for a moment. He knows the cultivation techniques of all the sovereign martial emperors. What kind of monster did he create? At this moment, the primordial world's celestial emperors arrived, and looked at this scene in shock. Who is this? The war god was stunned. Rumble, a sovereign martial emperor flew out, and it was Brahm who landed at his feet. The war god was even more shocked. After a few exchanges, Brahm was always suppressing him. He couldn't help but step on his face, and raised his Jingu Bang to strike a cool pose. Screenshot. I, old son, have subdued another monster. Not far away, Mokrue laughed wildly, and opened his mouth happily. Do you see this? Do you see this? This was the most powerful sovereign emperor of this generation. He roared with joy. This is what humans are like. This is the wisdom of humans. Only with wisdom is civilization, not beasts. This is the god of wisdom, Hermes. The last hope of the land. He laughed wildly, and his suppressed emotions once again erupted like a mountain torrent. He was hysterical. Blood Emperor looked at the laughing Mokrue. You tell me? This god of wisdom, full of incense, formed from the primordial world system, is the savior of the land of potions? Not the ancient barren world's plan? The enemy that destroyed our world? Empress Hui Yi and the others also felt that something wasn't right. But it didn't affect their excitement. So what if it was the condensation of incense? The god of wisdom, Hermes. It was Hermes, the faith of the entire land. The hope of all. Whether it was real or fake, he would save the mortals. We don't need help anymore. Meng Mei took a deep breath. In a sense, his combat ability is already comparable to Modus and Dao Chongqing. It doesn't matter how many of us there are. Lu Wenjian looked at the book in the man's hand. She was also shocked. That's my system. He doesn't cultivate it himself, but the book in his hand. It's similar to my sword. The book also cultivates the 9 revolution mysterious art. It contains layers of worlds. He's mixed all the techniques of the 2 worlds. Lu Wenjian looked at the mother vine, her body trembling. He is my master, by Xiaoxing? The cute girl hesitated for a moment, then nodded. Yeah, I gave him a handsome outfit, but it was all fake. My brain was stuffed with some personal stuff. I also underestimated him. His current combat strength is already similar to Dicky. The second, Dicky? Countless celestial emperors of the ancient barren world gulped. Boom, in the next second, the sovereigns and emperors were sent flying. Hermes stood calmly in the center. The white-robed god flipped through the pages of the book, completely subduing the ancient emperors. This kind of achievement had never been seen before. Even in the future, it would be difficult to have such an opportunity. It was even more difficult for such a terrifying existence to appear. On this day, a white-robed god headed to the Blood Realm Grand Realm. Holding the holy book in his hand, he single-handedly subdued all the ancient emperors. The news quickly spread throughout the world. This scene was destined to be eternal. In the primordial world, the mortal heavenly emperor Lu Wenjian had suppressed the entire era of monarchs. Other than the heavenly Tao, he could be said to be the strongest. In the potion world, a horrifying existence finally appeared, suppressing the entire era. Countless sovereign emperors had no choice but to submit to him. It's just Hermes's body that descended to the mortal world? A body formed from Joss flames? Then, how terrifying is his true body? The monarchs were in disbelief. They looked at the god of wisdom. There was no way the white-robed god was formed from Joss flames. It was very likely that the god of wisdom had descended on the body formed from Joss flames. A war had been stopped. Although no god was born, a force that broke the balance of the entire world had appeared. A heaven-defying existence comparable to Medusa and Dao Chongqing had joined the battle. Do not attack the living beings. the white-robed god turned around and left slowly. The Pope and the higher-ups of the various churches were extremely excited. Our great God, come to the land of suffering and save the mortals. The previous saintess and the current Pope of the Church of Light in the Blood Realm had arrived with Meng Mei to witness everything. Their eyes were filled with excitement. They quickly spread the news of the end of the disaster and took the opportunity to expand their believers. The entire world was cheering as they welcomed a new era. This was the era of the Church of Light. This year was known as the first year of the Church of Light. The calamity descended. The supreme god of the Church of Light, Hermes, officially descended to the mortal world. He went to the Blood Realm and suppressed all the monarchs in history. We welcome the return of the great God. May your will walk on the earth as it walks in the sky. I hope that wherever you go is your divine kingdom. Within a day, countless high-ranking clergymen of the Church of Light and devout female believers dressed in white set up the most luxurious church etiquette. Whoosh, beautiful women dressed in white with flower garlands on their heads flew in the sky. The young girls sprinkled white flower petals. The entire land was welcoming the god of light, Hermes, back to the church. This was a scene that had never happened before. Outside the Blood Realm, a white-robed god walked on the land. He was bathed in white light, and everything within 1,000 miles became a divine kingdom. Everyone on the land worshipped the Church of Light. Whoosh, black wind swirled over the bright red earth. The god of wisdom, Hermes, displayed his terrifying might before leaving. This caused all the sovereign emperors present to hold their breaths. As for Meng Mei, Thunder Monarch, Baal, and the others, they all revealed looks of regret. What a pity! He was the amalgamation of the wishes of all living beings. He was the deity of the radiant church. Otherwise, if he had stayed and helped them subdue these sovereign emperors, the outcome of the battle would have been decided. Everyone in front of him was injured, but none of them were serious. Their counterattack before death was even fiercer. What a monster! I didn't expect there to be such an existence in the demon world. He has surpassed the people of this era. Perhaps only Di Qi, who was undefeatable in the legends, could stand shoulder to shoulder with him. It's said that Dicky is an extremely fearsome existence. Even the current strongest heavens weren't a match for him back then. I heard that he set up a trap and sacrificed his life in an attempt to bring Dicky down with him. That was the only way to ensure mutual destruction, but in the end, he still ended up losing. Some of the new celestial emperors of the ancient barren world started discussing. Above the 9 heavens of the immortal world, there were different inheritances that were lost in the mortal world. Several heavenly emperors had been born in the past few hundred years. Beside them, Sui, Fentang and the other ancient heavenly emperors also had complicated expressions. To them, this was a very terrifying thing. You've already lost, but you haven't. At this time, the Mother's Vine looked at the vigilant sovereign emperors. You've been caught in a pincer attack. In front of you are the celestial emperors of our world. Behind you, there's Hermes formed by the people of another world. In the ancient barren world, there's a saying that goes, he who wins the hearts of the people wins the world. You've already been betrayed. The Mother's Vine looked at the sovereign emperors. He who wins the hearts of the people wins the world. This was something they had never thought about before, because mere mortals were like ants everywhere. No one would care about what they thought. Until today, when they'd almost been defeated by the anger of the people. They'd suffered a fatal loss. But you haven't lost either. The Mother's Vine smiled. You saw it. He's gone. Because I only provided the channel for the power of wishes, I can't control him. He's the convergence of wishes of the people and has his own thoughts. He's not our ally, nor is he your enemy. However, the sovereigns and emperors were enraged and agreed, yes, this condensed Hermes wouldn't become a spy from the potion world and help the ancient barren world fight against them. But it was a sharp blade that restrained them, watching them from behind, completely cutting off their path of slaughtering the people of daybreak. Then they'd lose their most likely path. They'd be attacked from all sides. How could they become gods? Could they only continue fighting the celestial emperors of the ancient barren world? But it wasn't practical. Because it required too much energy. Maybe more than half of the 200 sovereign emperors present would die for one god to be born. Everyone felt that they might not be the winner. Crushing the soft persimmon of the people was the best and fastest shortcut, but it was completely cut off. The war must continue. The mother's vine smiled. Killing the people is indeed a way to become gods. In your eyes, they're like crops in the fields. After planting them, they'll be harvested after a while. But the ancient barren world is much smarter. We don't harvest. We walk the path of sustainable development. The vampire ancestor sneered. You make it sound so grand. How many of the celestial emperors in your world are truly selfless? They're only protecting the people because of benefits. If we kill the animals to eat, then you're raising people like pigs, or sheep in cages. Letting the gods be the shepherds of the people is just a cage. This sentence was cruel and mocking the mother's vine, but it was also true. But the mother's vine spoke. You can think of it that way, but it's much more peaceful. Look at our world. Don't you envy it? This world is a cage. When we jump out of it, there's an even bigger cage outside. Mortals are people in the cage, but aren't you the people in the god's cage? That's why you want to jump out. The ancient celestial emperors were silent. As expected of the mother's vine, one of the most ancient existences. She was unfathomable and saw through everything. The mother's vine reached out and a piece of paper flew into everyone's hands. I can give you a chance. This is a contract with the dragon's veins. It can help you become gods. Take a look at Party A and Party B, the celestial emperors. Bale and the others looked at Meng Mei and instantly vomited blood. You were so cool just now, but now you're acting differently. The war between the two worlds had broken out. Suddenly, a piece of paper, what a sudden change. Take a look. The Mother Earth vine wasn't embarrassed. She smiled gently and gestured for them to read. There was a conspiracy. The Emperor's expressions became strange. They looked at the paper cautiously, as if they were attending a job fair. Contract? Party A or Party B, what did that mean? They looked at the description. At their level, they were so powerful that they could read 10 lines at a glance. They were tempted immediately. The contract said that they could use the dragon's vein. They'd already seen Hermes's power. How could they not want to be as strong? It also had a special characteristic, immortality. It was irresistible. It also said, it won't interfere with anyone's freedom. The Mother Earth vine is neutral. The war between the two worlds will continue. Everything will be the same. This Mother Earth vine is the real spy of the ancient barren world. She's helping us, this thought exploded in their minds. She'd created Hermes to cut off their path to godhood. She'd also provided them with an extremely feasible path to godhood. Collect the prayers of all living beings. It was indeed feasible. It was slow and couldn't be compared to directly harvesting energy from all living beings. However, it wasn't like killing the goose that laid the golden eggs. It wasn't like there were no shortcuts. As people with deity thrones, they had the advantage of immortality. They could kill other sovereign martial emperors without fear. After all, we're immortal. As long as there are believers, we'll be reborn sooner or later. If both of you have believers, it'll be like a friendly match. We'll kill you this time and take the death energy from your emperor's body. When you're reborn, you'll take revenge and take back the energy of your body. Everyone will die and be reborn. We'll steal each other's energy. The surrounding emperor's eyes lit up. They understood that this was a moderate plan. They didn't want to eliminate the roots. They wanted to kill the other every time they were reborn. However, there was something the Mother Earth vine didn't mention. There was another method that was even crueler. After killing the other, they could steal their faith and gather the believers. This would destroy the foundation and prevent the other from being reborn. After all, it was all energy. Wouldn't it be better to just give the prayers of a reborn emperor to themselves? This is a completely new path. The many sovereign martial emperors revealed shocked expressions. They kept thinking, feeling that this was a very complete system for becoming a deity. If he really used it, it would be countless times better than slaughtering all living beings. After all, although the harvest from a massacre was bountiful, it would take 200 to 300 years to recover. With these 200 to 300 years, they would be able to reap even more rewards in this manner. That was right. You guys have made a killing. The Mother Earth Vine looked at them and pretended that there was no middleman. She smiled again and said, "You don't have to worry about me controlling your lifelines and getting hold of your weaknesses. Your goal is to become a god. After becoming a god, you will be able to transcend the dragon veins. You don't have to be afraid of me. Do you think I can restrict you?" "I can't restrict you." The cute girl looked at them. The conditions were very generous, and no one would refuse. From now on, they would start hurting all living beings. In the land of magical medicines, there would definitely be ways to reincarnate. In fact, in order to produce more people, they would help people farm and make their lives better. Churches would be established one after another. "I promise." "Me too." The ancient existences finally opened their mouths. One day later, the Mother Earth Vine distributed the dragon veins to the sovereigns and emperors. She couldn't help but smile and pull her disciple Hu Haihan's hand closer. She was extremely excited. "I told you I would definitely succeed. I was lucky before and didn't need to work hard to succeed. Now that I'm lucky and work hard, I definitely won't fail." "Teacher," the little fox was also very excited. "This way, there won't be a calamity that will destroy all living beings. There won't be a tragedy like Senior Dao Changxing's. Teacher's achievements are comparable to the heaven-shattering emperor's. You will completely erase the ancient calamities and curse-like fate. From now on, it will be a brand new era." Countless years later, people flipped through the thick and long historical records and saw the history that changed the rules of the world. It was recorded in the frowny face year 1004 of potions. The age of potions ended with the descent of the god of wisdom, Hermes. The age of the gods began. Churches rose up and fought for the position of god. What a cute girl. Suji didn't expect the development of the situation and was speechless. This female player was very cunning. She was as wretched as the speed of Qiaoming Mountain. She actually gave him so many surprises. The gains she brought him were no less than the Alchemy Emperor and the speed of Qiaoming Mountain. These players had pushed the era forward. The establishment of the dragon veins was undoubtedly a step forward for the transcendent world to completely break free from the barbaric civilization. Every once in a while, there would be a disaster that wiped out all living beings and a gap in civilization. That was simply barbaric and not a truly mature transcendent world. And with such a system of gods, the efficiency of establishing the position of god would be much higher than before. It could even produce a large number of level 8 gods. It wouldn't be long before they truly entered the age of the gods. The gods? Suji was looking forward to the arrival of that day. This was a huge leap forward, a qualitative transformation of the sand table world. It was equivalent to the advancement of a middle-level sand table world to a high-level sand table world. It wasn't really a high-level transcendent yet because there were too few gods. There were only top-notch gods like Ermin, Medusa, and Dowlord. They hadn't entered the age of the gods yet. If everything goes well, maybe in less than a week, many gods will soon appear. Suji was looking forward to the path of that day and wanted to see what it would be like. The biggest gain was Hermes. He was equivalent to a large biological AI with the willpower of all living beings. His calculation ability was comparable to Dickie's. At this time, he was integrating all the current techniques for him. In the future, he can use the thoughts of all living beings to understand the heart of Tao and deduce a path that belongs to me. Suji sorted out his gains. In fact, the cute girl thought that Hermes was comparable to Dickie. In fact, that was not the case. Dickie was the only existence with the potential to become a Zerg hero. How could it be so easy to be on par with him? He didn't have the ability to steal, but he was equivalent to a super deduction computer. Bai Xiaoxun was connected to the knowledge base of the subbrain of AI. Although the subbrain of AI couldn't monitor all living beings, it monitored every level 7 Great Emperor and top combat power. Naturally, Bai Xiaoxun knew their techniques. Hermes. Suji sighed softly. Previously, Bai Xiaoxun was a simple learning machine. Now that he has leveled up, not only can he learn, but he can also be like a supercomputer that integrates knowledge. Just this change in Bai Xiaoxun was enough to give him endless benefits. A new era had begun. Although the war between the two worlds had not ended, and the celestial emperors of both sides were still in conflict, it was over for the mortals at the bottom of the hierarchy. The legendary masters who had entered the primordial world and slaughtered the civilians of the other side retreated, no longer tempted by the monarchs to fight for them. They fought for their lives on the front lines, while the monarchs slaughtered their loved ones and people. Year 404 of the Great Zhou dynasty. The origin demon god, Medusa, used the latitude gate to open the passage between the two worlds. The demon world invaded, and the land was in chaos. Many powerful demons descended, and millions of demonic beasts surged out. Shu Mountain, Nanzhao Nation, the barbarian witch race, and the Dayuan ancient clan formed the forces to subdue the demons. Year 427 of the Great Zhou dynasty. The demons retreated, and the land of the primordial world cheered. Countless mortals cried tears of joy. Thud thud thud, a giant horse-shaped beast pulled the carriage. There were fields on both sides of the road, and many farmers were farming. Smoke rose from chimneys in the distance. The mortals of both worlds are cheering. The disaster is over. The Mother Earth Vine continued to travel around the two worlds in the carriage. The two worlds had already allowed her to come and go as she pleased. Both worlds were respectful to her, the landlady. The land of potions has entered the era of light. The glory of the Church of Light has enveloped the entire land, and the primordial world is the same. This is a perfect ending for everyone. She said, the masters of both sides are very happy. They can fight on their own, and the mortals are also very happy. They got what they wanted. Teacher is so powerful. Little Fox Hu Haihan was full of admiration. The cute girl laughed. Of course. Your teacher must be very powerful. I want to create a perfect world. The war is only because the rules are not perfect. My goal is complete. Next, she decided to lie down and continue to be a salted fish. It's really perfect. In this world, everyone says that nothing is perfect. I've already subverted their theory. The rules I designed are flawless, she smiled, and suddenly felt a vague sense of unease. Was there really perfection in the world? She had stopped the periodic calamity since the creation of the world. Would there be an even greater calamity? She hurriedly shook her head. I'm really worrying for nothing. The Joss flame system is perfect. It gathers the goodwill of all living things, forming a heavenly deity that protects all living things. The next second, a huge hole appeared in the sky, and the voice of the war god could be heard. Landlady, the water has stopped. The cute girl jumped up from the carriage and pointed to the sky. She was extremely arrogant. How scarce are the incense sticks now? You went through the back door, stealing incense to cultivate all day long. From now on, every night from 12 to 8 in the morning, stop the incense supply. Battle god? After a few more years, the battles between the emperors no longer affected the mortals. In fact, they treated mortals like treasures, and fought over the mortals and believers of the other side. The various sovereign emperors sought out some mortals to establish their own kingdoms. The monarch's authority was bestowed by God, and they established their own churches. This was still an age of martial deities. It was like a single log bridge. Many sovereign martial emperors fought intensely. News of the deaths of sovereign martial emperors continued to spread. In fact, the death rate was no less than the tragic war from before. They fought each other for land and resources, and for the sake of reproducing more people. Age of the Gods, Year 31. More than 30 years had passed. Dozens of churches, hundreds of churches, rose rapidly. In the Age of Light, the two supreme churches were high and mighty. No one dared to divide the faith of Hermes and Medusa. Therefore, most mortals and low-level experts believed in two churches at the same time. The main church and the subsidiary churches. The main church was the faith church, and the subsidiary churches were the professional churches. There were only two churches that believed in the church and taught the principles of life. They were the Church of Evernight and the Church of Light. They worshipped the demon god Medusa and the god of wisdom Hermes respectively. As for the second church, it was the professional church that carried out professional learning and the acquisition of knowledge and skills. The Church of Demonic Warriors and the Church of Combat. The ancient sovereign emperors who created their own professions became the gods of demonic warriors and the gods of combat. They divided the faith of all living beings. Missionaries were everywhere. In order to increase the living area, tall buildings were erected. In order to obtain the faith of the people, they constantly helped mortals improve their lives. They used magic cube metal to develop alchemy once again. On the streets, something similar to steam trains appeared. In the Middle Ages, carriages, cars, and even potion mechanics began to sprout. Year 73 of the Age of Immortals. After all, Mokuri was the strongest sovereign emperor of this era. He established the Church of Machinery and Steam. He created the magic gunner profession and included it in the 3 basic professions, becoming the 4th basic profession. The appearance of every basic profession would cause a stir in the entire potion world. It was equivalent to the appearance of limitless possibilities. This profession was targeted at mortals who could not cultivate. It was similar to the sorter mortals of Shushan. They could not cultivate themselves, but they could imbue firearms with magic, turning them into magic gun machines. As long as they constantly modified the firearms and incorporated various materials, alchemy could continue to strengthen them. Mortals also need to be able to cultivate. They also need to have their own resistance. Mokerwe spoke, the great god of wisdom, Hermes, has enlightened me. This is the realization I had during that catastrophe. I hope that everyone can start a new era. After guns, trains and airships were gradually born in this world. Year 94 of the Age of Immortals. The prosperous Church of Machinery was destroyed. Several churches joined forces to secretly attack the descended god of machinery, Mokuri. He had been reborn 3 times, exhausting the accumulated incense of his believers. He could not be revived in a short time. Snatch his believers. Without believers to call on him, he will be completely dead. The great emperor spoke. Year 107 of the Age of Gods. The death of the god of machinery, Mokuri, struck fear into the hearts of countless churches. They were afraid that the same mistake would happen again. The Nightmare Church established a divine nation and used a core believer system. They collected countless fanatical believers and professional experts to live in, hiding in the void to ensure that they would not be instantly destroyed. After the church was destroyed, they could not be revived. The divine nation system was quickly copied. In just a short 7 years, the churches entered the divine nation era, year 121 of the Age of Gods. The blood race church lured the saints of the Church of Darkness to fall, leading a large number of believers to defect. The god of darkness was furious. The war between the gods broke out again, even the ancient barren world was involved. The war between the 2 worlds entered a tense period again, with countless deaths and injuries. Year 133 of the Age of Gods. The war between the 2 worlds broke out, sending chills down everyone's spines. Blood splattered all over the land. Countless geniuses of the great emperors of the ancient era died. In fact, almost half of them had died. This war was too tragic, in the blood realm. The humans, Su Wei and Fenteng, all died, becoming members of the worshippers. Even the war god and the thunder monarch were revived more than once, gradually losing their sense of self. Kill them. Plunder their energy of death. A great emperor is enough for us to improve further. Plunder their land, plunder their people. This was an extremely tragic planar war. Both sides were no longer afraid of death. What they were fighting for was the worshippers and their savings. They wanted to see which side could not be revived. The longer they revived, the more they would be finished. However, the commoners at the bottom did not feel the chaos of war. They still lived and worked in peace, discussing the war between the gods and who would win. Whoosh! Whoosh! White smoke rose from the steam train. Empty golden paddy fields swept past. Occasionally, a scarecrow could be seen. 2 young girls sat by the window of the train. They wore white pleated skirts and had a ladylike temperament. Their skin was tender and they were very beautiful. Many people on the train were sneaking glances at them. The little fox said, "In just 100 years, the world has changed. Trains, steam machines, and all sorts of professions have been created. It has become the medieval-style alchemy era that teacher talked about. The lives of the commoners are very convenient, even surpassing the alchemy airship era of the great emperor. Because the experts have started to think for the commoners." The cute girl took a sip of coffee and looked out of the train window. She said, "Just like the desolate world, the gods are thinking for the commoners. The gods help with farming and rain. Once the magic potion era starts to help the commoners and develop the alchemy machines for the commoners, it will naturally become like this. But these 2 years have been very tragic. On the train, the 2 young girls sat. Hu Haihan was holding this morning's newspaper with small words written on it. The Wind Warrior Church's wind dancer god is also dead. He even talked to us in the past. The newspaper says that the Flame Man Church and the Blood Race Church are in a stalemate and a war will break out. The giant church has issued a condemnation and statement, calling for peace, rejecting war. The newspaper wrote all sorts of policies and facts. The Age of the Gods was also a war of the gods, a war of ideas. Suddenly, 2 golden-haired noblemen in suits who had been watching from the side for a long time couldn't help but come over to strike up a conversation. 2 noble ladies who were going on a long trip. Are you also going to the city of holy light, Dandes? The cute girl's face darkened. Does this train go anywhere else? The 2 of them smiled politely. School starts in June. We are going to the Academy of Saint to report. We came early to experience the customs of this legendary city. Those who could get into the Academy of Saint were all elites without exception. It was indeed something to show off. Our uncle has a lot of power in the 7th district of Dandes, Vicaria. The underground forces call him the Wrathful Weiss. If you want to stay here temporarily and provide help, they quickly said. But the cute girl just nodded to show her understanding and drove them away coldly. A few hours later, they arrived at the train station. They carried a small red suitcase and got off the train, putting on black leather coats. After all, the weather was getting colder. The train station was filled with pedestrians wearing coats. The cold wind gradually howled. Soon, they entered the city of holy light, Dandes. There were street lights on both sides, revealing a medieval European style. There were even some alchemy cars parked on both sides. They arrived at the headquarters of the Church of Light. We can't stop the war. We can only protect the civilians below. The cute girl put on a black cap. She was very serious. She wore a black leather glove, crumpled the newspaper into a ball and threw it into the trash can. She looked as handsome as Sherlock Holmes. Almost all the gods are participating in the war, except for the gods who protect all living beings like Hermes. In fact, some gods had died too many times. They had died 6 or 7 times and completely lost themselves. They became the perfect beings that all living beings hoped to see. They abandoned the war and protected the civilians of the church. However, when they lost themselves and became perfect beings, they lost their humanity. They were instantly killed by the other gods, and their believers were divided. This seemed to have become an unwritten rule. Only the powerful perfect god, Hermes, who could not fight, was not persecuted by them. Those sovereigns and emperors were all old monsters. They were extremely smart. It was natural that they would do this. But so what? They are also sinking. If they die a few more times, they will lose themselves sooner or later and become completely virtuous. The cute girl had a serious look. Incense is poisonous. Over the years, I have collected enough energy to become a god. Teacher? The little fox was excited. You want to become a god? At this time, a voice came from the room behind her. Oh? You want to become a god? A gust of wind blew and opened the door. Deep inside the door of the Church of Light, it was still the familiar scene of the past. A man and a woman were studying at the desk. Medusa and Hermes were seriously discussing. You don't want me to become a god? The Mother Earthvine looked at her. I don't care. Medusa was very calm. He lowered his head and wrote on the paper. He did not even raise his head. These years, I am very satisfied. You have made by Xianxia stronger. I like it very much. There is someone who can deduce the truth with me. There is a comrade who can spar with me. It makes me very happy. Over the years, she had sparred with Hermes as well. In the end, there were wins and losses. After all, he was not a true intelligent being, nor was he Dicky. You don't want to care about this war anymore? The Mother Earthvine suddenly asked. There is no need. I have already obtained what I want. Medusa said, I want faith. The Church of Light and the Church of Evernight are all mine. She looked at Hermes. I will take the majority. They can fight among themselves. If I want an opponent, is there anyone better than the omnipotent and omniscient Hermes? He alone is a match for everyone. Lu Wenjian, Dao Chongqing, they are all shadows of him. It is like meeting the legendary Dicky. Even though it is not the real Dicky, nor is it the real Hermes. You are really a monster. The cute girl smiled. You are really willing to give half of your faith to Hermes. You want to advance with him and become stronger together. Because the path of the strong is very lonely. Medusa sat quietly, feeling the true peace and tranquility. She reviewed her growth and experience step by step. She was taught by her teacher, Circe. She defeated Lilith in the Dark Witch era. Finally, she was defeated by the Alchemy Emperor Grantham. She had been disappointed, desperate, and her confidence was shattered. She witnessed the end of her era, the destruction of the Alchemy era, and the death of the heroic Alchemy Emperor. She couldn't help but lament the fleeting passage of time. She saw the vastness and mystery of the universe. She was filled with more and more respect for each era. After carefully experiencing the vicissitudes of time and the indignation in her heart, she understood something. Perhaps only by pursuing the truth like the wizards could the world lead to eternal existence. Her arrogance and pride slowly subsided, turning into a kind of exploration and knowledge for the truth. I'm talking about you. The Mother Earth vine was still nagging beside her ear, full of nonsense. What do I want? She held Hermes's hand and looked out the window, but it was as if she couldn't hear anything. She quietly fell into a trance, leaving only the sound of her heartbeat. Maybe she already got it. She looked at Hermes next to her, who was still holding the book and reading quietly. I just want to witness the mystery of this vast universe. I want to explore that intoxicating mystery. I want to see a higher scenery. I want a lonely road, a person who can accompany me. This was not love, nor was it friendship. This was a higher, more special emotion, as if it was all the soul's sustenance. In the long 2,000 years of loneliness, he had walked alone. It was really great to have someone to accompany him on his journey. The Mother Earth vine was still nagging beside her ear. It was not until the Mother Earth vine said something that Medusa came back to his senses. I don't plan to become a god. What? Her teacher didn't plan to become a god, the little fox, Hu Haihan, looked at her teacher in disbelief. She still collected enough energy to become the supreme existence that countless people dreamed of. Even the two emperors were fighting for this goal. Her teacher didn't plan to become a god, but in the next second, Medusa said something that shocked the little fox even more. You don't want to become a god? What kind of crooked idea are you thinking? Medusa was also startled. He suddenly laughed and kindly reminded, Mother Earth vine, you're going to die soon. You'll definitely die. If you become a god and break through to level 8, you might have a chance to survive. You might be able to stop the horrible death in the future. Death calamity, Master is going to die. Hu Haihan was stunned, her face was full of disbelief. Most of them will die, right? She will be the first to die, and the others will follow. There is no perfection in this world. Where there is light, there will be darkness. Medusa was very calm, full of scholarly temperament. She was now wearing a pair of black-rimmed glasses, a long-haired scholar. This was an alchemy tool, a miniaturized microscope. She had already reached an unimaginable level in the microscopic world. Medusa suddenly stood up and took out a book from the black bookshelf. Green Vine Earth Mother, you are a very emotional and idealistic person. You grieve over the death of Dao Chongqing, and you want to create a perfect world to suppress the calamity of heaven and earth, a world without conflict. However, the greater the suppression, the greater the backlash. The cute girl was silent for a while. Medusa only smiled. I have been studying the dragon vein system for years, it is very interesting. Hu Haihan did not seem to understand at all. It seemed like, is there something terrible happening? Let me ask you a question, little girl. Are you afraid of the dark? Medusa suddenly looked at the little fox that he had been with for a long time and smiled. Before I started cultivating, I was quite afraid of the dark. She thought for a while. I did not dare to sleep alone at night. I would lie on my bed and look at the shadows in the corners, feeling that it was pitch black. But after cultivating, I am not afraid anymore, because I have grown up. Do you know why people are afraid of the dark? Medusa pushed up the black-rimmed glasses on his nose. Hu Haihan thought for a while and shook her head, saying that she did not know. The oldest and strongest emotion of humans is fear, and the strongest fear of humans is the fear of the unknown. The unknown is indescribable, so it is called indescribable fear. Medusa smiled and pointed at herself. The sexy and enchanting girl smiled and said softly, "Don't worry." The most classic example is that people are afraid of the dark because the dark is unknown. People who look at the dark tend to think that there are ghost faces, monsters, and eerie eyes staring at them in the dark. She looked at the cute girl. Do you understand? Fear is an unavoidable and uncontrollable emotion. The cute girl was silent, as if she understood what she meant. Ah, what does that mean? What kind of riddle are these two ancient beings playing? Only the little fox, Hu Haihan, was puzzled. Medusa did not want to talk too much about it, as if the safety of the mother ivy had nothing to do with him. He changed the topic and asked, "Oh right, you just came and said that you don't want to become a god. What do you mean?" The mother earth vine sat in front of the chair and took a sip of coffee. "I don't want to become a god. I want to give my energy to the Tao and to the heavenly Tao." Medusa was silent for a moment. "You want to continue to perfect this perfect world?" "I'm keen on farming." The cute girl stared at her with a serious expression. "Also, I'm too weak to become a god. It's better to let Taoist priest become a god and then protect me. I'll continue to collect energy and become the second god." She was very self-aware. This was to carry out the God bless himself to the end. She needed someone to support her from behind and protect her first. After all, the great emperors were fighting fiercely now. It was possible that gods would appear after a period of time. What would she do then? If they were both gods, he would probably be killed in an instant. She trusted Dao Chongqing the most. Naturally, she wanted him to become a god first so that he could suppress those great emperors who had become gods. After all, they couldn't defeat Dao Chongqing at the same level. Also, this is a long-term investment. Once Dao Chongqing becomes a god and an 8th-rank saint, his inner world, the 9th heaven immortal world, will instantly become terrifyingly large. The larger the place, the more mortals can live there and the more incense they'll receive. Good idea. Medusa clapped his hands and smiled. "I don't like you, but I like the era you've created. It's an era of incense and endless possibilities. I think, therefore I am." Meng Mei only smiled, seemingly a little stiff. She felt a little uneasy from Medusa's words. She quickly grabbed Hu Haihan and put on the black leather coat hanging at the door. They left the Church of Light and went to the street. "Saintess." A few priests in white opened the door of the black car respectfully. Medusa lowered his head and continued to write, muttering to himself, "You prevented the eruption of the two worlds calamity, but that was only suppressing it. It will eventually come. No system is perfect." The wizard world was a low-level world in the past 2,000 years. But in the future, it'll become a truly terrifying and mysterious world. Danger lurks everywhere. That's a real high-dimensional civilization. Maybe it's the gate to level 9. The whole world was changing. As a god, she could clearly feel this. It was unknown and mysterious. It was a mysterious feeling. In modern terms, it was like a 2-dimensional world was upgraded to a 3-dimensional world. If the previous catastrophe of the world only killed the lowest level living beings, then the catastrophe that is about to erupt will endanger the lives of you, me, Ermin, the Tao Lord, and the gods. I can't wait to see it. The primordial world. The world is becoming more and more perfect. Shira drove the carriage and looked at Uncle Messiah who was sleeping. Uncle said he fell into a deep sleep. He said it'll take him countless years to wake up. That's the time I can't wait for. Shira gently stroked his face. He can live for so long because he also has the bloodline of the god of creation, the immortal blood. Like the origin demon god, he only wakes up for a short time and sleeps for a long time. This is the price of eternal life. After more than 100 years, she was only at level 4. Her cultivation talent wasn't high. Although she worked hard, she felt it was difficult to improve. She might be stuck at level 4 forever and wouldn't live to see the moment when Uncle woke up. So, she chose to travel with Uncle. Uncle said that my realm is very low and I won't live long, but his body is immortal. He's the celestial emperor of physical cultivation. He can be used as a treasure to protect me and let me live a safe life. So, she chose to travel. She also liked this kind of life, seeing the scenery around the world. She planned to spend the rest of her life like this. When she died of old age, she would find a place to bury Uncle Messiah. She would be buried beside him and protect him after death. Coming from the demon world, this ancient barren world, this new world, has a lot of local customs. It's so beautiful. There's the alternation of the sun and moon, beautiful dusk and sunset, colorful fairies in the sky, and gods in charge of rain making it rain. She had been doing as the Romans do for 3 months. Suddenly, the carriage was stopped. Some farmers blocked the way. What happened? She froze and got off the carriage. Sheila got off the wagon. The surrounding farmers looked at this beautiful woman in a long white dress. Her skin was smooth and creamy, and her pair of round and smooth legs were shrouded in the chiffon skirt. She gave off the feeling of a fairy. They breathed heavily, but they lowered their heads, knowing that she was an immortal and didn't dare to offend her. Lord Immortal. A well-respected old man stood up and sighed. Sigh, everyone is preparing to tear down the house in front. There used to be a girl called by Kaiwei living there. We all call her Xiaowei. She had a hard life, she was very beautiful, considerate, smart, and gentle. Many neighbors came to propose marriage, which made some of the surrounding women jealous. In the end, Xiaowei was beaten to death with a brick and thrown into a well. Didn't anyone from the government come to investigate? Sheila asked. He came. A government official came with a black saber. The old man sighed and said that officer reached out and sucked the corpse out of the well. It was soaked until it had turned white. How pitiful. There were many hammer and knife wounds on the body. They were all wounds and chopped into several pieces. I think those cruel and jealous women vented their anger on them when they were alive and tore them apart. He paused and revealed a trace of horror. Sigh. She was quite a pitiful young lady. She was kind and smart. All of us in the surrounding area felt sorry for her. Good people didn't get rewarded. Women are so easily jealous. Then you're gathered in this room because... Shira couldn't help but shiver. In the past half a month, I've heard that some people in the surrounding villages have died mysteriously. There are many pieces of corpses, and they died in the same way as Xiaowei. We feel that this house is inauspicious, so we decided to demolish it. People all talked at once. More people died? The same way? Did you investigate? Who was the victim? Sheila found it strange. We've checked, but we can't find anything. All the girls in the surrounding villages are here. We've counted them, but no one has died. The voice sounded a little flustered. No one knows where the corpse came from. Tell me the specific location, Sheila said. She soon received the information. Every few days, in the nearby villages and counties, in wells, rivers, and abandoned houses, the broken bodies of women would appear out of thin air. However, the strangest thing was that no one in the neighborhood was dead or missing. No wonder the entire county was in a state of panic. This was too strange and terrifying. Shira thought for a moment and proposed a hypothesis. Nobody died locally. Is it possible that the murderer specifically killed foreign girls who passed by? There's only one possibility. The people around started discussing in panic. The murderers of those girls have already been caught and sent to the yamen. It can't be them. There might be homicidal maniacs mimicking them in our area, targeting girls who pass by. Now, the neighbors don't even dare to go out at night. But the more we panic, the more arrogant the hidden murderer becomes. The bolder they are, the more people they kill while hiding in the dark. More and more corpses appear out of nowhere. They are scattered all over the county, in the wells, in the fields, in the rivers. The whole city is full of them. The whole city, Sheila's hair stood on end. Where did so many people come from? The more the villagers talked, the more panicked they became. Panic spread and caused a chain reaction. The air was filled with anxiety and tension. No wonder they were so scared that they wanted to tear down their houses. Did the higher-ups send someone to investigate? I've already sent them down. That's good. Shira talked for a while and then sighed. She started the carriage again and left the city. I thought the ancient barren world was perfect. There were no attacks from powerful cultivators and the celestial emperors were protecting everyone. But these mundane things and twisted thugs still happen everywhere. She came to the next small village. She didn't expect there to be murders here too. People were also talking about the corpses found on the streets, in the wells, and in the rivers. Why is it that wherever I go, wherever people talk about it, it happens? Can the murderer really do it on such a large scale? It was getting dark. She spent some money and found a remote farmhouse to sleep in. In the small room, she hugged Uncle Messiah's arm and fell into a deep sleep happily. In the middle of the night, she suddenly felt the need to use the toilet. It's so annoying. I'm already at the 4th level and I still have to eat, drink, and poop. She rolled around on the bed and looked at the creaking wooden door. It was completely dark outside. She couldn't even see her fingers. The entire door was like a pitch-black, man-eating mouth. It was wide open and the top and bottom of the door were snow-white, eerie teeth. I have to go out. Sheila lit an oil lamp in the dark. Just as she was about to go out, she heard the panic of the people nearby. I'm a 4th-level cultivator. I shouldn't be afraid of those ordinary people. But she'd once accompanied her father in running a caravan. They'd traveled all over the country and had long developed a vigilant heart. She hesitated and looked at Messiah. I can only enter Uncle's body. Whoosh, her whole body quickly surged and floated into the young man's knowledge sea. Originally, Uncle Messiah's consciousness was by Xiaoxing's primordial spirit. Now that the primordial spirit was gone, Uncle Messiah gave her the authority. She could be the primordial spirit and enter Messiah's body to control this monarch. Uncle Messiah's original intention was to let her become the Messiah monarch and walk the earth in his place. After all, to Su Ji, she was just a super spare tire. She wasn't a treasure. After all, he'd watched Sheila grow up. But Sheila treasured it very much. She felt that she didn't deserve to be the Messiah monarch. Step, the Messiah monarch strode out of the room. It was quiet outside. There were barren trees around and farmland next to it. It looked a little gloomy. It's so dark here. The cold wind blew on her back. She felt a little scared. After all, she was still a girl. She nervously entered a small room in the grass. She came out of the Messiah monarch's body and was about to open her belt and squat down. Woo woo woo, suddenly, there was a whimper. Who's there? Why aren't you sleeping? Sheila quickly entered Messiah's body. She suddenly flashed and came to a dark and quiet grass. She saw a room with an oil lamp on. Through the white paper window, through the light, she saw the shadows of a group of women holding hammers and hammers. They were laughing crazily and pressing the head of a beautiful girl. There really are evil people. Her expression froze. In the paper window, the bodies of the screaming mortal women suddenly exploded. She didn't have the slightest bit of mercy towards such a homicidal maniac. She hurriedly entered the room. The red table and wooden chairs were carved with decorative designs, and there was an oil lamp. Among the corpses, a girl was shivering and curled up in a corner. Her clear eyes were wide open, filled with terror and sluggishness. Are you okay? Sheila asked. The girl cried loudly and threw herself into Sheila's arms, crying like a pear blossom in the rain. It's okay. Sheila patted her back and comforted her. The girl's body was soft and felt very good. Even Sheila was a little jealous. She thought she was already very beautiful after cultivating. She couldn't compare to this beautiful girl who didn't even have the strength to truss a chicken. She was simply too beautiful. She had a foxy face and a pure, romantic, and innocent look. She was simply the most perfect creation. Even the female celestial emperors and the mother green vine that he had seen before were not inferior to their beauty. One had to know that she was just a mortal. She was now the monarch Messiah. He could clearly feel that she was indeed a normal mortal who didn't have the strength to truss a chicken. No one could pretend in front of the monarch Messiah unless they were gods. She was just a mere mortal. She was actually as beautiful as a celestial emperor. How could she be so perfect? he couldn't feel any evil in her. She was kind, smart, beautiful, and had all the best qualities of a girl. She was the most perfect girl in the world, as exquisite as perfect porcelain. I really want to smash her. As a woman, Sheila couldn't help but feel jealous, but she quickly suppressed that strange thought. Shira quickly suppressed her terrifying emotions. She glanced around. The house was brightly lit, and the exquisite mahogany furniture was now covered in blood. She looked at the bodies of the women who had just been killed. It's the three of them, but why would they kill people? Shira had met the three of them when she entered the village. They were villagers who lived in the village. She chatted with the woman in the house for a while. She was quite kind and hospitable, and she even invited her to stay. She didn't seem like a terrifying murderer who killed people in the dark. She didn't seem like a girl who killed travelers who passed by. Splash! Let's get rid of them first. She waved her hand, and heat spread out, instantly evaporating the bodies. What's your name? Shira brought the girl back to the room. She walked out of the Messiah monarch's body and looked at her. My name is Luo Kaiwei. I'm a tourist from another place. I didn't expect that there would be such terrifying women here. They took me in at first, and I was very grateful, but I didn't expect them to kill for fun. Luo Kaiwei was an innocent young lady from a big family. She was cute and tall, but she looked timid and scared. When she saw Shira walk out of the young man and become two people, she couldn't help but admire and ask in surprise, Sister, are you an immortal? You can think of it that way. It's dangerous outside. Let's share a bed. She pulled Luo Kaiwei to sleep and said speechlessly, You're a girl. Why aren't you wary? No wonder you ran into bad people. Where's your home? I'll take you home. She didn't mean any harm. She was immortal. Kind, cute, innocent, Shira was still vigilant, but in her eyes, she gradually felt that she wasn't hiding anything. She was really an ordinary girl who didn't know how to hide her thoughts. She was also well educated and must be from a big family. My home? Luo Kaiwei thought about it seriously, and her beautiful clear eyes flashed with confusion. She became bashful. My home? I don't remember. Shira looked at her and sensed that she wasn't lying. Let's go to sleep. She let go of her thoughts and looked at the innocent and romantic young girl. She had the vigilance of a girl and quickly slept in the middle, separating her and Messiah's bodies. The next morning, Shira slept like a log. She stretched and opened her eyes, only to find that Luo Kaiwei was gone. The entire room had been cleaned to the point where it looked brand new. Shira hurriedly stood up and walked out of the farmhouse, only to find that Luo Kaiwei's petite body was carrying buckets of water with difficulty. She was actually cleaning the carriage. Sister, I've already cleaned everything. You don't usually like cleanliness. Sheila looked at her uneasily. You don't have to work so hard. She took Luo Kaiwei on a journey. In the next few days, she discovered that this girl was hardworking and kind. She was willing to work hard without complaint. She would do everything for you, washing clothes, cooking, cleaning, smart and kind. As Shira watched her struggling to pour water, a hint of jealousy flashed through her eyes. It was a complicated emotion. How could there be such a perfect girl in this world? She even wanted to torture her. With her gentleness and kindness, no matter how rude the request was, she would silently endure it with tears in her eyes. A thought suddenly popped up in her mind. She seemed to want to see the girl's tear-stained face in pain. Xiaowei, kneel down and help me wash my feet. Instantly, an image flashed through her mind. If she wasn't satisfied with the washing, she would kick this kind girl's head with her wet feet. It felt so good. Xiaowei, do you see that pile of cow dung on the side of the road? Eat it. She imagined that image again. This beautiful girl was like a begging dog. She was sobbing, but she wouldn't disobey her request. She would lie on the ground and start eating. Xiaowei, come here and lie down. Let me be a punching bag and beat you up with my fists. The more she thought about it, the bigger the crazy idea grew. It was like a seed growing into a towering tree. She even had the thought of tearing this perfect girl apart. Pooh, Shira hurriedly bit the tip of her tongue. Blood flowed out of her lips. Her hair stood on end, and a chill surged up her heart. Negative and violent emotions? What is this? What the hell is this? The tip of her tongue was bleeding crazily. Large drops of sweat seeped out, and her breathing became rapid. She had felt a long time ago that she wouldn't get hurt again. After all, she had the Messiah monarch to protect her. She wouldn't be hurt by a level 6 grotto heaven or even a normal level 7 abyss void emperor. She would live an easy and happy life, traveling around the world. Unexpectedly, she bit her lips. Sister, what's wrong? Xiaowei walked into the carriage barefooted. She half knelt on the ground and revealed a distressed and concerned expression. Her pure and pretty face was sweating as she rummaged through the medicine box. My tongue is bleeding. I have to find a way to treat it. Let's go find a doctor. I'm fine. Shira suddenly pulled Xiaowei into her arms and hurriedly apologized. I'm sorry. Elder sister, you don't have to apologize. It's my fault. Xiaowei wailed. She was like a weeping beauty. Her legs were slender and perfectly round, and they were tightly closed together. Her waist and buttocks were incomparably full and perky. Her body was soft, as if she was hugging a ball of warm and soft cotton. Shira was extremely annoyed. Such a perfect, kind, and cute girl was so considerate and caring for her, and she wanted it. The carriage continued forward. They soon arrived at the next town, Wei River Town. The news was also spreading. Groups of young men in black clothes with strange weapons on their backs and swallows embroidered on their clothes came and went. Uncle, what happened? Shira sat next to him with Luo Kaiwei. It's an eventful time. People have ulterior motives, the old man said. Do you see those guards? They're the advance guards. It's said that the local magistrate has asked his superiors for permission. In half a day, the inspector of the 5 southern states, Nangong Yi, will arrive. He's a major figure in level 6. I've lived in Wei River Town for 30 years, and this is the first time I've seen such an important official. Now, the whole town was full of corpses. In the wells, on the rivers, on the streets, they could be seen everywhere. It was eerie and creepy. It felt like a landmark that could be seen everywhere. Recently, many murderers had been caught. They even hid the skeletons under the beds or in the soil. The number of dead was even higher than what was seen on the surface. Sigh. I really didn't expect that the people we caught were all honest people. I didn't expect them to be so twisted behind the scenes. The old man sighed. The old man continued, Sigh, it's too scary. We don't even have enough people to deal with the crime scenes every day. Can you imagine? Our county magistrate, the famous Lord Suqing, who's known for his honesty and integrity, is actually a murderer in the dark. A guard walked into the house and saw that there was also a murderer in his room. He was holding a knife, and his hands were covered in blood. His face was hideous. Shira was shocked. What happened to the county magistrate? He escaped. The old man said, After all, he's a level 4 powerhouse who eats the incense of our people. Now, he's a wanted criminal. Did you see the portrait of him at the city gate? I saw it. Shira nodded. The old man sighed. I hope that the big shot from above, the patrol inspector, can find out the truth about these horrible things. Did you find out where those girls came from? Shira grabbed Luo Tsaiwei's hand tightly. It's said that it's still hard to find out where they came from. A big figure restored their appearances. They were all different, but they were all very beautiful with long hair. They also reassembled their scattered bodies and found that they were all missing a piece. The old man's face gradually became frightened. We asked those murderers, but they didn't know either. It was as if they grew a pair of legs and ran away on their own. Grew a pair of legs? Shira was a bit shocked. Was this a ghost-like thing? Sigh. Just in our city alone, we caught more than 200 criminals. No one would have thought that they would kill so cruelly. There are even more in other cities. I heard that the entire prison is full. After delivering the tea, the old man went to greet other customers. It was very chaotic, and the streets were filled with panic. Suddenly, an honest-looking man went crazy. He raised his knife and roared, I didn't want to kill her. She's so kind, so cute, so beautiful. That's why I. Ah. He roared, and his eyes flashed with remorse and hatred. Endless regret filled his tear-stained face. He raised his knife and charged at the two seemingly weak girls. Sister. Luo Kaiwei panicked and immediately blocked in front of her. Not good, the people around them tensed up as they watched the knife stab into Luo Kaiwei's eye. The girl bit her lip, and with tears in her eyes, she resolutely blocked in front of her. Bang, the man was sent flying. The world is becoming creepy. Shira withdrew her aura. Looking at Xiaowei in front of her, she suddenly made up her mind. No matter what Xiaowei was, she had to protect her. She was already more than 100 years old. As a level 4 master, she was close to the end of her lifespan. She used a special spell to maintain her youth. Before she died, she suddenly had something to rely on. Wei River Town Magistrate's office. A carriage slowly stopped in front of the gate. The guards on both sides hurried forward. The inspector of the 5 southern states, Nan Gongyi, walked out of the carriage with a beauty in his arms. Nan Gongyi looked at this beautiful girl dotingly. Her name was Su Qiangwei, and he had met her on his way here. She was a mature and considerate beauty. He had quickly fallen in love with her. She had tidied his clothes and housework for him. She was kind and perfect. She was simply the best person in the world. How did I get so lucky? He didn't dare to believe it himself. Such a perfect girl. He believed that any man would be infected by her gentleness and kindness. Recently, as she obeyed him unconditionally, he had gradually developed many rude requests. He knew that this was not right, and he was very ugly, but he couldn't help it. Bringing his wife into the county, Nan Gongyi came to the magistrate's mansion. He looked at the bloodstained study where the murder had happened. There was an elegant black desk, and there was a wall of books behind it. There were all kinds of cases. Husband, let me pour some tea for you. Su Qiangwei stood up slowly. It will be fine. Husband is a level 6 master, the inspector of the 5 states. Nan Gongyi frowned. There's a secret compartment. He reached out and suddenly twisted the candle beside him. Gotcha, a secret compartment popped out. He picked up the file and carefully read it. Strange, it's simply strange. I have detained countless young girls due to supernatural phenomena. I call them Little Wei. Little Wei is a kind and perfect being. She is about 173 meters tall and has long hair. She is kind and intelligent. Little Wei doesn't have any destructive power and won't harm anyone. In fact, she will help anyone unconditionally. But anyone who sees her will develop an ugly desire to destroy because of her perfection. The characteristics are, initial slavery, beating, enjoying the cries of a pure young girl, and finally choosing to separate. The reason for this is unknown. My initial guess is that the jealousy of humans comes from the jealousy of perfection. They won't be jealous of an existence that is worse than themselves. When they see a perfect porcelain, they can't help but want to possess her and destroy her. According to the conclusion, Little Wei is harmless and has a terrifying destructive power. People will become ugly because they see perfection. Moreover, their reproduction method is, the writing stopped here. The rest of the words were dyed with blood. Nan Gongyi was stunned. He suddenly sat on the chair and looked up at his beautiful wife, Su Qiangwei, who was pouring tea for him. He was filled with endless fear. Even though she was just a weak mortal, she was a monster. A monster, about to, his eyes were filled with the desire to destroy. Pucci, when he came back to his senses, the room was already stained with blood, and the body of the woman he once loved lay on the ground. He stared at everything in a daze. I actually killed my wife. His face was filled with disbelief. His mind went blank and he fell to the ground. She was so perfect, so kind. Even if he treated her badly, she would endure it silently. Even when he attacked her, she didn't resist. She didn't complain even when she was in great pain. He looked at everything in a daze. As a third-rank official, the patrolling envoy of the 5 continents, his Tao heart collapsed. His entire promising life was destroyed in an instant. Footsteps suddenly came from outside. Lord Nan Gongyi, the situation, Kacha. The door was pushed open. A few guards looked at the scene in a daze. The ground was covered in blood, and the inspector was holding a long saber. "I can't be arrested." Nangongyi roared and rushed out to kill. In less than half a day, the news of Nangongyi, the chief inspector of the 5 states, and Su Qing, the magistrate of the Wei River town, defecting as a member of the murderers spread throughout the area. How could this be? People were getting more and more anxious. The number of corpses in the nearby counties kept increasing. Every day, when they woke up and walked on the streets, they would see corpses everywhere. Dongqing City. The 100-acre sand table was extremely exquisite, like a miniature world. The entire sorcerer world was covered with undulating mountains and dense forests. There were also skyscrapers, street lights, streets, and even train stations with trains emitting white steam. The weather is getting colder. It was already 11 o'clock in the afternoon. Even the sun was much colder. Su Ji sat at the entrance of the courtyard, still sitting on the same chair, quietly eating plate after plate of delicacies. God said that in the world of delicacies, there are 3 calamities in a year. This is 3 meals a day. It was time to eat lunch again. The days of the god of creation were so dull and boring. Any random lunch could lead to a major extinction of the world. Of course, those idiotic food players seemed to be enjoying it even more, which gave him a headache. But right now, this great destruction is definitely not what I want. Su Ji sighed and took a bite of the food. He felt that it was delicious and that it made his mouth water. Medusa has already foreseen the future. The Mother Earth's ivy has used the entire land to construct the incense refining array, covering the entire world. It can even be said that the living beings of the world are living on a huge and terrifying array. The dragon vein is the energy channel of the array, and the array is the gathering of incense and the transmission of energy. Naturally, it is good, but the more powerful the god, the more powerful the demon. There were no terrible side effects before because the array was not mature, and the accumulation time was very short. After the 2 worlds merged, the dragon vein was upgraded to a qualitative level, completely moving towards a mature incense civilization. The negative emotions that had been accumulating for a long time were like a volcano, and now they had finally erupted. Medusa was right. There was no doubt that the world was equal, and there was no such thing as true perfection. This seemingly perfect supreme system that could give birth to many gods, however, the greater the opportunity, the greater the disaster it would bring. Strange, strange. The earth became terrifying and complex. The emotion of fear was a chain response, uncontrollable. Once it erupted, it would instantly form a terrifying chain, and terrifying existences were born, plundering, killing, and existing in various forms in the world. Success was due to mortals, and failure was also due to mortals. The power of the incense could become a god, but it would also make these monsters grow. The most terrible possibility was that the fear of all living beings would give birth to a strange god. My orchard is about to become a haunted house. Su Ji looked at the sky of the orchard, and there was a faint black aura. If both worlds are destroyed, the 2 extraordinary world sand tables will be destroyed in an instant. I won't be able to cry even if I wanted to. The others were panicking, but Su Ji was even more panicked. The sorcerer world was destroyed, the desolate world was destroyed. What about him? It was equivalent to the painstaking effort he had put in until now, and it was gone in an instant. He had been developing for more than a month now, and he had a total of 3 extraordinary world sand tables, which was not bad. But the 3rd big sand table, Dickie's ancient wood world, was sailing in the distant universe. Because the distance was too far, it could not feed back the energy of mass extinction at all. It could only be stored there, and when he improved his technology, or when he could build a space transmission array to connect the 2 worlds, he could then receive it. In other words, he could not receive the feedback of this 3rd sand table world. If these 2 extraordinary world sand tables were destroyed, he would be completely out of food, and he would really be back to before liberation. The power of the living beings is unknown, indescribable, and has infinite possibilities. Even the 3 gods Medusa, Tao Monarch, and Ermin, I don't know what will happen. There was no doubt that this was a true catastrophe of the world. The high and mighty heavenly axiom and gods could not avoid the world, and there was a possibility that they would fall. All living beings would enter the infinite catastrophe. Su Ji held a cup of drink and slowly took a sip. Like Medusa, he felt a deep sense of crisis. Even I can't escape this catastrophe. After all, in a sense, they are dead, the world is dead, and I am also about to die. It's too difficult for me. As the legendary supreme god of creation, the great creator, the origin of all things, he felt that he was simply a little brother. He could only watch it happen, and nothing could be done to stop it. Sigh. In the end, it's because my aptitude is not good enough. After training for more than a month, I only reached the level of level 6. Suji whispered. If I were stronger, I would be able to stop it with violence. Wow. Classic scene, the god of creation drinking a drink. Handsome, handsome, handsome. As expected of my Prince Charming. I want to evolve into extraordinary. I want to enter the myriad worlds. On the land in front of them, a group of strange-looking creatures were whispering in the dark. They did not want to properly evolve their species, and the whole sand table had become a large adult gay chat app. Suji and the others glanced at it and suddenly asked, "Intelligent subbrain, are there any species with potential recently?" Usually, when he had no other choice, he would want to throw in 2 free saviors like the bald guy to work for him for free, and then work hard to save the other world and resist the catastrophe of the world. At present, there is only one creature that fits the extraordinary domain. The subbrain of the Zerg said in a mechanical voice. Suji was a little disappointed. Although it had just been open beta, the previous batch of creatures that had been accumulating the longest had all entered the ancient wood world, using the excuse of rebirth and pay to win to annoy Dicky. It was normal that there were not many new creatures now. What's the name of that extraordinary creature? Suji lightly took a sip of his drink. The subbrain was silent for a moment, and then mechanically said, "The strongest face-slapping system." Suji? What the hell is this? System life. Now that he said that, Suji remembered. In the 5th closed beta, there was such a system paper among the newbie players. It was a pseudo-silicon-based life. He could still clearly remember the long speech at that time, which made his scalp go numb. In general, it was a species with great potential. He didn't expect that after such a long time, it would finally be released. Suji thought for a moment and pulled up the player's information. Soon, the intelligent subbrain began to act, and a picture was quickly sent. In the picture, there was a muscular bronze-colored man. He was tall and strong, as stalwart as Tasshin, and he had a cute baby face. Good man, Suji immediately gave him a thumbs up. I didn't expect this player to be that kind of muscular type. Suji was curious on the spot. In his eyes, those evolved players were all sickly, white-skinned, and thin-haired people who didn't see the light of day all year round. This one was obviously different. He paid a lot of attention to physical fitness. The mechanical voice said, "Queen Mother, based on gender, in human terms, this is a woman." Suji, what the F***ck, these muscles? These abdominal muscles? Those thick and powerful thighs, with their top muscles, could kill a person with just one slap, but on a closer look, just looking at the head, it was indeed a very pure and cute baby face, and it was a cute and pure face with 2 ponytails. But below the neck, the muscular brother's body shape was very similar to Neza in 100,000 Cold Jokes. Pull up her information. Suji took a deep breath, feeling that his worldview had been shattered. Pan Shuaxin, 21 years old, top fitness coach, expert in human nutrition, medical expert, and combat expert. Fitness coach, no wonder he had such big muscles. It was just that most men only trained their muscles when they exercised, and women trained to shape their bodies and pursue slim waists and slim legs. But this guy, did he train wrong and think he was a man? Suji felt helpless. There were very few potential species among players now, and he could only pin his hope of being a savior on this muscular brother. After all, the cute girl who couldn't fight had already become a background wall. The other ancient celestial emperors, such as the Thunder Celestial Emperor, were no longer real creatures. They were limited by incense, and it was difficult for them to have the momentum and drive when they were young. He looked at the information again and was shocked. I knew something was wrong. She didn't know the theory of evolution at all. It turned out to be this player. He saw an acquaintance who had disappeared for a long time, Pan Yuxin, a 28-year-old top student professor, the former Pandora's box. This big boss was a man of few words and had never spoken a word on the forum. She had even snuck in and pretended to be a native. Even until her death, no one knew that she was a player. She could evolve Pandora's box so quickly. Her talent in the theory of evolution was not much lower than Akina's. Akina's box hid in the wizard world for hundreds of years, studying the theory of evolution, and even created an alchemy factory. As the first batch of players, how could she not do something? As Pandora's box, she must also be studying the theory of evolution inside, preparing for the next potential creature to come in. So she was working on the system life? I knew it wasn't right. The system is a silicon-based life and can be regarded as a supercomputer. Looking closely, it is clearly an advanced version of the previous Rubik's Cube creature, even similar to her Pandora's box. However, what Suji didn't expect was that Pan Yuxian actually gave her sister the results of her evolution species. She should know that a species was a huge opportunity, and ordinary people would not give it up at all. What's more, this was the result of her research for hundreds of years. I really don't know what she's going to do, but then again, these two sisters are both weirdos. Suji was a little helpless. Can you give me some normal people? In a room full of Charlotte's posters. There were two computers side by side, and two women wearing equipment were in the evolution sand table, reproducing life. In the sand table world, Pan Yuxian was guiding her sister to evolve the potential species, but she had failed many times, for many days. So stupid. In terms of the theory of evolution, her sister really couldn't do it. After a while, the two took off the equipment. The younger sister, Pan Shuaxian, was full of energy, and said in a low muffled voice, "Sister, if you help me like this, if you don't evolve species, you will be eliminated in the next closed test." It's okay. Pan Yuxian's body was mature and plump. She put down the equipment. If I am eliminated, I can come in at any time. In the entire sand table, in terms of evolution talent, Akina's box is the first, then I am the second, and the cute sister can only be ranked third or fourth. Pan Yuxian hid very well among the players. She knew that the tallest tree in the forest would be destroyed by the wind, and looking at her sister's body, it was really an eyesore. Her arms were thicker than her thighs, her parents were high-level intellectuals, university professors, and they came from a scholarly family. How could they give birth to such a person with a brain full of muscles and a spirit of adventure? She was rebellious since childhood, refusing to learn. She climbed rock with her bare hands, climbed Mount Everest, dived into the deep sea, and now she ran to be a fitness coach. Look at her big waist, who would dare to want her? She once sent her sister's portrait out for blind dates. With a cute face with two ponytails, countless men were instantly excited, but when they saw the real person, they saw from the head down, they were so scared that their legs turned to jelly, a tall, burly, bronze-skinned, muscular bro. Just by standing there, he looked like he wanted to F***CKU. Were you afraid? Pan Yuxian had a headache. Pan Shuaxian said in a low muffled voice, I am pursuing my own life. And you still have the face to say that to me, sister, you are a sociopath, introverted and dark, locked in your room all day, and you don't say a word when you see people. If you say that no one wants me, then who will want you? Pan Yuxian, we both pursue strength. You like to use the strength of your brain, I like to use the strength of my fists. A cute girl like you. I can beat 10 of you. You are so cute, I will definitely cry for a long time. Pan Shuaxian made an arrogant pose, bulging her bronze-colored muscles, tall and mighty. If the apocalypse comes, I can carry you by the waist with one hand, grab the fire axe, and take you out of the zombies' encirclement. Pan Yuxian had a headache and sorted out her thoughts. You have become a pseudo-silicon-based life, so you should have powerful computing power similar to that of a mechanical computer. This pseudo-silicon-based life with potential is tailor-made for you. Ever since she became Pandora's box and spent some time in it, she had begun to deduce this species. Its potential was extremely strong. It was also very suitable for her sister. Although her sister's talent in the theory of evolution was very poor, she had inherited her family's genes and was very talented in the field of fitness coaching. After all, she loved this field, and top fitness coaches were not that simple. They had to understand muscle and bone movements, understand human anatomy, human physiology, nutritional supplements, and exercise methods. Only then could they teach people to train their arm muscles, thigh muscles, and biceps. Only by understanding the nature of various muscle groups and movements could they teach them in accordance with their aptitude. You are equivalent to a person in the modern world who is most proficient in body strength, exercise, and internal structure. As a system, you can use super-fast computing to deduce a lot of things. This was Pan Yuxian's plan: 2 systems, one was Taoist, and the other was physique. In modern society, it was impossible to find a similar system for Taoist, but what about physique? Her sister was proficient in these things. Human musculature, human physiology, and muscle groups were the most suitable. This was the modern profession that was most helpful for physique, fitness coach. Pan Yuxian said, "You should be the best at fighting. I will send you in first, and I will find a way to help you get a foothold. In the future, I will find time to evolve my species and go in. Us sisters will go in together. Blossom. What do we have to pursue in modern society? This game is definitely not a game. It is a real second life, so we must work hard." She told her sister. Some of the other players might not understand, but those who have gone in have definitely realized that they are all competing. The 2 of us can't fall behind. One of us is a scholar, and the other is a fighter. We are much stronger than them. She was the same as the 2 players of Mount Akina, Speed, and Cute. They all knew that they could not fight, and could only think of ways to protect themselves. Mount Akina, Speed, used the alchemy factory to protect himself. And Cute wanted her disciple, Dao Chongqing, to protect herself. As for her, she had a muscular brother and a noble sister. Now, it was her turn to enter. Originally, she was faster than Cute, but this sister's brain was full of muscles. She taught her step by step until now, and only then did it evolve. But, it hurts my eyes. She sneaked a glance at her sister's bronze-colored muscles. Her chest was so firm that it looked terrifying. "Oh right, what do you call this creature of ours?" "Let's call it the strongest pretentious face-slapping system." Pan Yuxian was obviously different from her sister. As a fitness coach, she was usually very outgoing. "I want to go in and teach the weak girls in that world how to exercise. Girls, don't always think of relying on men to protect you. Rely on this." She had her hair tied up in cute ponytails, and her bronze-colored body, which was as majestic as an iron tower, stood up. A ferocious aura rushed over. She raised her arms, and her well-developed biceps bulged. "Sister. Your daughter should be self-reliant." "Pan Yuxian?" Suji asked the Zerg subbrain to display the gene chain of this creature. Name: the strongest acting tough face-slapping system, pseudo-mechanical artificial intelligence lifeform, 1. Super fast calculation 2. Empty 3. Empty 4. Empty 5. Empty. After countless years of effort, it was just a genetic life form. With Pan Yuxian's consideration, the 4 empty gene positions had unlimited possibilities. She knows that this computer life form is different from transcendent life forms like the Alchemy Factory and Ivy. They need 2 or 3 genes to form their own system, but system life forms don't. She doesn't need many gene positions. She probably wants to find a way to integrate a 2nd or 3rd gene when she enters the alternate world. For example, the Rubik's Cube gene and Cthulhu gene are powerful choices. Ordinary low-level genes took up too much space. Unless it became a pentagene Zerg hero, it wouldn't be able to modify itself. For example, Phoenix. Although she was a tetragene life form, she only had one heaven-defying genetic talent, rising from the ashes. The remaining genes, such as flame immunity and flame manipulation, were of little value. Especially flame immunity, it wasn't practical. Unless she reached the ultimate realm, she would never be able to change her genetic talents. The higher the level of a life form, the better. However, if the genes were too messy, it would be a huge hidden danger. The birth of a silicon-based transcendent life form is equivalent to the start of a new era. Suji looked at the mechanical hard disk in the sand table with anticipation. Silicon-based life forms are machines and artificial intelligence. They are revolutionary. After all, silicon-based life forms are equivalent to carbon-based life forms. They are life forms with unlimited potential. The universe was full of possibilities. Some life forms had ways to become stronger. If one didn't witness it personally, one wouldn't be able to imagine it. What would the path of transcendent cultivation be like for computer AI to become stronger? What waves could be set off in the chaotic world of the great calamity of the world where ghosts and monsters ran amok? Evolution Sand Table. A group of strange-looking life forms discussed animatedly. Sigh, all the veteran gamers have entered. We don't know when it will be our turn. That's right. I wonder if there are any veteran 5th beta gamers among the novice 5th beta gamers? God of creation, you're the worst batch of gamers I've ever led. You haven't evolved any potential life forms. The big shots that they were talking about were people like Primordial Chaos Thunderclap Hand, MT Akina's Speed, Cute Girl, Shue by Shue, and so on. They were all newbies, so they didn't take long to enter. Most of the other players had to endure 1 or 2 open beta tests before they could produce results. By the way, Shue Bai, Big Boss, and the Great Emperor of Alchemy, haven't you rested enough? I don't know what these 2 big shots are up to. They've been missing for a while. Could it be a conspiracy? The people around him were chatting and eating melons. Suddenly, a message rang out. Announcement: congratulations to player Universal System Distributor for evolving into the strongest acting tough face slapping system. It possesses great potential and has obtained achievement reward. At this moment, everyone was stunned. There was a gamer called Heavens and World System Distributor. At that time, they felt that the name was strange. He was a 5th beta gamer who had just entered the game with them and was inconspicuous. He didn't expect it to be so fierce. Damn, a big shot has appeared in our batch. Newbies are all monsters. A transcendent creature called the System Distributor that has evolved into a system? What the hell was this? This was premeditated? In an instant, countless people walked over in a frenzy. They saw a palm-sized black card disc covered with intricate patterns. It looked like a CPU, and it lay quietly on the ground. Next to them was a veteran player who had always been unknown. They knew that these 2 female players had a good relationship with each other. They didn't interact with other players and just focused on their training. They didn't even have the chance to chat. Missy, why don't you have legs? Someone asked. It was common knowledge in this world that all creatures had long legs. Ahem, ahem, ahem. The card disc spoke. Long legs consume more energy, and the structure isn't logical. I evolved into a pile of soft hairs that wriggled like a mop. She wouldn't say that she was too stupid. After being scolded by her sister, she didn't grow crab-like spiky legs around the black CPU card disc. After all, spiky legs were necessary to insert them into other people's bodies to install the system. Of course, she could only take a step back. She had become a pile of soft hairs, but it was already good enough that she could evolve it. A system that can't run, it doesn't look like a proper system. A tree with 5 large nostrils reached out its hand to pick its nose. Missy, what functions do you have? It looks like a transcendent creature that imitates a computer? Why didn't I think of that? That's a good idea. As a system, I feel good just thinking about it. The people around asked. Pan Shuexian turned to look at her sister, who had already left quietly. Her sister wasn't used to being watched by so many people. Instead, she was very forthright in communicating with these people, directly revealing the functions and abilities of her system. I also think that it's good to have furry hairs. Move slowly, and if they're too thick, they'll insert into the host's body. It'll be very painful. These little hairs, if inserted into the host's body, it won't be too painful. The people around started chatting with her. Ah. She's so good at chatting. This girl is so cute. She must be the soft and cute type in real life. Oh no. It's the feeling of heartache. This woman is so damn sweet. I have to think of a way to marry her. The people around howled and jeered, feeling that it was very lively and interesting. The previous famous players were all men like Mixed Element Thunderclap Hand, Mount Akina Speed, Shue by Shue, and Xiaonaofu. It was rare for a cute girl to appear, and instantly, countless people turned into bootlickers. Now that there was a female player, naturally, they couldn't be happier. Pan Yuxian looked at their flattery and expressed no interest. Men, there was no need. His interest was to train his body, keep fit, go on adventures, and make girls stronger. she felt that the only thing the two sisters had in common was that they were single. They had never been interested in the love affairs of ordinary people, it was just that their parents were very distressed, looking as if they were dying, and did not understand the sisters at all. Big bosses. I'll go in and find a time to broadcast the situation and explain the situation. If there's anything, I'll ask for your help. She spoke as usual, lying limply on the ground. There were black furry tentacles slowly moving under the body of the chip cube. We must help. You're the real big boss. The people around hurriedly said. She said again, everyone, it's too slow for me to walk on my own. Can you help me carry my species into the world passage? The success rate of her species was very low. Just like the Thunderhammer cube before, after all, it was a natural array pattern replicated by the grain. After growing, it would mostly deform. Now that she had evolved to this point, only 7 system discs were qualified. Although I don't know which world I'll enter, whether it's a group or an individual, I won't be weak. With such a mood, she entered the pitch-black world passage. She walked very slowly, and after an unknown amount of time, light appeared in front of her. It was a pitch-black, lush forest. The sky was empty and high. Not far away, there was a small town with smoke curling up. It was deep, distant, mysterious, and unknown. This style, is it, the primordial world? She was startled, and continued to swim with her species. Sister said that I must do as she says, or else she won't recognize me as a sister. As soon as I come in, I'll use my analysis ability to analyze the plants here and build a database. She glanced around the lush forest. The plants here have been sent over by a big boss, and I've already recorded them in my database. I just have to taste them all again. Computer desktop. She called softly, and a simple light blue board appeared in her mind. There were 4 icons on the desktop: recycle bin, my computer, storage analysis library, and host layout. She found that she had become a computer. And she was an AI assistant in the computer, as if she was a completely different life form, different from a human brain made of meat and a life made of flesh and blood. Is this the difference between silicon-based life and carbon-based life? She felt that it was really magical. It's really a circuit board that turned me into IA, an AI computer. If she did not experience this feeling personally, it would be an unimaginable novelty. This was a completely different kind of life. The memories of carbon-based life were stored in the nerve cell units of flesh and blood, and they might be lost over time. This was the disadvantage of carbon-based life. As a silicon-based life, it was a mechanical life made of circuit boards and stones. Its greatest characteristic was that it could calculate at high speed and never lose its memory. It could even modify, delete, and view its own memory at will. The My Computer icon on the desktop was actually her own brain. When she turned on My Computer, she could see all kinds of memories stored in her brain. She could even view every experience she had. Recycle bin was the place to delete her own memory. After all, the memory space was limited, and humans could not do this. And the most important storage analysis library was the software that he had installed. His sister had programmed it for him. It stored a lot of knowledge from all over the universe in the form of the game Spore Evolution that spanned across the century. The last host layout was for the host to see, to fool the host. After all, it was impossible to show his real desktop to the host. I'm only half a silicon-based life. According to my sister, if there really are silicon-based life outside of Earth in this world, they must be a group of powerful mechanical civilization. They are far superior to the people on Earth. In terms of learning, they have a huge advantage over flesh and blood beings. They don't need to study the memories and civilization of the previous generation like humans do. All they need to do is copy and paste, and they will have it. This was the horror of silicon-based life. And now, I'm a pseudo-silicon-based life. How can silicon-based life become stronger? My sister has already deduced that if there really is a mechanical civilization outside of Earth, silicon-based life, as intelligent AI, they can write programs in their own minds to become stronger. Every silicon-based life is a programmer. They write programs in their own minds. She had communicated with her sister a lot and guessed the background civilization of the world of silicon-based life. This is a world without magic or warrior energy. There are only programmers who have multiplied to the peak. The great programmer is so terrifying. Of course, silicon-based life and a mechanical civilization that could become stronger through programming were just speculations and deductions of the sisters. But it was interesting, wasn't it? Although there are no silicon-based life forms on Earth now, in the near future, we might be able to create artificial silicon-based life forms. That is, intelligent AI programs, artificial intelligences that can think and have true intelligence. For example, the AlphaDog that was very popular recently. This intelligent AI can constantly learn knowledge and become smarter. In a sense, in the future of mankind, in the domain of the creator, it was possible to create true intelligent life. But would such silicon-based life, artificial mechanical intelligence, betray mankind? That was the case in many movies, where artificial intelligence turned around and enslaved mankind. In reality, there were also many famous scientists who resisted the development of artificial intelligence, saying that it was opening God's forbidden zone. I don't know if they can open the door to the forbidden zone, but the two of us have already secretly opened it. Thinking of this, Pan Yuxian was secretly proud. Her evil sister had researched for hundreds of years and was already terrifyingly strong, but she looked at the empty computer desktop and muttered to herself, I want my sister to help me program a gluttonous snake. When I'm bored, I can play some games. Anyway, I become a computer. But my sister said that I can install a fishing expert in my computer. Because my brain is full of water. Her mind was full of memories, all kinds of things about researching this system. In short, it could be summed up in one sentence: her bookworm sister was really awesome. As she walked, she looked around. The lush forest was full of danger. Suddenly, she looked at the plant beside her and opened the only program in her mind, Storage Analysis Library, analyzing the appearance of the plant. Wisteria can be used as a healing medicine. Please insert a probe to examine its specific function. Her tentacles pierced in. 1% 5%, the analysis is too slow. She thought for a moment and looked at the 7 CPU species that were slowly wriggling behind her. I'm too weak now. I'm not even a level 1 creature. My sister said that I'm not even as good as Windows 98. At most, I'm just a little stronger than the old Symbian system. Well, it's time to act. System transformation. Loading. A row of words appeared on the computer desktop and finally turned into a few big bright red words, 8-core chip. 8 cores are stronger than 1 core. The CPUs transformed into different forms and actually connected together, frantically calculating. 20% 30%, in an instant, the speed of analysis became extremely fast. The feeling of flying. Pan Yuxian felt great. It's so nice to have a sister with a dark heart and a face that says everyone owes her $3 million. I don't have to use my brain for anything. It's just that sister is forcing me to learn programming, to use the system's specialty, to design programs in this computer, and then combine it with my knowledge of the human body to train all kinds of skills. Forget it, the time in the other world is long, I'll learn slowly. Silicon-based lifeforms simply had a completely different cultivation model. It was amazing that he could become stronger just by programming in the system desktop in his mind. But I'm too weak. She looked at the system panel, then at the surrounding environment. The lush green forest, the thorns and weeds all over the ground, it was very painful. I'm weaker than a slime now, a CPU with furry tentacles. Slimes could even jump around. The ahog on their heads was very powerful and could even hammer people. As for himself, a CPU, reincarnated in a dangerous other world. However, she looked around without fear, and even looked forward to it. She was a person with a spirit of adventure. Climbing, surviving in the rainforest, and surviving in the forest in this other world was naturally not a problem for her. I once taught my students that there are 3 elements to survival in the wild. The first is shelter, the second is fire, and the third is food. But now, my main survival mission is the 4th one, to find a body. She looked around, and a sharp light flashed in her eyes. Don't ask her why a fitness coach would know so much, and she even taught survival. She knew too much related knowledge. In other aspects, she was not as good as her sister. In this aspect, she had unparalleled enthusiasm and confidence. She carefully wandered in the forest for a few hours, and suddenly saw a pheasant. A row of information flashed in her mind: red pheasant, a first-rank ancient wild beast, with an extremely small amount of which race bloodline. Her eyes instantly narrowed. The ancient Western era was really a chaotic era. Which wanton witch could even have a pheasant? Alright. Perhaps her ancestor, as a powerful chicken spirit, became a witch's concubine. The first key to survival in the wild is that night is the scariest time in the mountains. Never believe in fate, don't wait for luck to come. You can survive the night, but decide your own fate. Now, I can only choose the weakest system host. This is it. She quietly lurked. She was also very patient. She was used to using this method to capture prey in the wild. She slowly approached the pheasant and slowly inserted her antennae into its body. Goo-goo-goo, the pheasant suddenly flipped and flapped its wings, but it was too late. A black chip was planted in its body. Ding. The strongest acting tough face slapping system, loading. Biochip activating, restarting stored information, analyzing, a voice sounded in the pheasant's mind. Pheasant, goo-goo-goo? Pheasants ultimately had no intelligence, but as a wild beast that could be seen everywhere, it was still very easy to control. Half a month later, a terrifying existence was born in the forest. Countless wild beasts died, 169, 170. An almost bald pheasant with a large amount of muscle mass accumulation revealed a strong bronze-colored tendon. A pair of wings supported a thick tree trunk, doing pull-ups. Poochie, the bald pheasant had lost its feathers and the ability to glide. It directly jumped onto the ground and did push-ups. 1. 2. The two pheasants supported themselves on the ground, rising and falling continuously. Large amounts of sweat dripped down, and in the end, the remaining feathers also began to fall. Dark red blood vessels bulged all over its body, and the moment it exerted strength, its bald body was covered with hair. Both sides of its temples bulged, and even the muscles on its forehead condensed into a V shape. Its muscles seemed to be made of steel. Show me the body condition of this pheasant. Whoosh, in the push-ups, a blue board appeared. It was a 3D anatomical diagram of the pheasant. It slowly rotated, showing the distribution of bright red muscles and the training situation. As a fitness coach, with the assistance system, she could see everything directly. After finishing these 371 push-ups, train the triceps of this pheasant's wings, and then do 173 squats to train the quadriceps of the pheasant's legs. The pheasant was sweating profusely as it did the push-ups. The essence of life was to evolve and stimulate potential. She could already feel that with every muscle and bone training, the bloodline of this pheasant was awakening. Wait a minute. Go and prepare a nutritious meal according to this pheasant's condition, replenishing its protein. Wait a minute, it should be able to challenge that rank 2 tiger. Walking chicken, fitness chicken, this pheasant didn't realize that it had obtained the most pretentious face slapping system, but it could hear the voice in its head. As a low-level beast, its mind was bewitched, and it continued to complete the daily mission frowny face 0/800 sprint 1 kilometer, reward 100 points, 0/700 pull up, reward 100 points. It was transforming. Under the scientific fitness method, it supplemented nutrition every day, accurately planned the training of each muscle, and formulated the most efficient method, and it was getting stronger every day. After the daily mission, it was the system shop. Although the system shop was very simple, and there were only some elixir formulas for exchange, these were all nutritious meals that she had analyzed, and some earth martial arts such as Tai Chi, 8 Extremities Blast, and Eagle Claw. 1. 2. The sound of the system calculating rang in her head. In the jungle, a chicken with muscles like twisted steel, 2 bare wings hugged a chicken's head, constantly doing deep squats, sprinkling the sweat and feathers of hot-blooded youth. This is youth. What a fitness chicken. Shed the ugly bright red feathers, revealing strong streamlined muscles. As a professional fitness coach, Pan Xian was very satisfied with the chicken's growth. She didn't even have the interest to explore the city anymore, and focused on raising the chicken. This game was simply too enjoyable. Ding. Daily mission update, kill a rank 2 red mountain tiger, reward 800 points. The image of a tiger appeared in her mind. The low IQ pheasant still obeyed the bewitching voice in its head, and it was about to hunt and fight with the rank 2 red mountain tiger. Although as an ordinary, unranked pheasant, being able to reach rank 2 is already very scary, but against a real ancient beast, a rank 2 tiger, it's still not enough. Pan Yuxian thought for a moment, its IQ is too low, it did so many daily missions, but it didn't know how to exchange skills. I'll just sneak in through the back door and exchange for it. Although the system's rules were like that, she was the system. But she was the system, and the system's software language was set by her, so sneaking in through the back door was very normal. If it doesn't know how to exchange, then I'll help it exchange for Wing Chun. 3,000 points. Ding, System Shop, successfully exchanged for Wing Chun. Due to the difference in the host's body size, martial arts are being improved, deducing force exertion method, muscle movement, bone movement. With the octa-core processor, it was quickly completed. That afternoon, Pheasant started his Wing Chun training. He was sweating profusely, and a translucent blue phantom of a pheasant appeared in his mind. It was posing, and all he had to do was to follow and practice. Action correction. Lower the left wing by 3 centimeters. Use the muscles of the triceps. Action correction, right claw raised, step by step, the pheasant's movements gradually became smooth and perfect. It was as if a dragon was walking like a tiger. Host, Pheasant, Tier 2, Strength, 9, 4 Speed, 10. 3 Constitution, 8. 1 Intelligence, 1 Soon, in just a few days, a pheasant made a move. The tiger roared in the forest. With a set of Wing Chun inch boxing, it turned into the coldest and cruelest fighting pheasant and smashed the head of the opposite tiger. 3 years passed by slowly. The entire land became chaotic, and many terrifying monsters were born on the land. Xiaowei was only one of them. In fact, she could even be considered as a harmless and gentle monster. She could even be considered as neutral. In the entire forest, the pheasants had also reached the 5th rank. That's right, 5th grade. Under the devilish training, the pheasant reached the 5th rank. However, its intelligence was still not high. Logically speaking, when a life form reached the 4th rank, it would begin to gain intelligence. However, this pheasant was completely different. Maybe, its potential was originally lower. Or maybe, because its brain is filled with muscles, it can only communicate in simple ways. Pan Yuxian was very serious in recording and deducing. As a fitness trainer, this was definitely a system different from the primordial era. In this world, regardless of body cultivators or Dao cultivators, they all needed the genes of the primordial era to open up their inner world. This was the Rubik's Cube gene. And this pheasant, it didn't cultivate its inner world and didn't have a dantian. Just by relying on the ancestral witch's bloodline and the strength of its physical body, it had reached such a terrifying height. It's just that. It's still too weak. It hasn't gained intelligence yet. It might not be a true demon. She muttered to herself, after all, to gain intelligence, it needs to absorb the essence of the sun and moon in a dense small world. If I forcefully train my body like this, doing push-ups every day to train my muscles, I reckon it won't work. I still have to find an inner world to nurture it and gain intelligence. As for the inner world of an expert, I should look for some demons. After all, demons will reproduce and use their own inner worlds to incubate their descendants. Ziyuan Cave. The interior of the cave was paved with exquisite crystal tiles. Many beautiful girls were laughing and chatting, their figures faintly discernible as they drank and chatted. They were all demons that had taken human form. This was a demon cave in the depths of the mountains. The girls were currently surrounding a young lady. This young lady was none other than Luo Kaiwei. After 3 years, she understood who she was. She wasn't a living person at all. She was a type of freak. After being killed and dismembered, she would absorb the resentment of humans, giving birth to even more little Weiss. This was also the reproduction method of her type. Freaks were born from the human heart. There were good, evil, neutral, and all kinds of freaks. This caused the entire world to be filled with strangeness, eeriness, and even indescribable terror. Little Wei was the most bizarre freak. She was also the most pitiful and innocent kind-hearted freak. She had the most perfect and kindest character, yet she would incite the jealousy of other living creatures. They couldn't help but hunt her down and tear her apart. Hence, every Little Wei was a target for all. In fact, even freaks would hunt down Little Wei, enjoying the pleasure of tearing them apart and tearing apart perfection. It was an indescribable addiction and temptation. They also reproduced with their torn and shattered bodies. It was like a form of survival. It was like a pyramid that was spreading crazily. Then, at the top of the pyramid, there had to be a Little Wei from the very beginning. It was the mother of all Little Wei, the leader, who was also being hunted. I'm not a real human, but Sister Shira wanted to save me. She wanted to take me to the first ancestor, Little Wei, or Bai Kai Wei, to see if she could help me. In the end, she encountered other freaks and was ambushed. She was injured and took me away. She looked at the coffin behind her. Inside lay Great Emperor Messiah, and inside Great Emperor Messiah was Sister Shira, who was in a deep sleep and seriously injured. After all, Sister Shira was too old. She had been ambushed. At this moment, a cute and adorable purple-haired girl stuck out her tongue. Luo Kaiwei, it's fine. We'll protect you. Those freaks outside can't find us here. We're very safe here. You're so kind. As long as we pay attention to our jealousy, it won't cause a tragedy. That's right. You're too cute. Too kind. You helped us clean up the house as soon as you came. We love you more than we love you. Go, go. It's midnight. You're covered in mud. Go take a bath first. Luo Kaiwei only remained silent. She knew clearly that no matter who it was, they would fall in love with Little Wei's perfection at first sight and give her the best treatment. But as time passed, they would grow jealous and tear her apart. This was a cycle of tragedy. These kind big sisters who took me in now will be the same in the future. She closed her eyes slightly. My existence itself is a mistake. She suddenly felt too tired. Little Wei was a disaster. No matter where she went, she would cause death and chaos. Maybe it's time for me to die? She thought calmly. Even though Sister Shira said that she was also a living person and would do her best not to give up her life, but, bang bang bang, suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Who is it? The girls went to open the wooden door. A figure suddenly appeared at the entrance of the cave. It was a handsome young man. Is there anything I can help you with? Huh. Isn't this our neighbor's brother Joe? Are you here to seek refuge? The girls around him were chattering. The handsome man spoke again. How can I help you? What? The surrounding girls were stunned. They felt that there was something wrong with Brother Joe. Is there anything I can help you with? The handsome man spoke again. Gradually, his face became expressionless and strangely stiff. The surrounding girls felt that something was wrong. It's late at night, and the neighbor's vixen is suddenly standing at the door and repeating the same sentence, saying that he wants to help us. Why does it feel so strange? Luo Kaiwei had just come out of the bath. When she saw the man, she instantly trembled. She was so scared that she was sweating all over. Large droplets of sweat seeped out, and her breathing quickened. You actually opened the door when there was a knock at midnight? That's a fake neighbor. What? The surrounding girls were shocked. Official arrest warrant, freak number 105, fake neighbor. It said that it's a case of a neighbor's family being massacred in the middle of the night in Xianxia County. Gradually, it became a ghost story that spread throughout the entire Yuzhou. Luo Kaiwei was sweating profusely. A fake neighbor always knocks on the door at midnight. It appears as your neighbors, the elderly, the children, the women. It looks like it's willing to help you. It asks you what help you need and waits for you to invite it in and help you. In reality, it's looking for an opportunity to kill you. They were shocked and completely understood. They opened the door. Did that mean that they had invited it in? Luo Kaiwei said, after opening the door, if you reject its help, it will have a motive to kill you. If you let it in, it will kill you after helping you. The surrounding girls trembled and looked at the door. In short, it's looking for an excuse to kill us? One of the girls hurriedly said, then I asked it to chop down trees in a mountain range. It wants to help us and then kill us, right? We can take the opportunity to buy time. It will take a few years for it to chop down trees, and then we can escape. It's useless. Luo Tsaiwei's body trembled. If your request is too much and exceeds his judgment, he will think that you are making things difficult for him. He will also kill you directly. The only solution is to not open the door when someone knocks at 12 o'clock. That's the local custom of Xianxia County and even the whole of Yuzhou. You guys live in the deep mountains and forests of Yuzhou and you don't know about it. It's my fault, it should have followed me here. The surrounding girls' faces turned green. Monsters were also divided into different levels. They absorbed the fear of humans to become stronger. The more people they killed, the stronger they became. For example, the one in front of them was very strong, and they were no match for him. Is there anything you need our help with? The man's calm voice sounded for the 5th time. The surrounding girls instantly broke down. They retreated in fear as if the end of the world had come. There was no sound at all. I'm still going to die in the end, Luo Kaiwei trembled, but she still wanted to buy time. She thought to herself, let him help us. Although he will kill us after he finishes, he can at least live a little longer. Let him mop the floor. It will take a long time, but it's not an unreasonable request, she had already made up her mind. I want to become a monster. Suddenly, a little rooster popped its head out from the gap in the doorsill on the other side. It was timid and even a little cute, adorable and innocent. The surrounding girls were shocked. What? It's just a cute little rooster. Their faces were pale, thinking that it was their savior. Becoming a monster, is this the help you want? The wooden man looked calmly at the little rooster that was popping its head out from the gap in the door. Okay. The surrounding girls were stunned. The fake neighbor agreed, however, it was indeed not an unreasonable request. After all, it could already speak, which meant that there was only one last step left. An extremely small wild chicken did not require much energy. You really want to help me? That's great. The cute little rooster, lying in the gap in the door, pushed the door open and stood up slowly. Under the cute little rooster's head was a terrifying, huge, and twisted muscular brother. The muscles were twisted like the roots of an old tree. Gulp. The surrounding girls swallowed hard and looked up. It stood there, forming a shadow. This is a little rooster? Oh my God. Where did this little rooster come from? This must be a strange existence. Even if a monster had become a monster and gained intelligence, it would only transform into feathers. It would not have such a ridiculously huge muscular body. Uncle, you're saying, to help me become a monster? The little wild chicken was still not very intelligent. It stuttered excitedly and spoke in a childish voice. What the hell is this? The fake neighbor slowly looked up and swallowed his saliva. He looked up and saw a terrifying muscular giant with a cute rooster's head. The giant was like a mountain of flesh. It was as if this was the real horrifying monster and he was a kind and weak human. Your body is too big. It's too much to become a demon. He slowly opened his mouth. Smack, a huge bald chicken wing slapped at him. It was like a huge palm formed from a tumor. The fake neighbor was sent flying away. His whole face was like a deformed white suspension, turning into mud. The chicken strode forward and looked down at the light blue system panel at the corner of his eyes. Main mission activated, eliminate the fake neighbor, absorb the corpse, reward 5,000 points. What kind of monster are you? The fake neighbor slowly stood up. As a monster, although it was formed by the fear of all living beings, it had its own thoughts. It was like a god that protected all living beings. It was the living beings that gave it memories, logic, and wisdom. It was like a program. Due to the differences in the logic of their actions, it was highly possible for the monsters to kill each other. Bang! In the next second, the little chicken instantly flew out. With a terrifying explosive speed, he turned into a black shadow and instantly smashed the fake neighbor. His whole body exploded into a cloud of fog. Whoosh! A light breeze swept across. The monster condensed again from the gray fog. It roared hoarsely with cold-killing intent. It's useless, you can't kill me. Roar! The fake neighbor roared like a beast. He was already at the 5th level. He let out a deafening roar and pounced forward like a ferocious beast. Gotcha! A huge light streaked across. The fake neighbor exploded with endless power. The two people who were fighting collided fiercely. Little chicken. Hurry up and leave. That's a monster. It's the power of hope gathered by all living beings. It's condensed from the fear of all the people in Yuzhou. As long as you're still in Yuzhou, you can't kill him. Luo Caiwei's anxious voice came from afar. The surrounding girls were also in despair. A monster couldn't be killed. Bang! The fake neighbor was instantly pressed down and was instantly ridden by a huge monster. Wing Chun inch punch. Boom! The huge chicken wings were like two elephant ears. They alternated left and right, hitting his face crazily. Gulp gulp gulp, the little pheasant roared crazily, as if it was pounding rice cakes. The fake neighbor was slapped in the face. Two, it was smashed deeper into the ground. Pa, he exploded again and died once more. What kind are you? The fake neighbor stood up again. His body trembled, and his vision became much more hazy. You are really weak. You don't have any muscles, and you're so soft. You can't even take a beating. The little pheasant's face was filled with disappointment. Its intelligence wasn't too high, and it felt that this was very strange. The fake neighbor was about to speak. Bang, he was smashed again and sent flying backward. His whole body turned into white mud, emitting white smoke and a strange rotten stench, like a mass of white sludge in a stinky ditch. What are you? The fake neighbor was reborn and shrieked. I'm just a chicken, an ordinary chicken that can be found anywhere. Can't you see that? The little pheasant screamed as if the other person was humiliating it, but it still spoke frankly about its life experience. Its voice gradually became low, and it felt a bit inferior. I'm the kind of chicken that you often eat in your village, the kind that has its feathers plucked out, its throat slit, and its blood let out. I used to secretly hide outside the village, watching my own kind being killed, shivering. You're a chicken. The fake neighbor was so frightened that he screamed out loud. He struggled on the ground, leaving a long trail of blood on the ground. He tried to crawl out of the cave. It actually said that it's a chicken. The little pheasant exploded, awakening a battle form similar to the true form of the witches. At this time it fiercely swelled up, and its skin and muscles were extremely exaggerated. The thin chicken head was embedded in the muscular brother's body, like a headless giant. There was only a cute chicken head the size of a toothpick stuck in its head. As a monster, he also had fear. He didn't want to die. He began to crawl out. Didn't you say that you want to help me transform? The little pheasant was very excited, and it crushed the legs that were crawling out. I also want to become a monster. I want to break away from the weak chicken and become a great monster like you guys, absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and collect the essence of the sun and moon. Awaken wisdom and become a monster. Completely embark on the path of cultivation, and transcend ordinary poultry. The next second. The fake neighbor was completely destroyed, turning into a cloud of mist and dissipating in the air. The whole cave was dead silent. Dead, monster, it was actually beaten to death. Their pupils widened, and they felt a chill all over. The amount of incense gathered by fear was naturally limited, but it was very large. It gathered the fear of Yuzhou and killed the fake neighbor more than a dozen times, so that it didn't have enough fear and resurrected in a short period of time. This little rooster didn't have any signs of cultivating the inner world. It didn't have the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and it wasn't a cultivator. Just relying on muscles, speed, and explosive power, it killed the monster. That was a monster. That was an existence that wasn't human. How did this chicken do it? This chicken didn't cultivate at all, and it didn't become a monster. What kind of fortuitous encounter did it have? Their hair stood on end. But they didn't know that this was a pheasant that had accidentally obtained the most pretentious face-slapping system. With the system, of course it could kill gods and Buddhas if they wanted to. Although the monster couldn't be killed, after a period of time, it would be reborn because of people's fear of it. After all, as long as people were afraid of it, as long as their memories still remembered its existence, as long as men and women told their neighbors about it, and the elderly told their children about its story, it would never die. I think, therefore I am. As far as Luo Caiwei knew, the fake neighbor had killed many people, and was now at the 5th level. After it was completely killed once, it didn't have a foundation. Even if it was reborn, it would need 2 to 3 months, and it would return to the third level. It would need to kill people again to grow and create fear of it. In the past 3 years, there were simply too many strange things that had been born. Even the supreme existence high up in the sky couldn't stop it. Because in the cities, the fear and thoughts of mortals couldn't be suppressed. They were the ghosts in the hearts of mortals. Unless a complete extinction was launched to exterminate the mortals, it was impossible to kill all the monsters. They looked at the tall and strong chicken in horror, and then at Luo Kaiwei. This monster is, I don't know. Luo Kaiwei was so anxious that she wanted to cry. She had never seen such a monster. The unknown was the most terrifying thing. If they didn't know what kind of existence it was, they couldn't deal with it. If they knew some of the monster's logic and rules, they might be able to control, contain, and suppress it. For example, number 103, the monster that was called Justice by the people. Number 103, Justice. Justice was a hero who eliminated evil for the people. He was handsome and tall, 193 meters tall, and held a tall golden spear in his hand. The spear had mysterious gray patterns. According to the research conducted by the great scholar of Yu State, great scholar Ouyang Sheng, and a group of scholars from the imperial court, it seemed to be an unknown totem formation, and its specific effects were not clear. Justice, as long as there was someone staring at it, it would eliminate evil for the people and act chivalrously. If no one was looking at it, it would go on a killing spree and become the cruelest executioner. At first, people thought that it was a hypocritical justice, a hero on the surface, but a villain behind the scenes. According to the deductions of the relevant investigators, they gradually understood the nature of justice. In this world, there was no real justice, one standpoint determined justice. Whatever creature looked at it, it would execute justice for that race. According to research, it didn't kill all the time. When it killed a lot, it was because animals, livestock, and insects were looking at it. From the perspective of the animals and insects, humans were the cruel ones, and they were executing justice for the animals. The hero of one race, the executioner of another race. Or perhaps, justice that was watched by others was justice. Currently, the Yuzhou government's current method of dealing with justice was to send a team of soldiers to control it. Under the control of its guardian, it would act as a righteous hero and help deal with all kinds of strange things. In order to prevent it from leaving people's sight, it would be followed by a team of 30 people. At every moment, there would be 5 people watching it from every corner. Using the strange to deal with the strange, this was how the government dealt with it. Justice. Luo Kaiwei took a deep breath. I've seen that terrifying justice before. It was a tall and handsome man holding a long spear. Under people's gazes, he bathed in blood on the streets. He was not afraid of death, and he protected the people behind him. In the past 3 years, people were also adapting to the disaster. There were all kinds of terrifying, unknown, horrifying, and indescribable fantasy creatures. They were born from nothingness, born from the depths of people's fear. But because of people's fear, they had all kinds of weaknesses, so they were not truly unscrupulous and lawless murderous thugs. Strange, there was no good or evil. For example, the fake neighbor would always knock on the door at midnight. This way, people could easily guard against it. This world is really strange. I think, therefore I am. Every city has all kinds of fantasy creatures produced by urban legends. Is this the strange? I should take this opportunity to analyze it and get some information. Pan Shuaxian silently sensed the broken energy that she had absorbed. This was a great opportunity to understand this world. She looked at the computer screen and clicked on the analysis program. Create subject to analyze the strange. Ding. Analyzing the nature of the strange energy. 0, 1% 0. 2%, as a computer with 8 cores, her thinking speed was still a bit slow. Because in the past few years, she did not increase the level of her body by much, because she could not cultivate, as a silicon-based life, a computer could not train her muscles, and she did not have the talent of the primordial humans to open up an inner world, upper dantian, lower dantian, and create a sea of consciousness. However, the strange is a kind of energy. If I kill them, they can convert the energy into experience points and let the host level up. She kept thinking. Looking at the monsters in front of her, as a gym instructor, she had a vague plan. Ding, main mission activated, daughters should be self-reliant. Every time there is chaos, beautiful women are always the first victims. Torture, despair, pain. Bring all the beauties in front of you into the gym camp, so that they have the power to protect themselves in the chaotic world. Reward, 400 points, ding, auxiliary language system activated. Please communicate according to the words in front of you. Little Pheasant was stunned. With his low IQ, he had always followed. His tall body lowered slightly, looking at the beautiful and charming girls in front of him who were trembling. Each of them had a slim waist and slender legs, exuding a pure and lively aura. They are really too ugly. I want to correct this wrong world. Little Pheasant quickly bent down and crossed his arms in front of him. His biceps bulged as he posed in a bodybuilding posture. The aura of a gym muscular brother came. Girls, do you desire power? The beautiful girls around them looked at each other. A cute purple-haired girl with a curvaceous body sniffed. Her nose seemed to be very sensitive, and she suddenly sensed something. It's not a monster. It doesn't have that kind of aura. The crowd heaved a sigh of relief. A beautiful furry bunny girl said crisply, but it doesn't have the aura of a cultivator either. This chicken doesn't cultivate the spiritual sea or the inner world. The surrounding girls chattered. They were completely shocked. Looking at this chicken, it was indeed a red mountain chicken that was raised by farmers near Yuzhou. It was wild in the mountains. It had never cultivated before. How did it get to this stage? How could it have such a huge body? Do you want to learn? I can teach you and make you as strong as me, the little wild chicken said. It bulged its strong muscles and posed handsomely. They looked at this terrifying mountain of flesh. It was terrifying. What was even more terrifying was that this monster came here to protect them. There must be a condition. They were all beautiful demonesses in human form. They lived in groups here and were an extremely weak group. Some of the powerful demon monarchs in the vicinity coveted them. After all, powerful male demons would often have a group of female demonesses serving them. Does he want us to serve him? They hesitated and struggled. In times of peace, they had the power to protect themselves. But in this chaotic world, they might have to give up their bottom line and submit to the strong. After all, girls were too weak. Perhaps they could only survive by relying on the strong. They were frightened and hesitated. Don't worry about me doing anything bad to you. I'm actually a little hen, the little wild chicken said again. The demons? They were stunned. They had always thought that it was a little rooster. He silently raised his head and looked at its body. Standing there, it was like a mountain of flesh. It was bald and had streamlined muscles of all sizes all over its body. They looked like bronze-colored sarcomas. Oh my God, it was a hen. When they heard its gender, they didn't feel relieved. Instead, they were even more frightened. Chills ran down their spines. But this chicken is really strong. Only Luo Kaiwei was silent. She pursed her pale lips and looked at the muscular body. Then, she looked at Shira, who was unconscious in the coffin of the Messiah monarch. Can it make me stronger? She hesitated for a moment before asking, I'm a freak, but I can't cultivate my dantian and inner world. She explained where she came from. Xiaowei was the weakest anomaly. Due to her unique characteristics, she was unable to cultivate. Furthermore, she was so kind that even ordinary people could kill her. When Pan Yuxian heard this, she felt that such strange and bizarre things really existed. It really was an urban legend, and now that it had really appeared in front of her, the world was becoming more and more interesting and bizarre, and she began to get excited. This freak is the best candidate for the system. After all, only an idiot like Little Pheasant would insist on the system's daily mission every day, thousands of push-ups, sit-ups. Not every living being had the willpower to train crazily every day. Even though Little Pheasant was very diligent, it didn't want to do better daily training tasks. It was already very hard-working, but it was still somewhat lacking. As for Xiaowei, she had a kind personality. No matter how hard it was, she would endure it. Kind and smart, she was simply the best candidate. I can even give her 10,000 push-ups every day. 10,000 sit-ups, even if she was exhausted to death, she wouldn't have any opinion. She would only finish it with tears in her eyes. This is the most ideal fitness apprentice. Pan Shuexian's breathing became rapid. Her expression gradually became perverted. What I need is a masochist. Xiao Wei is also suitable. Perhaps, Medusa also likes this kind of thing. She suddenly thought about whether she should try to install the system on this person, but she quickly rejected such a terrifying idea. At this time, Little Pheasant replied, as long as you have a body, you can train. The same goes for freaks. As long as you have a heart to become stronger, I will teach you my way to become stronger. Little Pheasant looked at the other female fairies. Do you know why I am so strong? Because I found the cultivation method that belongs to a monster. On the podium, Little Pheasant began to teach a fitness class and encouraged the students. As a fitness instructor, she started the first apprenticeship in a different world. What is a monster? Seizing a human body and using it to cultivate? Turning yourself completely into a human? The Little Pheasant's expression was solemn. No, this isn't a true demon. No, a real monster. In the cave, the surrounding beautiful fairies were in a commotion. A monster transforming into a human, what does this mean? Does it mean that we can go from a lower beast to a higher human? We can completely live as a human? No. Transformation is just a tool of the monster race, a means. You can transform? You can transform? Then what is the essence behind the transformation? The surrounding female fairies fell into deep thought. Little Pheasant's face was calm. Transformation is just a disguise for us. The true body of the monster race is our root. Our monster race has been neglecting the essentials. Nowadays, the monsters never reveal their true body. When fighting, they have to be in their human form. Because we all cultivate the human body is stronger than the monster body. Then, what kind of advantage do we, the demons, have when we cultivate the human cultivation system? The surrounding was completely silent. The monster race has no advantage against the human race. Moreover, the monster race has too many flaws. Cultivation is difficult. They need to be in the inner world of a powerhouse. Their growth is slow and they can't defeat humans of the same level. This is because unless the monster race cultivates to the 5th or 6th level, their brains are still relatively slow. They can't compare to the wisdom of a true human. Therefore, there are often beautiful monster sisters who are deceived by cunning humans. They live together in order to form a group. Therefore, we can't display our advantage. The strongest combat strength of a true monster should be their true body. Only when we reveal our true monster form can we be the strongest in battle. It moved its muscles and posed in a bodybuilding pose. A muscular and noble aura rushed out. I am the true body. Think about it. In the future, when I transform into a human, when I fight, I will reveal my true body, a terrifying behemoth. With these muscles, won't I be able to instantly kill my opponent? With the same combat strength, is a monster stronger than a human? The surrounding female fairies were deep in thought. The demon race should cultivate their true form, and not the human form of the demon race? I'm already so strong when I'm cultivating in the outside world where energy is scarce and exercising in the woods. If I'm in the inner world where energy is abundant and absorbs so much energy to train my body, do push-ups, long-distance running, and bench presses, won't I be even stronger? Thump, the Little Pheasant's words instantly struck their hearts. Could it be that their path of cultivation has always been wrong? That's right, ever since the Lotus the Arch had passed away, the desolate demon race no longer had an earth-shattering powerhouse to change the path of the demon race. The Little Pheasant slowly stood up and looked at the beautiful girls around it. After hundreds of years, many monsters have inherited the aesthetic standards of the human race and become very feminine. They think that handsome, fair, smooth, and gorgeous is beautiful. Pan Yuxian used the Little Pheasant's mouth to spread her ideas. But let me tell you, the human aesthetic standards are wrong. Very wrong. Is it wrong for us to learn the aesthetic standards of the human race? The fairies were completely silent. When had they ever been taught? Suddenly, they felt that their worldview seemed to be somewhat shaken. The Little Pheasant looked at these girls. Yes, as beasts, you have learned superficial dressing, learned to wear clothes. But we have forgotten our original intention. We used to live in the jungle as beasts, healthy, fast, elegant, wild, hunting all animals. The little pheasant stood in the same place, like a terrifying mountain of flesh. True beauty lies in the body. It lies in not hiding, shedding the feathers, revealing the body in the open, full of streamlined beauty. You. I'm talking about you. It pointed at the beautiful girls around it and said loudly, it's because we have human bodies that we are content with the status quo. Your human beings are soft and curvy. I can slap them to death with one slap. It opened its mouth loudly and started sobbing emotionally. Once upon a time, I was also a lowly little hen. Just like all of you, I was controlled by fate. I felt that humans were stronger than us, and that men were stronger than us. However, I yearned for great power, so I became this fit and beautiful body before me. Training. More training. Muscles can give us girls the greatest sense of security. Give us girls the sense of security, their hearts were softened, completely touched. Women should be strong. The bald pheasant's bronze-colored muscles bulged, wet with sweat, appearing greasy and shiny. Monster, it's a beast. What is a beast? Tell me loudly, what is the beauty of the demon race? You. And you. Come and touch, see if it's sturdy. The surrounding girls widened their eyes, coming over to touch, revealing a look of disbelief and intoxication. It seems that there is a sense of security, and it's quite beautiful. In their hearts, they seem to be somewhat bewitched. So, muscles, wildness, strength, these were the foundation of the demon race. Suji's eyelids twitched wildly. This Xianxia seemed to be quite happy, those pitiful little girls and fairies fell for her just like that, opening the path of fitness training. Half a month later. One by one, the little fairies walked out of the young girl's body and revealed their true forms. Beautiful little foxes, beautiful little white rabbits, little white mice, and little purple larks were doing push-ups in the cave, 110, 111, they were dripping with the sweat of youth. They trained here during the day and returned home at night, which was also the nest where they lived, the inner world of the human body, as the primordial spirit was nourished, like a nutritional energy cabin, absorbing nutrients to recover their tired bodies. This way, it was equivalent to the main body of a demon, and the secondary body of a human. It was only used to absorb energy and provide the inner world with body heat to nourish the body. I don't know if this is the true path of the demon race, but I think it's quite good. Bodybuilding, and the inner world nourishing, this is the most primitive method of training. It is to improve the essence of life and undergo transformation. Xianxia looked serious. What was the advantage of the system? Only she knew that it was equivalent to a human body detector, monitoring heart pulse, blood pressure, breathing, and constantly calculating the muscle progress, giving the best optimization. It was an auxiliary tool for training the body. Therefore, with the system, this path could be perfectly used. Training, it would also produce a kind of evolution. She did not know those cultivation systems, but this must be the most primitive and most essential method. After all, Gilgamesh also relied on pure training to reach that level. After all, the so-called body cultivation, in a strict sense, was also half a spiritual cultivation. After all, the inner dantian, the meridians, and the energy furnace. Poof, 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 one by one, the little animals sat on the push-ups. The cute little white rabbits and the cute little foxes gradually shed their fur, revealing their flesh-colored bodies. They began to be covered with streamlined bronze-colored muscles, becoming healthy and beautiful. Including Xiaowei, a total of 6 people, each of them was given a system. At this time, the pheasant leading the group was training, holding the ground with 2 bare wings, sitting on the push-ups. Daughters should strengthen themselves. Beautiful fur, that is the aesthetic of humans. Only by removing the fur can the beauty of the demon race be revealed. Protruding in the front and curving in the back is the ugliest deformity. The beauty of muscle strength is the most beautiful thing about living beings. They recited the slogan and their confidence was boosted. Perhaps the demon race would rise because of this. Ding, completed daily mission, 300 push-ups. 100 points awarded. This information flashed through the little lark's mind, and it became even more determined. The world was in chaos and fiend demons were rampaging. It was time for the great era of the demon race to begin. I, the fitness trainer, have already transmigrated to another world and become a pet elf trainer. In the cave, Pan Shuashan looked at the little animals being trained in front of her, looking at the little fox among them. Abu. Looking at the white mouse, he said, Pikachu. Looking at the strong little pheasant, Flaming Pheasant. He looked at little lark. Skylark. The little elf trainer was training the little elf's muscles. Now, Pan Yuxian had experienced the most primitive accumulation and had truly taken the first step. First was the little pheasant from before. With the help of the inner world, it absorbed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, completely transformed, and began to have intelligence. Every creature in the system was very rare. Even for her, the number of reproduction was very low. Now, she only had 8 systems. Previously, she had produced 2, but 2 of them were damaged. There was no way to break even. As for herself, she took the opportunity to issue a mission to the little sisters of the demon race. After obtaining the bloodline fusion potion and successfully integrating the bloodline of the primordial humans, she could begin to cultivate the inner world. However, she found that although she had the inner world, she did not have the meridians of flesh and blood, only circuit boards. She could not cultivate meridians. What should she do? She could only change the electronic circuit. Go through the circuit cultivation method. Establish a subject, improvement of the meridians in the sea of consciousness. She opened the computer desktop and issued a request. Deducing. 1% 2%, this was a very magical feeling. In fact, she was issuing a deduction order to her brain. Deduction was also using her brain to deduce. She activated the deduction mode and could only wait for half a month before she could cultivate. Once I can cultivate, I'll be like a fish in the sea. My life level will increase, and my brain's calculation speed will also increase. She looked at the small animal in front of her. The special one was Luo Kaiwei. She was the only humanoid creature, and a freak at that. At this time, Luo Tsaiwei's soft and delicate body was gradually changing, becoming extremely strong. This was a strong Luo Kaiwei. The little pheasant is very diligent, but Luo Kaiwei is even more diligent. Her kind nature allows her to unconditionally complete any request. She won't slack off at all. Maybe I can secretly transfer the main system to Luo Kaiwei. The little pheasant was naturally diligent, but it was not the best host target. Because it was about to develop intelligence, but what about then? Would it slack off? Would it have any thoughts? As Luo Kaiwei, being kind, diligent, and completely under her control, was the best host. Moreover, the brain of a flesh and blood life form was easily influenced by Luo Tsaiwei's nature and would become jealous, and as a circuit board, she would not be confused at all. Silicon-based life, as a circuit board, all of its memories were stored information. Unlike carbon-based life, it would not be affected by various negative emotions. Inherent characteristic, immunity to negative emotions. Thus, she began to secretly change the host and successfully transferred it to Luo Kaiwei. The little pheasant is still the most worthy of cultivating. I will still place a system on it. As for the remaining female fairies, their degree of diligence varies. I just let the system on them help set some daily training tasks according to their degree of diligence. Then, my initial primitive accumulation has been completed. I will start to deduce the electronic meridians. I can use this little time to busy myself with programming. She thought for a while and directly went out to post. She had always been very domineering and resolute in doing things, unlike that big sister. Spore Evolution Game Forum. For them, more than 4 years was equivalent to the system players who had just entered for slightly more than an hour. They were still chatting and even discussing which world this girl had gone to. Would a native who was possessed by the system be like those online novels, starting the traditional plot of acting cool and slapping faces, counterattacking all the way? In the end, the main character appeared. Screenshot, it was a picture of the system desktop. Myriad Heavens and Realms System Distributor, look, this is my brain. Everyone? Everyone was stunned. What the hell is with your brain? You want everyone to see your brain the moment you come up? Still so simple, resolute and resolute. Pan Yuxian continued with her astonishing words, who can add some stuff to my brain and write some software? There's a programmer out there who can help write some programs. My brain can accept Java, C, Python. You're welcome to come and write some programs. Tonight, my brain is yours. This system. They were stunned, feeling dumbfounded. This system computer creature was too interesting. Evolving a species and turning itself into a computer creature? This spore evolution game really had unlimited possibilities. F***CK. Is there a big programmer coming out? Eating melon, as a computer AI, the greatest advantage of silicon-based life is that its own nerve reflexes, action logic, and various signals can be written by itself. For example, a cultivation plugin that allows the body to cultivate on its own, the kind that can do it 24 hours a day. Happy, yes, you can delete and add your own memories at will. For example, in the brain of the girl, write the message that she likes me, the kind that loves me to the point of being sick. Shy, then, add a physical plug-in program, the kind that locks the head. Serious, Xianxia did not care and continued to talk about her recent situation. Cute girls from the primordial world, don't come over. I will develop on my own. Don't spoil things through excessive enthusiasm. I am very strong. Everyone was shocked. This person was a combat type. The other players who were proficient in the theory of evolution were basically greedy for life and afraid of death. They had never even seen blood and were very lazy. But this person seemed to be very talented in combat. She wanted to train herself? This system, is it the kind that can fight? Some players guessed. Next, Xianxia sent out a little pheasant that had obtained the system. F***CK. F***CK. They were stunned. This was a muscular pheasant. After listening to the description, they had a toothache. As expected of a combat-type boss. Her opening was different from other farming types. Look at how this pheasant was trained by the devil. She then talked about encountering freaks, Xiaowei, fake neighbors, and all kinds of cute girls and demons. Screenshots. Screenshots. Screenshots of beautiful girls were sent out one after another. Wow. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. It's really a disaster. The girls of the demon race are too beautiful. Especially Xiaowei. Her beauty is comparable to a female celestial empress. Her temperament and kindness are both perfect, typing with both hands to show innocence. I really want to have a Xiaowei. Xiaowei, this freak, is too good, too perfect. Someone sighed. Being a wife, a maid, or anything else is definitely the best. After all, they are the most kind and gentle beauties. If only they weren't envied, Luo Kaiwei was quickly liked. But the next second, another bunch of screenshots were sent out. This is their current situation. In the screenshots, there was a bunch of muscular animals. White rabbits, foxes, hedgehogs, larks, all of them had exaggerated muscles. They were just like another little pheasant. These were all the true forms of the demon race. They could still accept the fact that they had the body of a young girl without training. But what was the most unacceptable thing? Among the small animals, there was a muscular Xiaowei. She was tall and strong with black hair draping over her shoulders. She had a pure, kind, and cute face. But below her neck, she was extremely muscular. Everyone felt that their worldview had been trampled on in the most brutal manner in history. Their eyes were burning. This was insanely spicy. They wanted to find some eye drops to wash their eyes. System ruler, how is it? Seeing the perfect body of a young girl that I've trained, the beauty of a tiger or leopard, you're so shocked by my results that you can't speak, right? Xiaowei was already a King Kong Barbie, bastard, their chests were stuffed and they were starting to break down. They realized that this female player was a bit unusual. She liked to exercise, adventure, and build muscles even more than the boys. Cute girl evolved into a dragon. There are still 2 systems, right? Give me 2 systems. Everyone was stunned. Cute girl also wanted to step on this path of no return, become a King Kong Barbie. Cute girl evolved into a dragon. Cough, cough, cough. I just want a system for playing games and other auxiliary purposes. I also want to give a system to my disciple so that my little fox can also train her muscles. The charming and cute little fox beauty flashed through their minds. Cute girl, you. Everyone's mind went blank, and their bodies began to tremble. These 2 female players were complete demons. 2 demons. This word flashed in their minds, and their worldview was severely impacted. They completely understood that Pan Shuaxian must be a girl who was passionate about fitness, and the kind who could fight very well. She was very realistic and pursued practicality. This kind of personality was not like a girl who liked to fantasize. As for the cute girl, instead, she was the kind of girl who liked to fantasize. Otherwise, she would not like the God of creation, and she would not want to create a perfect world without mass extinction. However, the girl in front of them was raised by you. How could you be so cruel? System poster, I agree with the cute girl's view. Daughters should be self-reliant. Otherwise, how can cute girls and fairies protect themselves in this chaotic world? I am a very realistic person. I am giving them the most effective training method. As long as they work hard, they can become stronger. They can live. In order to live, what does it matter if a person sacrifices their beauty? You live in a peaceful era. You don't know that in a chaotic world, the fate of the weak is very cruel, especially for girls. Death and abuse are darkness that you can't imagine. Although that was said, it was very practical. The fairies' choice was not wrong, and their combat power was also very high. However, this appearance was unacceptable, it was too painful to look at. Many people were male chauvinist and directly expressed, the people of Western Sichuan strongly condemn. Delicate and adorable girls were meant to be protected by the strong. Beauty is a girl's greatest weapon, not her muscles. On the contrary, some girls actually agreed with this method of letting girls train. Protected by the strong? You are too naive. That is a primordial world where the strong are respected. A cruel and bloody alternate world. Stupid brothers, come out and get beaten. Girls have no strength and only beauty, but they will be controlled by you as you please. Morality is to restrain the weak. The strong make the rules. All of a sudden, the forum began to clamor, and it even escalated to the three views. At that moment, just as everyone was discussing, another big shot walked out. Akina Mountain said, I don't care about the argument between you and the three views. However, this way of training the body of the demon race is very likely to be a very correct path. After all, how do demons improve their realm? I'm sorry to tell you that there was no way to improve before. Let's talk about the cultivation path of the demon race. In the beginning, the inner world would absorb a large amount of spiritual energy and develop intelligence. Then, they would become small animals and plants with intelligence. What happened next? After gaining intelligence, the little animals didn't know how to walk. He directly took a detour and walked the path of cultivation that belonged to humans. He used the body of a human to cultivate, causing his demon body to always be very weak. He could only be used as a primordial spirit. No matter what, he would always fight in his human form. Now that he thought about it, it was true. Over the years, the beast tribe had been struggling to keep up. For example, the heaven-shattering monarch of the ancient tribe had invented the cultivation technique of the ancient tribe, not to mention the cultivation technique of the sorcerer tribe. Dao Chongqing had invented the 9 revolutions mystical art. What about the humans, Dao cultivation, Shu mountain sword technique, and the martial arts sects of the world? Only the demon race had not risen since the Western era. Even now, they were still struggling at death's door. Perhaps pure muscle training was indeed the orthodox path. After all, in the inner world of the demon race, training their bodies was a powerful source of energy. Mount Akina spoke again. Cough, cough, cough. It's not just Meng Mei who wants her disciple to train. If possible, I also want our Sun Elf tribe's young elf girls to train their muscles. Everyone? Another demon, they could feel the pain of breathing. In their minds, the images of those naughty and cute elven girls with pointy and cute ears and explosive muscles flashed past. Boss, you're driving in the wrong direction. It's not going to the kindergarten. I heard someone is driving here. I, Che Glava, specialize in driving. I'll just steal your car. It's impossible to work for a job. JPG, I'm only a high school student. I don't want to be polluted by you filthy adults. I want to get out of the car, I want to get out. I want to see cute and beautiful girls. Door breaking. JPG, ha 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 ha. I've already welded the car door shut. Don't even think about getting out of the car. Youngsters, I've been there to tell you that muscular girls are the romance of men. Men only know how to bully weak and cute girls. What's the point of that? If you're a man, you should endure the difficulties and obstacles and face them head-on. Strong man locking man. Downstairs, maintain formation, man on top of man. Man on top of man. Men are valuable. Oh no, I can't find the idiom. I'm too difficult. JPG, F***CK. Heavenly beauty upstairs. The entire comment section was suddenly filled with the atmosphere of a philosopher. This scene made people sigh. Perhaps, muscles were the challenge and the choice of real men. Mount Akina sped up. You only know how to make noise. You're too young and can't see through the essence of things. A living being trains its body. It's the evolution of the essence of life. How can it be so ugly? All muscles? There's more to it than meets the eye. Everyone was stunned. Wasn't the boss driving? Was he speaking in a serious manner? Mount Akina sped up. Cough, cough, cough. Do you still remember Dao Chongqing? A child of about 10 years old. At first, he was also bald. He had no eyebrows or hair. His skin was too tough from training. His hair couldn't grow out of his skin. He was also full of a noble aura and his muscles were terrifying. But what happened after that? Did he change after he broke through to the Heavenly Emperor realm? His muscles weren't so explosive. He had a streamlined aesthetic. His hair grew out. His body became slender. He became a handsome young man with red lips and white teeth. Everyone thought about it. It was true. When Dao Chongqing was a muscular brother, he had beaten up his own father and rescued his mother. Back then, his physique was really an eyesore. But after he broke through to the Heavenly Emperor realm, he looked completely different. Mount Akina sped up. The essence of life is evolution. Gods from level 1 to level 8 are all evolution of life level. Training is also a kind of evolution. After training, the explosive muscles of the whole body and the noble muscular form are because the level of the body is very low. In order to become stronger and have more power, they can only use the number of muscles to form sarcomas. They look exaggerated and huge, like a mountain of flesh. Once you reach the 7th rank, your muscles and physique will undergo a qualitative change. At this stage, it's like you've unlocked the limiter on your body and entered a brand new life form. You'll become streamlined, and your physique will be extremely compressed. It's like the difference between a bloated tofu evolving into a steel plate. They listened attentively to this wave of analysis. Did it mean that the boss and the cute girl had long seen that this was similar to Dao Chongqing's process? So they didn't care. The first 6 levels were explosive muscles. When he reached level 7, it would be better? He would become a beautiful girl again. Mount Akina sped up. But this system needs a system to be perfect. Otherwise, it will cause a lot of hidden injuries. We have to be very careful. Some muscles, bones, and tendons that are difficult to train are very difficult to train. The essence of life is overall training and evolution. If we can't do comprehensive training, it may cause deformities and incomplete training, leaving a weak point, and we will be killed in an instant. It's a pity that I didn't get the genes of the system creatures. Otherwise, I will use the alchemy factory to copy a bunch of systems and give one to the elven girls. In the future, there will be elven fighters, elven swordsmen, and other close combat professions. They listened with great interest to the big boss's analysis. I told you, this is not in line with human aesthetics at all. The essence of life must be more perfect the more it evolves. Cold sweat, but it's still very scary. How many life forms can reach the Heavenly Emperor realm? Many demons stay in the first 6 levels. Won't they be a noble muscular man for the rest of their lives? Shivering, pure muscle mode could also be considered a path system. It seemed simple and only needed training, but in fact, it was very complicated. Otherwise, someone would have developed it before. It required equipment such as the system to monitor the precise body to be carried out perfectly. Otherwise, one could only use divine sense to constantly sense the body and which parts needed to be trained. That was very slow and careful, as if walking on thin ice. At this time, someone had a whimsical idea. The data of this game is so real. The things in it may also work in reality. The previous systems all needed bloodlines, evil eye, magic potions, but this system doesn't need them at all. Then, if we simply train and train our muscles in all aspects, can we also become as strong on Earth? As fierce as that little pheasant? Someone's breathing quickened, and his eyes were burning. This was a very scary guess, and there was even a possibility of implementing it. Can we be as domineering as a little pheasant? The discussion in the surrounding forum was very heated, and countless people sat in front of the computer, breathing rapidly as they looked at the screenshot. It was a picture of a muscular giant, with a cute chicken head that seemed to have a small toothpick stuck on its head. The little hen is simply our idol. The current Earth was too ordinary. Employees took the bus to and from work every day, and students went to and from school. It was an ordinary technological civilization, and this game showed them countless wonderful and real supernatural worlds. They seemed to be immersed in the history of the game, cheering for the people inside, crying for the people inside. The authenticity of the game was stunning, giving them an unparalleled sense of immersion and an unparalleled sense of immersion. Many people even proposed that what could be achieved in the game could be achieved in reality in theory. In other words, the deduced supernatural systems could appear on Earth. Muscles are the romance of men. I've decided. I'm going to give it a try. Boss, can you send me your training process? I can bear hardships. Just a little hen, I don't believe a big man like me can't beat it. From tomorrow on, I want to be a happy man, go to the gym, bench press, push-ups, weightlifting, anus man. Funny, the crowd was very excited. After all, everyone had the dream of being a hero. Akina Yamaguchi was also stunned for a moment. He sorted out his thoughts on the forum and replied, in theory, it is feasible on Earth, because we have some of the top technology in modern times. Scanning equipment can now monitor every muscle. But in modern society, we can't bear hardships. In ancient society, there were such practitioners who could bear hardships, but their equipment conditions were not up to the standard, and it was impossible to monitor every inch of the body. Such muscle training would cause internal injuries, lumbar muscle strain, and they would not live long. And modern people don't go through the trouble of using such complicated methods to train the body, scanning the body at all times, and training every muscle in a targeted and comprehensive way. The netizens were very excited. In other words, it was really possible, but no one had tried it before. But the next second, Akina Yamaguchi gave them a critical blow. And it's useless to try. Another difficulty was that without the nourishment of spiritual energy, this kind of dry training would cause strain all over the body and could even kill people. As for Little Pheasant, the reason why it can withstand the attack is because it has the bloodline of the ancestral witch. Its body is strong, so it can stimulate its bloodline. They are strong natives from another world, how can we compare with them? No energy to nourish the body. The surrounding people hesitated for a moment and were immediately disappointed. However, this caused quite a storm on the internet. In ancient times, there was a saying about divine sense. The ancients had to look inside themselves and sense every inch of their bodies in order to train their bodies. Moreover, they had medicinal baths and pills, which might be a way to replenish the body's warmth. Now that you think about it, it's true. Wasn't this too much of a coincidence? Could it be that cultivation was really possible in ancient times? Was he just disappointed for some reason? After all, there's been a lot of talk about a video of a man in a costume traveling in space. Some research institutes were also shaken. Ancient immortal cultivators. The Tao Lord once visited our world. It's in the small meteorite field in outer space. We Earthlings might be the descendants of the god of creation. They knew more than other netizens and became more and more convinced. In ancient times, there must be chi practitioners, there must be, coupled with the evidence in front of them. These researchers in white coats looked at the computer screen and were already convinced. At this time, some of the top tycoons from various countries also began to post on the internet and sent screenshots. In the villa in the picture, there was a scanning device that only large hospitals had. It was worth tens of millions of yuan. They said that they could provide it to them for free to scan their bodies, adjust every muscle in their bodies, and train their whole body. There was also the best fitness coach to develop a training plan for them, provide them with energy, the best nourishing food, and medicinal baths. As long as they dared to suffer and try, their monthly salary would start at 30,000 yuan, This is obviously the treatment of lab rats. This caused a relatively big storm and caused a sensation. Many people even began to covet it. They had long wanted to try it, but they suffered from the lack of top-notch equipment. Now that it was provided for free and there was money, why not? However, the requirements for the body were very high. Most people did not even pass the preliminary physical examination. The physical examination of psychological quality, potential diseases, and age were all very high requirements. Moreover, this storm lasted for a period of time without any results. Gradually, people stopped paying attention to it. After all, they found that the training intensity was too high, relying on food alone could not nourish the body at all, and the absorption rate of medicinal baths was not high. Perhaps only the legendary spiritual energy could achieve such a degree of gentle nourishment. Perhaps our world is the world of martial arts. There is no spiritual energy, so there is no way to cultivate at all. Some people felt that it made more and more sense. Somewhere in Xianxia, a research institute. In a room shrouded in warm white light, there were many large mechanical equipment. Researchers in white coats were sitting in front of the computer, looking at the discussion in the forum. They had people monitoring the forum at all times, 24 hours a day. The expression of the researcher changed slightly. He hurriedly stood up and walked out of the door with the documents. A cultivation system that does not require bloodlines. This is the closest we have ever come. Perhaps, we have hope, to go to the heavens. A small step for humans, a big step for Earth. His eyes flashed with fanaticism. That was the passion of a researcher, a thirster for knowledge, the pursuit of truth and knowledge. He arrived at the white door of the secret research base. This was the highest level room. After scanning and unlocking, he saw a middle-aged man sitting in the room. He was drawing complex golden totem patterns on the floor, like a wizard in real life. What happened? The middle-aged man looked up, his eyes as sharp as an eagle's. He was the long-lost alchemy emperor, Li Jiangjiang. Li Jiangjiang opened his eyes and looked at the young researcher. Professor Chen, what happened? Li Jiangjiang was the first player to enter. He did not pay attention to hiding his identity and asked a few friends to help him write a slime thesis. Soon, his real identity was found out by the Research Institute's network. He was the CEO of a large multinational company. He was quickly protected, and his real identity was not known to the outside world. At this time, the Research Institute was willing to provide him with any resources, help, and technology to assist him in his research. If he did not expose his identity, Li Jiangjiang would definitely be like Qi Zhe, Bai Shui, and the others, secretly studying the amazing changes in his body, and then continue to play the game. But he was exposed. He could only go with the flow and enter the Research Institute. With the help of the Research Institute's top-notch equipment, he studied his own body, observed his own mental strength, and borrowed a huge amount of funds and connections. This was also the reason why he disappeared for so long. These days, I have not entered the game. Instead, I have been studying mental strength. He took a deep breath. As the alchemy emperor for hundreds of years, he had lived for hundreds of years. He was much stronger than these researchers in some fields. For example, the field of alchemy. As a farmer, he was very ambitious. He wanted to change from farming in the game to farming in reality. In reality, he wanted to completely create the alchemy system, and he also had the help of a country behind him. Just like when he lived off King Lilith, he only needed to be responsible for research. It's just too difficult. Without the evil eye gene as a foundation. Some of my research topics were handed over to Nameless Dragon. He sighed, feeling a little lonely. Longevity was what every life wanted, and he wanted it too. As the alchemy emperor, he had once crazily wanted to extend his life and live a second life during the Babylonian mythical wizard era. And now, he was also working hard. There were many opportunities in the universe. Each world was opening up a brand new system. These researchers had studied every one of them in reality. He believed that the research institutes of other countries had done the same. They had tried the evil eye, potions, inner worlds, elves, and other major systems, but they all required bloodlines. This was a bottleneck for the researchers on Earth, and they had made no progress. But he still believed, with a heart full of expectation and longing, that with so many opportunities in the universe, there would always be a system that could be successful. At this time, he carefully listened to the report of the researchers. A system to train the body? Li Jiangjiang was stunned. He listened carefully and suddenly laughed. Ha 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 ha. His laughter gradually turned into laughter. It gradually became louder and louder, with ecstasy and even tears. Indeed. We can use technology to scan and X-ray to replace divine sense. The only difficulty is to create an environment full of spiritual energy to nourish the body. He stood up and paced back and forth, extremely excited. This is indeed the cultivation method of the demon race. The demon race's physique is strong, and they can withstand torture. They also expand their racial advantage, which is very unsuitable for modern humans with weak bodies. But it is already very good for us to have a cultivation path. It is the first step to opening up the future. He already had a direction to work towards. As the alchemy emperor, perhaps he could use alchemy and modern electricity to create an energy-rich array, which could provide humans to train their bodies and create a cultivation environment like a hen. I'm getting close to you again. Transcendent. Li Jiangjiang suddenly raised his head. His sharp eyes looked at the dark blue poster of the starry sky hanging on the wall. It was a figure dressed in ancient clothes, destroying the stars. This time, it's the real beginning. At this moment, he had never felt that the huge transcendent worlds beyond Earth, the extraterrestrial civilization, the magical alchemy emperor, and the eternal supreme God were so close to him. Everything that happened in the research institute was naturally seen by Suji. Suji was speechless. He did not expect that they would become even more convinced that there were ancient chi refinement cultivators on Earth, an ancient transcendent civilization, and that he was the descendant of the god of creation. The Tao Lord was once the ancestor of their ancient chi refinement cultivators. Ever since the small meteorite incident, the researchers, under the leadership of Li Jiangjiang, began to pursue the truth. With longing and reverence, they pursued the thousands of years of civilization on this land, the era of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, Muhua and Fuxi. They even studied archaeology and the remnants of ancient civilizations and artifacts. They searched for traces of the Tao Lord's existence on Earth. They even guessed that before the Tao Lord became a god, he might have been Xianyuan, Muhua, or even Qiyu. They also found all kinds of evidence. You guys are crazy. What's with this pilgrim mentality? Suji did not know whether to laugh or cry. He found it very strange. I'm just making a sand table. These people had been crazily imagining things from the beginning to the end. They could directly fill in the background settings so perfectly, and they even pursued the glory of their ancient ancestors and walked into the universe. Suji felt like he was having a mental breakdown. He felt like there was no way to explain it. In fact, the others had all returned, and he knew very well what the alchemy emperor had been busy with since he disappeared. He just did not interfere. After all, he had worked so hard and gave up the game. In reality, as a wizard who once pursued the truth, pursued the ancient civilization on Earth, and was an ancient chi refinement cultivator of Huaxia, how could he have the nerve to shatter his shining heart of innocence? It was very cruel. Originally, in Suji's eyes, it was not a big deal. Without a transcendent bloodline, it was very difficult to cultivate the transcendent system. No matter how much he researched, it would only be a dead end. However, Pan Shuaxian had actually created a body cultivation system for the demon race. Fitness training gave him enough inspiration. Maybe, he can really create it. Suji smiled and said, I've long guessed that such a day would come, but I didn't think it would be so soon. After all, the world systems were developed, and the big shots were crazily researching them. If they could do it in their own garden, it was only a matter of time before they could do it in reality. A mechanical voice came from the subbrain. Do you want to stop it? There's a powerful force standing behind the other party. There's Long Wuming, the lightning monarch, Baal, and the other ancient celestial emperors helping with the research. As long as we move quickly, it won't take long for us to figure it out. No need. Suji was very calm. He stood up and looked at the scenery outside the window. On the entire piece of land in the orchard was the entire super small sorcerer world. The exquisite miniature buildings made people feel that they were the most beautiful works of art. There were rivers and lakes, deep forest basins, trains, and steam airships. Don't worry about the tricks of these top players. Let them do whatever they want. Suji still maintained the heart of a salted fish. He was fearless and allowed things to develop. After all, so what if they could cultivate? If they were to cultivate in the real world for more than 10 years, would they be able to enter the first, second, or third stage? And now, only a little more than a month had passed, even Suji himself did not know what heights he would reach in the next month. Time was not equal. Their cultivation speed in the real world was far too slow. Earth, as a low-level civilization planet, did not speed up in the real world. It would take endless years for it to rise, and his extraordinary world would have developed to an unknown level by then. This feeling, if it had to be described, could be said to be: the mushroom in the morning doesn't know the new and the new, the cicada doesn't know the new and the new. Moreover, this was something that was very difficult to stop. As long as they were still stirring up trouble, it would happen sooner or later. They could stop it for a while, but they could not stop it forever. Moreover, he was hindering them and causing them to continuously fail, which would seriously dampen their enthusiasm. You are all top geniuses with unparalleled talent. Each of you were once the main characters of the extraordinary era. You are secretly planning in the real world. Sure, do whatever you want, I'll just watch. Suji was very calm. This group of players was very smart. This scene was expected, but they were still little brothers, working for free. Of course, the little bit of sweetness that was casually given to them was indeed an unimaginably terrifying fortuitous encounter for them. This was not considered working for free, it could only be said that they looked at things on a different level. Suji looked out of the window. For me, the most important thing is to face this huge disaster that will endanger both worlds. Prepare for winter. The winter disaster is coming, and the monsters will start to run amok. They will continue to grow stronger. In the future, there might even be gods that gather the fear of all living beings. Would a god be born? It was very likely. The good and evil emotions that a person emitted were roughly equal. By collecting the faith of all living beings, there would be the energy of a good god. Then, the fear of all living beings might also be enough to give birth to an evil god. What he should be concerned about was how to get through the crisis of this sand table. In the future, it was very likely that every time he collected enough faith energy to give birth to a god, there would be an evil god corresponding to it. Good and evil, Sister Meng's system is not perfect. Suji kept thinking. Perhaps, in the future, every time a god appears, the world will still need to face the calamity. Although it will no longer be a mass extinction of living beings, in order to become a god, killing all living beings and plunging the common people into misery and suffering, it will still be very terrifying, or even more terrifying. A god with evil thoughts gathered by the will of all living beings may destroy the world. This matter needs to be dealt with, but the first thing to be dealt with is how to deal with Sister Meng, who has already started to come. This guy is really going to dig up my background. Suji had a headache and felt very helpless. Yes. Sister Meng had already started to drive to the south and was ready to pass by Dong City. The sun was shining brightly in the sky. An ordinary sedan was driving. On both sides of the highway, there were green forests and wide fields that occasionally passed by. Sometimes, small streams could be seen. I've been to this area of the south once before. I'm done with my business there, so I can take some time to come and investigate this area. I keep feeling like there's something pulling me here. A young girl dressed ordinarily, but it was difficult to conceal her alluring temperament. She drove while looking up at the screen of her mobile phone and the posts in the forum. Inside the room were the horny students. They were still discussing about Muscle Bro. Sister Meng occasionally chimed in and expressed her opinion in the forum. She had been sleeping in the desolate ancient world, but she had brought the game login device in the trunk. Every once in a while, she would go in to check on the situation. After all, as the Mother Ivy, lying down and sleeping was already a daily thing. The current situation was no longer something that she could control. Freaks were running amok, and they were constantly being born. Some were constantly being eradicated, and it would take a very long time for them to be reborn. Some of the freaks were constantly absorbing people's fear to become stronger, and their speed was very fast. It was like raising a poisonous insect. The freaks were constantly fighting and being killed. Even among them, some horrifying existence might be born. She looked at the forum on her mobile phone. It's really amazing. The forum and the game are such terrifying black technology. Anyone who logs on is anonymous and can't be found out unless they expose themselves to others. Some people said that this was the black technology of the government. After all, how could their security network be easily invaded? After all, this was a popular learning game. The government also tacitly acknowledged this. However, Sister Meng felt that the government was just covering it up. They couldn't do it. Suddenly, she received a private message from the forum. The sender was the Alchemy Emperor, Li Jiangjiang. In fact, they often communicated in private. Although they didn't know each other's true identities, they often helped each other and were also wary of each other to prevent each other from finding out their real identities. Li Jiangjiang's message to her was, "I found a possible way to cultivate in the real world. Help me take a look and see if there's anything wrong with this alchemy diagram. I've also sent it to a few other big shots. If we communicate with each other, it's very likely to open up a new era, the era of cultivation on Earth." What? We finally did it? Sister Meng was instantly shocked. Her hand that was holding the steering wheel could not stop trembling. She knew that ever since the extraterrestrial meteorite incident, it had caused a huge commotion in the world. That strange scene, the unimaginable figures in ancient costumes, the meteorites shattering one after another, and the void soaring, as if the legendary immortals had descended. All sorts of inexplicable scenes had caused the Alchemy Emperor to completely launch a surreal and mysterious research in the real world. They were different from ordinary people on Earth. Ordinary people were purely there to watch the show. All sorts of folk science experts had pulled out astronomical phenomena and explained it as a rare spectacle in 1,000 years, using it to whitewash and cover up. Only those who had entered the supernatural world before knew how mysterious it was. She immediately replied, "To be able to research supernatural powers in the real world, is the cultivation system really reliable? Games, could it really be brought into the real world?" Even though she knew that those worlds were basically real, it was still too unbelievable for it to actually appear in front of her. The Alchemy Emperor did not reply, but instead sent a message. Frowny face forum private message, "The primeval thunderclap hand is about to evolve into a leviathan. You have been added to the temporary forum chat group. Do you accept?" This was a function of the forum, and it was used the most by the people in the wizard community. After all, a character was a guild, and they needed to communicate with each other when they were online. She clicked accept and entered. She found that Mount Akina, Speed, Thunder Emperor, Wooming Dragon, Bale, and even the newbie, the system distributor, were already inside. 4:00 in the afternoon. The game had a notification function to prevent you from being immersed in the game and not knowing what was happening in the real world. Pan Shuaxian was very confused. She was in the Ziyuan cave, watching the fairies making their daily system characters, when she received a message from the big boss. She chose to exit the game. After all, as a system, she could use the program to hang up, so it did not matter. She was now looking at the group chat. The big boss was chatting, and everyone was talking about the latest movie. My Mediterranean can't be so bald. It was about Ermin's wizard plot. The plot is very good. I ate 10 bowls of rice noodles while watching The Bald Bird. Appetite. JPG, Xiao now scares the silly bird down the mountain. I'm dying of laughter. Abouts. JPG. Sitting in the room, Pan Shuaxian was interacting with the upper class for the first time. She even called her sister, Pan Yuxian, to sit in front of the computer and watch. Wow. Was this the legendary high-level VIP player group, a group of professional players? So the lives of the big shots are so simple and boring? Pan Shuaxian had thought that it would definitely be very high-end and very cold. Who knows? They're just like those idiots outside. They're a bunch of high-level idiots. Pan Shuaxian was also at the table, and she was speechless. She accidentally glanced at her younger sister's strong muscles. Suddenly, he felt that his eyes were stinging. No matter how many times he looked at it, he couldn't get used to it. Hee hee. I made her addicted to games so that she wouldn't exercise and would gradually lose weight. Pan Yuxian felt that she was very quick-witted. As part of Pandora's box, she was also an expert player. She was one of the first batch to enter, but she hid herself very well. Even this group of players didn't know of her existence. Naturally, they didn't pull her into this chat group, and she lost a lot of high-end communication. She was quite curious now. Nameless Dragon, the movie is too good. I've watched it 3 times already. It's at the Longan Cinema in Harbor City. The movie is great. I plan to watch it 4 times this weekend. Does anyone want to go with me? Xiaoming, I don't believe you. You're such a bad old man. Nothing you said is true. Are you trying to get information from me? One Sword Turtle breath, this person is indeed very bad. But speaking of movies, I have a movie here, Western Era Mythology. It's about to be released. I estimate the box office to be at least 5 billion. I'm not that kind of black-hearted person. I won't take it all for myself. After all, you're also actors in it. Send me your bank account numbers, and I'll transfer the money to you. Nameless Dragon, 3485 *********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** Xiaoming Shan, 4931 bank account numbers were typed out one by one. Pan Shuaxian looked at the screen and suddenly felt very jealous. At least 5 billion in the box office? And that was still very little. Because the current My Mediterranean Can't Be So Bald had already exceeded 5 billion. It was very popular. The one in front of her. Sister, they're so rich. Pan Shuaxian sat in front of the computer table and took a sip of her drink. She was at most born in a small wealthy family. It was true that she didn't have to worry about food and clothing. But her family's assets were at most a few million. Where had she ever seen this? Pan Yuxian stood by the table and only sneered. Cute girl evolved dragon, like hell I'll believe you. None of the accounts are real. Ding, Pan Shuaxian received a private message from the website. It was from Cute Girl, we're the only two girls among these stinky men. We have to stick together and be careful of these animals. Don't expose your real identity. I'm afraid you're not proficient in the internet. They'll soon find your real address. Send me your ID address and I'll help you block it. Pan Shuaxian? Pan Yuxian? The two of them sat in front of the computer and looked at each other. These animals were too wretched. None of them were good. Mixed origin thunderclap hand, cough, cough, cough. Back to business. Everyone has seen my suggestion. Let's give it a try. I think the possibility is very high. Everyone, let's work together and research the cultivation system of Earth. One small step for the players, one big step for Earth. I'm sure everyone has already guessed that this game is no ordinary game. It's a passageway to the myriad worlds. Those extraordinary worlds really exist. This is our opportunity, but it's also our crisis. Then, what will the future of Earth be like? Since it can be connected, will the other worlds also connect to Earth in the future? We're so weak. How can we resist? One celestial the arch is enough to cause large-scale destruction. He can come to Earth and destroy cities everywhere. Our modern technological weapons and all kinds of high-yield missiles can kill celestial thearchs. But will they just lie down and let us hit them? That's just an ordinary celestial arch. If it's Dao Changxing or Medusa, celestial thearchs who have already surpassed the celestial arch level, what will happen? Without a doubt, Earth will be destroyed. In the past, when Dao Changxing and Dicky fought, the sky collapsed and the entire barren world was razed to the ground, causing a great extinction. The power of those existences is too terrifying. If the battle between Dao Changxing and Dicky happened on Earth, one of the 7 continents on Earth would have been destroyed. We, the top gamers, are one of the pioneers of Earth. Spore evolution can lead to other worlds, it's an opportunity. But we have to think about Earth. After all, everyone has family in the real world, right? Everyone agreed with this view. After all, the invasion of the universe is very terrifying. For example, if Medusa also found the space coordinates of Earth, what if he directly invades Earth like he did in the barren world? What can we use to resist? Guns, armies, tanks, planes? Cute girl, the sorcerer world is still getting colder. It's already entering the end of the world. Earth is warm in winter and cool in summer. It's the best choice for the entire sorcerer world to migrate. Summer resort. +1+2 Everyone thought it was very praiseworthy. After all, there were already signs. The small meteorite, the figure in the ancient costume with terrifying speed, they already suspected that it was a downlord. The Earth was connected to the myriad heavens. Earth is one of the universe, and it's the weakest and barren world. There's no doubt about it. Mixed elements Thunderhand, that's why I want to study alchemy in the real world, the transcendent system. Mount Akina, you're so farsighted. I'm bragging. Like, cute girl, right, the new female player seems to have a lot of potential. You've entered the top echelon of players. Come and talk to us. Mount Akina, welcome, beautiful female player. System publisher, hello, everyone. The new player is trembling and doesn't dare to speak. Mixed elements Thunderhand, I've sent the information to you. You can discuss and research together as a seminar. Is that okay? Nameless Dragon, yes. One Sword, yes. Top of the food chain Bell, yes, we can. After all, we don't have much time left. Incense is poisonous, and our consciousness is gradually worn out. When we completely lose ourselves and become real people, it'll be time for us to quit the game. I hope we can take advantage of this time to play our last role. Mount Akina, then, we've reached a consensus. Everyone, follow me. To protect the peace of Earth, to prevent the world from being destroyed, as partners of learning and baldness, we players will never shrink from a fight. The Human Restoration Cultivation Plan begins now. Everyone was furious. Why was this person ruining the atmosphere? We're secretly studying the cultivation system in the real world, preparing to do something big, planning to cultivate. This person only knows how to mess around. At this time, cute girl said, right, tell me about what happened here. I feel something is attracting me. I'm going to take a look. Mount Akina, cute girl, you created dragon veins in the desolate world and the sorcerer world, gathering the luck of the earth. Something on Earth is attracting you. Could it be the dragon veins on Earth? The dragon veins on Earth, everyone's breathing quickened. Everyone was astonished. Although they were hiding their real identities, they were able to openly discuss this. After all, it was not a big deal to say it out loud. They could even discuss it together. As long as they didn't reveal their real identities, no matter what they found, they couldn't do anything about it. What the hell are they talking about? What the hell? The Pan sisters sat in front of the computer screen and shivered. They looked at each other. After joining the Spore Evolution Expert Chat group, they discovered the turbulent undercurrents of this world and the truth of the world, but they didn't know what they were talking about. Mixed Element Thunderhand, newbies who don't know what's going on can check the group files. Ding, Group Owner, Mixed Element Thunderhand evolved into Kuan, uploaded a group file. Ding, Group Owner, Mixed Element Thunderhand evolved into Kuan, uploaded a group file. Ancestral Wizard System, 9 Revolutions Mystic Art Fairy System, Star Cultivation Method 3 Essentials of Dantian Breathing 37 Types of Precise Witchcraft of Wizards. This big boss uploaded many files in an instant as if to express his goodwill. This is the Infinite Worlds Exchange Group. Pan Xianxia was shocked and immediately understood that this group was a huge golden finger. The most powerful big bosses in the Infinite Worlds, the Mother Green Vine, the War God, the Alchemy Emperor, the Celestial the Arch, the Thunder Emperor, are all here to communicate and help each other. Every big boss here was a terrifying monster that led and created a new era. She quickly opened the group files, and the sisters kept looking through them, saving the cultivation techniques and opening the files that introduced the worldview. The more they looked, the more shocked they became. What? We are the descendants of the god of creation. The Tao Lord once came to Earth, not to mention her younger sister Pan Xianxia. Even Pan Xianxia's heart was filled with a myriad of curses. This was too scary. She hadn't communicated with these players before, so she was also shocked at this time. It was as if her entire worldview had been turned upside down. This feeling was as if the first half of her life was fake, an illusion, and now she was seeing the real world. The god of creation and the various truths brought about a terrifying impact. No matter who it was incomparably huge. However, the group was still very calm and peaceful, filled with laughter and joy. The cute girl evolved into a dragon. Cough, cough, cough. A long time ago, I sensed something in the north of our country near the desert. I'm going to check it out now. I'll report back to you idiots at any time. Akina Mountain sped up. You're indeed the daughter of a rich family in real life. Going on a field trip and shooting a vlog? Why didn't they open a webcam in the group chat? Lost in thought. JPG, the cute girl said, I'm shy. Mount Akina sped up. He, I'm not afraid of your ugliness, please take a picture. Moreover, it wasn't like you couldn't turn on your beauty app on the internet. You can totally become beautiful. Primordial Chaos Thunderclap Hand, did you forget to take your medicine? I feel so cute, farewell chicken. JPG, Mount Akina Speed, cute girl, thank you, group owner, for subduing the idiot. Cheers of girls. JPG, Pan Shuaxian quietly watched the nonsense in the group chat. Her heart was not calm, and even her breathing quickened. Our Earth really has an amazing secret. Is there really a dragon vein? The sisters were not idiots and did not like to joke. But looking at the chat in the group chat, for them, this was definitely a turning point in their lives. Gradually, a long time passed. About 20 minutes had passed. No one knew what was going on, but the cute girl finally sent a message in the forum. Sorry to keep everyone waiting. It was already dark when I arrived at my destination. It was a deep mountain forest. I took out my Luoyang shovel. The target I sensed was here. I hope I can dig out a dumpling. Screenshot. In the image, it was an ordinary black field of weeds. About another 10 minutes passed. The cute girl sent a video. Brothers, oh my god. Look at what I've dug out. Ding, the cute girl evolved into a dragon has started a live broadcast. Do you want to start it? She started a live broadcast in the group chat. In the mortal world, the Pan sisters saw the notification in the group chat and hurriedly started the video. This was what they had been waiting for. In the dark world of the night, in a deep mountain forest, there was a black mud pit on the ground. A ray of light shot up into the sky. Endless stars shone in the forest, floating, moving, and flashing. It was extremely beautiful. It was as if they were being hit by the waves of the sea of stars. In the entire video, everyone witnessed this magical scene. They were immersed in this beautiful scene, as if they had entered a beautiful and magical world. Under everyone's shocked gaze, in the video, a huge shadow slowly floated in the sky, covering the sky and the sun. It was as if some unknown shadow dragon and vast creature was crossing the sky above the mountains. Mixed Elements Thunderhand, this is Earth? Are you sure it's not the primordial world? Nameless Dragon, there really is a dragon vein on Earth. One Sword Turtle Breath, cute girl, come out quickly. What the hell is happening? Mount Akina, oh. F asterisk CK, F asterisk CK, F asterisk CK, F asterisk CK, F asterisk CK. Everyone was commenting, and it was very lively. Even Pan Shuaxian, as a newbie, couldn't help but send a message and join the big shots. Is this real? Newbie shivering. JPG, in the live broadcast, the horrifying and shocking scene lasted for a few seconds. The shadow disappeared, and so did the surrounding stars. The entire night was empty and returned to normal. What the hell is happening? The group leader was very excited. Mixed Elements Thunderhand hurriedly said, what did you dig out? Hurry up and use your camera to scan the surroundings. There might be something else. Nameless Dragon said. Cute girl sent a picture. Big shots, please take a look. I dug out this. In the picture, there seemed to be a withered dragon with grayish-black vines. It was the size of an arm and emitted a strange and distant aura. This is a dragon vein. F asterisk CK. It's a dead dragon corpse. Did the remnant soul of that dragon leave and vanish into thin air? The forum was filled with excitement. As for the Pan sisters, as players who didn't know any inside information, they also felt a chill down their spine when they saw this scene in the group chat. It was unbelievable. But in the next second, an even more amazing scene appeared. The rotting and withered dragon corpse in his hand gradually turned black and scattered, turning into specks of dust and dissipating. Moreover, at the instant it dissipated, an ancient memory surfaced, and images flickered in the surroundings. A vast giant, a young man shrouded in a hazy white halo, walking on the ground. He stretched out his hand. The entire world was rapidly evolving. Trees, animals, plants, everything, and from the perspective of this dragon, it seemed to be in a small corner, quietly watching the legend of moving mountains and filling seas. The god of creation who separated heaven and earth descended on the 7 continents of earth. Splash, in the next second, the entire dragon corpse disappeared, and so did the image of the ancient memory. This is the god of creation. F***ck, cute girl, your idol has appeared. Scary, there really is a dragon. And this dragon's memory, in ancient times, the god of creation really appeared on our earth? We really are one of the many worlds in the universe. Everyone was exclaiming. This was too unbelievable. And Pan Shuexian, who had been quietly watching, was even more blank. Everything that happened had completely turned her world upside down. No matter how excited the whole group was, the cute girl seemed to be silent. She was also shocked and ignored everyone in the group. Seeing this, Pan Shuexian waited for a while, but nothing happened. The cute girl seemed to have disappeared. And the big players in the group, after experiencing a moment of excitement, calmed down. After all, they were experienced and knowledgeable, and they had long been mentally prepared. Let's go, let's go. There's nothing to watch. There's nothing left. It's not the first time we've seen the god of creation. We see the creator every day, sitting in front of the chair at the door of the yard, eating apples. Yes, it's the universe, it's strange not to have one. He has appeared in the wizard world, the primordial world. Now he has appeared on earth, and I feel nothing in my heart. An ordinary god of creation, a resourceful big star, there's nothing to be shocked about. Picking nose, in the group, there was suddenly silence, and no one said anything. After all, everyone was busy. Sister, our chance. Pan Shuexian was anxious, waving her clay-pot-sized fist, and the chair under her cracked. Yes. The only chance for us sisters to transcend. Pan Yuxian clenched her small pink fist. She had not joined the group before, so she did not know their conversation at all. The impact of this moment was unparalleled. Okay, go back quickly and continue playing the game. You must work hard. Pan Yuxian said, I believe that with your combat talent, you can definitely beat those scholars who only know about the theory of evolution and can't fight at all. Okay. Pan Shuexian's entire mentality changed greatly, and she quickly logged into the game. When she opened her eyes again, she was still in the system, and the fairies of the Ziyuan cave were still training. One by one, the muscular rabbit, the muscular lark, the muscular pheasant, and the muscular brother. Transcendence, is this Earth? She exclaimed, still taking the opportunity to be shocked. In the dark night, that strange phenomenon disappeared. Mengmei looked lost. Wearing sunglasses and a cap, she looked like a traveling backpacker. She put down the phone she was filming. A hole had been dug in the ground. The surroundings were desolate, dark and cold. It was almost winter, and this was a common deep mountain forest in the south. There were no signs of human habitation nearby, and there were no roads on the ground. Weeds grew everywhere, and there were only a few scattered graves in the distance. Under normal circumstances, not to mention people digging holes here, even passing by might not happen once in a few months. As for saying that she came to the north, how could Mengmei tell others her real location? She was afraid that others would stop her and find her real body. However, it was true that she was exploring, and it was also true that she asked others to help her. She didn't mind sharing the scene she had just filmed with others. After all, they were on the same side, and they shared the same glory. There really is a god of creation, Mengmei murmured in a daze. She took off her sunglasses and revealed her beautiful face. She looked at the withered corpse of the soaring dragon that she had just excavated and vanished into thin air. At this moment, her mind was filled with the scene of the primordial era just now. It was the vast and majestic giant that moved mountains and filled the seas, creating all things in the world. Before this, none of the players had seen the terrifying scene of creation. It was her first time seeing the god of creation create a world, so she was naturally shocked. She ignored all the screams and questions in the group. Moreover, this was not any other world. This was Earth in the ancient era. It belonged to Earth's Genesis era. It was the land she had lived on. The impact of creation was self-evident. I followed my senses and came here to travel. I just wanted to give it a try, and I really dug up something. Without a doubt, that vine dragon had a familiar aura. It should be the dragon vein of Earth. There were indeed high-level extraordinary civilizations, cultivators, and ancient chi trainers. I just don't know what level the dragon vein was when it was alive. After all, I'm just an ordinary person, so I can't sense its level. Her eyes sparkled with colorful longing. It was the birth of an emotion called ambition. It's confirmed. This game is really a channel to the heavens. I used to be an ordinary person, and I had to live and die. But now, I can pursue the extraordinary, pursue eternity, and even become the real Mother Ivy. I can even pursue the real God of creation and become his wife. Everyone wanted to be the protagonist of a fortuitous encounter, and she was no exception. Although she had long passed the age of Chunibu, she was still a fan of female-oriented web novels and often tipped the authors. At this moment, she couldn't help but think of herself as the heroine of a female-oriented fantasy novel. She had all sorts of fortuitous encounters. She was the protagonist of the world. Countless men chased after her. Then, she beat up countless B***cheese. After that, she pretended to be pretentious and slapped them in the face. Then, she walked towards the ultimate realm. She married the god of creation and walked towards the peak of life. Finally, she sat on a rattan chair with the god of creation in a leisurely courtyard of the god of creation. They held hands and ate apples together. Just thinking about it makes me a little excited. She scratched her head. But now, I'm not the only one who thinks so, right? The others also thought of themselves as the main character in the novel, the Alchemy Emperor. Needless to say, it was very likely that he would soon create a cultivation system on Earth with his own strength. He was practically the template of a main character. If the heavens did not give birth to him, cultivation on Earth would be like a long night. Even a web novel wouldn't dare to write something so exaggerated, right? It would definitely be scolded by the readers. Not to mention, the speed of Mount Akina. This guy's talent in evolution is simply heaven-defying. His brain is also terrifying. He's also loyal. He's a little silly and happy. He's simply the template of the main character in a hot-blooded manga. She looked down at the spot where the dragon corpse disappeared on the ground and showed a look of regret. It's just a pity that the dragon vein is probably too old. My memory and remnant soul have dissipated. There's nothing left now. Otherwise, I would definitely be able to detect some things in the real world. I might even be able to use this dragon vein to create a dragon vein in the real world. Now, I can only continue to go to the barren world and the sorcerer world to pursue opportunities. After all, the universe is so big, and there are endless possibilities. She checked her surroundings. After confirming that there was nothing left behind, she put on her sunglasses again and directly drove away. Boom, the car disappeared into the night. There was a slight flash of light. Suji's figure slowly walked out like a silent ghost. He had been quietly watching everything from the gaps between the trees in the depths of the forest. He watched as she drove away and said helplessly, "These people are always stirring up trouble. They even almost found my orchard." The Universe Exchange Group, the name of this group was quite arrogant. They were secretly gathering and stirring up trouble again. However, this is also normal. It would be strange if they weren't powerful. In the words of the universe, they are all geniuses with amazing talent in certain aspects. They have talent, and they have continued to grow and live for so many years. Even whether they are in reality or in the game, they are the real protagonists of the world. Long Out Yin, one by one, counterattack and create all kinds of miracles. Suji's face became calm. But so what if they were the protagonists of the world? He was the god of creation. Although he was just a weak 6th-ranked chicken, a trainee god of creation, all kinds of geniuses kept appearing in the universe and creating a brilliant world. This was what he wanted to see. Naturally, he would not let her come to Dong City, in case she discovered the secret of the orchard. They were all vases and creatures in the field. Therefore, when the cute girl came to a city halfway, Suji left the orchard and flew to the road that she must pass in the air to intercept her. The method was also very simple. Didn't she sense the location? He directly created a dragon vein and used her species' green vine to multiply it, and then injected some incense power into it. She naturally sensed it here. In this way, I can make her give up the idea of continuing to search. Suji looked at the car disappearing on the road and said with a smile, since they like to imagine so much, your settings are already mine. Since they wanted to see this so much, he let nature take its course and let them return with a full load and get what they wanted. As for the original dragon vein of the orchard, Suji took a deep breath. He didn't expect that the dragon vein was so big that it could be sensed by the cute girl in reality. Just now, he quietly approached the cute girl and cast a witchcraft to block perception, which belonged to Circe's curse witchcraft. As a 6th-rank powerhouse, it was too easy to trick an ordinary person. In this way, it's probably done. She will be cut off from sensing here in the future, eliminating a security risk and an upcoming crisis. Suji thought about it and felt that it was very simple, as if he had casually dealt with a small matter. The black Rubik's Cube space ring on his finger shook, and an electric scooter appeared in front of him. Let's go to the supermarket next door and have a look and get some drinks. Suji leisurely rode on the electric scooter and disappeared into the night in the opposite direction. The sorcerer world and the primordial world have already merged into one. From now on, they are the same world. There are 3 realms, the immortal world, the demon world, and the mortal world Shu Mountain. It was considered a large mature transcendent world. The immortal world, the demon world, and the mortal world were the same size. After all, Dao Chongqing's inner world was constantly merging. For thousands of years, the entire world's living beings and powerhouses had died in the inner world. It was like the artificial space machine that he had imagined before. Now, it was very big, close to 100 acres. 3 realms, 300 acres in total. However, the crisis of the 3 realms has also arrived. I don't know if we can withstand it, but I have to leave some seeds of hope. He rode the battery-powered scooter, swaying back and forth. He simply thought to himself, it's time to think of a way to prepare for the worst, to prevent the world from not having a source of energy after its destruction. Perhaps, it's time to open a new large-scale sand table on Earth. Suji already had plans to build a new sand table. The next day, the temperature in the south suddenly plummeted, and it suddenly became several degrees colder. The weather forecast showed that a huge cold air flow from the direction of the sea covered a large area. The biggest change was that the number of beautiful girls with short skirts and stockings on the streets was decreasing, and they put on coats and long sleeves. Some girls were even very unwilling to accept this, so there were strange styles of long-sleeved jackets, short skirts, and black stockings on the streets. And along with the cold air flow, in an inconspicuous small county in the south, a shadow dragon was accidentally photographed by some people. In the dark forest at night, the ground was a fine snow-white pillar of light. In the sky, a long and narrow dragon like a shadow covered the sky and the sun. It was as big as a mountain, swallowing the darkness and the sky, floating over countless lush forests and even a large highway. What is that? At that time, countless people nearby opened their mouths and were stunned. This shocking scene made people wonder if it was a large-scale Xianxia drama. The poster of a big-budget movie was too shocking and magnificent. In the south? This made many research institutes in various countries grieve. Indeed, the cute girl did not speak a word of truth. The enemy was too cunning. She said it was in the north, and it was a location close to the desert. She said it confidently and even marked the location. She even used satellite monitoring to monitor that area and waited for the rabbit. In the end, it was in the south. Well, although they had expected this lie, they still held a glimmer of hope and believed in the cute girl's character. But they still quickly sent people to investigate. Soon, they found the location in the video, but unfortunately, there was nothing left. They still found the black powder, which was suspected to be the skeleton of the soaring dragon. They could not find any DNA, nor could they find any life cell structure. It should have directly collapsed. However, this shadow of the black dragon appeared in many southern magazines, newspapers, and even some UC shock department headlines. Professional players were very excited. Shock. Once in 1,000 years. The cold airflow descended and actually condensed into a shadow dragon. There are dragon whiskers, dragon eyes, and dragon scales. Somewhere in the south, a dragon girl was pregnant for 10 months and descended to the mortal world to find a heartless man. It's a dragon, my ass. That's a koan. It's so popular, it would be strange if it's not a koan. In this era where eyeballs equaled traffic, and traffic equaled money, many people on the internet were hyping up the news. There were even some idols who were heckling to increase the popularity of their idols. However, there were also some idols who were defending themselves. Those who said that were definitely anti-fans. They were attracting haters. Now, their fan club had been taken over by haters. It was heart-wrenching. In short, the commotion was spectacular. Of course, after the small meteorite incident, which was suspected to be an image of an ancient sword deity in outer space, and the dragon incident in the south, it was said that some international friends in foreign countries had begun to plan and believe that certain changes were taking place in the world, and that there were supernatural powers beyond their imagination, such as vampires, sword deities, ninjas, and zombies. True dragon, sword immortal, ancient Xianxia people, more than 5,000 years of history, there are indeed great secrets. Immortal. We've ascended to outer space. Some foreign friends even came to Xianxia by plane, looking for famous mountains to be apprenticed to. Of course, some people in the country were also discussing it. The Tieba forums and groups were quite lively. The revival of the supernatural, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth is moving, and all kinds of strange phenomena are appearing. However, I've read so many novels about the revival of the supernatural, and I'm already prepared. I'm already planning to cultivate. Our earth looks simple. In fact, it's an ancient land, the graveyard of the ancient gods and demons, a sacred ground. The earth is reviving, and the ancient gods and demons are also awakening. The history that has been sealed for 10,000 years is finally going to be reopened. The supernatural shackles of the world have been unlocked. What should we humans on Earth do? Some people were looking forward to it, and they found it interesting. They even made comments that sounded like they were suffering from Chunibu syndrome. In the room. The revival of the supernatural? Suji had already put on a black coat and only smiled at the news and the discussions on the internet. Suji could not help but feel helpless. Just think about it. After that, you guys still have to live your lives slowly. Work, go to school, and occasionally go to the sorcerer's community to avoid balding. It was impossible to cultivate. Without time acceleration, so what if they touched the system? It would take too long to put it into practice. Regardless of the uproar on the internet, Suji still lived his life calmly. In the orchard of the sparsely populated countryside, he lived a leisurely and calm life as a farmer. The two worlds have really merged. From now on, it will be a big sand table world. So from now on, I will call it, the Three Worlds. The ninth heaven of the immortal world. There was a deity ground above the ninth heaven, guarded by the heavenly Tao. Powerful cultivators in the mortal world could face the thunder tribulation and ascend to the immortal world. The underworld of the demon world. The environment was harsh, guarded by the origin demon god. The demons obtained power by worshipping the demon god and formed all kinds of strange professions. The mortal world. Various dynasties formed the dragon veins, and the sword immortals of Mount Shu guarded the entire land. Now, with the advancement of time, the overall structure of the sorcerer world and the primordial world had been greatly adjusted. My world has ushered in a brand new version 3.0, the Three Worlds era. He was standing in front of the window in the living room, facing the fragmented rays of the sun. He looked at the sorcerer world, which had just passed the night of the heavenly witches. Another 50 years had passed. It was dawn, and a cold wind was blowing. Many people knew that when winter arrived, the withered leaves on the ground would occasionally be blown by the wind, forming beautiful little stars. To them, the entire earth was like a small hurricane, and to mortals, it was a terrifying destructive force. Perhaps the world is truly going to be destroyed. Hurricanes, coldness, they are continuously descending. Powerful professionals were running about on the great earth, shouting loudly. A young newspaper seller, born in a poor family, with a face full of freckles and acne, was riding a bicycle with a black basket in front of him, waving his hand and shouting. The latest newspaper. The latest newspaper in the city of Holy Light, Dandis. The alchemists of the major churches have already built alchemy windmills according to the will of the gods. The energy generated by the hurricanes might be able to heat us. The great god above, Hermes, the god of wisdom, provide us with the wisdom to avoid the disaster. Many people were communicating and boosting their confidence. There were also many sovereigns and emperors murmuring in their god kingdoms. We have only developed the power of faith for 100 years, and it is starting to be like the other side. There are all kinds of supernatural phenomena, all kinds of horrifying creatures, and even more horrifying ones. They have combined with magic potions, the broken limbs of the evil god Cthulhu, and they have real bodies, indescribably terrifying. They are the real evil gods, immortal. The other monsters are fine, but the real evil god Cthulhu has appeared. Based on the history of the disasters brought by the evil gods, they have been reborn in fear. They have become gods. The blind god Azathos has really come to the world. Both mortals and living beings still remembered the blind god Azathos, who disappeared in history. After all, it was hard to forget the foolish laughter he brought. He was still resurrected. Not only that, Shub-Niggurath, the black goat of the forest who gave birth to millions of descendants, and Yog-Sothoth, the one of all that is, have also reappeared. Anyone who takes a look at them will be swallowed by boundless fear, developing an indescribable fear and walking towards death. Someone kept muttering. The age of evil gods has descended once again, and this time, it is the real evil gods. In the mortal world of the desolate era, Mount Shu has already established the Yao Ceiling Tower to suppress countless terrifying evil spirits, but what about us? And so, the churches started to organize themselves, gathering a large amount of money to form the SCP Foundation. The goal is to take in all abnormal phenomena, events, individuals, and so on in the world, collectively known as anomalies. The reborn Cthulhu evil gods, outer gods, and great old ones are the most powerful and troublesome anomalies. Humans can no longer live in fear, nothing can protect us, we need to protect ourselves. We control. We take in. We protect. In some Nordic cities, the churches, sovereigns, and emperors of the professions immediately sent out orders to protect the mortals, their own believers, and the powerhouses of the potion sequence. On the streets, the professions of magic spear masters and mechanical swordsmen began to secretly take in and deal with some of the forbidden objects. Kacha. Suji abruptly closed the window, as if he had closed the window to a chaotic world. The tides of history and calamities are unavoidable. Even if they were delayed by the Mother Ivy, they cannot be avoided. There is no true perfection, no future without death. Let me see how you will face it. What kind of glorious civilization will be born, or will it be destroyed? How should I describe it? The great wheel of an era, slowly rolling? Suji's expression gradually calmed down, he turned around and left the closed window. Sitting on the leather sofa in the living room, he poured himself a pot of hot tea and rested his chin on his hand. The outbreak of calamities, the complete fermentation of fear, it will still take some time before an even more powerful anomaly can be born. I need to get busy with my own matters, it is indeed time to create a new sandbox world. Since he couldn't help, he might as well focus on his own business and create a new sand table world. After all, after the fusion, there were only 2 sand table worlds left. 1. Ancient Wood World. 2. 3 Realms. As for the ancient wood world outside, the spaceship drifting in space could only be regarded as half a world. This was a long-term plan from the beginning, and there was no benefit for the time being. Then, a new problem arose. Where was the location of the new sand table world? Was it still in the orchard? Obviously, it was not realistic. There was no new space to accommodate the sand table. He could only find other terrains and environments to create a new world. Then, here comes the problem. Water world? Glacier world? Lava world? Hurricane world? Suji sorted out his thoughts. He had been used to this way of thinking after being a wizard for so many years. What kind of terrain, temperature, sunlight, water source, and environment would produce what kind of evolution and life, completely becoming the cornerstone of a world? Water world was relatively simple and easy to find. Even because of the geographical location of Dong City, there were many underground rivers. There were often some underground karst caves and stalactite terrain, which was also very good. Hurricane world, with 4 or 8 electric fans constantly blowing, it was a bit common, so he put it aside for now. Next, glacier world, very troublesome. He had to rent a warehouse for frozen meat? A sand table had to be at least 100 acres, right? That was impossible. Otherwise, he could directly go to the North Pole and South Pole to build a sand table. He could directly hollow out a huge glacier and build a huge frozen cube inside, like a glass box with fish swimming around it. It would be very beautiful, but this is too far, and it's not practical in many aspects. Suji pressed his temples and sat on a chair in the living room. He kept writing ideas on a piece of paper with a pen, and then crossed them out and rejected them one by one. Then, the next sand table world, lava was easier to deal with. He just had to dig down, simple and crude. Besides, although there were few volcanoes in China, there was an extinct volcano in the counties next to Dong City. If he dug in the volcano there, he could probably see the lava area extending to the surface without digging too deep. But it was too dangerous to build a sand table world in a volcano. If it developed and many celestial emperors appeared, what would happen if they encountered people like Dao Chongqing? 2 ants caused the volcano to erupt, and the people in the nearby cities would die. If you want to choose the lava sand table, then you can only dig deep into the asthenosphere. That's too much labor. You'll have to rely on luck to dig from your feet. Every place is different. If you're unlucky, you'll only reach the magma area of the asthenosphere at 4,000 meters. Taking a deep breath, Suji looked at the dense hypotheses and inferences on the paper and felt that it was not easy to create a world. Sipping the tea, he said, right now, I can only choose between the water world and the magma world. In reality, he had no other choice. He was only a rank 6 powerhouse, not even a celestial emperor. Digging into the lava area and building a sand table, that was several thousand meters of rock and soil. The workload was too terrifying. Logically speaking, he could only choose the water world, but Suji chose not to. He really wanted to build a lava world. After all, he wanted to build a very big world in his next world, and not a small one of 100 acres. He felt that the time should progress. In that case, where would the thousands of acres of land come from? It was impossible on the surface. Even in the underground world, if you dug too big and did not go deep enough, it would collapse. For example, in the primordial world, a few pillars that supported heaven and earth had collapsed, not to mention a larger area. Therefore, it could only be deeper underground. Since I'm rank 6 and can't go to outer space, then I'll go underground. The location is bigger, and it fits the lava sand table. Suji tapped the tip of his pen. Deep underground, I can do whatever I want, or even create a small or medium-sized province in reality. Earth's core, the civilization surrounding the Earth's core seemed a little too tempting. Moreover, how would he solve the problem of the water world and sunlight? This was a problem, but the lava world was different. It had natural heat and light. Thinking of this, Suji was even more tempted. But this did not mean that he had to dig a terrifying tunnel. That was unrealistic. He stood up, planning to build a teleportation circle and teleport to the lava area in the depths of the earth. This would solve the problem easily. Sorcerer World. In the Elysian Garden of the Underworld, after the war between the two worlds, the stalemate was no longer stalemated, and the Tao Lord finally left. Ermin was still playing chess, but the opponent had changed to Hermes. Although Medusa was overbearing, Ermin could still occasionally communicate with Hermes. After all, learning from the knowledgeable god of wisdom was too beneficial. And Suji's doppelganger also improved by leaps and bounds with the god of wisdom interacting with each other. Whoosh, around him, beautiful flowers of the underworld bloomed. Hermes, you really have traveled to many worlds. Do you really have the coordinates of other worlds in your mind? Ermin said calmly. If there is a new world, we will be much safer. Hermes said, holding a white chess piece in his hand. That is a distant memory. I don't know if that world still exists. After all, there are many worlds in the universe, and they are born and destroyed. To the world, we are too small. Then I have to give it a try. Ermin said, placing the black chess piece. A few months later, Hermes came again, took out a stone, and used it as a location target. After a few tries, Ermin used up a lot of energy and finally located the teleportation array. She tried to teleport over, but unfortunately, she failed. That world is probably destroyed. Ermin was a little disappointed. Did he fail? No. Since you failed, you can leave the other coordinates for me. I am very interested in spatial teleportation arrays, Hermes said. Ermin did not doubt him. After all, by now, no one doubted Hermes. She directly handed the other end of the teleportation array to him, and the two continued to play chess. In reality, Suji lowered his head, looking at the teleportation array in front of him. Spent more than 3 months, and it was easily done. A god helped to build the teleportation array. How did he confirm that it was near the lava area? This was because Suji had located it at a position about 1,800 meters below his feet. This distance was very consistent, and the location token was the lava volcano rock given to Ermin. There was a volcano rock, so it was naturally located on the rock structure of solidified lava. And he was very lucky that he did not locate the teleportation array in the lava, or else it would have disappeared instantly. It should be known that every time the teleportation array was set up, it required a lot of energy from the god. Even Ermin could not bear it. Since the teleportation array did not melt, it means that I have teleported to the vicinity of the solidified lava volcano rock. I will first send a mirror clone over to explore. Suji closed his eyes slightly, and began the adventure of the journey to the center of the earth. The teleportation circle consumed a huge amount of energy, and the intricate pattern lit up brightly. A tiny ant-like figure soon appeared in the dark environment. It was so dark that one could not see their fingers in front of them. It was difficult to move, and the surrounding was filled with soil without any gaps. Buried alive. This thought flashed in Suji's mind. The light flashed again, soft and warm. A witchcraft radiated light, slowly forming a protective shield, supporting the entire dark world of soil. The surrounding black soil and hard stones seemed to be squeezed by an invisible force and began to deform, like an eggshell. Invisible perception. Suji's mirror image raised his hand slightly. The shapeless perception, level 5 mental sorcery spread out like a ripple. Soon, a red holographic image that resembled a bat appeared in his mind. Rocks, gravel, mud, lava, and boiling hot magma. The main magma vein is still very far away, but the nearest magma branch here is 13 meters away. In his sea of consciousness, there appeared a red-hot spirit-sensing river. However, this branch is already very big. It's a full 7 meters wide, which is suitable for building a sand table. The other locations are far away and can be used as ordinary underground spaces. We can even draw water in and use it as a river, so it won't evaporate. He constantly weighed and repeatedly explored the entire sand table. After all, the magma area was very dangerous. If he smelted like this, if there was magma on top of his head, he was afraid that he would directly collapse and fall. The mirror image carefully cut the stone with the teleportation circle positioning from the stone wall and placed it in another appropriate position, so as not to lose it and be transported again. Then the mirror image began to slowly use witchcraft to expand and burn, expanding the environment until it expanded to a position that could easily accommodate a person. A figure flashed, and a young man wearing the black goggles used by welders appeared in place. After creating the environment to enter, Suji's real body also came in person. This exploration of the depths of the earth was very important, and there was no room for mistakes. A small mirror image of an ant, I don't know how long it will burn, it's faster for my real body to come out and work. With a wave of his hand, he opened up a path that led to the lava river. Very soon, a boiling lava river appeared in front of him. It was scorching hot and bubbling, causing people to feel a silent terror. Lava was one of the most dangerous natural phenomena on Earth, and it was the embodiment of nature's most terrifying power. Rise. Suji stretched out his hand. Walala, the bright red magma was as heavy as lead mercury. It turned into a fiery red satin and began to dance in the air, burning the surrounding soil. 1 inch, 1 meter, 2 meters. The space was constantly expanding. Suji also used a wizard barrier to protect himself. Even if he accidentally fell into the lava, he could still struggle for 10 seconds. Digging magma in real life and digging underground is much more difficult than in the game. But you don't have to make it big. About an acre of land is enough. I'm not a professional excavator like Phoenix, who can spend decades digging 100 acres of land. That's too tiring. As for the rest of the land, let the creatures of this world develop and dig it themselves. Suji was very calm. As long as he did not limit the area, they would dig it themselves. The previous sand table had 100 acres of land, but in this world, the area Suji had given them was 10,000 acres. What kind of concept was this? It was 100 times bigger than the ancient desolate world, but they still needed to expand it themselves. The area of this world was more than 30 times bigger than the three realms combined. One could see how vast the entire land was. In the following time, Suji used 100 years of acceleration on himself. He paused from time to time and he was exhausted. He only managed to open up an acre of land. Then, he planned the environment, the position of the rivers and mountains, creating a reasonable terrain. The little Rubik's Cube pet in the orchard finally had a place to use its skills. Suji asked it to store a large amount of water in its inner space and then transport it over. After a few trips, everything was done with ease and familiarity. Then, he created a large ocean, about half an acre of land. Release the spores. Suji stretched out his hand, and the ocean entered the most primitive form of life. The water was still calm, but the most beautiful and limitless primitive form of life was already slowly growing. It was like a fetus in amniotic fluid, with infinite possibilities. The origin of life has begun. Suji's expression was very calm. But this is only the foundation. The opening of the lava world and the release of spores are all the foundation. The civilization and system of this world, the main character of this era, should still be created. This time, Suji planned to break the shackles of the previous worlds and play a big game. This world is 100 times the size of the previous transcendent worlds. Also, I want to try the combination of mechanical technology and supernatural powers. Suji's mind was constantly thinking. Using scientific methods to cultivate supernatural powers, this was the inspiration given by Pan Shuexian. The path of body training that she established for demons required a system, a portable body detector that could check the heartbeat, blood, and muscle distribution. Only by adjusting the data and body feedback could she better train her body and realize the overall evolution of her life. Although Divine Sense could also do this, it was arduous and unrewarding. Not only did it consume a lot of energy, but it was also very slow and a waste of time. This made Suji realize something. If a person wanted to build up his body, he would need a fitness coach to guide him and train his body scientifically. Only then would he be able to get half the results with twice the effort. If a person wanted to cultivate, he would most likely need to constantly monitor his body. How could the cultivation of science and technology be better? Look at Dragon Ball. Scientific body training, all sorts of black technology, gravity chambers, combat glasses. This was what Suji thought. As a modern person, he grew up being influenced by these novels and anime. He was no exception. But what would develop into was still an unknown. But he still had to try. Then, how would it be scientific enough? Of course, it would be the system. In the past, this was very difficult to achieve. But now, it was possible because of this silicon-based life computer. Therefore, Suji decided to use the genes of the new world as the basic system template. In the Magus world, the gorilla gene plus evil eye gene developed the Magus system. In the primordial world, the monkey gene plus Rubik's Cube gene developed the inner heaven and earth system. And in the new world? Gene plus system gene, what system would be developed? Suji didn't know what primeval genes would be used as the template, but he had to give it a try. The life forms of this new world have a brain made of circuit boards with chips, a body made of flesh and blood, and a humanoid computer with the heart of an angel? How on earth would they cultivate? Suji felt that this was an unimaginable world. It was very hard to imagine how it would develop into. But in the end, he still returned and directly used the system gene to start fusing with a brand new life. The entire piece of land was 1 acre. Suji continued to excavate and expand the space, building a simple hut. In it, there were many test tables, alchemy tables, and even test tubes, flasks, and some transparent bottles and jars. They filled the entire shelf, like a large chemistry laboratory. In the distance, there was a lava river providing light. I can't carry out many experiments on the surface, so it's much easier here. Suji wore an exquisite black wizard robe and looked outside the window. His previous species needed to enter the sorcerer world as the Messiah and study the magic cube gene for many years before he could completely open up the system and form the primordial world. And now, he had to study the system gene. Suji looked away from the window and stood on the alchemy table. He shook the glass test tube, which contained glucose nutrient solution, and gave an order: Zerg subbrain, pull out the gene bank and reproduce the species system. The mechanical voice came, reproducing. On the square pool of petri dishes, the DNA of the primordial spores was arranged in a strange way, forming a specific primitive life. It was rapidly reproducing and forming chip templates. This is the life of the basic gene. Suji looked down at the hairy tentacles of the chip. It was like a flat square turtle with seaweed tentacles, but he was not very satisfied with the patterns on the shell. After all, this was not an electronic factory. The circuit patterns produced were like the stripes on a tiger's skin. There would be deviations. Even a large CPU factory's assembly line would have a high rate of defective products, not to mention living creatures. Most of these chips were failed products. Suji asked, Subbrain, what's the success rate? The mechanical voice came, the success rate is 1 in 10,000. Most of this species have 1 to 5 circuit errors, causing the whole body to be unusable. If it is modified by humans, some finished products with fewer errors can be modified, and the success rate can be increased to 1 in 1,000. Most of them need to be modified by humans, Suji nodded. Pan Xianxia herself did the same. Basically, she had to make slight adjustments when it appeared, but most of them were too deformed and there was no way to adjust them, so the production of the species was very low. 1 in 10,000 produced by natural conditions is too low. The system chip can adjust, but what if it reproduces into living creatures? How does the human brain adjust? Brain surgery? If we're talking about the creation of life, normally, only 1 in 10,000 people will have the talent of the system. It was a terribly thorny problem. Moreover, this was under the condition that the genes of other life forms had not been integrated into it. If the genes of other life forms were integrated into it, the success rate would be even lower. Am I asking too much? Suji sighed. It was a beautiful dream, but it was too difficult to achieve. Even Pan Xianxia could not make everyone have a system, let alone himself. To create a world of intelligent life with all systems? I can only simplify it. This matter cannot be rushed. Suji sighed and calmed down his anxious heart. He started to study the gene chip. I can only remove the system layout and all the other characteristics. Only the core will be left as the simplest function of the computer, the super-fast computing ability, storage, and reading ability. Time continued to pass. In the lava world, he started his research on accelerating time. He spent a total of 7 years, which was 2 hours in the real world, before simplifying the route of the life of the system species. After that, he used big data elimination and accelerated it by 10,000 times. He crazily produced hundreds of millions, billions of species, and then chose the ones that met the requirements. Then, he continued to reproduce, and the final success rate had reached 1/3. This was a qualitative change, hence, the basic system genes were optimized, and he proceeded to the next step, the test of fusing with humanoid genes. He first chose the genetic models of orangutans and monkeys. However, he quickly discovered that these two could not be fused. In fact, it was impossible even if he chose the genes of modern humans. Why is this so? Suji wore a magus robe and held a transparent glass test tube. Inside was a roaring miniature ape. The system genes cannot be inserted? What is the reason? This was an unknown path. It was as if there was some mysterious God's forbidden zone that separated silicon-based life from carbon-based life, the two completely different forms of life. In the following period of time, Suji was completely determined to conduct the tests. He even used the system that came with the experiment and made them into laboratory assistants, in charge of breeding and experimenting with countless species. A huge experimental base of the Genesis was established. It was established to research the system gene fusion experiment. After all, the times were advancing. He had developed to this point, and the conditions were already extremely good. he could provide sufficient research power behind the scenes. The mechanical assistants in the laboratory had chips embedded in the back of the heads of the humanoid black furry beasts, controlling their movements. They walked back and forth in the long corridor, entering and exiting the various laboratories. Code Assistant 104, in charge of the Magus World's reptilian system gene fusion test. Code Assistant 803, in charge of the Primordial World's flying species system gene fusion test. The entire laboratory was neat and tidy. As time passed, Suji did a large-scale integration test. He tried to fuse all the species in the entire world into the system. After years of experimentation, he finally found the answer to the hundreds of thousands of native species in the primordial world, the Magus world, and so on. At this moment, the lava outside was emitting a halo. As the office director of the Genesis laboratory, Suji sat in front of the office table, sipping a mouthful of tea as he read a black report. Inside was the report of 179,000 species. Many species with low intelligence can fuse with the system gene. As for species with high intelligence, as long as they are slightly smarter, it is impossible for them to fuse with the system gene. So, the intelligence of a species is the truth that determines the fate of fusing with the system gene. Suji suddenly thought of the greatest possibility, the brain of silicon-based life, mechanical brain chip, memory, calculation, and CPU. He wanted to use it to replace the brain of flesh and blood life, achieving the advantages of a computer. This could naturally be achieved without intelligence. After all, they did not have intelligence. Their brain only had biological instincts. It could even be said that the biological instincts of a mechanical program could naturally be replaced by another mechanical program. What about high-intelligence life forms? High-level life forms already had their own intelligence. The brain circuits and neurons in the brain of flesh and blood gave birth to something called self-consciousness. They could think. If they were to be replaced by a mechanical brain chip and become an intelligent AI, it would be a conflict. The higher the level of a life with a brain, the harder it is to replace it with a mechanical AI circuit board. Is this the truth that cannot be achieved? Suji took a deep breath. Things were more difficult than he had imagined. He calmed himself down. After all, there was no such thing as a smooth journey. In exploring the unknown, obstacles and difficulties were the norm. Animals and wild beasts can fuse because they do not have much intelligence. Then let's fuse with animals first. Let's create an animal with a system brain. Suji took a deep breath, organized his thoughts, and began his research again. After many failures, the lab assistant in room 803 finally created a rat-shaped giant beast with a system brain. This was a giant beast species from the era of Gilgamesh in the sorcerer world. It was known as the strongest giant beast, Finbar. When Suji arrived and saw it for the first time, he felt that life was so wonderful. It was like a normal beast, eating, drinking, urinating, sleeping, hunting, running, and jumping, completely the same as a normal animal. However, after Suji dissected its brain was no longer flesh and blood, but a ball of viscous liquid, like a nutrient solution. Within it was an octahedral black crystal core. It was crystal clear, as if it was the most beautiful evolved creation of the heavens. There were many patterns on the inner layer, which seemed to be its brain circuit. The shape of the chip has undergone a special mutation, becoming an octahedral black crystal. Its brain has been completely replaced by this octahedral crystal circuit board of silicon-based life. Suji revealed a hint of surprise. After continuous inspection and testing, Suji came to a surprising conclusion. The animal instincts deep in its brain, neurons, pulse, nerve center, cranial nerves, have been completely replaced by circuit boards. They have been replaced by electronic components, circuit lines, and memory strips, but they can survive exactly the same. He did an experiment, an animal's habitual nerve reflex experiment, to see if the brain could carry out effective memory and reading. Every time he fed, he would ring the bell. After countless times, Finbar also became like an ordinary animal, forming a conditioned reflex. Every time the bell rang, it would run over eagerly, even wagging its tail and waiting for food. Sure enough, the brain formed by the silicon-based electronic components of the chip can also perfectly read and write memories, its own nerve reflex. Suji felt that he was as crazy as the evil wizard Medusa, a crazy creator who was conducting a terrible life experiment. At this moment, the joy of going through difficulties and setbacks, the huge results of his research. He suddenly wanted to share it with others. However, there was no one around to hug him, cheer loudly, and celebrate. I suddenly understand what Medusa meant. In the long years of leading the way, the loneliness of pursuing the truth alone, he wanted someone to accompany him. Suji sighed with emotion as he looked at the boiling river of lava in the distance, emitting a slow and deep heat. Continue the experiment. This was a completely ordinary animal like Finbar. If one did not dig his brain, they would not know that his brain was a black crystal, a super small computer leading its behavior logic. Suji suddenly felt very emotional. Different cognitive logic will lead to different views. He suddenly remembered a science fiction story from Earth. They are made of meat. We Earthlings find the brain of silicon-based life very incredible. A circuit board, chip, and circuit can think. Although the continuous expansion of intelligent machinery and AI technology has allowed us to gradually accept the fact that silicon-based and electronic components may have intelligence, if silicon-based life saw as carbon-based life, would they also find it incredible? If silicon-based life came to Earth, they would definitely be very surprised on the spaceship. Oh my God! A lump of meat has consciousness? Meat is making machines? Meat is making mechanical life similar to us? Are you sure their brains are not electronic brains? Oh. We have already conducted a thorough examination. It is indeed a lump of meat, completely made of meat. This is unimaginable. Their form of communication is even different from ours. They do not use the infinite signals in their brains to communicate. They communicate with each other through the sound of their flesh slapping against each other. They can even sing happily through the breath of meat. Suji just smiled. Standing at a different height of civilization, one's understanding of the world will be different. The universe is too big, and the various forms of extraordinary civilizations are unimaginable. For example, it is difficult for people in the last century to imagine that in the era of telephones and high-speed trains, two people separated by countless distances can talk to each other. It is even difficult to imagine that a metal behemoth that can fly in the sky can fly. Then, can this brand new biological brain be transplanted? Suji revealed a smile. In modern society, transplanting the brain is a difficult problem. This is because the brain is soft flesh and is very fragile. The slightest carelessness can cause the cerebral cortex, neurons, and thalamus to be damaged. However, the brain made of circuit boards does not seem to have such a problem. Suji quickly tried transplanting Finbar's brain crystal core into another Finbar. Unexpectedly, the brain was successfully transplanted on the first try. Moreover, after using the protection of spring to heal its wounds, it did not look any different. What a magical life form! Suji could not help but admire the magic of the semi-silicon-based life form. This life form indeed has many characteristics that surpass humans and carbon-based flesh and blood life forms. Its calculation speed is as fast as a computer, and its storage and reading is very fast. It can even be simply understood as a computer. The eyes are the cameras, the ears are the voice receivers, the mouth is the loudspeaker, and the behavior logic of a living creature is written in the chip. There are many advantages, but the weakness of silicon-based life is that its brain can be easily tampered with, and its life and death can be controlled by others. Suji laughed. Turning on the brain and writing fictional memories in the memory chip is not a problem at all. Its life and death can be controlled, and it can even write down who it must be loyal to. Then, can I write the memories in Finbar's brain? Let its simple brain begin to mechanically train every day? Even in the inherited memories, there is witchcraft written on it. If it is a computer, witchcraft is also a desktop software. For example, war or a hammer, it will automatically run when it is opened. Like the protection of spring? Flaming wind? Earth pulse? Meteorite descent? Suji suddenly stood up, abnormally excited. He felt as if he had opened up a brand new path to a system that could create powerful beings in batches. Once they reached adulthood, they would be able to reach rank 6 or even rank 7, they would have innate spells. A fusion of two life forms, a semi-silicon-based life form. Suji was wearing a black magus robe, holding a transparent test tube that contained the chip's gene cube. A brand new era has begun. The chip in the brain, the crystal in the brain, can write and record spells. He could not help but laugh. This is destined to be a terrifying extraordinary world. This was the extraordinary technological system that combined the chip brain and the circuit board CPU. It had infinite possibilities and potential. However, it's not enough to just write sorcery. Suji closed his eyes and thought for a moment before opening them again. You also need the evil eye gene to become a sorcerer. So, Finbar, you have to be a 2-gene life form with the evil eye gene and the system gene. Very quickly, Suji integrated the evil eye gene into Finbar. Moreover, he opened its brain and wrote down the programming for meditation cultivation inside. Unlike the human brain, silicon-based life forms could write down the programming of every limb, nerve reflex, stress response, and even modify memories. This was a piece of cake. For silicon-based life forms, this was a very scary point. They did not need to go through a long and boring learning process to master it. It was natural, as if it was a biological instinct. From the subbrain of the Zerg, Suji obtained information about silicon-based life forms. This is the strength of silicon-based life forms. They teach their descendants without learning. They call this method inheritance. And now, this brand new species had the special ability of inheritance unique to silicon-based life forms. Time flew, and 100 years passed. The outside world was still fermenting. 100 years had allowed the people to gradually adapt to the fear. Suji only went out occasionally. His main goal was still to go to the underground lava sand table to check on the experimental subject, Finbar. He kept experimenting, cultivating, and improving the inheritance. Over the years, meditation had been written into Finbar's memory. However, Suji found that it was not suitable to meditate during the day, so he wrote it at night. In the sleep mechanism, meditation accompanied sleep, and it was as natural as breathing while sleeping. Sleeping can make me stronger. It's like AFK cultivation. The time I meditate every day is the time I sleep. Then, during the day, when I walk, I'll train my body. Suji opened Finbar's brain and rewrote the system and its behavior. In the future, every time it walked or moved during the day, it would imperceptibly train every muscle in its body, forming a body cultivator similar to Pan Shuexian's. Its overall life force would be trained and its life level would evolve. Based on this, if cultivation is written into the instinct of daily life, there is no need to deliberately train. Generally, after adulthood, one's physique will be at the 5th level, and witchcraft will be at the 6th level. Suji stroked the Finbar behemoth and was very calm. This kind of unique and terrifying AI intelligent creature has been written into a special cultivation program. It has been designed to be perfect. Of course, it will take 120 years for it to reach adulthood. This speed was not comparable to that of a genius, but it was already very exaggerated. After all, he had obtained his cultivation for free. Moreover, he discovered that as Finbar grew stronger, at the age of 60 or 70, it had gradually developed the intelligence of a baby, breaking away from beasts and becoming a true intelligent AI. In short, it was intelligence. Who would have thought that the brain of this flesh beast is a crystallized hard disk? Suji smiled. During the time Suji was experimenting, the species had also evolved to the second night. Due to careful care, some special plankton species had begun to appear, and even some aquatic reptile life forms had begun to appear. Splash, Suji was wearing a black sorcerer's robe. Looking at the coastline, he felt like he had returned to the distant Triassic era. Suddenly, a black insect was slapped onto the shore. 7 or 8 tiny mantids struggled weakly with their black legs. It's you. Suji bent down to pick it up and said lightly, "You are the ancestor of all extraordinary life in the future. The future experts of this world will be your descendants and have your original bloodline." Suji walked along the gravel desert and slowly brought it back to the laboratory. Next, he let it reproduce crazily. Tens of thousands of descendants were separated in glass test tubes and constantly fused with the system genes to produce silicon-based chips. Finally, in the 1845th batch, a mutant was successfully born and fused with the genes. There was a small crystal in its brain. In its brain, Suji wrote down various wizard spells, primordial Dao techniques, and even star spells, filling its brain with all the spell knowledge and writing it into the depths of its genes. Suji threw it back into the ocean and silently watched everything continue to evolve. In the sea, split into various life forms, reptiles, plants, those that fly in the sky, those that swim in the sea, the program has already been written in the genes. The lives of future generations will inherit a part of the genetic talent. It was like the sum of the source of a talent bank. It would spread out and continue to give birth to future generations in the evolution of the era of creation. Eventually, the entire land would be divided. In less than a few years, that insect died of old age. It spread out and each of its descendants, birds, fish, and reptiles, still carried the crystal brain. Those witchcraft and Tao techniques seem to have been engraved into the DNA of the gene chain, very difficult to erase. Of course, only a part of it was carried. Races with rich bloodlines would have more natural talent in spells. The giant beast has already been born. Soon, the animals and plants of this world will become semi-intelligent flesh and blood life forms with AI. However, I still feel that it's not enough. Suji frowned slightly. These wild beasts needed to cultivate to the 4th or 5th level before they would start to have intelligence. Moreover, they were very rare. I still feel that there is a lack of a large number of low-level species that are born with intelligence, which is humans. Suji sighed. As intelligent life forms, humans could not completely transfer their flesh and blood brain to a chip brain. I can only think of a solution. Suji pondered for a moment. After countless experiments, he had some understanding of silicon-based life forms and had a solution. Time flew, and another 3 years passed. Suji looked at the 2 newborn chimpanzees. They were from 2 different races. One was a primordial human, and the other was a human from the sorcerer world. They could be considered Easterners and Westerners. Their brains were still flesh and blood, but inside their brains, there was a seemingly useless sarcoma. At the right moment, it would activate and gradually harden, replacing their brains and turning them into crystals. Since it can't be created right from the start, I can only let you develop slowly and slowly. Suji smiled and said, however, even if there is no silicon-based transformation, there is still a chance that most people are born with a perfect system brain. Suji placed them on the ground and quietly reproduced. Very soon, the entire land was changing rapidly. It began to become lush and lush. Due to the hot environment, a special ecology was created. The trees were tall and red, almost all of them had red leaves. The creatures on the ground had almost no hair, but because they hunted each other, they were equipped with hard black armor. Those transcendent beasts lived in the lush forests and vast grasslands. They even possessed a considerable amount of intelligence and began to compete with each other for territory. As they fought, each of them displayed terrifying innate Taoist arts. Meteor showers, storms, darkness, light. The land was a mess. It was as if every day was filled with disasters. There were even some transcendent beasts who began to build walls and expand their territory, expanding the world. The primordial ape-man also began to hunt. These 2 groups of people were the lowest life forms. Fortunately, the giant beasts did not pay attention to these low-level life forms. They were extremely intelligent. They hid in the most dangerous lava river and lived near the fork in the road basin. Since wild beasts were naturally afraid of fire, those giant beasts did not even bother to approach the desert here. They were able to struggle at death's door. Moreover, as the heat increased, generation after generation, they quickly shed their thick fur, revealing their smooth and clean bodies. Living on the lava nearby also allowed their civilization to develop rapidly. With high-temperature natural furnaces, they could forge iron and metal, directly entering the Iron Age. The lava river is our mother. They used a simple language to communicate excitedly, raising their iron spears high. In the first 10 years, all of them were blacksmiths. They made carts, iron weapons, and even intricate springs. Weapons like bows and crossbows began to appear. In the short second 10 years, they discovered a special substance, sulfur. They used the sulfur near the lava to make explosives. The killing of the giant beasts became more intense. The sky fell and the earth cracked. We need to escape this world. They roared angrily. In the desert tribes, they wore animal skins and grass skirts and beat their chests. They were extremely intelligent. They secretly used gunpowder and continuously blew up an underground passage. Following the location of the lava river, they continuously dug in. After 7 years of migration, they arrived at a brand new place. This was the other end of the lava upstream. They brought along the prepared plants and animals and began to multiply, settle down and live. The other world below was the territory of the almighty beast realm. The world seemed to have returned to the peace of ordinary people. There were no more destructive living beings. They are escaping. They are escaping from the supernatural world that I created. But this is to be expected. Using tricks is the way of intelligent life. After all, the world is so big. It's full of rocks. It's enough for them to dig a passage and hide in another land. Suji's expression was calm. He was not disappointed. They don't even have the intention to walk on the path of supernatural civilization. Instead, with gunpowder and iron as the foundation, they directly walked on the path of science and technology. The only thing missing in the lava world was rain. However, the Rubik's Cube creatures had already assumed the role of the water god of this world. They regularly rained rain and collected water from the tap. This caused the water bill of Suji's house to skyrocket. The empire lasted for 60 years. Without external enemies, the conflict between the two races erupted. The First World War Merkel campaign was born. Guns and cannons, cavalry and swordsmen fought crazily. Both sides suffered losses. This war lasted for a full 13 years. Finally, the two countries were separated. With the lava river as the boundary, they divided a path to live. They were known as the Eastern Human Empire and the Western Human Empire. Due to this war, the mature use of firearms appeared at an unimaginable speed. They crazily multiplied their population and began to build civilization. They established a city-state system. They began to use lava to smelt steel and create composite metals. Excavation equipment appeared. The two empires each issued an order: all the excavated land belongs to the excavator and has the right to use the land for 300 years. He will become the lord of the place. Boom. Become the lord of the empire? Instantly, the entire world became like a plain. Not only did the excavated land belong to them, but they could also excavate precious metal veins. In this medieval era of steam, countless wealthy merchants, capitalists, and companies started the era of gold mining. Many people were raising funds. Even ordinary people became fanatical. In a short 10 years, some people made a lot of money, while others went bankrupt. At this time, the territory they continuously opened up had already expanded to 100 acres. They multiplied like a swarm of locusts. The world was too big. They only needed to invade and open up. There was no need for birth control or control. The Eastern and Western empires even opened up a difficult smuggling route. They climbed the lava river and the stone walls in the sky to secretly transport goods. However, it was very dangerous. Originally, with the development of this era, it would be very long and slow to walk to a modern technological society. However, in 114 years of the empire, there was a mixed-blood child named Levis in the western slums. At the age of 1, he learned the languages of 2 major countries. At the age of 7, he discovered the existence of electricity. He could use high temperature to generate electricity. At the age of 12, he invented alternating current and established an electrical company. Simple electrical appliances appeared. Soon, because of the birth of a godlike child, the world instantly jumped from the feudal era of agricultural lords to the era of industrial revolution. Levis established Levis Limited Liability Company. He invested in mining, medical, and other major fields. He researched electrical appliances, invented light bulbs, perfected glass, and discovered mechanical effects. Shocking discoveries had been made in each of these fields. How can there be such a smart man in this world? He must have opened up God's forbidden zone. This is the man closest to God. The era was crazily advancing towards science and technology. This is the speed of science and technology. The development of the era of science and technology only takes a moment. Suji looked at this scene. Because the power brought by the lava is too great. The metal and sulfur of the lava directly entered the era of gunpowder and iron. Their era is like the era directly from 1800 to 2000 years on Earth. From primitive agricultural and feudal civilization, There was a civilization explosion in an instant. Televisions, firearms, and even airplanes appeared. What's more, it was a man with intelligent AI. 120 years later, the radio appeared. Electronic equipment also appeared. There were even black and white televisions, old-fashioned cameras, and even cars. All kinds of modern equipment appeared. And Levis also reached his later years. He devoted himself to the medical field and achieved many results. The most puzzling thing was that in his later years, he actually abandoned science and began to devote himself to the study of theology and religion. Finally, the research is successful. Levis took a deep breath. In his home hospital, he looked at the X-ray scan in front of him. It was a dialysis map of his brain. In his brain, there was an octagonal hard lump. That was the location of the pineal gland. His hands began to tremble. My brain was born with a pineal gland mutation. This is also the reason why I am so smart. I have a photographic memory and the terrifying hyperamnesia. As long as I want to, I can even pull out the memory of when I was 1 year old, any day, and the scene of eating. Perhaps, the mutation of the pineal gland can open a person's third eye, unlock wisdom, and give people supreme ability. This white-haired old man was already sitting at the peak of the empire. He stroked his temple, looked at his pineal gland, and muttered to himself, God. Does he really exist? In the blink of an eye, the underground lava world had entered a period of industrial development. Black and white televisions, telephones, and even cars. The entire human society had gradually entered a steel forest of skyscrapers. Suji was still in the secret base laboratory. No matter what, they have completely developed. Suji sat quietly in front of the office table in the base's laboratory on a white bench. Behind him was a window, and he was reading a detailed and meticulous investigation report. The office in front of him was like an army. There were 37 black furry giant beasts attached to the back of their necks. They were all lab assistants in white coats. These creation cube system assistants should be recycled. The base laboratory of the god of creation should be destroyed now. After all, there is no longer a need for it to exist. Whoosh, Suji stretched out his hand. A breeze swept by, and the black system chips were quickly retrieved, entering Suji's black space ring. Bang, the furry giant beasts in front of him quickly fell backward, smashing onto the ground with a muffled groan. Due to being attached for too long, they had directly become brain-dead beasts. The giant beasts that were used as tools had also successfully died of old age. It has begun. For a brand new civilization, I will do my best. I will use the foundations of all the previous worlds to build a foundation for you. Let me see how exaggerated you are. Rumble, Suji strode out of the laboratory. The sound of an explosion came from behind him. A huge lava river fell from the sky, covering the entire laboratory. In the beautiful bright red fireworks, the entire laboratory was destroyed. Apart from the era when he opened up the lava land, he no longer descended with his main body. After all, these days, the third doppelganger had successfully condensed. It sat in the office like a wooden statue. Occasionally, he would descend, open his eyes, and check the research results. The doppelganger had no self-consciousness. It was only a fixed teleportation coordinate for convenience. However, this is the initial development of a world. In just a short span of 100 years, it has almost caught up with Earth's civilization. It has already developed to the Middle Ages. This is just the beginning. Suji walked with large strides, wearing an exquisite black wizard robe. The technological side was indeed much faster than the supernatural side. After all, on the transcendent side, the power system needed to be constantly deduced. That was the body's compatibility, and needed to be perfected generation after generation. Furthermore, even if you officially started cultivating, if you wanted to become a 7th stage heavenly emperor, even if your talent was extremely good, it would usually take more than 200 years. But the development of technological civilization did not need that. As long as you had a smart enough brain and super fast computing ability, coupled with various external materials and conditions, you would be able to crazily advance the technology tree and create even more terrifying modern technological weapons. However, Suji did not want to pay attention to them and waited quietly. They develop their technology, and I do my own research. The last research project of the research institute is now complete. Suji lowered his head slightly and looked at a dark red octahedral prismatic crystal in his hand. My last project is how to take over a system. Suji was very interested in this project. He was trying to become a silicon-based life form. Only now was this project completely completed. I can already fuse with this mirror avatar. Suji said seriously. What was a mirror image clone? The mirror image clone had a physical body and was a type of ancestral wizard true body. An ordinary ancestral wizard's true body would grow 8 arms and other dharma idols out of thin air. They would become tall and mighty, and their bodies would grow many times larger. However, the mirror image clone would detach the extra arms and flesh from its body and take on a human form. Of course, the size of this mirror image clone was like a pimple detached from Suji's body, or even smaller. Then, since the mirror image clone had a real physical body and flesh body, it could naturally carry out self-transformation and change the flesh and brain. Insight into crystals. Rumble. A large crack appeared in the space and the light of the teleportation formation flickered. I have to change my brain. At this moment, a vast giant appeared and stepped on a giant tree. This young man in a black coat took out a small stool and sat down. Looking at his little ant mirror image clone, he took out a scalpel that was smaller than a needle and slowly bent down to perform a craniotomy on himself. I will transform myself. 3 days later. This mirror image clone opened his eyes. In front of him was a light blue system panel. Recycle bin, my computer. He tested it and there was no problem. Even though I've transplanted it, the talent itself isn't my own. If this mirror avatar dies, I won't be able to resurrect it anymore. Suji's main body returned, and the mirror avatar was very interested. It sat down and started programming the computer. On the desktop of the computer. In less than 3 days, Snake, Minesweeper, Fight the Landlord, Chinese Chess, and Go quickly appeared. Don't ask why Suji knew computer programming and C language. Because Hermes, the god of wisdom, was a reading tool. He had no self-intelligence and was learning crazily. After playing 2 rounds of Fight the Landlord, Suji was very satisfied with this new brain. He was not in a hurry to stop them. He wanted to see their future first. To what extent will technological civilization develop? Year 131 of the Empire. Levis Octagonal Building. This was the city of science and technology, Mocha City. In the distance, there was a boiling lava river that emitted golden light, illuminating the entire city of science and technology. It also provided electricity, causing the entire city to have a very magical mechanical steam city style. There were already some motorcycles on the ground. There were even motorcycle gangs dressed in exaggerated fashion, racing crazily, chasing each other in the streets and alleys. What will this beautiful world be like after my death? Will it stagnate? He leaned on his walking stick and murmured. He was very worried. He never thought he would be so smart. With his own strength, he pushed human civilization to a large scale. Levis was already 32 years old. He had been awarded too many awards and medals. He even had the highest lifetime glory of 2 human empires. He was a royal professor, the highest director of the Academy of Technology, the great sage of mankind. But in this world of human empires where the average lifespan was 30 years old, no matter what position he held, he was already a white-haired old man. He leaned on his walking stick and stood shakily in the laboratory. He clearly knew that his life was coming to an end. He suddenly felt a little emotional. His life was full of ups and downs. He was born in the slums. He was beaten and scolded in his childhood. He secretly studied knowledge by himself. Finally, he was discovered by the young lady of the Levis family who came by chance. She provided the funds to set up an electricity research institute in the Makia ranch. In the end, he did not disappoint. He discovered electricity at the age of 7 and was able to use it. Because of that, he was sponsored by countless sponsors and capitalists. Later, capitalists from both the East and the West helped him and set up the Levis Power Company. Even now, it had developed into the largest financial group in both the East and West human empires. It had the world's most advanced technology, medical treatment, wealth, and secret technology. It was even ahead of the common people by a whole 30 years. My life seems to be glorious enough. He turned around and sat calmly on the chair. His mind was filled with the shareholders and counselors. They were fighting over him. After his death, they were preparing to quickly divide up his inheritance and dismantle Levis Ltd. The company existed because of him. If he died, there would naturally be no core competitiveness. Dividing up the wealth was the best choice. This was also the standard practice of businessmen. Even the entire Levis company was not in his hands. Wealth, shares, and decision-making were all in the hands of the shareholders. From the beginning, he was just a scientist controlled by capital. He wanted to get rid of it, but it was difficult. This is the ugliness of humans. He only smiled. This white-haired old man dressed in a dignified black suit slowly came to the rooftop. He sat on the newly developed small steam airplane and stood tall and straight. He flew in the air and looked down at the people coming and going on the streets. I'm not afraid of death. My life has been too tiring. I haven't had a good time. I've been researching in the laboratory. Maybe it's good to end like this. I just feel that I can't bear to leave you all behind. I'm afraid that my life's efforts and research won't be put to good use. I also want to see to what extent the technological civilization of human society will develop in the future. Wisdom is truly the greatest strength of humans. Teacher, a man behind him could not help but speak. He looked at the old man bitterly. This man was known as the man closest to God. He was known as the transmigrator from the future era, Levis. He learned the languages of 2 human empires at the age of 1. He invented electricity at the age of 7 and alternating current at the age of 12. After that, his various major fields were simply jaw-dropping. This was an era of technology that advanced by leaps and bounds. This was also an era of technology that only belonged to one person. It was hard for him to imagine how the future of human society's technology would stagnate after his teacher's death, even if his teacher had left behind many research institutes, and even if they could still operate normally after his death, benefiting mankind and even establishing the Levis Award. Those despicable capitalists would directly divide up the Levis financial group after his teacher's death. All the research institutes would collapse. This was the tragedy of scholars. It was also the greed of mankind that hindered the progress of society. They only focused on the present and did not consider the future of their descendants. If I could give my teacher another young body and let him live another life, how good would that be? The research assistants behind him could not help but smile bitterly. They wore white coats and looked at the old man who overlooked the entire city. This old man who was like a god had a brain comparable to that of a god. Give me another young body? Levis trembled. He lowered his head and returned to the seat of the airplane. He looked at the hologram of the brain that he had been studying for a long time. If it was the brain of an ordinary person, modern technology would definitely not succeed, but another year passed. Levis devoted himself to researching the medical field, craniotomy. On the 14th of July, a secret surgery that even the major shareholders did not know about began. In front of the hospital's operating table filled with disinfectant, white light sprinkled down. An old man lay calmly on the operating table. Beside him were young assistants holding scalpels. I want to live a second life. Body transplant is equivalent to some kind of head transplant surgery. Is it possible? Can modern medical technology achieve it? If it really can be done, then our technology will be able to touch immortality. Click, with a crisp sound, the white light slowly sprinkled down. With the injection of anesthesia, Levis gradually lost consciousness. Whether it will succeed or not, I myself am not sure. The premise of all this success is my brain. It really is the pineal gland. Transplanting the brain with flesh and blood is currently impossible. This moment was the closest Levis had ever been to death in his life. In the blurry white light, his mind was like a horse lantern, flashing through the scenes of his life. Time was rewinding. In a trance, he actually saw his own life. Enjoying the glory of the world, holding the trophy and enjoying the cheers of the crowd, chasing the wind in the ranch researching electricity, his pitiful childhood in the slums. He originally thought that this was the end, but a strange scene appeared in his mind. A human slave, oppressed by the mine lord, digging minerals in the dark mine, that is, my father? How can I see my father's memory? In his confusion, He read the memory of his father and saw the first half of his father's life after he was born. When he thought it was the end of his father, he saw his grandfather. Then, Levis saw his ancestors one by one. Finally, he saw the ancestral memory of his own line of humans. Levis trembled. He witnessed everything with his own eyes. It was incredible. In fact, the characteristic of silicon-based life was inheritance. The chip brain was different from the brain of flesh and blood. This led to the accumulation of the ancestral memory fragments from generation to generation, allowing him to trace back to a long time ago. Who am I? What am I? In a vast expanse of whiteness, Levis could not help but ask himself. I have fast thinking. I have terrifying intelligence. I have incredible hyperamnesia. I can remember every time period of a day when I was 1 or 2 years old. Even now. I can remember the memories of my ancestors. Before ordinary people die, they will see the memory of a horse lantern. But my horse lantern can see the inherited memories left by my father and my ancestors. He fell into a daze, as well as unparalleled fear and shock. This was unknown and terrifying. He suddenly felt that he was very terrifying. He and humans were not the same species at all. It was like the difference between a gorilla and a human, but perhaps, this scene, can prove the theory of evolution. That is the history of mankind. With our lineage of humans, we have witnessed the changes of the entire history. His breathing quickened as he looked at the scenes around him. His father's memory, his grandfather's memory. It was as if he was walking in a horse lantern in the memory corridor. This is an opportunity. I don't know why such an unscientific phenomenon occurred. But any so-called unscientific phenomenon is simply unexplainable by modern science. But this is a good opportunity. I want to trace back to ancient times. I want to find the most ancient memories of mankind in this land. He had written the theory of evolution 7 years ago. All kinds of plants and animals had evolved due to the suitable environment and the survival of the fittest. He had once examined the same beetle species in 2 forests and found that they had changed color due to the different environments. The theory of evolution had a scientific basis. It was a basis that he had obtained using big data. Natural selection, survival of the fittest, all the living things in the land were evolving, transforming, and mutating. I'm proving science. He saw the retrogression of time. Each and every one of his ancestors. Time was retrogressing. The modern people who walked upright gradually became shorter and became erect. They were creatures that were even shorter than humans. They were only about 1.4 meters tall on average and had huge fists. They liked to pound the ground with their fists and run while making sounds to scare wild beasts. He saw the ape-man again. That was the era when humans had not shed their fur. They liked to live in the lava caves of the desert and liked to roast meat. That was the era of slash-and-burn farming. His ancestor was a majestic furry ape-man. He saw those terrifying giant beasts again. They fought with the power to move mountains and fill up seas. It was as if deities filled the sky. The ancient humans shivered in fear. They could only hide a bit further away to avoid being affected. This is the origin. Those terrifying unknown life forms. Levis was stunned. On the operating table, the old man who had his head cut open had tears of excitement and shock flowing down his face. Abnormal brain waves. It's like I'm dreaming. My brain is thinking. Tears. Who can tell me? Why are you crying? Did you touch the relevant nerve position? All of you, remember this. We can't fail, Mr. Levis. He has the spirit of science. Godlike wisdom. He will decide the future of mankind. On the operating table, the lights were on. The doctor in the white coat walked back and forth. His voice was getting more and more urgent. Levis was still in the corridor of memory, striding forward. He was like a pilgrim from ancient times, firm and steady. His steps were tracing back the ancient times and years, witnessing the rolling wheel of history. He wanted to see the history of evolution, the glory of the origin of mankind. The origin of mankind, humans evolved from orangutans. They evolved into orangutans, standing apes, and today's modern humans. Then what kind of life did orangutans evolve from? Was it reptile? Was it amphibian? We are vertebrate animals, the origin of life, the common ancestor of vertebrate life. Was it fish? Levis was getting more and more excited. In reality, his body on the operating table was completely spasming and twitching because of the excitement. There's an abnormality in the operation. Impossible. We've simulated it many times. Mr. Levis's consciousness, his brain, has indeed completely integrated into the pineal gland. Warning. Should the experiment be terminated? It can't be terminated. How can it be terminated? All of you, continue. Continue. The person in charge was shouting loudly. His lips under the white mask were trembling, and the hand holding the knife was trembling. Hurried shouts sounded, one after another. The people on the operating table were coming and going. The atmosphere was tense to the extreme, and the air was filled with a tense atmosphere. However, Levis no longer cared about this, because as time rewound, he saw a horrifying scene. It was a golden desert land, covered with sand and gravel. A mysterious young man wearing an exquisite black robe stood by the lava river, holding up 2 orangutan babies with both hands. His whole body was bathed in the golden lava, like a god. He held up the 2 crying babies, as if he was holding up the majestic glory of the whole world, sacred, glorious, and vast, like the murals of the gods of ancient religions. Suddenly, the mysterious young man spoke in an incomprehensible divine language. It was as if he was singing the future of the 2 orangutan babies and bestowing blessings. While Levis was extremely shocked, he had already heard the soft voice of the great god. It's finally done. Tonight, I can relax and go out to play a few rounds of Hearthstone with the idiots of the wizard community. Levis looked at the memories of human history and arrived at the origin of human life. However, he did not see any strong evidence of the theory of evolution. Orangutans were evolved from other life forms. Instead, he saw a strange scene, a mysterious young man holding up 2 orangutan babies. Instantly, he fell into a state of madness. The mysterious language he spoke, what does it mean? It seems to be some kind of blessing for these 2 human ancestors? That language was very light, as if it carried a sense of relief and relief. It was hard to imagine what it meant. Is he an ancient human with supernatural powers? Impossible, he immediately rejected the idea. Humans were weak, and it was impossible for them to have supernatural bodies. He had gone through countless medical studies on the body, and this had been proven. But was it really so? He thought of his special brain and the mysterious pineal gland in his brain. It seemed to have opened the forbidden zone of God and stimulated his special potential. He could not help but doubt it. In fact, Levis was not wrong. They did not have the magic cube gene, evil eye gene. These transcendent genes indeed did not have supernatural powers. They were like ordinary people on Earth. Their system genes did not have the genes to directly give them supernatural powers. Perhaps, the people in that scene were from the future? Levis's voice was hoarse. Could it be that the technology of humans in the future had achieved time travel and reached the highest level of technology? Could it be that the people from the future had come back to improve the human genes? But if that was the case, there would be a time paradox. He tried to use his scientific knowledge to explain, but the result was that he could not explain it at all. At this moment, his heart was at a loss. The species evolution theory that he had published in the major newspapers and scientific research institutions might have been overturned. If this scene were to spread, what kind of terrifying storm would it cause? Levis, the white-haired old man who was known as the backbone of human technology, was silent. He clearly knew that the newspapers, the media, the major human empires, and the major television channels would go crazy. Humans were unable to accept such a terrible truth. Since it is unacceptable, then let's bury it. Voila, Levis's consciousness gradually blurred, turning into a vast expanse of white. When he opened his eyes again on the bed, a lady dressed in white beside him shouted, "Mr. Levis is awake. Mr. Levis is awake. Give me the mirror." Levis stood up. Soon, a mirror was placed in front of him. He looked at himself in the mirror and saw that he was a young and handsome man. It worked. This is a brain-dead vegetative patient. I didn't transplant the brain, but the pineal gland of both sides. Levis looked out the window blankly. I came to the patient's body. The assistants at the side stared blankly. They didn't expect Mr. Levis to be reborn and even obtain eternal life. How could he not be excited? This was a medical advancement that transcended time. In the past, Mr. Levis would have trembled with excitement. Levis only smiled and did not deny it, because he had seen the man who was suspected to be God with his own eyes. He looked at the assistants around him, and his gaze gradually sharpened. "Is everyone ready?" "It's ready," the people around him hurriedly answered. Year 132 of the Empire. A terrible piece of news came. The spine of mankind, Mr. Levis, had passed away. Suddenly, the whole world wailed. Newspapers, news, and media went crazy. At first, people did not believe it at all. This was a man who created an era, with wisdom close to that of God. If it was him, he would definitely surpass mortals and have the lifespan of God. It was not until people sat in front of the sofa and watched Mr. Levis's corpse on the black and white television, dressed in a neat suit, lying in a coffin, that they realized this terrible and cruel truth. Mr. Levis was really dead. The human empires in the West and the human empires in the East lowered their flags at half-mast. The whole country mourned. This day was destined to be sad. As for Levis's corpse, a funeral was held in front of the octagonal building in Veolia, the capital of the human empires in the West. The president of the empire, various high-ranking officials, and local lords in neat black military uniforms looked on. "This is the tragedy of mankind, we have lost everything." In front of the podium, the president cried bitterly. In less than a month, the Levis Financial Group quickly disintegrated. The talents of the major research institutes were crazily divided up. One by one, the shareholders took away their own interests. The entire group was torn apart into various forces of various sizes. And they also began to frantically snatch the experimental handwriting left behind by Levis, the man closest to God. It recorded experimental technology that surpassed human civilization by hundreds of years. Ball lightning. Lava power station. Earthquake generator. In fact, half a month later, a great Tunguska earthquake occurred. Countless people living in that mountain range died. Some people said that it was to snatch and experiment with the semi-finished products left behind by Levis. However, the semi-finished products were very dangerous, and those financial groups directly experimented without caring about human lives, resulting in the earthquake. Is this a meteorological weapon? While people were frantically snatching, a super small private financial group was formed. It was called the Super Research Agency, and it was quietly expanding. The 137 year of the empire. The Super Research Agency was spread across the land of the two human empires. Many of the higher-ups became members of the agency. The 141 year of the empire. The Super Research Agency realized the lava power station and secretly opened up the border between the two empires. The long river of lava in the middle no longer needed to follow the wall in the sky. They built a tunnel in the middle of the river of lava, forming an underground lava pipeline that could withstand the high temperature of the lava. Moreover, the tunnel also had the terrifying effect of generating electricity. Lava was the basic energy source of this world. Their use of lava had reached a terrifying level. On the contrary, some electronic appliances such as televisions and light bulbs were still in an extremely primitive state. They had not been developed yet. The 143 year of the empire. The Super Research Agency was gradually emerging from the water. At this time, no one could stop this behemoth. A middle-aged man stood out. "I am Levis." The entire world was shaken by this. Just the 3 words Levis was already a legend. The Levis Financial Group of that year was instantly swept by a storm. Countless former shareholders of large financial groups came out to criticize and curse this person as an impostor who did not respect the founder of human science, Levis, the father of electricity, the father of medicine. Facing the overwhelming criticism, he only said, "Levis is just a code name. I'm just stating a fact. I'm not claiming any glory. In the future, I will prove everything for me." After saying that, he directly disappeared. The news began to spread like wildfire. On the streets and alleys, the newspapers, media, and television of the two human empires reported crazily. "Is it real or fake, Levis?" "It's very likely to be real," wrote, "the current Super Research Agency has the shadow of the Levis Financial Group. It has terrifying technological iterations and upgrades, also wrote boldly, "As we all know, the Super Research Agency is very mysterious and terrifying. It just happened to appear after Mr. Levis' death. Could it be that Mr. Levis faked his death to escape from the control?" One by one, the television hosts were also speaking. New news summary. Then, what dirty tricks did the Levis Financial Group hide back then? Why did Mr. Levis use this method to escape from control? Now, is Mr. Levis truly in control of the current Super Research Agency? Is it his own independent research force instead of being controlled? In the villa. In front of the television, Levis only smiled faintly when he saw this. He did not expose the ugliness of the other party. Now that he had experienced a life-and-death situation, his reputation was already fleeting. He directly applied for funds from the two human empires and asked for a piece of land. In return, he would provide the latest research technology to both countries. The two human empires agreed. Levis named this area as Technology Area 51. It was very mysterious and ordinary people could not enter at all. Then, he directly took out 13 pieces of technology and changed the entire world. A huge super research agency. Science fair appeared. Countless media people and executives from various countries were invited to attend. Here, they saw an amazing technological innovation, color TV. Tricolor CRT technology? The old man who had devoted his life to the television company instantly quietened down. He caressed the TV as if he had seen his lover. Unbelievable. This is unbelievable. This is beyond the realm of black and white TV. Color TV. This is a color TV. He quickly informed his old friends. The color structure that we have been assuming exists. It actually exists. What? It's actually the legendary color TV? This is impossible. Color TV technology is too precise. It is not something that modern mechanical technology can achieve. An old man who came after hearing the news was crying. After seeing the real color TV, he almost lost his voice. This was the field of his research. This old man was already too old. He thought that he would regret it for the rest of his life. He did not expect that in his old age, he would be able to witness the technological advancement of mankind. This is wireless signal technology? This was an old man with authority in domain. He was holding a black walkie-talkie that looked like a brick. He was talking to his assistant several hundred meters away. He was so excited that his entire body was shaking. This is impossible. I've been researching this field for countless years. I've researched wired signal transmission. Our country's Academy of Sciences has developed faxes and even wired telephones. The wireless field is the only one that hasn't yielded any results. This is a hypothetical technology in theory, how could it be so mature? This is a lava car? A handsome Gothic-style streamlined car, bright red, like Batman's chariot, swept everyone's eyes. Oh. Oh my God. This was too exaggerated. Using lava as an energy source? This special material box could withstand the temperature of lava? It's made of the same material as the underground tunnel that connects the two empires? A fat rich merchant made an extremely exaggerated movement. What? In the future, there would be lava stations along the way. Would it be enough to drive the car there and add lava to it? This is practically an unlimited energy source? In the energy box, after solidifying and cooling, the cubes of lava can be directly taken out and thrown to the side of the road. There will be specialized people who will recycle the cubes and use them as good building materials to build high-rise buildings? Many professors and scientists cried bitterly. We are witnessing a brand new era of lava technology. Time was advancing at a crazy pace. Levis continued to develop civilization and advance technology. However, he had spent more than 10 years establishing the Super Research Agency and researching various new technologies for the Expo. When he first obtained this body, he was only in his teens. Now, he was already in his 30s. It's time for the second reincarnation, he took a deep breath. However, some of his research assistants from back then had gradually aged along with him. Some of them even died of old age. 1 month later, he underwent another surgery. Levis looked at his brand new young body. It's almost impossible for me to withstand the next reincarnation. My body can age, but my mind is also aging. I feel that my thinking speed is slowing down. Computers also had a lifespan. The electronic circuits would age. 147 years of the empire. Levis lived a third life and became a young man again. He once again appeared in front of the public and television. Once again, it caused a huge uproar. Many schools and students' parents had set Levis as their goal. Levis was simply a god of mortals who constantly created miracles. Looking at the time, Mr. Levis has long surpassed the human lifespan. Third life, yes, this is shocking. It's simply heaven-defying. How can a human have such wisdom? He's practically a living god, constantly creating civilizations for us mortals on Earth. The two human empires were shaken. Countless civilian media outlets had already deified Levis. Some presidents and higher-ups, as well as lords and tycoons, wanted Levis's reincarnation technology. However, they were told that the pineal gland could not be used without mutation. Moreover, they did not dare to use force to verify the authenticity of the technology. Levis had a very terrifying new weapon. Moreover, the super research agency's influence had infiltrated every national organization. He had long become the uncrowned king of the two human empires. Meanwhile, Levis was still researching. He had no wife or children in his life. From the moment he walked into the laboratory, he knew that this was his home. He would take root here and never leave. Third life, this is my last life. I want to open the next era of science and technology for all living beings. His brain had already begun to turn turbid. That kind of super-fast thinking had begun to decline, and the efficiency had begun to greatly decrease. This time, what direction should I research? Let's use my brain to research. What is the mystery of the human pineal gland? He laughed. However, even Levis could not think of this. This time, he had been in seclusion for more than 10 years. He was too old, and his thinking had begun to slow down. He was not much faster than ordinary people. Every day, he was immersed in it. When he woke up, he had returned to his old age. 161 years of the empire. When Levis looked at his results, a brand new large computer, he felt a lingering fear. This is really a fight against the heavens. Fortunately, I made it in time. If I was a step slower, I'm afraid I would have died of old age. Before the research was completed, I would have brought all the results into the ground. He suddenly felt a little lucky. Because this time, he had the possibility of living a fourth life while researching his brain. The next civilization is the electrical and mechanical civilization. This civilization was created by imitating my human brain. Since it uses electricity, I will call it a computer. It can deduce data and has computing power that surpasses humans and is comparable to mine. It can read and store data just like a human brain. When humans arrive at this civilization, the entire world can become a whole, forming a network and mutual exchange. He strode out of the laboratory. The era had completely entered the computer era. This was a brand new scientific and technological civilization. Levis' achievements were beyond words. He had single-handedly supported an entire scientific and technological civilization. Moreover, he had studied the structure of his brain and could easily repair some of the broken points in his brain, which were the broken hard disk. Of course, the repair was like ragged clothes. It could barely extend one's lifespan and live a fourth life. I have pushed the entire human civilization forward by countless years. I've defeated the heavens again and lived another life. On this day, a hearty voice came from the core building of Area 51 and was heard by the researchers in the entire land. They were extremely excited and quickly spread. Computers were becoming popular, and this kind of computer was not the bloated, old-fashioned computer that was bigger than a washing machine. Instead, it was a relatively advanced circuit model. This was because the structure of his brain was originally the most optimized circuit structure of mankind. Countless people began to sing Levis' praises. They even wrote a song, The Spirit of the Times. Without him, the entire human civilization would probably still be living in the medieval farming era without electricity, using ironware and explosives. Without him, there would be no convenient electricity, and it would be extremely convenient to go from house to house. Without him, there would be no airplanes, cannons, internet telephones, and television. In this life, Levis did not go into seclusion. He had been researching for a lifetime and felt too tired. He had been serving the entire human civilization and advancing human life all his life. Every time he struggled on the edge, he was lucky to survive the next life. But what about the next life? His brain had aged to the extreme and was barely repaired. He no longer had the confidence to live any longer. After all, it would be difficult to break through if his thinking speed was completely slowed down. It was a vicious cycle. In this last life, I don't want to fight against God anymore. It's already hard for ordinary people to imagine how many lives I've lived. I want to leave and be an ordinary person. Levis sighed. He no longer wanted to fight for it. He no longer wanted to seize it. However, there was still a mystery deeply rooted in his heart. The world that people fled from in ancient times, those giant beasts, and that mysterious young man. Throughout his life, he had an astonishing amount of wisdom and talent. He understood that with great power came great responsibility, so he took the initiative to shoulder the responsibility. He spent his life contributing to the future generations and mankind. Most of his time was spent on research. In truth, he had always wanted to indulge himself, to live for himself based on his inner thoughts. However, he had never truly been willing to waste his precious time. Every minute and every second was a struggle against the times. He began to wander between the two human empires. He had spent most of his life in the laboratory. Only now did he witness the changes that he had brought about. It was like two different worlds compared to the medieval city-state and tribal era when he was a child. Due to the high temperature of the lava river, the entire mechanical city was surrounded by faint white clouds. Cars were driving on the ground, and there were even some aircrafts in the shape of bread flying back and forth in the sky. It was like a magma mechanical city. There were many site-shaped and cone-shaped buildings, full of sci-fi and idealistic charm. As for the humans here, it was always hot. They wore very little, hot shorts and short sleeves. Young girls with wheat skin rode motorcycles at high speed, dripping hot sweat as they sped past. Some rich merchants even rode airships in the sky. Guns, vehicles, these have always been the areas of technology that the two human empires have been focusing on. Now, a field that didn't exist before, like computers, has successfully appeared. Once it sprouts, it will quickly develop. Levis looked at the world he had created. On this day, Levis walked around the human city and was satisfied. He made an announcement on television, "I will resign. Any position in the human world, the honorary supreme marshal of the two empires, the president of the Academy of Science, the person in charge of the super research agency. I will resign. From today onwards, I will be an ordinary old man." Boom, on television, countless viewers were in an uproar. Everyone couldn't believe that their one and only God was going to resign. Levis didn't wait for people to react. "As an ordinary old rich merchant, I will explore that ancient forbidden world, the land where we humans originated, the place where we first came from. Is there anyone who is willing to go with me?" The viewers in front of the television were all stunned. They didn't expect it to be so sudden. According to the legends of the ancient ancestors, there were terrifying super life forms there. It was a forbidden land that absolutely couldn't be entered. Otherwise, those terrifying monsters might be drawn out and descend on this land of humans. This piece of paradise was not easy to come by. Levis said, "We won't be coming back for this trip. In order to avoid bringing back an unknown disaster, there's no way out. This is an adventure with a death wish. Also, the members must be above 25 years old. Young people are not allowed to participate." In the lifespan of more than 30 years, 25 years old was equivalent to a person in his 40s or 50s. Everyone was silent. Mr. Levis was going to announce the end of his life. Many people suddenly stopped talking. Their hearts were extremely complicated. In the end, Levis said the most sensational sentence in front of the television. "We will use radio technology to conduct a remote broadcast. This is a journey of death. I want to reveal the truth for the entire world. What is the history of our human civilization, the origin of mankind? Creationism? Or the theory of evolution?" This was Levis's dream. From that day onwards, the mysterious figure he saw kept expanding in his memory. It took root in his mind and lingered. It even became the only demon in his heart. At the last moment of my life, I don't want to struggle. I don't want to live another life. I want to do something I like. I want to choose my own life and go on a trip to that mysterious forbidden land. I want to know the origin of mankind. I want to know what that mysterious creature meant when it said those words to the two babies. Wang Chong's eyes widened. He murmured. His cloudy eyes gradually became firm. That was his lifelong desire and dream. He did not hesitate to die in exchange for it. In an instant, the whole country began to talk about it. Live broadcast of that terrifying land, that was too frightening. Also, what did Mr. Levis mean by the origin of mankind? Was it not the theory of biological evolution that he deduced? Didn't humans evolve from gorillas and apes? But Mr. Levis's voice carried a tone of doubt from beginning to end. Many people had heard that Mr. Levis had been on the verge of death several times. He seemed to have seen some terrible near-death experience and began to talk about some theology and soul research. And now, this giant of science seemed to be more and more immersed in the field of theology. What the hell happened? Once he stepped down, this leader of science directly devoted himself to the field of theology? It seems that science is a profession, and theology is his true hobby? This was too shocking. Their god of science and technology, who had brought them such a prosperous era of science and technology, had actually become incomparably interested in religion and superstition. 165 years of the empire. After another 4 years of preparation, a group of elderly people began their final journey. They were the elites among the elderly, the top of their respective professions. Unwilling to die of old age alone, they brought the most advanced equipment of the two empires, carrying hiking bags and some advanced instruments, and set foot on the ancestral forbidden land of mankind. We want to open a path for mankind. Our lost glory will be reclaimed here. When Levis and the others opened the still sealed underground cave and walked out of the surface, they instantly saw a brand new green grassland, a new world. Here, we will find the origin of mankind. Boom. Boom, a giant bird that looked like a Jurassic dinosaur quickly flew across the sky. The terrifying power caused the group of elderly people to tremble. And on the other side of the television, people sat on the sofa, watching the live broadcast on the television. When they saw this scene, they couldn't help but clench their hearts, and their minds went blank. So, there really is such a terrifying life that is close to that of a god. In the sky, the strange bird flew across the blue dome of heaven. Its dark red wings that were mottled like magma slowly spread out. The entire land was instantly covered by wriggling shadows. Mountains, forests, grasslands, what kind of strange bird is that? It's so huge. It's comparable to a 7-story skyscraper. It's emitting an incomparably terrifying power. It can tear our entire civilization into pieces. A white-haired old lady in a white shirt took off her gold-rimmed glasses and raised her head with the help of a walking stick. At this moment, the pride of humanity was shattered as they realized the weakness of their civilization. History will remember this moment of humanity's greatness, a romantic and beautiful era of miracles. A white-haired, dignified gentleman slowly walked with a walking stick and a backpack on his back. However, he was not afraid at all. Instead, he began to admire the scenery. Elena, we're right. This land has witnessed our final love. What a beautiful life this is. A white-haired old couple hugged each other. They were an Asian man and a blonde old lady. They exclaimed in admiration as well. This was the most beautiful journey they had before they died of old age. Most of the people present were seniors from the upper echelons of human society. They were no longer afraid of death and respected Mr. Levis. They wanted to enter the unknown forbidden world with him. To the entire society, dying of old age together with humanity's scientific legend was the greatest glory in life. Many of them were adventurers who loved outdoor activities. In their spare time, they would climb treacherous mountain terrains, enter rivers, and dive deep into the sea. However, they had never seen such a shocking scene before. Organize the equipment. Radio radar, scan the surrounding environment. Drones, take off and scan the surrounding map. There's a super life form with huge heat. Quick! Quick! Dig a secret underground base and apply an invisible coating. These unknown life forms might have scanning abilities. This is a brand new life form. Our theory of evolution should be updated. We have to find a branch of the lava river. We need to station ourselves there and have an unlimited supply of energy. Otherwise, the tanks and weapons will just be a pile of scrap metal. The green camouflaged mechanical tank stopped. Some of the rectangular mechanical tanks began to transform rapidly. Huge shovels that looked like excavators appeared on them as they began to dig underground. Ding dong. In the Western Human Empire's capital, Veolia, the big screen in Times Square broadcasted this shocking scene. On the streets, the elderly and children, Westerners and Easterners alike, all stopped in their tracks with a look of disbelief. On television, a handsome host in a black suit was explaining. He was also a little dumbfounded. Dear audience members. Because of this, the era of humanity has changed. The exploration team of the Forbidden Zone of Origins led by Mr. Levis has arrived. That's where we humans came from. Our ancestors once escaped from there. What kind of life code does that place contain? I'm looking forward to it. But no matter what. The host roared, Empire Calendar, Year 165, July 8th. History will remember this great moment. We humans had discovered a new continent. Clang, in front of the black and white TV, countless people knocked over their cups. Some of the high-end families had even used the latest LCD screen computers to watch this magical scene. Oh. Oh, my God. Is that a strange bird as tall as a skyscraper? Is this world too crazy, or is it our minds that have gone haywire? That's another world. Is it Fodierges, the place of origin of lava, recorded in the religious murals and ancient myths? Oh my God. Mythical creatures actually exist. No wonder Mr. Levis lost his composure like that. Watching the live broadcast on the TV, all of humanity swallowed their saliva. They seemed to have opened the door to a strange world. Horrifying mythical behemoths shuttled back and forth, surrounded by clouds and mist, revealing an ancient and mysterious feeling. For people living in the modern urban society, the development of science and technology, cars, airplanes, cannons, and the world had become similar to the worldview of the ordinary people on Earth. Even the level of scientific and technological civilization was roughly the same. It was already difficult to accept such an extraordinary thing. It was like on the 7 continents of the Earth, people suddenly discovered the 8th continent, a new continent, on which lived a group of aliens with terrifying supernatural power. This was a storm. On the internet, soon, some people spoke up. It reminds me of the new online novels in the past few months. Wuxia novels, flying over eaves and running on walls. They can fly in the air. Is it the kind of novels that don't use traditional newspapers and are published on the internet? Ha ha ha. I've also read the recent serialized Plum Blossom Fist Hero. He fell off a cliff and was very powerful. He picked up the divine skill of 3 strokes of Plum Blossom and got a lot of beauties. Oh my God, there should be laws on the internet. This kind of adulterated novel. It shouldn't make huge profits. But this one is much more powerful than those wuxia novels. Suji walked on the street and sat down on a wooden bench in a square with a fountain. Next to it was a milk tea shop. A group of people surrounded the TV in the shop and watched the legendary broadcast. Some young people on motorcycles screamed loudly, extremely excited and full of youthful spirit. After all, black and white TVs had long been common, but color LCD screens were still affordable for the rich. In order to see more clearly, they would choose some beverage shops and bookstores to watch. An expensive color TV had also become the standard of competition for shops and customers. Suji sat down and opened the Creator browser on the light blue desktop of his personal computer. Naturally, he could connect to the wireless signal of this human technological society and even hack into their network. They are still stuck in the primitive category of wuxia novels. The thrill is very low. They still don't have fantasy or Xianxia novels. I really want to make a book and post it on the internet to let them know what it means to be good. Suji said with a faint smile. At this time, under the historical live broadcast of the entire human race, Levis and the other old people directly built a temporary technological base. They brought the current top internet technology and military lava technology to explore these lands. Even the discovery of some strange creatures and extraordinary animals could cause people in front of the TV to scream. People were boiling with excitement. But a week later, in front of the TV, everyone began to look serious. Because of the surrounding terrain data, the human army began to explore this ancient land and hunt some low-level giant beasts. In an instant, there were heavy losses, and many people were killed or injured. Those beasts were too terrifying. It was difficult for guns to penetrate their skin and armor. It required countless troops to fire at them. Their vitality was also extremely strong, and they could even explode with all kinds of unimaginable supernatural powers. Fire, hail, wind, and even mental attacks. Tut 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 tut, as the muzzle of the gun flashed, a giant beast the size of a puppy moved forward in a frenzy amidst the rain of bullets. The new B-91 tank has been destroyed. 13 casualties in the troops. The news came one after another. Not only were the viewers watching the live broadcast excited, Levis clenched his fists tightly. This giant beast is within the range of our limit hunting. We must take it down. After losing a third of the army, a fiery red dog-shaped beast had all 4 of its limbs broken. Its body was riddled with bullet holes, and it was locked in a cage. Blood dripped down from its body as it looked at Levis with hatred. Goo-goo-goo, a strange language came from the mouth of the giant beast, and it seemed to be roaring. Levis looked at the scene in front of him and took a deep breath. This is incredible. These giant beasts have terrifying intelligence, and they have their own race's language. The surrounding elders were also silent, and the atmosphere was filled with sadness. They had come here with no intention of living, but they did not expect to die so quickly. It's hard to imagine, what kind of life is this? Its muscles and armor are comparable to the toughest human technology, lava alloy. This giant beast's blood is very hot, and it can even burn our fragile human skin. It's unimaginably huge, and the blood has been sent to be tested. Voices came from the surroundings. Levis was still staring at the giant beast that kept roaring. Suddenly, a strange wave reverberated in his head. Stupid unknown supernatural beast, you are provoking me. Let me go, my father is the 3rd divine general of the Holy Emperor, Misho, and he will destroy your entire race. Levis was shocked. The voice could be transmitted to the mind, and it could actually communicate using brainwaves. Was this divine sense? Was it really an ancient mythical life? He could not help but ask, you said I am a demon beast, then what about the others? Humans? You call those creatures humans? Stupid magical beast, don't lie to me. Although you look the same, you are not the same species. You are not human at all. The gigantic beast growled, you have a magic nucleus in your brain, but nothing else. Humans are just ordinary low-level beasts, and you are a magical beast in human skin. This is the difference in the essence of life. Monster cores, does he mean the pineal gland? The old Levis shuddered. Then the Saint Emperor? Who is it? That giant beast didn't seem to be very intelligent. It was extremely arrogant as it spoke of this world's common sense. Foolish human-skinned magical beast. There are 13 great lava domains, and each of them is boundless. The Saint Emperor is one of the 7 strongest experts in our Stonewall domain. He was born with incomparable power. It's the great lava dragon ancestor. Levis had learned that the Sage Emperor was a 6th-step expert, and had long since reached adulthood. Furthermore, according to the ancient memories, there was only one paramount god in the 13 domains who had reached the celestial emperor level. After all, humans hadn't developed for long, and these giant beasts hadn't lived for long either. The Sage Emperor was a top genius with good aptitude. With the passage of time, he might even become a celestial emperor in the future. This giant beast was called the Merkle Beast, a wyvern. It was only at the 4th step, and it used its lava innate talent. At the 4th step, it gained intelligence, but its reproductive ability was low. 4th step. It's already very difficult for us to kill it. Planes and cannons continuously bombarded us, and we lost half of our troops. Levis took a deep breath. It was terrifying. A 4th step magical beast with the ability to fight alone was already a huge threat to human society, then, 5th step, 6th step, it was hard to imagine. We humans are still so weak. Levis was shocked. Then, what is the language you use to communicate in my mind? This is something only high-level magical beasts with magic nuclei can communicate with each other. The two magic nuclei of both sides can directly communicate with each other. The magical beast said arrogantly, "This is the ancient divine language, the primordial word. It forms our consciousness and soul. It constructs our great talents. It bestows us with endless power. It has a great name, it's called sea language." In modern human society, when Levis announced part of the information to the entire human race at the military base, the people in front of the TV instantly boiled over. Oh. Sea language? This is the language of God? It forms the consciousness and soul of a transcendent being. Talent? Since there is a divine language, the legendary God actually exists. Everyone in front of the TV clenched their fists. Some schools even directly suspended classes. In the multimedia classrooms, high school and junior high school students put down their textbooks and stared at the multimedia screens. They felt that the three views they had since they were young had been overturned. A fourth-step magical beast has the ability to destroy our city. Streets, high-rise buildings, it can all be destroyed. Then a fifth step is enough to destroy our city. A sixth step, maybe. This is a dream. It must be a dream. This kind of unscientific thing. Human society fell into a slight panic, but they still believed that their god, Levis, who developed the entire era of technology, would bring them hope and create miracles. In just half a month, human society was still closely watching the daily live broadcast on TV. This was related to the survival of mankind. Next, Levis killed the behemoth, took out its magic core, and began to immerse himself in research. They moved to a more secretive location. Levis studied their magic core and found that it was a kind of supernatural energy, very similar to his pineal gland. Even day after day, he was obsessed with research and was about to use this power. And the entire Empire's network also developed rapidly because of this cross-century live broadcast. People began to establish forums to discuss. Except for the lack of suppressive weapons like nuclear bombs, it is already similar to modern society and civilization on Earth. Suji just smiled and secretly published the source code of a Weibo software. It was published on the forum and quickly became popular. The form of Weibo, a personal Weibo, and an attached small forum, was very trendy, in line with the development of society. Many people in the forum posted, "Oh. The god Levis will definitely obtain everything." According to the live broadcast of the military, Mr. Levis has already obtained some results on the magic core. Maybe in the near future, we will be able to defeat the magical beasts. I have decided, I want to major in mechanical energy in university. Research the supernatural power of magical beasts. However, just as the entire human society and the people of the two human empires were cheering, at 9:64 in the evening, the hearts of the people watching the live broadcast tightened. This was because they saw a huge magical beast breaking into the underground military base. It was the father of the rank 4 magical beast who was killed. This was a terrifying rank 5 beast. The resistance of the entire army was crushed in an instant. Oh my god! How did it find this place? A middle school fatty with a face full of freckles shouted in front of the sofa. This is not scientific. A civil servant put down his briefcase. Maybe it is some kind of special magic that can track and find the aura? Are we humans going to perish? In the forum, there was a crazy flood of messages. Some people were even desperate. And in the live broadcast of the television, a fierce battle began. In the established base passage, there was a crazy exchange of fire. Old people with guns and cannonballs frantically bombarded the terrifying giant beast. Cover Mr. Levis. For the glory and future of mankind. Tut tut tut, one by one, the old people roared and even drove a tank to crush the passage. They were all senior executives, CEOs, and helmsmen of large corporations. They even controlled 80% of the social lifelines of the human empires. Among them, there was even a retired president of the Eastern Empire. This president should not have left office so early. He left office because he was old and wanted to follow in the footsteps of Mr. Levis. These top human intelligence wanted to do something meaningful before they died of old age. Explosions, roars, and chaos ensued. We can't lose. Women pulled their children and sat in front of the black leather sofa. They watched the television and clenched their fists. A group of young bikers, dressed in fancy clothes and tattoos, sped on the street, causing many passers-by to curse. Suddenly, they stopped. Many motorcycles looked at the big screen in the fountain square. That night, humans did not sleep. At 6 o'clock in the morning, the entire human base was basically destroyed. Only a small number of people, covering Mr. Levis, successfully escaped on a small lava plane. The human base was also destroyed. The entire human army that entered was too weak. They were easily and ruthlessly destroyed. Modern technology could not resist a rank 5 creature. Only Mr. Levis was left. Rumble, in the dark night. At this moment, in the wilderness, a plane landed. Mr. Levis was carrying a live broadcast camera. This old man was covered in blood. He walked down the forest, surrounded by primitive shrubbery and rainforest. He smiled bitterly at the camera and said, "I underestimated the terror of that world. They might have all kinds of superpowers that science can't understand. They can find the base based on aura. They might even be able to read human memories and explore human souls." The entire human society was watching the television nervously. Perhaps, very soon, they will find our human society and attack. As these words fell, everyone in front of the television fell silent. All of this is because of my selfishness. My desire to pursue scientific knowledge made me think of this world. I want to study transcendent beasts, search for the origin of humans, and search for the existence of a legendary human. Now, I have to continue my research. I don't know how long I can last. I will broadcast until the last moment. Don't come in and think of a way to save me. Don't enter this terrifying world. We ancient humans couldn't defeat them in the past, and we can't defeat them now. Moreover, they might not be able to find our underground entrance. Levis lay down. He was too tired and began to rest. The next day, he began to broadcast technology and research machinery. In the next few days, under the fear of the people, Levis directly hunted some wild beasts. He carried a machine gun, but he narrowly escaped death several times. During his research, he even changed his residence several times to replenish fuel and energy. He was completely struggling at death's door, and everyone was frightened. This television broadcast, Levis's wilderness survival and technological research, concerned the future of the entire human race. We can help. Yes. The communication equipment is still there. Mr. Levis, you can communicate with us. We have gathered all the wisdom and power of humanity. We can help with the research. All the human research institutes, mobilize. At this time, a piece of news appeared. It was an online Weibo account named Holy Emperor Michael. Attached was a screenshot of a majestic golden dragon. Its bloated body was sitting in front of a computer, typing on the keyboard, and its claws were holding onto the mouse. It looked somewhat comical. Also, the picture was accompanied by the words, "My subordinates have already offered your strange things to me. You lowly creatures are really interesting. Network? Society? Machinery? Planes and cannons? Especially this network, it's very interesting. I'm preparing to invade your world. Please wait and see." Instantly, the entire Weibo was boiling, the world was developing in a strange way. In the mysterious and vast land of origin of lava, the god of mankind, Mr. Levis, was conducting a live broadcast for the survival of mankind in the wilderness. On the other side, a giant dragon had plundered the technological equipment of mankind and was directly using the humans' Weibo to declare war on mankind. Immediately, the entire Weibo of Holy Emperor Michael was in an uproar. Countless people came to watch. This Weibo status, 19,501 likes, 74243 number of followers, more than 17 million. It suddenly soared to the highest number in the entire Weibo. "Big boss, spare me. Kowtowing, Holy Emperor Michael, please treat us humans like a fart and let them go. Trembling, there are a bunch of human spies up there. We, the Middle East Civil Sciences University, would rather die than submit. All the teachers and students of the Civil Mechanical Engineering University declare war. Just a mere dragon. Invade our world and show you the power of technological cannons. The entire Weibo was in an uproar. Suji sat in a cold drink shop, scrolling through Weibo and eating his drink. He was speechless. The development of this world was a bit special. Previously, there was the president's Twitter rule. Now, there was a dragon declaring war on Weibo. This scene was very strange. A golden dragon was sitting in front of a human computer, using human network communication equipment to declare war on the two human empires on Weibo. Strange and dazzling. But it was also reasonable. Any super life form that was still in the primitive beast world would do the same, and this golden dragon must have studied human technology and was curious about computer technology. How will it develop? Suji sat quietly in the milk tea shop, sipping his milk tea, feeling a sense of tranquility. He sat on a chair and looked at the street outside the glass window. You escaped, but you still have to face it in the end. This dragon dares to post on our human society's Weibo, we will curse him to death. In the distance, a group of young people surrounded the TV and shouted. There was even a computer in the milk tea shop, and countless people were crazily scrolling through Weibo. Young people nowadays were no longer obsessed with mechanical cars and motorcycles, but with the internet and TV. Sir, don't you watch TV? A sexy girl placed a cup of milk tea on the table. No. Suji glanced at her. The girl was startled, then actually sat down on the seat opposite him and smiled. You are really special. This is the first time I've seen a young man with such temperament. We change with every wave of the era, such as Mr. Levis's electric company era, the mechanical lava era, and now the internet era, as well as the terrifying new continent in front of us. The girl turned her head and looked at the cheering young people, as if she had seen the trend of the era. And you, don't cheer for the TV like them. Suji was startled and looked at this woman. You are very special, and you don't go with the flow either. You are even more special. How do I put it, you have a very special mysterious temperament, and your robe is very handsome. The girl said. It was a wizard's robe. There were many strange clothes in this world, and the culture of violence prevailed. A bunch of specially dressed mechanical motorcyclists raced around all day, and even flew in the sky of this mechanical city. He didn't look out of place no matter what he wore. The hot girl smiled. Nice to meet you. My name is Carolyn. My father is a merchant from the Far East, and my mother is from the Xianxia region. I'm also a mixed blood like Mr. Levis, but I'm not as smart as the human god. Levis. Suji looked at her. This world was very passionate, and it was normal for girls to chase after him. You think I'm hitting on you? Carolyn giggled and shook her head. Don't misunderstand. The man I look forward to the most is Mr. Levis. In this world, love isn't the only thing worth pursuing. There are many other things worth pursuing, such as science. I'm a celibate like Mr. Levis, and will never marry anyone in my entire life. Of course, if my partner is Mr. Levis, I'll consider it. Pursue science. Suji looked at her sparse hair and nodded. It's hereditary. Carolyn gawked as she scolded with a smile. She seemed to be quite talkative and very friendly. She had the enthusiasm of the locals. Perhaps it was because of the hot weather in the lava world, everyone was very hospitable. Carolyn glanced at the lively television and said, It's hard to imagine what will happen in the future. What fate will mankind face? Perhaps we will be destroyed? Or if we obtain those terrifying individual mythical powers, we will also have powerhouses appear and become very strong? A technological civilization or an extraordinary civilization? Which one do you prefer? Suji stirred the milk tea slowly with a blue straw. Is there a difference? Carolyn was curious. These are the paths of two civilizations. There's a huge difference. Suji explained, in the era of science, everyone is almost equal. They rely on the power of external objects, such as cannons and firearms. Even in the future, when humans develop to the highest level of technology, they can modify their bodies and obtain immortality through self-modification. Powerful individual strength, astonishing mechanical spaceships, and the ability to jump through time and space are still equal individuals. None of them will be exaggerated to the point of being special. No matter how technology develops, it will be the same as now. Some will apply to be police officers, some will learn to pilot spaceships to protect the borders, and some will apply to be teachers. As for an extraordinary civilization, it is an individual civilization. An individual civilization? She asked. Suji took a sip of milk tea. They have a pyramid structure. There's a powerhouse who dominates all life. In the era of individual heroes, they are high and mighty. Do you see that giant dragon over there? His world is like this. He is known as the Holy Emperor and rules over a piece of land. He controls the life and death of all extraordinary beings. Because he is so powerful, no one can go against him. Carolyn seriously thought about the pros and cons of the two civilizations and smiled gently. So that's how it is. In our era of technology, a tyrant will definitely be overthrown, but an individual civilization can't be overthrown? Is it a feudal system? A tyrant dictatorship? That's a very profound understanding. If I had to choose, I would choose an individual civilization. Her eyes flashed with longing. Perhaps it's because I've never come into contact with such a world. I'm very curious and looking forward to it. Or perhaps I'm more of an individual hero and was influenced by Mr. Levis. Suji only smiled. He felt that this was a very interesting woman. Perhaps she could become the catalyst for an era. In the next few months, Suji would occasionally come over to drink milk tea, and Carolyn also became a frequent visitor. The two of them often chatted, but it didn't take long before war broke out. Saint Emperor Michael, a giant dragon lord, led his giant beasts and successfully found an underground tunnel in this land. After confirming the location, they began their invasion. For the human empire. Boom, shells and guns, planes and tanks, the frontline army frantically resisted. The giant golden dragon, Michael, declared war on Weibo. Screenshot. It was still taken by the computer's front camera. In the picture, there was a lava cave filled with golden metal. A giant golden dragon was sitting on a small stool, looking at the computer screen with great interest. The dragon's claws were holding the mouse. This kind of sitting posture caused its body to be bloated and round. Humans, surrender. Become one of my subordinates. Accept my rule. I will give you slaves preferential treatment. Offer me your milk tea, wine, and web novels. Yes. It's that Plum Blossom Fist hero that's still serialized. Hurry up and update it. And you human women, they're so alluring. 3 Plum Blossom, offer me 100 beauties. The human empire? They instantly vomited blood. Oh my god. This was the horror of the internet. Who knew how such a majestic, terrifying, powerful, and invincible golden dragon could understand human society from a pile of rubbish information on the internet and become so interested in it? However, this was an opportunity. After all, it was a stupid beast. Its way of thinking was very different. The upper echelons of the two human empires held a meeting and quickly issued a request. We have held the author of Plum Blossom Fist hero hostage and are adding more chapters. We have even invited many web novelists and locked them in a small dark room. They can write any novel that you are interested in for your excellency, the great holy dragon, Michael. On Weibo, it directly said coldly, foolish humans, as long as I conquer the entire human race, you will be my slaves. You will have everything you want, glory, beauty, wealth, power, you will have it all. Oh my god, was this a Chinibu? It even learned this? What else did it learn on the internet? Some national leaders were distressed. They should have rectified the chaotic internet long ago, but now they were suffering. A terrifying war broke out. The military factories of the two empires began to operate. The firepower of hundreds of thousands of human soldiers stacked together was too terrifying. Even the holy dragon did not dare to be exposed to that kind of environment. It could instantly deal a fatal blow to it. It would not die, but it would be injured. If it was injured, it would be coveted by other lords. They could only boil the frog in warm water. In less than half a month, a large number of human elites died. A total of 70,000 people died in battle. The entire human society was extremely nervous. The destruction of civilization was about to come. At this time, Levis was still struggling to survive in the outside world. He was even constantly avoiding the pursuit of the Holy Emperor. Just a little bit more, just a little bit more. He growled. This old man was wearing a white coat. He was looking at a microscope and studying the rank 4 magic core. If I can succeed, I can borrow the power of the magic core to build a mechanical weapon. I can explode with rank 4 power and secretly attack the rear. Maybe there will be a chance, but it was still too slow. The war on the front lines was too tragic. Suddenly, Levis's message flashed. This old man turned on his computer and saw a message from this super research agency. It was the content he had asked the agency to investigate. It was a picture. In the picture was a milk tea shop. A young man wearing a black wizard robe was quietly drinking milk tea. Next to him was a hot girl who was chatting. It's him. Levis's mind was blank. That temperament, that dress, and that figure were too deep in his memory. It had become an eternal demon in his heart. He would never forget that mysterious unknown language with 2 ancestral babies. He had always been exploring and analyzing the possible meaning of that sentence. Not in the land where I came from, but in our human society. His withered palms began to tremble. He gripped the mouse tightly in agitation, and with an unprecedented silence, he immediately typed on the computer. Talk, I want to talk to him. Levis was always broadcasting in front of the television of the entire human race. This moment was no exception. At this time, everyone was stunned. Just what happened? Mr. Levis was actually so excited after seeing a picture? And he wanted to talk to this young man. Instantly, countless local and national television stations rushed to report it. At this time, the entire city was in a state of panic. Terrifying demonic beasts had just attacked the modern city and destroyed the 3rd largest human city, Funside. What about the near future? Too many people had died. It was like the end of the world. They had never been so nervous as they watched the war broadcast on TV. Their opponent was an unprecedented and mysterious transcendent being. A giant golden dragon? Modern weapons could not kill it at all. At this time, on the other side of the live broadcast, the god of humans, Mr. Levis, wanted to meet someone at a critical moment in his research. Mr. Levis's expression was like that of a thirsty traveler in the desert. His eyes lit up as if he had seen a pool of hope. Who is he? Why does Mr. Levis want to talk to him? These 2 questions circled the minds of everyone in front of the TV. At this time, in a remote city in the Xianxia region, countless soldiers and media surrounded the entire Maya region. Hello everyone, this is Central TV Station, one of the eastern countries. I'm reporter Suna. I'm in the Xianxia region in the west, and I'm here to bring you the latest news. According to the news, Mr. Levis wants to talk to a mysterious person here. We don't know what happened, but we will follow up in real time and do a live broadcast, a voluptuous Eastern female reporter kept reporting to the camera. When Mr. Levis was about to speak with this mysterious youth, the media was in a frenzy. In an instant, it exploded. Mr. Levis actually made such a strange move at this tragic moment of war. The meaning behind this was too great. Could it be that Mr. Levis had secretly planned this? This young man was his favorite student, and he had mastered some special knowledge. The whole world's attention was focused on this remote western land. Countless satellites embedded in the sky were filming, and drones were shuttling through the tall buildings in the distance. This world highly valued scientists. The appearance of any scientific genius would attract countless TV and news reports. They would also receive generous treatment and investments from countless capitalists, financial groups, and even countries. This was the case right now. In the milk tea shop, Carolyn sat across the table and chatted with Suji. All of a sudden, those youths from the biker gang sitting in front of the TV, bustling with activity and shouting, suddenly stopped. The crowd sitting on the other side of the TV also went silent in an instant. Absolute silence. Everyone turned their heads at the same time without saying a word. Their expressions were excited and complicated, as if everyone's face could become the best micro-expression actor. Fanaticism, awe, envy, worship, and shock. They looked over at the same time. What are they doing? Carolyn exclaimed in shock. Hastily putting down the milk tea, she said, "It can't be those robbers from the western wilderness, right? Was the store going to be taken hostage? My family is very poor. Don't rob me." Suji, on the other hand, looked around, and his expression changed slightly. He had already connected to the internet through his personal computer and understood the entire incident. He looked up at the sky. Technology is really advanced. It's developing too fast. I didn't expect satellite surveillance to be installed in such a remote place. On the lava wall in the sky, there was a satellite embedded with an artificial camera. The satellite provided a satellite network, a signal tower, and also had road and city monitoring. Dang dang dang, the street outside the milk tea shop was instantly blocked. Countless long cars with TV station's logo appeared at the intersection. Lava jet aircrafts were also flying back and forth in the sky. It looked like a futuristic mechanized city from a sci-fi future. The group of biker gang members in front of the TV suddenly screamed. Oh! Oh my God! Unbelievable! Mr. Levis wants to talk to our milk tea shop. Hurry up and do your makeup, we're going on TV. Thank my mother. Thank my father. This is the most glorious moment of my life. They were really at a loss. Suddenly, someone took the lead and started to tidy up their makeup. Thus, one by one, they followed suit and quickly took out small mirrors to tidy up their appearance and clothes. Suji glanced at them speechlessly. Oh my God? What just happened? Looking at the rapidly set up camera equipment outside, as well as the countless people and drones, Carolyn's mind went blank. There's a bank robbery nearby? A notorious murderer is hiding here? A voice came from afar. Hello everyone. This is the Western Veolia Central Television Station. I'm your host, Carney. I'm here to broadcast the latest and most complete information on this mysterious man. He's wearing a black robe and looks very mystical and retro. It's as if he's from another world. He's handsome and delicate. A handsome middle-aged host in a black suit held the microphone, unable to conceal the excitement on his face. Carolyn was stunned. She turned her head in disbelief. Looking for you? You're the only child of a great fortune? No, no. Even a great fortune wouldn't come here. Could it be that you're Mr. Levis's illegitimate child? A group of TV stations surrounded the milk tea shop in a frenzy. They were very self-aware and did not enter. Instead, they filmed outside the milk tea shop. They were very polite. The person in charge of the super research agency walked in with small steps. It's Carney. Sitting in the empty milk tea shop, Carolyn's expression was no longer calm. This was her idol, Mr. Levis's prized disciple. He was also the current person in charge of the super research agency and his successor. At this moment, Carolyn was even more certain that he was an illegitimate child. My apologies for interrupting the conversation between Sir and Madam. Can I sit here? Carney spoke. He was a well-mannered middle-aged man who gave off a gentle and noble vibe. Suji nodded his head. Carolyn sat opposite him. This was a table for 4. Carolyn and Suji sat opposite each other. Naturally, Carolyn sat beside Carolyn. Carolyn's body trembled in fear. She quickly pretended to casually pick up the milk tea. However, she was screaming in her heart. She felt that the first half of her life had been ordinary. She would go to work every day and drink milk tea. Now, she suddenly felt like she was living in a novel. Everything was bizarre and dazzling. Suji was speechless. He glanced at the TV stations and media outside before looking at the well-mannered Carney. Can you state your purpose? Click, click, outside the transparent glass wall of the milk tea shop, many media outlets were filming. My teacher, Levis, wishes to speak with you. Carney placed a black laptop on the table. Flipping open the screen, he saw Levis on the other end. At this moment, it was unknown how long it had been since he last bathed. His hair was a mess, and his body was covered in mud. He was currently in a dark and gloomy cave, surrounded by mechanical parts. Suji looked at this white-haired old man who was worthy of respect. He had dedicated his life to humanity's technology and civilization. He possessed boundless wisdom, lofty aspirations, and was hot-blooded and arrogant. He even wanted to fight against the heavens. He wanted to use his own strength to continuously push the development of civilization. However, he had done it. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that this entire era belonged to him, Levis. Humanity's history is developing, only he still has the appearance of a youth. Levis's throat turned dry as he looked at the great existence quietly hiding in the milk tea shop. It seemed as though the development of humanity hadn't left any traces on him. He seemed to represent eternity. After a moment of silence, Levis spoke out with a voice filled with desire. Can you tell me who you are? How long have you been in human society? Humans, why did you come here? On the other end of the screen, Levis couldn't help but whisper and tremble. This was the question he had been pursuing his entire life. It was the biggest obstacle in his search for the path of science. In one breath, he asked all the questions he had accumulated over the years. At this moment, he was like a sorrowful old man. His eyes flashed with fear and disbelief. The moment this sentence appeared, everyone in front of the TV was stunned. This included the biker gang, Carolyn, Kenny, who were still dressing up and stroking their hair coquettishly in the distance. Human society was in an uproar. What did this mean? How long had this mysterious young man been hiding in the history of mankind? Why did humans come here? It was as though he was asking a mysterious ancient existence who had witnessed the entire history of humanity. Suji just quietly looked at Levis. It was as though the weight of the entire human society was far inferior to him. He smiled and said, "You finally found me. Levis, these 3 questions, what do you think?" Levis was silent for a moment. Trembling, he threw out the question he had in the past. He opened his mouth and said, "You're a god, a god. You've been in human society for the entire history. Humans came into existence because of you. Is my guess correct?" Whoosh, outside the milk tea shop, countless cars and people instantly fell silent. When the entire human race was in danger of extinction, Levis was asking a mysterious human in a milk tea shop. This caused everyone in front of the TV to widen their eyes in disbelief. Mr. Levis's words had revealed too much. Because of this young man, the god of mankind, Levis, had begun to explore and research theology. Because of this young man, Levis had become a huge shadow in Levis's scientific life. Mr. Levis had called him God. Could he be the legendary god? The entire Weibo forum had gone crazy. So Mr. Levis, who had always been researching science, had suddenly turned to theology and explored the field of theology because he had discovered something terrifying. In a corner of human history, he had discovered this incredible young man. Oh my God! This is too bizarre. I think I forgot to eat bread for breakfast. I'm so hungry that I'm about to faint. I'm hallucinating. At this time, even Michael, the Holy Emperor, expressed his surprise on Weibo. You humans, what kind of tricks are you playing to trick me? Do you think I will fall for it? This is impossible. I don't believe it at all. But, let's take a look. Anyone who saw this scene on television felt as if their heart was being squeezed, and they could not breathe. At this moment, the entire human empire was silent, waiting for the mysterious man to speak. Suji looked at the trembling Levis and the cameras and television stations around him. He was still very calm. He felt that the person he was chatting with had changed from Carolyn to Levis. It was just a simple change of person. He was already used to all this. Suji just stared at the white-haired old man's anxious eyes. As the smartest human being, Levis, in your eyes, what is God? What is your definition of God? On the other side of the screen, Levis was deep in thought. The old man's lips were trembling, and he seemed to be in an extremely tense state. He did not answer, but was thinking, trying to give himself an answer that he had been searching for his entire life. Suji was not anxious. Instead, he turned his head and looked at the biker gang members who were so excited that they almost fainted. What do you think God is? Asking us? The biker gang members were stunned. They were so scared that they directly fainted. This was a question that could possibly be from a great god. Some of them directly fell to the ground, while most of their minds went blank. They didn't know what to say. Among them, there was a muscular man with tattoos who bravely stood out. He had courage that ordinary people did not have. He knelt on the ground, raised his hands high in a strange religious gesture, and said loudly, "Almighty God. I believe in the existence of God. I am a devout believer of the lava sect that is prevalent in the Minica region. According to ancient legends, there were countless beasts on the ground. During the era of the Great Era, there were two great gods, the god of giant beasts, Finbar, and the god of humans, Monas. Finbar was the ancestor of all beasts, while Monas was the ancestor of all humans. In ancient times, god Monas used lava to create clay figurines in the land of lava, Photiurgas, to create the most ancient human beings. Gods are eternal. Gods are indestructible. God gave us life, wisdom, fertile land and the whole world, and gave us the right to choose our future. In the face of disaster, God will descend and protect us. The biker shouted loudly, his voice brimming with faith and reverence. Is this your definition of God? Around Suji's milk tea shop, countless televisions and media outlets thought quietly for a moment. Under the gaze of the world's televisions, he spoke again. If this is your definition, I will fulfill your definition. If you believe in God, God will exist, and God will display supernatural power, protect all living beings, and give you strength. If you don't believe in God, I will leave. Suji quietly looked at Levis on the other side of the screen. This was a disaster, and the choice was theirs. If they chose to believe in God, He would solve this disaster, and use the opportunity to guide them, taking advantage of the situation to let them embark on the path of transcendence. Of course, the choice was theirs, not him. Suji quietly looked at Levis. Humans, tell me, what is your choice? Whoosh, the entire world was instantly shaken, and countless people were excited. It's a real God. Oh my God, God is here to save us, He can defeat the giant beasts. God is invincible. In front of the television, countless families, men and women hugged each other on the sofa, crying tears of joy. Too many of them had died, and the disaster could be avoided because of this. Levis remained silent. The entire world's television stations and media outlets were frantically broadcasting this. Countless people sat in front of their televisions, breathing rapidly. On the other side, in the land of lava. In a cave, a giant golden dragon, followed by many powerful transcendents who emitted terrifying auras, was also sitting in front of a computer. Suddenly, Levis raised his head, his eyes abruptly burning with flames. You asked me, the definition of God, and I have found my own definition. In my opinion, God is a living being that possesses great power. Only when there are humans can there be a God. If everyone in this world is a God, then there will be no God. If everyone is equal, and there is no power that surpasses humans, then there will be no God. You are blaspheming God. You are destroying us humans. God will punish all living beings on this earth. The biker suddenly roared, his whole body was extremely agitated, and he suddenly pounced over. Kenny quickly took out an electric baton, and with an agile movement, like a special agent, he electrocuted the biker's lower abdomen, and the entire biker fell to the ground, twitching. My apologies, great God. Kenny retreated, standing elegantly at the side, and whispered to a few bikers, major television stations, and media outlets who did not dare to move recklessly. Teacher's choice is the choice of the Super Research Organization. It is also the choice of us humans. Never doubt the man closest to God's wisdom, Levis. Suji did not care about the commotion around him, he only quietly looked at Levis, waiting for his choice again. Levis suddenly stood up, this white-haired old man who dedicated his life to science. His eyes were burning, as if he had shattered the mental barrier in his heart. I was once young and frivolous. I had three main purposes for the establishment of the Super Research Organization. Science, without God. Science, not superstition. Science, something that cannot be explained, just that it cannot be explained now. The surrounding people held their breath. Levis suddenly took a step forward. Until today, I still believe in science, just like I believe in the dawn of humanity's future. In my opinion, the so-called God was the last human of the prehistoric civilization. He stared at Suji, this ancient unknown existence. He continued to express his reasonable conjectures about science, and he also gave a speech to the major television stations. Because of a terrifying civilization extinction disaster, that rotten prehistoric civilization was destroyed. In prehistory, they had a civilization that we cannot imagine, and they had power beyond our imagination. In the end, the last human who survived became the continuation of the human race. He stared at Suji. It is undeniable that he had terrifying divine power, which is something our current modern technology cannot achieve. It is incomprehensible. But in my opinion, the future technological civilization of us Isidal people will also be as powerful as the prehistoric civilization. We do not need to believe in God, search for their past path, and become another them, because one day, we Isidal people will walk out of our own civilization, and everyone can become God. Isidal was the name they used for the human race. In their language, Isidal meant lava, scorching, and it was accompanied by warm and exciting emotions. The Isidal people were just like their personality, warm and hospitable. In the past, they rarely used this name because there were only humans in this world. Usually, they used Eastern and Western races to describe the difference. But now, it was enough to prove Levis's seriousness. Suji instantly smiled, very happily, and stood up in satisfaction. Levis, you are a special person. Levis continued, God, you are giving the humans of this world a choice. If we believe in you, we will be guided to walk the path of the prehistoric civilization, and become the second prehistoric civilization. As for this, I refuse. And this? I refuse. Boom, there was an uproar. The whole world's attention was focused on this. They were shocked by this sentence. This conversation between humans and the ancient gods was destined to be remembered for eternity. On the streets, in the skyscrapers, on the television screens of the major shopping malls, this scene appeared. Mr. Levis's words instantly ignited the entire modern human civilization. Oh? Suji smiled. Levis, is this the answer of the Isidal people? He looked around the milk tea shop. This human civilization was very similar to Earth. It could even be said to be another technological civilization of Earth. Network, television, internet, and perhaps Taba would appear in the future. But he did not expect them to have such ideas. Before the arrival of disaster and extinction, they could resist the temptation that was at their fingertips. The backbone of this race was incomparably strong and upright. It could even be said that they had a stubbornness and pride that they would rather die than submit. They believed in science and refused to submit to theology. Suji still had some respect for this race and civilization. He had wanted to pull them back on the right track, but there seemed to be some surprising and helpless accidents. I suddenly regret saying this. I know what I have abandoned, the future of humanity? Life? Will it lead to extinction? But I feel relieved. Levis panted heavily. His white hair and old body sat in front of the computer, laughing in a low voice. We have been living on the edge of the lava river since the era of our ancestors. Generation after generation, we have left a deep passion for smithing. Machinery, gunpowder, explosions, those are the lava romance that has been engraved in our bones. Huh. Passion like flames, pride, passion for machinery and tanks, the culture of the biker race, that is what we Isidal people are. We Isidal people develop technology and research all the principles of the world. Airplanes, cannons, gunpowder, and explosions are our way of life. Technology allows us to look forward to the future and not cling to the past. We do not believe in superstition, but firmly believe in the truth of materialism. We do not need to inherit the stories of our predecessors. Let what should be buried in the soil be buried in the past. We give civilization to science. We do not believe in God, heaven, or earth. We only believe in ourselves. We will eventually surpass the prehistoric times. The footsteps of the Isidal people will not stop. We will reach prehistoric heights. Suji was stunned for a moment, and then he smiled again. This is the last choice. The field of theology, the extraordinary power, you really don't want it? Suji stood up abruptly. Levis, perhaps the reason you refuse me now is because you have no idea what sort of extraordinary power I have, power that surpasses all mortals. Boom, Suji's entire body seemed to be covered in flames. Blood flames burned intensely, and an ancient aura revolved around the flames. His eyes were scarlet gold, and there was no joy or sorrow in them. He was like an ancient god that had revealed his true form. Boundless might covered the entire world. He extended his hand. The drones in the sky, the reporters outside, the cameras, and all the humans in the milk tea shop were frozen in place. No one could move anymore. Rumble, the sky was covered with bright red clouds, like burning clouds, covering the entire sky of the modern city, shrouding the tall buildings, like a thunderstorm that was about to descend, like a demon god with a vast and boundless heavenly power. The entire world held its breath. This was divine might. Oh my God! This is a power that surpasses science. This is not scientific. I used to be superstitious about science. Now that God has appeared, atheism should also be subverted. There is no science or not. This is a God. He is even more powerful than that giant dragon. Seeing this scene, countless people in front of the TV sucked in a breath of cold air. Oh my God, this is really an ancient God. In front of the computer, the golden giant dragon's mouth turned into an O shape. It stuttered, and the dragon's claws that were holding the mouse began to tremble. Junior high school students in front of the TV, middle-aged men in white-collar clothes pursed their lips, and old women revealed unparalleled shock. An ancient God had the power of a real God. Everyone had a hero's dream, to become a high and mighty God, to rule all living beings. In the eyes of the whole world, a God was hazy in a halo, like an ancient statue, overlooking all living beings. After thousands of years, life was extremely insignificant, as if it was high up in the sky. Suddenly, a vast and ancient voice came, as if it was an eternal existence, majestic and vast. Such power, do you want it? We, the people of Isudal, do not want it. Levis's eyes were filled with determination, and his spine was as straight as steel. He said, Kenny. Your disciple is here. Kenny supported himself on the computer and stood up, a solemn expression on his face as he waited for orders. Levis's eyes were burning with passion. There was no longer any of the confusion from before. It was as if he had completely moved forward in theology from now on. The history that records this moment, regardless of whether it is the destruction of our civilization or the future, will have a huge turning point today. Clearly, he was prepared for a life and death struggle. Suji only smiled. Such a reply was unexpected, but it actually made him feel a sense of joy. I hope you can make it in time. I can see the day when your civilization succeeds. Walk a path that belongs to the people of Isudal. Use terrifying science and technology to change the world, and not be defeated. I will. Levis took a deep breath and bowed deeply. Ancient deity, thank you for coming. You are the one who made me understand my true nature and destroyed the God in my heart. I only feel that my path ahead is unstoppable. I have always been confused about the language of the gods, sea language. I thought it was an unknown theology that modern people could not decipher. I did not have the determination to use science to decipher it. Now that I have the code of sea language, I am confident that I can decipher the fundamental power of the supernatural beasts. Click, click, as soon as he said that, countless flashes lit up outside the milk tea shop, and pictures were taken. Suna, a reporter from CCTV, was extremely excited. She had personally taken a picture of the human sage Levis communicating with the ancient deity, and her name would go down in history. Although the people of Isudal respected the ancient deities, they did not kneel to them. They only believed in science, and would forever step on the path of pursuing science. At this moment, there were people from Isudal who were crying bitterly. They refused the help of the ancient gods. They felt regret and bitterness, but more than that, they felt relieved. They couldn't give up the path of science and the culture that was deeply rooted in the bones of the nation. The people of Isudal, a modern race that lived in the mechanical city of lava, had a culture of bikers, exquisite mechanical tanks, mechanical steam airships, modified parts, and competitions. Each of them had a stubbornness and sentiments that seeped into their bones. Regardless of the darkness, we still believe in science, as if we believe in the dawn of humanity's future. The 7th president of the Western Human Empire, Willis Bosseton. When people flipped through the ancient historical fragments, they found that the people of Isudal had actually abandoned the most advanced technological hard drive. They only used ancient stone slabs and black murals as a recording method to write down the historical chapter of the Isudal Chronicles. In the year 165 of the empire, Levis sought out the ancient deities. After asking and communicating, the proud people of Isudal rejected the help of the deities. End of chapter 370. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.